"Brother, wake up! Hurry up and wake up!" With a bright cry, Du Fei felt a finger poking at his backside. "Stop poking, or I'll poke back," Du Fei muttered impatiently. As he opened his eyes, he was met with the sight of a blooming young girl, around 15 or 16 years of age, which left him momentarily stunned. "Brother, you." The girl's face flushed crimson, feeling that her brother's words about poking back sounded rather lewd. She picked up a pin and poked him twice more on the backside, declaring, "Your report card has arrived. You've ranked first. It's with Dad." Such an annoying brother, after sleeping for 2 whole days. On such an important day, he still lingered in bed, showing no sense of urgency whatsoever. Du Fei rubbed his eyes, staring at the girl. Who on earth is this sister? Where am I? He glanced around the cramped room, with bunk beds stacked above and below, feeling utterly disoriented. "Ah, it hurts." Du Fei cradled his head in his hands as a flood of memories surged into his mind. It soon dawned on him that he had crossed over. This girl before him was his sister, Du Xiaoye. He also had a father, a clinic owner named Du Lei. Goodness, how could such a thing as a crossover happen to me? Originally a denizen of Earth, Du Fei had awakened to find himself inexplicably transported to this world. Coincidentally, the original owner of this body was also named Du Fei, aged 18, possessing an identical physique and appearance. Still reeling from the shock, Du Fei noticed a series of numbers pulsating on his wrist. Remaining lifespan, 176 hours, 23 minutes, 36 seconds, 35 seconds, 34 seconds. What the heck? He was stunned again. Quickly, with the memories flooding back, Du Fei comprehended. This was a world governed by time, where each individual bore a visible lifespan from birth. In this world, lifespan was the sole currency. Capable of being traded, all items had to be purchased with time. The amount of lifespan one possessed equated to their wealth. In other words, running out of money meant running out of life. The city where Du Fei lived was called Revival City, part of the territory of the Time Federation. It was a vast base city, spanning tens of thousands of square kilometers, home to millions of humans. Surrounded by thick steel walls, this area was referred to as the safe zone. Beyond these steel barriers lay hordes of mutated beasts and terrifying time beasts. The Time Federation mandated that all individuals could reside within the base city until the age of 18, attending various military academies based on their family circumstances. Upon reaching 18, individuals would be dispatched to hunting legions outside the city according to their academic performance, tasked with slaying time beasts to acquire time. Only upon submitting 30 years' worth of time to the Federation could one return to live in the base city. Of course, affluent families could bypass the front lines, directly submitting 30 years of time to the Federation. Although Du Fei's father operated a clinic, their daily expenses were substantial, making it impossible to provide 30 years' worth of time in one go. Thus, venturing to the front lines to hunt time beasts remained Du Fei's only option. Having never known his mother, Du Fei was fortunate that his father cherished him dearly, providing him the opportunity to attend the finest commander academy in the base city. He did not disappoint his father, graduating with the highest honors in his class. If all went well, the appointment letter would arrive today, and he would undoubtedly become a high-ranking commander in a Federation Legion. In contrast, many students with poorer performances were relegated to the status of ordinary commanders. Starting out strong, Du Fei felt quite fortunate compared to most students. "Brother, why are you daydreaming? Hurry up and get your report card," Du Xiaoye urged. "Got it." Du Fei quickly adapted to his current role. He patted his sister's little head, surprised to find that as an orphan, he now had family. After a quick wash, he headed out. Du Lei's private clinic. "Dad, I'm here to get my report card," Du Fei called as soon as he entered. Crash! For soldiers clad in sleek black armor raised their guns simultaneously, aiming at him. Du Fei was taken aback, but upon seeing his student uniform, the soldiers eased their vigilance slightly. "Gentlemen, he is the young master of our clinic, having just graduated from the Federation's Advanced Commander Academy." The clinic assistant, Uncle Chun, hurried over to explain, then quietly added to Du Fei, "Your father is in the emergency room." "Oh," Du Fei replied, taking a seat on a long bench while the soldiers redirected their weapons. After more than an hour, the emergency room door finally swung open. A beautiful woman, still possessing allure with a rosy complexion, emerged. She elegantly adjusted her collar to cover several purplish bruises on her chest and neck. Once she was presentable, she glanced up and spotted Du Fei, offering a slight smile before departing under the escort of the 4 soldiers. Du Fei smacked his lips. According to his memories, he recognized this emergency patient. Her name was Wang Shuzhen, a prominent figure in Revival City. Her husband was a commander in the Federation's military district, overseeing 3 entire hunting legions. Your old man must be working hard. He looks exhausted, Du Fei remarked upon entering the emergency room to see his father, Du Lei, wiping away sweat. Typically, the father and son shared a close bond, akin to brothers, often joking with one another. Saving lives and healing the wounded, that is the duty of a physician. Du Lei replied, his expression calm, and added, moreover, for your sake, it's worth it for me to endure a little hardship. What's wrong with Aunt Wang? Du Fei inquired with a grin, scratching his nose. What are you laughing about? Don't question my medical ethics. Du Lei snapped, his eyes narrowing. Aunt Wang felt unwell, so I administered an anti-radiation vaccine. Was it a booster shot? Du Fei teased. He knew that his seemingly easygoing father and Wang Shuzhen shared a genuine love, though this situation was rather brazen. How could she keep coming for emergencies every few days, each time needing the operating table? Wang Shuzhen's husband was indeed a significant figure in the Federation military district. Just wait, trouble was bound to arise. Aunt Wang heard you scored first in the academy, and she promised to help arrange for you to join the best legion as an internship commander. Du Lei said proudly, handing Du Fei a time storage card. This contains 5,000 hours of time, courtesy of Aunt Wang. Wow, over half a year's worth of time. Du Fei accepted the storage card and asked, is this for the emergency fee? Get lost, Du Lei chuckled, playfully slapping the back of his beloved son's head. This operating table needs to be sturdier, ha ha ha. You little rascal. While the father and son were engaged in their playful banter, a sudden announcement echoed from outside the clinic. Attention, the Federation Military District has issued an appointment. Commander Academy's Du Fei is to report immediately. Both were taken aback, swiftly exiting the clinic. High above, between 2 drones, a screen materialized displaying Du Fei's resume and appointment letter. 2 wheeled armored vehicles were parked at the entrance, and an exceptionally beautiful female officer scrutinized Du Fei with a frosty gaze. Behind her stood over a dozen female soldiers clad in camouflage uniforms. Though their uniforms appeared tattered and worn, each stood tall and proud. Are you Du Fei? The female officer inquired. Yes, and you are? Du Fei frowned. On behalf of the Federation Military District, I, Lu Ruobing, Vice Commander of the Auxiliary Female Field Corps, am here to report to you. Lu Ruobing saluted and continued. We, the Jean Corps, representing all 108 female soldiers, have come to welcome Commander Du Fei. Salute. As her words fell, the female soldiers behind her saluted Du Fei in unison. Auxiliary Female Field Corps? What kind of legion is this? Only 108 members? Are we in a band of heroes? A standard field corps typically comprises at least 1,500 individuals, right? Wait, auxiliary. This means it's a non-standard legion? Wait, this doesn't seem right. My son's grades were the top of the academy. How could he possibly be assigned to command a ragtag unit with no official standing? Du Lei, a veteran seasoned by the battlefield, immediately grew anxious. A mere 108 soldiers? This was clearly a small, disorganized squad, disregarding the terrifying time beasts outside the city. Even encountering a group of ordinary feral beasts would be beyond the capabilities of just over 100 people. If his son became the commander of this unit, it would be tantamount to walking into a death trap. Did you make a mistake? Du Fei was equally bewildered. This was hardly the treatment befitting the top student of the academy. No mistake. Lu Ruobing presented an appointment document. Father and son stared blankly at the Federation's seal on the document. He'll ask Aunt Wang what's going on. Don't bother asking. She's likely in dire straits herself. Du Fei sensed something was amiss. He had known trouble was brewing. However, having read numerous novels in his previous life, he believed that every transmigrator must possess a golden finger. System? Du Fei tentatively called out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully discovered this system. Du Fei. Ding! The strongest commander system has been successfully bound. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift package. The system has proactively opened for the host. Congratulations, host. You have received a universal toolbox. Congratulations, host. You have received 500 milliliters of rare material smelting agent. Du Fei exhaled a breath indeed. There was a systemed AT that moment. A crowd had gathered on the street in front of the clinic. Hey, are they here to pick up old dust, son? Indeed. Have you not seen the appointment notice displaying Du Fei's name? Surely not. Old Liu's son has poor grades, yet he is greeted by several steady off-tart raptors. I find it odd, too, Du Fei ranks first, yet is welcomed by two outdated armored vehicles? What sort of shabby unit is this? They don't even have an aircraft? The neighbors, observing the meager, welcoming party, engaged in lively discussions. Du Lei's composure began to falter as he took out his communicator to contact Wang Shuzhen. However, all he encountered was a cacophony of static, failing to establish a connection. Please inform me, which division of the Federation issued this appointment? Du Fei inquired of Lu Ruobing. The appointment document bore the seal of the Time Federation, yet did not specify any military district. What was initially thought to be a promising start had turned out quite the contrary. As for the reason behind this, one could easily surmise the situation. There was no other explanation. Du Fei merely sought to confirm his suspicions. Chapter 2. Must we wear women's attire? The appointment was issued by the Federal Revival Army's 48th Hunting Division. Since it did not violate any federal regulations, Lu Ruobing answered candidly. As expected, Du Fei thought to himself. Shaking his head, Du Fei gestured helplessly to his father. Du Lei's face displayed a sense of guilt, feeling remorseful towards his son, as a veteran. He was well aware that the 48th Hunting Division was the main force under Wu Degui, who happened to be Wang Shuzhen's husband. What a coincidence. Captain Du Fei, we are merely following orders, and we hope you will not make things difficult for us, Lu Ruobing stated, her expression inscrutable, tinged with indifference and dissatisfaction. Seeing Du Fei and Du Lei smirk and shake their heads, she felt a deep sense of humiliation. This father-son duo looked down upon her unit. However, it mattered little to her, for she held no regard for Du Fei. This mere child. Every female soldier in the women's field combat unit had crawled through mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. They were simply in dire straits at the moment. Were it not for the 20,000 hours of compensation promised by the 48th Division, Lu Ruobing would never have allowed a freshly graduated student to take command. At this moment, Du Lei was troubled. Wu Dagui was clearly taking personal revenge, intending to send his own son to a perilous fate. Meanwhile, Du Fei simply clicked his tongue, satisfied that he had grasped the situation. After all, the Federation mandated that anyone must unconditionally obey appointments. Otherwise, they would be branded as anti-human elements and sent to the mines as laborers. Beep, warning, warning. The extramural women's field combat unit has not paid the fee for staying in the safe zone. Please leave the Revival City within 10 minutes. 2 drones issued expulsion warnings, their bodies revealing ominous weaponry. Lu Ruobing wore a bitter expression and waved her hand to the female soldiers behind her, saying, Captain Du Fei, please get in the vehicle. Yes, Captain, please get in. Several female soldiers, regardless of whether Du Fei agreed or not, nearly squeezed him into one of the armored command vehicles. Stop! You are kidnapping my son? Du Lei exclaimed, shocked and anxious, tears welling in his eyes. Yet, the Federation's regulations left him feeling helpless, as he could only watch his beloved son being taken away. Dad, don't worry about me. You and my sister must be careful. Du Fei turned his head to say, but under the grip of the battle-hardened female soldiers, he struggled in vain, being firmly pushed into the armored vehicle. The neighbors shook their heads. Old Du's son was not going to be a commander, but was clearly being conscripted. Beep, warning, severe warning. Please leave immediately, or you will be considered an intruder. With the drone's expulsion, the two armored vehicles swiftly vanished from public view. Soon, the armored vehicles exited the base city surrounded by thick steel walls, entering rugged mountain roads. The surroundings were densely forested, with distant mountains stretching endlessly, and before long, they drove into a mountainous area. Throughout the journey, Lu Ruobing and the 4 communication female soldiers paid no heed to Du Fei. Their eyes glued to the command room's display screen. Their expressions were tense, in a state of heightened alert, constantly keeping in touch with the transport armored vehicle ahead. Danger lurked everywhere outside the city. Even though this area had been cleared numerous times, significant peril still existed. Should they encounter a time beast, even a level 1-1 could easily overturn their armored vehicle. It could be said that they had risked their lives to welcome Du Fei's appointment. Du Fei leaned back in his seat, closed his eyes, and opened the system interface. Host. Du Fei position, Commander Legion. Extramural Women's Field Combat Unit reputation, 0 affinity, 0 physique. Unenhanced, suffered 30 radiation items. Universal Toolbox 1. Rare substance smelting agent 500 milliliters. The interface was simple and clear. It appeared that the system had automatically bound to this unit, defaulting him as the commander. There were indications regarding reputation and affinity. Dufay could earn reputation and affinity by gaining the recognition of his subordinates. Both reputation and affinity could be exchanged for various items and blueprints in the tech repository. However, as Dufay had just joined and was still unfamiliar with these female soldiers, both reputation and affinity were still at 0, and the tech repository had yet to be unlocked. As for physique, everyone in this world had essentially suffered radiation, albeit to varying degrees. Take these female soldiers who had long been outside the city. For instance, they bore relatively severe radiation. Although Dufay had suffered 30 radiation, compared to them, he was a picture of enviable health. Universal toolbox. Dufay opened the toolbox in his item inventory, revealing a plethora of tools. From precision instruments and screwdrivers to welding guns, as well as larger items like lathes and hydraulic mechanical arms. Various tools were on display, a veritable treasure trove. Additionally, there was that 500 milliliters bottle of metallic liquid. A remarkable item. The rare substance smelting agent could refine any rare substance in this world that could not otherwise be processed. Extraordinary. A mere toolbox contains such advanced tools. Dufay felt a surge of joy. He humbly thought that with this universal toolbox, combined with his knowledge from the officer academy, he would have no trouble crafting excellent weaponry. Perhaps in the future, he could forge a formidable legion. After nearly 2 hours of bumpy travel, fortunately, they encountered no significant dangers. Before them appeared a camp enclosed by stones, indicating they had arrived at their destination. The 2 armored vehicles drove into a dimly lit air raid shelter and came to a halt. Dufay followed Lu Ruobing out of the vehicle, directly entering a chamber carved from the cave. This is the highest standard room in the entire unit. It will be your bedroom from now on, Lu Ruobing remarked, glancing at Dufay's student uniform. Since the women's field combat unit has no men, you will have to make do with my clothes for now. She retrieved a set of camouflage women's attire from a simple wardrobe and coldly instructed. Please change within 10 minutes. We will gather in 10 minutes to arrange for you to meet all the soldiers and familiarize you with the unit's situation. Lastly, do not touch anything in the wardrobe. With that, Lu Ruobing slammed the door shut and left. Dufay surveyed the room, illuminated by glowing stones, furnished with a wooden bed, table, wardrobe, and shower. The space was fairly decent and adequately equipped, though somewhat rudimentary. This was the highest standard room in the entire unit. What would the rooms of ordinary soldiers be like? Dufay pinched the bridge of his nose. Not allowed to touch anything in the wardrobe? Curiosity compelled him to open it, and a fragrant scent wafted out, revealing some delicate black silk garments hanging inside. Dufay's nostrils flared. These must be Lu Ruobing's personal belongings. It seemed she had been the previous occupant of this bedroom and had now vacated it for him. Closing the wardrobe, he focused on the set of camouflage attire. Dufay couldn't help but smile wryly. Was it truly necessary to wear women's clothing for his first meeting with all the soldiers? Knock, knock, Captain. Are you ready yet? Came a voice from outside the door. Just a moment, I'm changing. In the spacious air raid shelter, the female soldiers had gathered. Lu Ruobing frowned, rubbing her forehead. Is the male captain here yet? What are his capabilities? A beautiful soldier with dimples, a cigarette dangling from her lips, inquired, a freshly graduated student, completely lacking combat experience. Lu Ruobing replied, I thought he would be an old warrior. Turns out he's just a kid? The dimples beauty scoffed. What can this pretty boy do? Can he fight in the wild? Can he drive? Can he shoot a handgun? She exhaled a smoke ring, continuing her mockery. Sigh, enough already. Without him, we would be utterly doomed. Tomorrow's mission is too perilous. We cannot take Dufay with us, after all. He is merely an inexperienced student, Lu Ruobing sighed, addressing the dimples beautied. That moment. A sharp gasp broke the tension. Wow, look, is that our new captain? He's so young and incredibly handsome. Can good looks feed the stomach, or defend against the attacks of mutated beasts and time beasts? Indeed, I bet he would be the first to run away upon encountering a time beast. He'd probably pee his pants, the female soldiers murmured, most sneering, though a few had stars in their eyes. Attention, salute. Lu Ruobing commanded calmly, saluting Dufay, greetings, Captain. As her voice fell, the previously scoffing soldiers immediately straightened up. Saluting Dufay in unison, greetings, Captain. Clad in women's camouflage, Though tight, it accentuated his fit and athletic physique. Paired with his chiseled and handsome face, he appeared remarkably spirited and radiant. "Hello, everyone. You've worked hard," Du Fei returned a military salute, his gaze sweeping over all the female soldiers, feeling a surge of excitement. Though there were barely 100 of them, these female soldiers were quite pleasing to the eye. All tall, long-legged, and each stunningly beautiful. Chapter 3. Where has time gone? Following a simple introduction ceremony, Lu Ruobing, as the vice-captain, began to outline the entire unit situation to Du Fei. "Captain, this air raid shelter is our field combat unit's base. Comprising a total of 108 personnel, our unit has 3 commanders, 60 armored infantry, 10 artillerymen, 10 machine gunners, 8 communications personnel, and 17 medical and logistics staff. Equipped with 2 armored vehicles, each individual armed with either a submachine gun or a pistol. And various ammunition, it appears there are still approximately over 3,000 rounds remaining. When it comes to equipment and ammunition, Lu Ruobing's confidence wavered slightly as she paused before adding, we can visit the ammunition depot shortly. In any case, our supplies are rather limited. Are there no drones? Du Fei inquired. Lu Ruobing shook her head, offering a wry smile. Drones? That's nothing short of a fantasy. We can't even entertain the thought of such equipment. Du Fei realized then that the most valuable assets of the entire field regiment were the 2 armored vehicles sent to fetch him. Report. At that moment, a female communications soldier suddenly announced. Lu Ruobing turned to the soldier, asking, what is it? The 48th Division has relayed a message, ordering our women's field regiment to arrive at the coordinates 269, 71 by 10 o'clock tomorrow morning to engage in combat. What? Blackwater River? The dimpled beauty, Xia Ying, jumped up in indignation, exclaiming, they are utterly despicable. Were we not supposed to head to the Honggu Dam? With her brows tightly knitted, Lu Ruobing replied, how far do we need to detour? An additional 30 kilometers, Deputy Commander. It's not merely a matter of detouring. The key issue lies with our equipment, enough said. Respond to the 48th Division that our women's field regiment will depart at 6 o'clock tomorrow and arrive at Blackwater River by 10. Lu Ruobing commanded. Upon receiving the order, Du Fei frowned. He sensed a hint of helplessness and sorrow in the expressions of all the female soldiers. May I interject? Although I have just assumed my post, I am still a part of this field regiment and should be entitled to know the specifics of this combat mission, Du Fei stated with an impassive gaze directed at Lu Ruobing. I just reported to you that our regiment has 3 commanders, and Xia Ying is one of them. If you wish to learn about the specifics of the mission, let her brief you. I must check on the status of the detector. Lu Ruobing gestured towards the dimpled beauty, and after speaking, she rubbed her temples and departed. Du Fei turned to Xia Ying. Commander, since you wish to know about this operation, let us sit down. Xia Ying kicked a nearby stone and then offered a cigarette, her lips curling into a slight smirk. This one's moistened with my saliva. Care for a puff? Du Fei accepted the cigarette and sat down. Xia Ying, slightly surprised, produced a skull-pattern lighter to ignite it for him. Cough, cough, damn. Du Fei inhaled, immediately choking and shedding tears. This is really potent. Xia Ying and the surrounding female soldiers burst into laughter. Du Fei resolved to take another drag. Coughing while fixating on Xia Ying's beautiful face. Are you implying that I am quite pretty? Cough, cough. I meant to suggest that your lungs might be rather compromised. Heh. Xia Ying took a deep breath, exhaling a smoke ring, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow. Her expression seemed to convey that she had reached the end of her life, rendering concerns about her lungs trivial. All right, let me share the specifics with you. First, allow me to introduce our women's field regiment. We are unstructured, a motley crew, lacking the privilege of federal financial support. Many years ago, we were discarded by the Federation like refuse, and our expenses must be borne entirely by ourselves. You understand this, I presume? Xia Ying spoke matter-of-factly. Du Fei nodded slightly, for he was aware of this reality. In this world, class distinctions were stark, and human rights were virtually non-existent, particularly for unstructured, ragtag forces like theirs. The Federation showed no concern for their survival. Our women's field regiment is currently in dire straits, teetering on the brink of despair, even facing the prospect of starvation. Fortunately, we received a task from the 48th Division, and we owe you our gratitude for that. Xia Ying turned her gaze towards Du Fei and continued, the 48th Division has appointed you as our commander and has instructed us to assist in their beast hunting operation tomorrow. Upon completion of the task, We shall receive a grant of 20,000 hours. They have designated 2 hunting zones for tomorrow. One is the Honggu Dam, and the other is the Blackwater River. The 48th Division plans to conduct a sweep, initially intending for us to assist in the encirclement of the beasts at the Honggu Dam. However, those bastards have just ordered us to head to the Blackwater River. Du Fei interjected, asking, "What is the difference?" Xia Ying shot him a glance, her beautiful eyes reflecting a condescending amusement. For us, there was still a glimmer of hope at the Honggu Dam. The Blackwater River is a death sentence. She lit another cigarette and added, "The beasts at the Honggu Dam are LV1, while those at the Blackwater River are LV2. With our current weaponry, it is already quite challenging to hunt LV1 beasts, let alone the LV2 beasts at the Blackwater River. Although our task is to assist them in the encirclement, the enraged beasts are impervious to gunfire. A single swipe from a LV2 beast could obliterate our armored vehicles. It is beyond terrifying." Du Fei fell into contemplation. Though he had never encountered a time beast, he had studied these matters extensively during his time at the academy. Indeed, as Xia Ying described, the enraged beasts were nothing short of horrifying. Does this mean the field regiment is essentially marching to their demise tomorrow? Du Fei raised his head and inquired. Just then, Lu Ruobing, having finished her tasks, approached and said, "Regardless, we must fight. There is hope if we go. But waiting here amounts to a death sentence. What are we to fight with? The 108 living lives of the field regiment. Who grants you such authority?" Du Fei glared at Lu Ruobing before continuing. "I disagree." His voice echoed throughout the air raid shelter, instantly silencing everyone. The female soldiers fell silent. Lu Ruobing bit her lip, coldly stating, "I understand that this mission is tantamount to walking into a death trap. But do you comprehend how vital those 20,000 hours are for us? This is our women's field regiment's sole hope for survival. You, a scion of affluence, can simply parachute in as a commander." Utterly unaware of what we have endured over the years. When we were 18, we left the base city just as you have, joining the army with dreams of accumulating 30 years to offer to the Federation. Then returning to the base city for a stable life. What is the reality? All I have witnessed is the tragic deaths of my loved ones, and the sisters beside me falling one by one. Radiation, viruses, and ferocious beasts torment us unceasingly. For every beast we kill, the Federation siphons off 20 of the time gained, and for every transfer of time, they charge a 10 fee. Drinking water, food, and basic supplies must be purchased from Federation outposts at thrice the cost of the base city. We yearn to return to the base city, but we must surrender 30 years of time to do so. We have hunted many time beasts and acquired a fair amount of time. Yet we possess nothing to show for it. I wish to ask, where has all the time gone? Lu Ruobing fixed her gaze on Du Fei and asked, "Can you answer me?" Du Fei was taken aback, falling into silence. Everything Lu Ruobing had articulated was absent from his memory, meaning he had not learned about it at the academy. Where has all the time gone? Undoubtedly, time had been drained by the Time Federation. Everyone must leave the base city at 18, except for those wealthy enough to afford 30 years. In other words, the children of the impoverished were destined to become mere tools for the Federation to extract time from the moment they arrived in the outer city. Returning to the city was a near impossible feat. At this moment, a sense of inexplicable sorrow washed over Du Fei. He observed that all the female soldiers had bowed their heads, covering their faces in tears, including Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, both of whom bore traces of grief upon their faces. After a brief interval, the female soldiers regained their composure and returned to their previous states. "Let us do this. I can allocate some time to alleviate our immediate crisis. We need not sacrifice our lives for 20,000 hours, Du Fei suggested. A flicker of surprise appeared in Lu Ruobing's eyes, but it quickly faded as she shook her head. "If only you had said this 3 days ago. The mission has already been accepted. We must go regardless. You should understand the consequences of defying orders at this juncture." Indeed, Du Fei slapped his forehead, realizing he had been overly concerned for the safety of his subordinates. Neglecting this crucial point, the Federation's regulations, those damned regulations. As night fell, dinner time arrived, and Lu Ruobing dismissed everyone. Waving to the female soldiers, she instructed a sweet-looking young soldier, Gan Ting, accompany the commander for his meal. After uttering this, she departed with Xia Ying to discuss the battle plan. "Hello, Commander." Gan Ting approached Du Fei, saluting softly. "My name is Gan Ting. I am a communications soldier. Allow me to take you for a meal." It was evident that she possessed a rather introverted and gentle demeanor. Du Fei nodded and followed her towards the logistics area. The dining area was a relatively spacious natural cavern, with wooden planks serving as tables and stones as seats. Upon entering the cave, Du Fei observed the female soldiers lining up in an orderly fashion to collect their meals. Having not eaten since his arrival, he felt a twinge of hunger. "Commander, please take a seat on one of the stones." "I will fetch your food," Gonting said before heading towards a few cooks. Du Fei found a stone to sit on and surveyed the meals of the nearby soldiers. He noticed that their bowls contained a porridge-like mush, accompanied by a small plate of dark brown side dishes. "Commander, your food has arrived. Please eat quickly." Gonting placed Du Fei's meal down and then picked up her own bowl, silently immersing herself in her meal. Du Fei glanced at his food, a generous bowl of scallion pork noodles, accompanied by a sausage. Turning his gaze to Gonting's bowl, he noted that her meal, like those of the other female soldiers, consisted of a viscous porridge and dark brown side dishes. "Why is our food different?" Du Fei inquired. "Originally, everyone had the same rations, but the deputy commander instructed that your food standards should be higher than ours. When the deputy commander went to the base city to fetch you, he purchased some white flour, vegetables, and meat. After the purchase, we now have just over 50 hours left for everyone." Du Fei frowned and then asked, "How is time typically allocated in the field corps?" "Time is distributed equally among us. If there are expenses, we share them. Essentially, we all possess the same amount of time. In life and death, we share hardships. If we live together. If we die together," Gonting replied. Upon hearing this, Du Fei fell silent. This meant that all the female soldiers had less than 3 days of life remaining. It seemed that the situation in this female field corps was even worse than he had imagined. "Commander, please eat quickly," Gonting urged, lowering her head to drink her porridge. "Here, have some of mine." "What? I want to taste your porridge." "Commander, this is not appropriate. Obey orders." Without further ado, Du Fei seized Gonting's bowl of porridge and pushed the scallion pork noodles toward her. He then took a sip of the porridge and a bite of the dark brown side dish. "Ugh!" Du Fei nearly retched. "What is this?" The porridge was tasteless, resembling glue, and the dark brown side dish was nearly inedible, gritty, and possessed a strange flavor. "What kind of food is this?" Du Fei asked with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "The porridge is made from cassava that the logistics troops dug up from the mountain, processed into flour, and the dark dish is a type of wild vegetable. However, the freshly dug cassava and wild vegetables are radioactive and must be soaked in disinfectant before they can be dried and eaten. Mainly, we are not affluent enough to buy food from the federal stronghold. Thankfully, there is an abundance of cassava on the mountain, so having something to eat is already fortunate. Commander, this isn't suitable. I am accustomed to drinking cassava porridge." Gonting glanced around and whispered to Du Fei, "Do you intend to disobey orders? What is wrong with me swapping meals with you? Hurry and eat." Du Fei reprimanded Gonting, then, relying on his willpower, drank the bowl of porridge. As for the dark brown wild vegetable, he decided against consuming it. It was hard to believe that all the female soldiers, including Lu Ruobing, had been eating this kind of food all along. He couldn't fathom how they had endured over the years. Witnessing Du Fei's command to switch meals, Gonting had no choice but to comply. Ding! Reputation 10 points. Du Fei was taken aback and looked at Gonting, who displayed gratitude in her eyes as she savored her meal. "Finish this sausage as well." "No. Commander, you eat it." "I feel embarrassed enough eating the pork noodles. Taking your sausage would be too much." "This is an order. Open your mouth, Commander." "Don't." Before Gonting could refuse, Du Fei stuffed the sausage into her mouth. Ding! Reputation 10 points. The system notification chimed again. At that moment, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying entered, taking a seat among the female soldiers. Lu Ruobing lowered her head to eat the cassava porridge and wild vegetables, while Xiaoying, not in a rush to eat, puffed away on a cigarette beside her. As she exhaled smoke rings, her lips appeared alluring, and 2 charming dimples graced her face. It was undeniable that she was indeed beautiful, though her smoking habit was quite severe. Du Fei frowned. "Commander, you might not know, but Sister Xiaoying can't do without smoking." Gonting explained. "Can't do without smoking?" Du Fei found this peculiar. Sister Xiaoying's lungs have suffered severe radiation damage. Tobacco helps alleviate her pain. Having finished her meal, Gonting began to tidy up the utensils as she spoke. However, the radiation she endured is fatal. She could die at any moment. Du Fei was astonished, as Ganting's tone and demeanor conveyed a sense of nonchalance. Noticing Du Fei's unusual expression, Ganting offered a bitter smile. Too many sisters have died around us. We have become accustomed to it. The radiation in the wilderness is several times greater than that in the base city, and each of us has suffered varying degrees of harm. For instance, Sister Xiaoying has lung issues, Sister Ruobing has liver problems, while others suffer from shoulder and neck ailments or abdominal issues. There are too many. Understanding this, Du Fei finally grasped the arduous circumstances faced by these female soldiers. They were living through a veritable hell. Their remarkable strength could only be attributed to an insatiable desire for life. Du Fei felt a tumult of emotions within. He looked at Ganting and couldn't help but ask, "What part of your body has been affected by radiation, me?" Upon hearing Du Fei's question, Ganting was momentarily taken aback. Once she composed herself, her face turned crimson as she stammered, "Commander, I cannot speak of it." "All right, then you need not say anything." Du Fei expressed understanding. From Ganting's expression, it was evident that the affected area was indeed something difficult to articulate. Thus, he refrained from pressuring her to answer. After learning about the situation, Du Fei fell into silence. Although the irregular military units often behave like bandits, these female soldiers were fundamentally good-hearted individuals, a group of unfortunate souls. Moreover, since the system had already bound this military unit, it implicitly acknowledged these subordinates. Therefore, the immediate concern was to address the crisis at Blackwater River tomorrow. Chapter 5 Rare Materials. Mithril. After making a decision, Du Fei stood up and said, "Who can take me to the ammunition depot? I wish to inspect it." Upon hearing this, the female soldiers at the dining table turned their gazes toward Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying. Lu Ruobing rubbed her temples, while Xiaoying extinguished her cigarette, pouting without uttering a word. This student is quite the headache, Commander. Our living quarters are here, while the ammunition depot is in the adjacent air raid shelter." Lu Ruobing stood up, sensing that Du Fei was merely bored. "It's dark outside. It's not safe to go out now. Let's wait until tomorrow. I need to ascertain the weaponry and equipment situation of the field corps." "Do not forget that I am the commander." Du Fei fixed his gaze on Lu Ruobing, speaking with authority. Lu Ruobing, witnessing Du Fei's firm attitude, found herself speechless. Although Du Fei was an inexperienced student, he was, after all, the commander appointed by the Federation. Reluctantly, Lu Ruobing turned to Sun Shaoqian, who was responsible for the ammunition depot, and said, "Since the commander wishes to inspect it, you should accompany him." Then, she leaned close to Sun Shaoqian and whispered, "Just show him a glance. Those munitions are our lifeline." "Understood." Sun Shaoqian nodded, then straightened her posture and said, "Commander, hello, my name is Sun Shaoqian. Please follow me." At the entrance of the air raid shelter, a heavy, old-fashioned password gate was tightly shut. Sun Shaoqian approached, gripping the metal wheel, and began to turn at point 3597. Given the unusual circumstances, Du Fei could only mentally note the password. As the combination clicked into place, the gate creaked open. This moment, darkness enveloped the outside, with distant roars of beasts echoing. Due to the nighttime dangers posed by vicious beasts, the field corps had only set up surveillance devices outside the air raid shelter. With no soldiers stationed there, "Commander, we need to move quickly." Sun Shaoqian held a detector in her hand. Although it indicated safety nearby, she still cautioned. After speaking, she quickly made her way toward the adjacent ammunition depot. With Du Fei following closely behind, as they passed a pile of rubble, Du Fei inadvertently noticed something unusual about the stones. Many of them were adorned with silver specks, faintly glimmering in the darkness. Ding, mithril, or detected, can be refined into rare materials, mithril. The system notification echoed in his mind. These stones are mithril or mithril description, a material for which all people would fight tooth and nail. It is an indestructible and wondrous metal, can be crafted into mithril bullets or arrowheads, possessing lethal power against all living beings. Can be forged into defensive armor, light as a feather yet as sturdy as dragon scales. Its beauty rivals that of pure silver, retaining its luster through the passage of time. Click to expand more. What a treasure! This is undoubtedly a rare material. Du Fei felt a surge of joy within. Noticing that he had stopped in his tracks, Sun Shaoqian impatiently urged, "Commander, can we speed this up?" Du Fei steadied his nerves and followed her to the ammunition depot's entrance. As Sun Shaoqian turned the metal wheel again, Dufay mentally noted the password once more. The gate swung open. Click! Sun Shaoqian flipped the switch for the backup power, illuminating the vast cave with several wall lamps. Dufay stepped inside to inspect all the weapons and equipment, while Sun Shaoqian remained steadfastly by his side. Is this all there is? After a thorough inspection, he found only outdated, cumbersome weapons, incredibly obsolete. In one corner sat two battered off-road motorcycles, aside from a few shoulder-mounted grenade launchers and a couple of usable machine guns. The rest was merely a heap of scrap metal. The only valuable items were the dwindling munitions. Over 500 rounds of 20mm cannon shells, over 1,000 rounds of 7.62mm machine gun ammunition, 1,500 rounds of regular bullets, and 150 kilograms of gunpowder. Dufay felt utterly drained. This was not just poverty. It was abject destitution. With this meager supply of ammunition, they wouldn't last 5 minutes in a real battle. However, Dufay's mind was racing, and he quickly devised a plan. Although there were only about 3,000 rounds of ammunition left, he was relieved to have 150 kilograms of gunpowder, which would allow him to manufacture additional bullets. Most importantly, the stones outside could be refined to extract mithril. With mithril in hand, he could easily modify ordinary bullets into mithril bullets. This way, there was hope for completing the mission at Heishui River tomorrow. Dufay pondered to himself. However, from the demeanor and actions of Sun Shaoqian beside him, it was evident that she was on high alert. What did this signify? It indicated that, in the eyes of the soldiers, he was still merely a greenhorn, unworthy of their respect. If he were to tell them he could produce mithril bullets, they would likely deem him insane, for the technology to refine mithril was not yet mastered in this world. Although the Federation's elite corps possessed a minuscule amount of mithril, it was merely in the form of naturally occurring particles. The scarcity of these natural mithril particles illustrated just how precious mithril was in this world. Regrettably, he lacked the necessary reputation. Otherwise, he could have explored the technological repository for valuable items. There was no choice but to take matters into his own hands and produce a batch of mithril bullets. After a brief inspection, Dufay discreetly followed Sun Shaoqian out. Inside the air raid shelter, the female soldiers had extinguished their lights early and drifted into slumber. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, who resided next to Dufay, had finally finalized their combat strategy. Ying Bao, for tomorrow's mission, I would like. Lu Ruobing hesitated, gazing at Xia Ying. Considering your physical condition, I think it best for you to stay behind at the camp. What the hell are you doing? Are you insulting me? Xia Ying rolled her eyes, exhaling a puff of smoke in Lu Ruobing's face. My physical fitness is no worse than yours. I developed even better than you. If you don't believe me, let's compare. As she spoke, she forcefully pinned Lu Ruobing down, preparing to unbutton her shirt for a comparison. You little brat, stop messing around. Who's bigger? You are. Are you convinced? I am convinced. I am convinced. The two engaged in playful banter for a while, eventually collapsing onto the floor, their hair disheveled, with a hint of melancholy in their eyes. Ying Bao, tomorrow will be a battle with little hope of survival. We might not come back, Lu Ruobing said. I know. If we die together. Xia Ying nodded, standing up and patting Lu Ruobing's shoulder. I'll head back to sleep now. After saying this, she exited, returning to her own room. Lu Ruobing sighed softly, closed her door, and prepared for sleep. Just before drifting off, she seemed somewhat uneasy and took out her communicator, asking Shaoqian, "How's that student doing?" Rest assured, Ruobing Jia. I personally escorted him back to his room. He should be asleep by now, Sun Shaoqian replied. That's good. Get some rest. Tomorrow, he'll be in your hands. Yes. Chapter 6, Mithril bullets emerge in the dead of night. Dufay appeared outside the air raid shelter. He planned to refine the mithril first. However, to prevent being attacked by beasts, he opened the ammunition depot's gate. In case of an emergency, he could take refuge inside. Once everything was prepared, Dufay approached the pile of mithril ore. The stones were not large, so he did not need the mechanical arm from the multifunctional toolbox. First, he retrieved a vial of rare substance smelting agent from his system space. Unscrewing the cap, he noticed that the top was equipped with a reagent straw. After drawing a tube of the smelting agent, he began to conduct an experiment on a small piece of ore. Plop. Dufay gently dropped a single drop of the smelting agent onto the ore. A miraculous occurrence unfolded. The ore rippled like water, and the silver stars covering it began to converge, gradually disappearing. Huh? Where did it go? Just as Dufay was puzzled, a droplet of silvery, luminous liquid flowed from within the ore. Quickly solidifying in the next moment, the ore lost its luster, revealing a small piece of metallic silver about the size of a fingernail on the ground. Is this mithril? Du Fei picked it up, discovering it was nearly weightless, as light as plastic. When he squeezed it, it felt incredibly hard. Indeed, it was as light as a feather and as tough as dragon scales. Du Fei was ecstatic, having not anticipated the refining process to be so simple. Next, he began the official refining process. After refining several pieces, Du Fei completely mastered the dosage of the smelting agent. As long as ripples appeared on the ore, it indicated that the smelting agent was effective. A small piece of ore required just 1 drop, while larger pieces needed 2 to 3 drops to show ripples. Half an hour later, Du Fei had thoroughly sifted through the entire pile of ore, successfully refining it all. He had consumed about 30 milliliters of the smelting agent and obtained over 40 mithril blocks, ranging from the size of a fingernail to that of a bottle cap. The entire process went smoothly, without encountering any beast attacks, which greatly pleased Du Fei. After tidying up, he swiftly entered the ammunition depot and closed the door behind him. First, he would coat the existing bullets with mithril. Du Fei opened all the ammunition boxes, gazing at the over 3,000 rounds of bullets and shells, muttering to himself, in truth, it was not particularly difficult. He merely needed to coat all the bullet heads with a layer of mithril. However, the shells presented a bit of a challenge, as he needed to disassemble them to coat the projectiles inside with mithril and then reassemble them. Taking a deep breath, Du Fei retrieved various essential tools from the multifunctional toolbox. First, he fashioned a melting device from discarded steel plates. Then, he placed all the mithril blocks inside and added an entire straw of smelting agent. After a minute, the mithril began to liquefy. Miraculously, it generated no significant heat. If high temperatures had occurred, it could have caused explosions when applied to the bullets. Coating the bullets with silver required no special skills. A slight application of mithril on the bullet heads sufficed. It was a thin layer, not a complete coating. After all, there was only so much mithril available, and it had to be used sparingly. Though only a small amount was applied, these bullet heads would be deadly when fired into the bodies of mutated beasts or time beasts. Over an hour later, Du Fei had completed the mithril coating on all ordinary bullets and machine gun rounds. He then focused intently on disassembling the shells one by one. The fuses, cartridges, and belt mechanisms were all simple for him. He was quite familiar with disassembly and assembly. After some time, he had coated all the projectiles inside the shells with mithril and reassembled them. These shells appeared unchanged, yet they had transformed into the most formidable weapons in this world. Previously, these ordinary shells could only inflict minor damage on time beasts. Now, just 1 round could instantly slay a time beast. As for the mutated beasts, a single blast could take down a whole area. Du Fei felt that the entire scene would be utterly shocking. Next, he began to utilize several types of gunpowder from the storage room and some scrap copper to manufacture bullets. The simplest tasks often prove the most challenging. While bullets are fundamentally straightforward, crafting them well is no easy feat. The 4 components, case, primer, propellant, and projectile, must be precise, with no room for error. The process was relatively complex, and the key was not to rush. He employed a compression bed, lathe, molds, and various measuring instruments. By nearly 6 o'clock, the sky began to brighten slightly. The ammunition depot had acquired over 2,000 brand new mithril bullets within the air raid shelter. The female soldiers had already risen. Report. An emergency situation has arisen in the ammunition depot. One female soldier, conducting a routine check of the surveillance monitors, suddenly spotted a figure and immediately reported to Lu Ruobing. What? Emergency assembly. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying were taken aback. They dashed outside, followed closely by all the female soldiers, who surged out of the air raid shelter. Click. The ammunition depot's gate suddenly swung open. Du Fei was startled. He had been discovered. You? What are you doing in the ammunition depot? Upon seeing the disheveled Du Fei, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying were momentarily stunned. Du Fei smiled nonchalantly. Oh, nothing much. I just modified the ammunition a bit. What the hell? What the hell? Xiaoying stomped her foot, cursing vehemently, her voice breaking with anger. Lu Ruobing's face turned pale, nearly fainting from rage. Heavens, you actually tampered with our ammunition. Chapter 7. Bird eggs meet steel balls. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying were seething with anger, as if they could devour Du Fei on the spot. Seeing the armored vehicles roll out, Du Fei disregarded them and turned to leave the ammunition depot. He took a brush and quickly applied the remaining liquefied mithril to the two armored vehicles, with the mithril running low. He could only coat some critical areas. Xia Ying chased after him, gritting her teeth. "You little brat, are you insane? That ammunition is our lifeline," Lu Ruobing angrily questioned. "What exactly did you do?" "I can't explain everything right now. Just follow my orders when we reach Heishui River." Du Fei continued to work swiftly on the armored vehicles, fearing they might not even know what mithril was. How dare they call him a little brat? Soon, they would be convinced, begging to call him daddy. Xia Ying was furious, her chest heaving with rage. "Take orders from you? Just based on what?" Lu Ruobing commanded. "Sun Shaoqian?" "Yes," Sun Shaoqian responded, drawing her gun and pointing it at Du Fei's forehead. "Don't move," Du Fei shivered. "What do you want?" Lu Ruobing furrowed her brows. "Take him back and keep an eye on him." "Yes." Sun Shaoqian seized Du Fei, nudging his backside with her knee. "Commander, please return to your room and cooperate. This is blatant barbarism. You dare to imprison the highest commander." Du Fei found himself ensnared by Sun Shaoqian, struggling futilely against her grip. Finally, in sheer exasperation, he exclaimed, "Those bullets have been transformed into mithril bullets. Use them sparingly." As his voice faded, Sun Shaoqian seized him and whisked him away into the air raid shelter, akin to an eagle capturing a chick. Infuriated, he lamented the unpredictable madness of it all. What mithril bullets? It was all mere lunacy. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying exchanged glances, shaking their heads in disbelief, before hastily entering the ammunition depot to each procure a handful of bullets. They swiftly loaded their findings into empty magazines and emerged, one after the other, bang, 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 with chips erupted from two distant trees. Thankfully, all seemed well. Lu Ruobing breathed a sigh of relief. The sound of gunfire left Du Fei, now confined within the room, at a loss for words, shaking his head in disbelief. He had mentioned those were mithril bullets. "What a wasteful woman. Should we try a few shells?" Xia Ying inquired. "No need. I suspect the shells remain untouched, and time is of the essence," Lu Ruobing replied, then commanded all female soldiers, "Prepare your equipment." "Yes, ma'am." "Report." "A portion of bullets has been found in the ammunition depot." Lu Ruobing paused, then instructed, "Take them all." "Ruobing, is it appropriate to confine him? After all, he is our commander." Xia Ying frowned. "Sigh, this is for his own good. He is still just a child." Lu Ruobing sighed softly, then added, "Rest assured, if night falls and we do not return, Sun Shaoqian will find another way for him." Upon hearing this, Xia Ying gazed up at the overcast sky, silently nodding. "Target, Heishui River." "Depart." "Yes, ma'am." The two armored vehicles roared to life as the female soldiers sprinted alongside, advancing toward the Heishui River. The moment the female field unit left the camp, a gust of mountain wind swept through, reducing the two distant trees to ashes, scattering them away in the Rejuvenation Military District. The 48th Division received word from the detached female field unit that they had embarked toward the Heishui River. An aide reported to the division commander, Diao Deque, clad in a black uniform. "Very well," Diao Deque nodded, then ordered, "Relay the command to withdraw all mobile units from Heishui River and head to the Honggu Dam hunting area." Subsequently, he dispatched drones to lure all time beasts and mutated creatures in the vicinity of Heishui River to coordinates 269. 71 Commander, are we abandoning the Heishui River hunting zone? The aide asked. Puzzled. "This is the mission assigned to my 48th Division by the higher-ups. That madwoman who formed the female field unit has always been a thorn in their side. Now the remaining filth must be eradicated, and we can conveniently dispose of an 18-year-old short-lived wretch. After all, under the watchful eye of the heavenly eye, the higher-ups require us to execute this task flawlessly," Diao Deque concluded, a sinister smile creeping across his face. "Federal regulations stipulate that corps are not to engage in mutual slaughter. Otherwise, whoever is responsible will face severe punishment. However, allowing the female field unit to perish at the hands of the time beasts does not violate any regulations." "Yes, Commander, your brilliance is unmatched," the aide responded before turning to relay the orders at 9:30 a.m. "Deputy Commander, we will reach coordinates 269, 71 in 10 minutes. Order, proceed at full speed and arrive at the destination early." Lu Ruobing commanded from the armored command vehicle. "Yes, ma'am." The female soldiers of the field unit pressed forward without pause, their pace quickening. "Report. Emergency situation." Communications Officer Ganting, clutching a detector, reported urgently. Lu Ruobing glanced at the detector, noting the numerous green and red dots rapidly approaching them. The green dots represented mutated beasts, while the red dots indicated time beasts. Lu Ruobing gasped in alarm. What is happening? How could this be? Where are the 48th Division? Why are there so many ferocious beasts? Simultaneously, the female soldiers aboard the transport armored vehicle, including Xia Ying, also sensed the anomaly. Report. Numerous mutated beasts and time beasts have been confirmed at coordinates 269, 71. Portions of ferocious beasts are attacking from both the left and right. All personnel enter combat readiness. Lu Ruobing's expression turned grave as she commanded. Confirm the exact numbers. The female soldiers of the field unit, now on high alert, swiftly gathered near the two armored vehicles. Soon, Ganting reported, 8 level 2 time beasts are leading 2 packs of mutated beasts, less than 3 kilometers away before she could finish. The ground trembled, and the roars of beasts surged closer like a tidal wave. 8 level 2 time beasts, 2 packs of mutated beasts. Lu Ruobing clenched her fists, her palms clammy with sweat. Leading each pack of beasts were a level 2 time beast on either side. This was troublesome. At a speed of 150 kilometers per hour, we can no longer retreat, and even one of them could annihilate us all. With our current ammunition, the cannon and machine gunners would barely sustain a fight for 10 minutes. Most critically, there were still 6 level 2 time beasts behind the 2 packs. Ganting quickly assessed the dire situation. The circumstances were grave. An annihilating encounter awaited. The female field unit stood no chance against the level 2 time beasts. It was akin to a fragile egg clashing with a steel ball. Order. The cannon and machine guns on the command and transport vehicles target the time beasts. All soldiers retreat to the right rear ravine. Using the rocks as cover, targeting the mutated beast packs. We must strive to keep the beast packs at bay within a 300-meter range and prepare for a desperate fight. After issuing the combat orders, Lu Ruobing turned to Ganting, asking, have we established contact with the 48th Division? Their channel has been shut down. Ruobing Jia, I suspect this is a trap set for us, Ganting replied. Damn Wu Daguay. I curse him. Lu Ruobing's eyes widened in fury as she unleashed a rare expletive. After venting her frustration, she grabbed a submachine gun and swiftly opened the armored vehicle door. Ruobing Jia, what are you doing? Ganting inquired, looking at Lu Ruobing in alarm. Ganting, our once 2,000-plus warriors in the field unit now number only 108. My mother always said that you could be an excellent commander. Yet I have never given you the chance. I should not have accepted the mission from the 48th Division. That was my mistake. That I apologize for dismissing your earlier counsel, Lu Ruobing solemnly declared. Facing the approaching horde of beasts, her back to Ganting, I will do my utmost to cover the command vehicle, and I hope you can lead the remaining sisters to safety. Lu Ruobing gazed at the surging beast packs. She commanded Ganting, once we breach a gap, you are to retreat without concern for us. Chapter 8. Is this what I've wrought? Ruobing Jia, you cannot. You must not leave the command vehicle. Ganting urgently protested. Ganting, that is an order. The remaining sisters have endured less radiation. You are the hope for the continuation of our female field unit. Lu Ruobing's expression turned serious as she added. Once we create an opening, retreat without concern for us. With that, Lu Ruobing leaped from the command vehicle. The eyes of the 5 or 6 communication female soldiers glistened with tears as they covered their faces. Weeping, cannon gunners and machine gunners, take your positions. Open fire with full force as soon as the time beasts come within range. Ganting wiped her tears and quickly commanded, yes. All personnel prepare. Unload all ammunition from the transport vehicle. Outside the command vehicle, the infantry commander shouted with all her might, report. An additional 2,600 rounds have been found, and they lack federal identification numbers. Lack federal identification numbers? The infantry commander paused, puzzled. There was no time to ponder this anomaly. She waved her hand. Forget about that. Distribute everything. You've all done well, Lu Ruobing stated. Seeing this, the commander was momentarily taken aback. Ruobing Jia, make full use of the rocks and ravines as cover. Prepare for battle. Lu Ruobing's brow furrowed as she focused on the increasingly closer beast horde. Ruobing Jia, I still have a machine gun here, but there aren't many bullets left, the commander said. Then hand me the machine gun. Use it sparingly, Lu Ruobing replied, plunging into the midst of the female soldiers to help them fortify their defenses. All the female soldiers tearfully saluted her. The beast horde would enter firing range in 30 seconds. Prepare the howitzers. 30, 29, 28, 27 inside the command vehicle. Gonting fixated on the detector, issuing commands. The female soldiers concealed themselves behind the rocks, filled with anxiety. Lu Ruobing's finger rested on the machine gun trigger. Her gaze fixed ahead. Lu Ruobing, what in the world is this? We agreed to die together. I want to let this end here. In the transport armored vehicle, Xia Ying spotted Lu Ruobing and erupted in a furious tirade. She intended to disembark and fight alongside Lu Ruobing, but it was already too late. Boom, roar. In the blink of an eye, the ground shook violently, trees swayed in the distance, and dust rose. Two grotesque giant creatures led a dark mass of mutated beasts. Surging from both sides, these two behemoths alternated between crawling and upright running, towering over 3 meters tall. Their heads were flattened, their sunken eye sockets glowing red, with tentacles and fangs protruding from their mouths, occasionally emitting a guttural sound that resonated through the beast horde. The giants boasted sharp, obsidian claws, their scales glimmering as though covered in impenetrable iron armor. Their appearance was bizarre and terrifying, truly alien in nature. These two extraterrestrial giants were the level 2 time beasts. All the female soldiers stood resolutely, their faces reflecting a readiness to face death. They understood that against the level 2 time beasts, their chances of survival were virtually non-existent. This would be their final battle in life. Despite the fact that their weaponry posed little threat to the level 2 chrono beasts, they were determined to fight with every ounce of strength. The horde had entered firing range. Fire the grenades, commanded Gonting decisively. In the next instant, whoosh, 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 boom, boom. Several grenades exploded amidst the beasts. The battle had commenced. Huh? What is happening? Gonting noticed an anomaly on the detector. She observed that the once densely packed mutated beasts had significantly diminished, with several blank areas appearing on the screen. Clearly, the grenades had taken down a considerable number of mutated beasts. Impossible. When did ordinary grenades gain such formidable power? Continue firing the grenades. Gonting swiftly issued another command, her gaze fixed intently on the detector. Boom, boom. This time she saw it clearly. After the explosions, the beast horde suffered heavy casualties. Could it be the commander? Gonting suddenly recalled what Du Fei had said when Sun Shaoqian had escorted him into the air raid shelter. Could he have truly enhanced the ammunition's power? Order. Target the chrono beasts with the autocannons. Machine guns and infantry fire at the advancing mutated beasts. Do not waste bullets. Victory is ours. Gonting commanded loudly, her tone brimming with excitement. Upon hearing Gonting's orders through the communicator, Lu Ruobing's face turned pale. What is she planning to do? We agreed to cover the command vehicle's retreat. Why is she disobeying? However, the urgency of the situation left Lu Ruobing no time to ponder. 2 level 2 chrono beasts led the charge of the horde right before them. Open fire! The female soldiers unleashed a barrage of fire from their submachine guns, pistols, and grenades. Autocannon, target the chrono beasts, fire at will, commanded Xia Ying from inside the armored transport. Rat-a-tat-tat, dozens of 20mm autocannon shells erupted from the barrel, hurtling towards a level 2 chrono beast. The autocannon mounted on the outdated armored vehicle was not particularly powerful, barely scratching the surface of the level 2 chrono beast, akin to a mere tickle. Xia Ying considered it fortunate if the barrage could slightly impede the beast's advance. Little did she know, bang, 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 dozens of shells detonated against the level 2 chrono beast, causing a multitude of surrounding mutated beasts to collapse. Looking back at the level 2 chrono beast, its massive form was torn asunder, blood and flesh flying. Heavenly eye message. Slaying a level 2 chrono beast yields 3,626 hours. The Chrono Federation extracts 20. And the Auxiliary Women's Field Combat Unit Storage Card receives 2,901 hours. Auxiliary Women's Field Combat Unit Storage Card balance, 2,901 hours. What did I just see? The Chrono Beast is dead? My goodness! Sister Xia Ying, we VE gained 2,901 hours. Inside the armored transport, several female soldiers shrieked in astonishment. Xia Ying was left dumbfounded. How could this be possible? Meanwhile, all the female soldiers witnessed the incredible scene. The level 2 chrono beast had actually been killed by the autocannon. Just a handful of shells had taken it down. Moreover, astonishingly, The mutated beasts were falling one by one under their relentless fire. When did these mutated beasts become so fragile? Unbelievable. Lu Ruobing's eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? She recalled Du Fei's words. Rat-a-tat-tat. Lu Ruobing squeezed the trigger, unleashing a volley at another level 2 chrono beast. Gagaga! Roar. The level 2 chrono beast emitted a horrifying scream. Dozens of blood holes erupted on its iron-hard body, dark green blood gushing forth. Boom! The massive form of the level 2 chrono beast swayed a few times before crashing to the ground. My goodness, it was killed by machine gun fire. Our storage card just gained over 2,000 hours. The communicator relayed another round of excited screams from the female soldiers in the armored vehicle. Did I really kill it? I took down a level 2 chrono beast with a machine gun? Lu Ruobing gasped, covering her mouth in shock, her face trembling in disbelief. She gazed at the bullets coated in a silvery substance, unable to collect her thoughts. Goodness, these bullets are incredibly powerful. This is unprecedented. Are these truly mithril bullets? Such ammunition is likely beyond even the capabilities of the Chrono Federation. Chapter 9. A resounding victory in this battle with the two leading level 2 chrono beasts felled. The mutated horde instantly descended into chaos. Sisters, it is confirmed. Commander Du Fei has modified our ammunition. Gonting's voice came through the communicator. The enhanced bullets possess tremendous power and are exceedingly precious. Just aim, and you can take one down with a single shot. Do not waste them. Sisters, keep your spirits high. Victory will ultimately belong to us. As her words fell, all the female soldiers of the Auxiliary Field Combat Unit were invigorated. Roar, Gagaga. 6 more level 2 chrono beasts surged forward, driving the horde with them. Grenades, fire at the clusters. Handguns, take aim and shoot. Lu Ruobing commanded. Inside the armored transport, Xiaoying similarly issued orders. Autocannon, machine guns, target the chrono beasts. Do not waste any shots. Fire in bursts. Reflecting on the earlier volley of shells that had struck a chrono beast, Xiaoying felt a pang of regret. The targets had now entered firing range. Open fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. The female soldiers, filled with high morale and confidence, resumed their combat stance. Good news. Our Auxiliary Women's Field Combat Unit storage card has gained 3,016 hours. Good news. Our Auxiliary Women's Field Combat Unit storage card has gained another 2,852 hours. Soon, 2 more level 2 chrono beasts were annihilated. That moment. Without warning, 2 colossal figures appeared in midair. They were 2 level 2 chrono beasts with wings, diving rapidly towards the command vehicle and transport. Invisible winged beasts. Oh no. Gonting, Xiaoying, and all the female soldiers gasped in horror, shouting in alarm. Both Gonting in the command vehicle and Xiaoying in the transport simultaneously spotted the descending winged beasts. These chrono beasts could fly at high speeds and were adept at stealth, making them difficult to detect. They only revealed their presence when they initiated an attack, allowing the detector to detect them. The invisible winged beasts could be deemed the most terrifying of all chrono beasts. At this moment, the 2 level 2 invisible winged beasts were descending rapidly, and the autocannons and machine guns would be unable to intercept them in time. At this rate, both the command vehicle and transport would surely be obliterated. Sisters, farewell, Ruobing, you must survive, came the desperate voices of Gonting and Xiaoying through the communicator. Their final words, bang bang. The 2 level 2 invisible winged beasts collided with the command vehicle and transport, producing 2 deafening crashes. Gonting, Xiaoying, Lu Ruobing, and all the female soldiers cried out in unison, some even closing their eyes in despair. However, to their astonishment, the command vehicle and transport were hurled far away from the impact, crashing into several large rocks and coming to a halt. The vehicles only sustained a few dents and did not shatter as expected. Looking back at the 2 level 2 invisible winged beasts, one had a broken wing and was flapping helplessly on the ground, while the other, upon impact, had driven its own claws into its body, barely clinging to life. Inside the command vehicle and transport, all the female soldiers experienced a ringing in their ears, clutching their heads in confusion. In the next moment, we are still alive. We are unharmed. Gonting and Xiaoying simultaneously lifted the hatches of their armored vehicles. Their voices nearly a roar due to the lingering ringing in their ears. Heavens, they are still alive. This is unbelievable. At the moment of the attack, the 2 armored vehicles seemed to have shimmered with a faint silver glow. It must have been the substance on the vehicles that absorbed the impact of the two Level 2 invisible winged beasts, allowing Ganting and Xia Ying to escape unscathed in an instant. Lu Ruobing and all the female soldiers recalled the scene of Du Fei modifying something on the armored vehicle before they left. Fantastic. Let's continue the fight. Lu Ruobing snapped back to reality, raising her machine gun and firing at the two struggling invisible winged beasts. Heavenly Eye message. Slaying a Level 2 invisible winged beast yields 3,954 hours. The Chrono Federation extracts 20, and the Auxiliary Women's Field Combat Unit storage card receives 3,163 hours. Heavenly Eye message. Slaying a Level 2 invisible winged beast yields 3,628 hours. The Chrono Federation extracts 20, and the Auxiliary Women's Field Combat Unit storage card receives 2,903 hours. The two Level 2 invisible winged beasts were slain, and the Women's Field Combat Unit gained further rewards. The battle intensified. The autocannons of both armored vehicles sustained damage, and Ganting, Xia Ying, and the communication officers opened the vehicle doors, joining the ranks of infantry. Machine guns, fire with all your might. Grenades, fire, boom, boom. The chrono beasts and mutated beasts fell like leaves under the relentless assault of the field combat unit, their anguished cries filling the air. Soon, the remaining 4 Level 2 chrono beasts fell one after another. As the Women's Field Combat Unit storage card continued to receive credits, 10 minutes later, the disoriented mutated horde scattered in disarray, fleeing into the mountains. Cease fire. We have triumphed. Well done. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Ganting exchanged glances, their faces revealing a complex mix of emotions, exhilaration and excitement. What a thrill! It was simply astonishing. Hard to believe. Indeed, we managed to hunt down 10 Level 2 chrono beasts and vanquish 2 mutant beast hordes. All the female soldiers embraced one another, tears of joy streaming down their faces. How invigorating! This achievement. They had never participated in such a thrilling battle in their lives. Assess the casualties and report the losses. Commanded Lu Ruobing. Understood. 3 minutes later. Report. The communication vehicle and transport vehicle suffered from mild tinnitus among 13 soldiers. Aside from that, the entire regiment incurred no casualties. A total of 1,263 rounds of various ammunition remain. The cannon and machine gun of the command and transport vehicles were severely deformed, and the vehicle body and communication equipment sustained some damage, but it did not affect mobility. Our Women's Field Regiment has annihilated 10 Level 2 chrono beasts, earning 27,875 hours. This battle was a resounding victory, report concluded. All the female soldiers of the Women's Field Regiment erupted into cheers. A miracle. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Ganting inhaled deeply. For the first time, they felt that the irradiated air was remarkably refreshing. At this moment, they understood that the reason for their remarkable victory at the Heishui River, with no losses among their ranks, was entirely due to Du Fei. That little brat in their eyes had saved all the sisters of the field regiment. Ganting, Xia Ying, see if we can still contact Sun Shaoqian. Quickly! Lu Ruobing exclaimed as she dashed into the command vehicle. Got it. Ganting and Xia Ying, along with the communication soldiers, swiftly took their positions. Calling Sun Shaoqian. Calling Sun Shaoqian. After a brief silence, a crackling interference filled the communicator. Received. Sun Shaoqian responding. Sun Shaoqian, how is Commander Du Fei faring? Please respond. Report, Deputy Commander. I fear the little brat might misbehave, so I temporarily tied him up, came Sun Shaoqian's voice from the communicator. What? I command you to untie Commander Du Fei at once. Do not mistreat him. Crackle, Lu Ruobing shouted urgently into the communicator. Poor signal. Cannot hear. Please repeat. Please repeat. Crackle. The signal was lost. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Ganting exchanged anxious glances, stamping their feet in desperation. Gather. Return to the camp at full speed. We must arrive by 2 in the afternoon. Chapter 10. The return of victory in the Revival Military District, 48th Division. Considering the time, it seems the remnants of the Women's Field Regiment and that genius from the Command Academy should have all perished in the beasts' bellies. Division Commander Diao Decue reclined confidently on a beast skin sofa, his legs crossed, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Even if the Federal's eye detects our malicious actions at the 48th Division, the worst we would face is a slight fine. After all, a ragtag army like the Women's Field Regiment contributes very little to the Federation throughout the year. The eye also has its biases. Sometimes it turns a blind eye. Commander, We have miscalculated, exclaimed the aide, rushing in. What do you mean miscalculated? Diao Dekue paused, slightly taken aback. Quickly look at the latest news from the eye. The aide activated the laser screen. Accessing the eye's website.it displayed the statuses of various military districts, along with countless rankings and battle records of numerous corps. A somewhat inconspicuous latest report was gaining traction. In the Revival Military District, the extrajudicial Women's Field Regiment annihilated 10 Level 2 chrono beasts during the Heishui River battle, including 2 invisible winged beasts. The ranking of the extrajudicial Women's Field Regiment surged from 318,895th to 97,566th. The regiment's performance has entered the top 100,000 rankings, and the Eye has marked this corps with a contribution star. Division Commander Diao Dekue inhaled sharply, his expression darkening. What on earth is going on? I don't know. I'm just as puzzled, replied the aide, shaking his head. Logically, with their numbers and equipment, they shouldn't even be able to fend off mutant beasts. Yet, I never expected them to kill 10 Level 2 chrono beasts, including 2 Level 2 invisible winged beasts, and to defeat 2 mutant beast hordes. They had less than 100 personnel, and the entire battle lasted less than an hour. Such a record even surpasses what our mobile brigade of 7,000 could achieve. Commander, I suspect the Eye might be malfunctioning. How could this be? It's simply unbelievable. Diao Dekue stared at the news on the website. His mind reeling in shock, he found it hard to accept. It seemed too far-fetched. However, the Eye was not prone to error. After a moment, Diao Dekue inquired, what were their casualties? Unclear. The Eye did not display that information. Find out. Investigate their battle situation at the Heishui River and ascertain what weapons and equipment they have. Understood. By the way, Commander, the evaluation report for the Qingchuan relic hunting grounds has come out. Experts suggest it is quite suitable for establishing a new hunting ground. Noted. 2 deformed armored vehicles, emitting black smoke, lumbered along as all the female soldiers ran alongside. The Women's Field Regiment advanced quickly, additionally hunting down 5 or 6 Level 1 chrono beasts along the way. Accumulating several thousand hours in their storage cards, they felt the benefits of the mithril bullets deeply. Each one was like a protective talisman. Of course, all of this was granted to them by Du Fei. 3 hours later, they finally returned to the camp, with all personnel back in the air raid shelter. Lu Ruobing was the first to leap from the armored vehicle, rushing towards Du Fei's room. Xiaoying, Ganting, and all the female soldiers followed closely behind. Bang! Lu Ruobing forcefully burst through the door. Sun Shaoqian jumped in surprise. Upon seeing Lu Ruobing, she was momentarily stunned. Then, Xia Ying and Ganting appeared, panting, followed by a throng of female soldiers surrounding them. Oh my, they're all back? How wonderful! Sun Shaoqian exclaimed joyfully. Lu Ruobing shoved her aside and immediately spotted Du Fei bound to the bed. Hurry and untie the commander. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Ganting urged in unison. Sun Shaoqian exclaimed, rushing over to help untie the ropes. Lu Ruobing glanced at the ajar wardrobe and kicked Sun Shaoqian's backside. You little rascal. Who told you to touch my things? Saying this, she swiftly yanked the black cloth gag from Du Fei's mouth. Commander, I apologize, Lu Ruobing said, hiding the cloth behind her back, her face flushed. I washed it very clean. Pfft. Xia Ying and Ganting couldn't hold back their laughter, while the female soldiers outside the door stifled their giggles, unsure whether to laugh or not. Sun Shaoqian truly was a remarkable talent. Have you all returned? Du Fei sat up, moving his jaw. He then got off the bed to stretch his limbs, looking at all the female soldiers gathered outside the door. In that moment, everyone was taken aback. They had expected Du Fei to explode in anger. Lu Ruobing had already braced herself for punishment. To their surprise, Du Fei's expression remained inscrutable, leaving them uncertain if he was harboring any fury within. Commander, Lu Ruobing began to speak, but Du Fei waved her off, stating directly, First, tell me about the battle at the Heishui River. He was eager to learn what kind of damage those mithril bullets had inflicted upon the fierce beasts. Lu Ruobing, observing Du Fei's earnest demeanor, felt a pang of guilt. This man had tirelessly crafted mithril bullets for the Women's Field Regiment overnight, yet he had yet to witness their effectiveness. Not only that, but he had also been ridiculed and even bound by her and the other sisters. Reflecting on this made Lu Ruobing feel increasingly remorseful towards him. She steadied her emotions and earnestly reported to Du Fei. Report, Commander, We suspect that the 48th Division plotted against our Women's Field Regiment during the Heishui River mission. When we arrived at the combat destination, the 48th Division had already retreated, and they maliciously shut down the communication channels. Du Fei nodded thoughtfully. He had anticipated this. However, he expected Wu Daguay to go to such lengths to eliminate him. Yet, unbeknownst to Du Fei, Wu Daguay's motivations extended beyond just targeting him. There were other underlying reasons. Subsequently, the detection device indicated a large number of fierce beasts at the combat destination, and we were subsequently ambushed by 2 mutant beast hordes. Among those beasts were 8 level 2 chrono beasts. And we were unable to retreat in time. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaoqian's eyes widened in disbelief, and she hurriedly asked, "How did you manage to escape?" Lu Ruobing rolled her eyes at her, then continued, "Thanks to the mithril bullets modified by the commander, their power was beyond imagination. We easily killed 10 level 2 chrono beasts and crushed 2 mutant beast hordes, with no casualties on our side." Sun Xiaoqian was left dumbfounded, feeling as though she were in a dream. However, she sensed something was amiss and pondered for a moment before asking, "How could it be 10 level 2 chrono beasts? Wasn't it 8? Gonting stepped forward, explaining, "There were also 2 level 2 invisible winged beasts that ambushed the command vehicle and transport vehicle. At that moment, we were surely doomed." "What? 2 level 2 stealth wing beasts?" Sun Xiaoqian was taken aback, and even Du Fei felt a slight tremor in his heart. The stealth wing beasts are notoriously elusive, regarded as the most formidable and terrifying among the time beasts. "Could you refrain from being so startled?" Lu Ruobing shot her a glance and remarked, "Thanks to the mysterious substance the commander applied to the vehicle before departure, Gonting, Xiaoying, and the other sisters were spared from disaster." "And then?" Du Fei inquired further, eager to understand the defensive capabilities of the secret silver used on the vehicle. Subsequently, the 2 stealth wing beasts collided with the command and transport vehicles, resulting in minimal damage to our vehicle. While the 2 beasts suffered severe injuries, one lost a wing, and the other impaled itself with its own claw, which I subsequently dealt with using 2 bursts of fire. Additionally, on our return journey, we hunted down 5 or 6 level 1-time beasts. In this campaign, we amassed a total of 33,569 hours. Yet it is disheartening to note that we are left with merely over 900 rounds of ammunition. Lu Ruobing concluded her report. "Excellent. As long as there are no casualties," Du Fei nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over Lu Ruobing and all the female soldiers. "Ammunition is meant to safeguard your lives. Should you encounter a situation and deliberately conserve ammunition, your actions could easily endanger your comrades." Finally, he spoke earnestly, "You are 108 in total. I do not wish to see even one of you harmed." As his words fell, the atmosphere grew silent. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gonting, Sun Xiaoqian, and all the female soldiers bowed their heads. At that moment, their sentiments towards Du Fei transcended mere guilt. Chapter 11. Unlocking the Technology Repository after a brief silence. Sun Xiaoqian, with a look of remorse on her face, said, "Commander, I am truly sorry. I should not have treated you that way. Please punish me." Lu Ruobing took a deep breath and turned to Du Fei, saying, "Commander, I was wrong. Reflecting on how we treated you before, I believe we all regret it now, and I hope you can forgive us. Sun Xiaoqian's actions were my orders. If punishment is due, it should be directed at me." Upon witnessing Lu Ruobing take the initiative to apologize to Du Fei, all the female soldiers outside echoed in unison, "Commander, we are sorry." Xia Ying discarded the cigarette in her hand, likewise lowering her head. "I misunderstood you, and I am willing to accept any punishment." She dared not meet Du Fei's gaze, speaking softly, "You may whip me without mercy until you forgive me." It is worth noting that Xia Ying was notoriously stubborn. Having never bowed her head to anyone in her life, she was a woman of fierce spirit, akin to a wild stallion. In her childhood, her stepfather had once hung her up and beaten her for 3 days and nights to force her to admit her mistakes. Yet she had not flinched. Thus, to see her bowing her head to Du Fei now, it was evident how much courage she had summoned. Not for any other reason but for the battle at Heishui River. After this confrontation, she had completely come to respect Du Fei in her heart. All her sisters returned unscathed, alive. This man had crafted such formidable ammunition, showcasing extraordinary capabilities. He had saved the entire regiment's lives. While she had scolded him before so many people as a mere child, one could only imagine how hurt he must feel. Therefore, Xia Ying's sole desire at this moment was to obtain Du Fei's forgiveness. Willing to accept any punishment he deemed fit to this moment. Only Ganting remained silent, observing Du Fei's expression. Du Fei frowned, his countenance darkening. Ganting began to panic, sensing that Du Fei was on the verge of an outburst. "Commander, please forgive them. The Heishui River mission was fraught with peril. Ruobing's orders to confine you were merely to protect you from danger. If punishment is to be meted out, then let it fall upon me as well." "Ganting, please don't. We are the ones at fault." Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Sun Shaoqian all turned to Ganting. Enough. Du Fei understood that now was not the time for reprimands or scolding, especially since what he desired was still not within reach. "Had there been casualties in this battle, I would certainly not have spared you. However, since you have returned safely, the punishment is waived. I do not wish to see such incidents occur again." "Then why did your expression look so frightening earlier?" Ganting quietly asked. "I was merely conflicted about whether that piece of clothing had been cleaned properly," Du Fei replied, smacking his lips as he glanced at Lu Ruobing. Lu Ruobing's face instantly flushed. "Wow, the commander isn't angry. How wonderful. The commander is so handsome." All the female soldiers erupted in tears of joy, embracing one another and cheering jubilantly. Ding, reputation 10 points. Ding, reputation 10 points. Ding, reputation 10 points. Ding, reputation 10 points. Ding, technology repository has been unlocked. Corresponding items can be exchanged. Indeed, the system's notification resounded like a tide of bells. Du Fei felt a surge of delight as the technology repository was unlocked. Sigh, enduring humiliation for the sake of reputation points, is it really that easy for me? Fortunately, there were no outsiders present. Otherwise, someone would surely accuse him of being sycophantic. Attention. Assemble in 20 minutes. I have an announcement to make and to confirm the preliminary development direction of our field regiment. Du Fei's gaze swept over all the female soldiers as he spoke gravely. "Yes, Commander." Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Ganting, Sun Shaoqian, and others stood tall, respectfully saluting Du Fei. Subsequently, all the female soldiers dispersed promptly. Du Fei closed the door behind him and opened the system interface. Host, Du Fei position, Commander Legion, external women's field regiment reputation points, 1370 affinity value, 0 physique, not enhanced, 30 radiation exposure items, universal toolbox 1450 milliliters rare material smelting agent warm reminder, technology repository unlocked. Corresponding items can be exchanged. Du Fei briefly scanned the system interface, unable to contain his excitement as he opened the technology repository. A plethora of items greeted his eyes, leaving him astonished. Rare material smelting agent, 500 milliliters requires 200 reputation points. Light armor, blueprint requires 200 reputation points. Land King tracked battle vehicle, blueprint requires 500 reputation points. Energy crystal, system produced, non-replicable, sustainable energy for 1 year requires 100 reputation points. Recovery pool, blueprint requires 500 reputation points. Water purifier, blueprint requires 200 reputation points. Predator stealth drone, blueprint requires 1500 reputation points. Vibranium synthesis technology, requires 100 affinity points. URU synthesis technology, requires 500 affinity points. Intelligent laser defense system, blueprint requires 1000 affinity points. Click to expand more. Every item within required either reputation points or affinity points for exchange, an array so vast it was dazzling. Du Fei inhaled deeply, struggling to suppress his excitement. Although most of the items in the technology repository were blueprints and technologies, each one represented cutting-edge black technology. Particularly, the vibranium and URU were metals far superior to secret silver. Should either of these metals be fashioned into armor, it would undoubtedly be an invincible creation. However, they necessitated a certain amount of affinity points, which he currently could not exchange for. It appeared that both reputation points and affinity points were of paramount importance. Du Fei gazed at the myriad of items in the technology repository, lost in thought. From this moment forth, his position within the Women's Field Regiment was officially established. He had become the true supreme commander. Thus, he would strive to forge a formidable army, ensuring that his female soldiers lived healthily and happily. Moreover, his father and sister were not in a secure position at present. After all, Wu Daguai was a mid-level figure within the Time Federation. capable of expelling his father and sister from the Revival City with a mere command. He now realized that the inside and outside of Revival City were utterly disparate realms, as the Federation's surveillance severed communication between the two. People within the city could not contact those outside. As if separated by worlds, he needed to grow stronger, and swiftly. Du Fei clenched his fist, beginning to contemplate, with 1370 reputation points, what should I exchange for first? After a period of consideration, Du Fei made his decision. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using 500 reputation points to exchange for a blueprint of the Land King tracked battle vehicle. As the system notification echoed, various schematics, parameters, and performance descriptions of the battle vehicle appeared in Du Fei's mind. Land King tracked battle vehicle, equipped with a large caliber cannon, destructive range exceeding 5,000 square meters, with an explosive radius of 36 meters. Fully automatic defensive cannon, machine gun, light Gatling, etc. Long-range detection device, early warning system, night vision device, secure communication, capable of autonomous driving, powered by energy crystals, with a maximum speed of 150 kilometers per hour. Click to expand more. So impressive, this exchange was worth it. Du Fei merely skimmed through the performance of the Land King tracked battle vehicle, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He immediately bent over the table to sketch a simple diagram, annotating its performance and compiling a list of required materials. Then, recalling the radiation issues faced by himself and the female soldiers, he decisively exchanged for 2 more items. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using 200 reputation points to exchange for a water purifier blueprint. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using 500 reputation points to exchange for a rehabilitation pool blueprint. Images of the designs, manufacturing parameters, and functionalities of these 2 items resurfaced in Du Fei's mind. Water purifier, capable of automatically filtering out radiation, viruses, bacteria, and impurities. The purified water can be consumed directly. Rehabilitation pool, capable of healing injuries, detoxifying, eliminating radiation from the body, enhancing physique, and promoting better health. How exhilarating! It is worth noting that the drinking water sold at the federal outpost costs 3,000 hours per ton and contains slight radiation and viruses. In contrast, the drinking water produced by this water purifier is devoid of any radiation and impurities. Comparable to the renowned Nongfu spring from the past.as for the rehabilitation pool, it is akin to a panacea for all ailments. Regardless of the severity of the illness, even in cases of poisoning or gunshot wounds, full recovery is assured. With regular use, it won't be long before all the female soldiers are completely rid of the radiation they have suffered, transforming into truly healthy individuals. This will be a tremendous blessing for all the female soldiers. Du Fei swiftly sketched a simple diagram and listed the required components. He envisioned the scene of the female soldiers after their recovery, their happiness soaring, and naturally, their reputation points would flourish in abundance. Knock, 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 Captain. All the troops are assembled and await your orders. A gentle yet respectful voice of a female soldier echoed from outside the door. All right, I'll be there shortly. Chapter 12. A talented assembly in the open space of the bomb shelter. All the female soldiers had gathered. Before Du Fei's arrival, they were engaged in excited whispers about a particular matter. Did you see the Tianyin website? Yes, our field regiment has gained notoriety. Our achievements at Heishui River propelled us from over 300,000 to the top 100,000. Indeed, our field regiment has made it to the top 100,000 and has been marked by Tianyin. What a proud moment. This is all thanks to our captain. Listening to the discussions, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Gong Ting felt a surge of pride. The female field regiment had long been abandoned by the Federation, yet a single battle had significantly improved their ranking and caught the attention of Tianyin. Though they did not particularly care for rankings or marks, it was nevertheless an honor that relieved the suppressed spirits of the female soldiers over the years. Most importantly, Lu Ruobing and the others, along with all the female soldiers, saw a glimmer of hope for survival. Attention, salute. Upon seeing Du Fei approaching, Lu Ruobing immediately shouted to the female soldiers in unison. They stood at attention and saluted Du Fei. Good day? Captain, good day, everyone. Du Fei returned the military salute. The demeanor of the female soldiers was markedly different from before, especially the way they looked at Du Fei, filled with respect, tension, and apprehension. Observing this, Du Fei chuckled. There's no need to be so tense. I'm not accustomed to this. With that, He gestured for the female soldiers to relax. Due to time constraints, I will keep it brief. Du Fei scanned the group and got straight to the point. Today marks my official first day in command. First, I want to ask you all a question. Do you wish to live a good life? Yes, the female soldiers replied in unison. Excellent. I believe that if we work together, we will surely lead good lives. Du Fei nodded and continued, next, I would like to understand the talents we have in our regiment. He then looked towards Lu Ruobing. Lu Ruobing understood and began to introduce the members one by one. Gan Ting is proficient in various communication electronic devices. Sun Xiaoqian is adept in various weapons and ammunition. Xiaoying excels in hand-to-hand combat and various tactics. Su Ninger is a biologist. Zhao Feifeng specializes in agriculture, and Song Jia is skilled in civil engineering. After several minutes, Du Fei nodded repeatedly, a satisfied smile gracing his face. He had not anticipated that the female field regiment would be so talented. With these individuals, the tasks ahead would become significantly easier. Who is currently responsible for the storage card? Du Fei inquired. Reporting to the captain, I am temporarily in charge of the storage card, Gan Ting replied. What is the current balance? 569 hours. I order that. Excluding myself, each person is to be allocated 100 hours. Du Fei issued his first command. He still had over 150 hours left personally and was not considering distributing time just yet. Moreover, he also possessed a storage card of 5,000 hours from his father. Currently, all the female soldiers had merely over 40 hours left. Distributing 100 hours to each would at least sustain them for nearly a week. Captain, each allocation of 100 hours totals 10,800 hours. After deducting a 10 transaction fee, that amounts to 11,880 hours. Gan Ting reported meticulously. It must be said that the storage card system of the Time Federation was rather exploitative. However, every individual was compelled to use the Federation's storage card for transactions, which was quite unfortunate. Then let us allocate 11,880 hours, Du Fei said. Understood. Gan Ting nodded and began transferring the hours to each female soldier's wrist. Captain, I don't need it, Xiaoying said with a pained smile. Her complexion was pale, and she clutched a cigarette roll tightly. Having refrained from lighting it out of respect for Du Fei, it was evident that she was struggling to endure excruciating pain, and her condition was likely unsustainable for more than 2 days. Thus, she deemed the 100 hours a waste. Du Fei stepped forward, prying her hand open to take the lighter and the cigarette roll. With a snap, he lit the cigarette and brought it to Xiaoying's lips. Go ahead, everyone must accept the allocated time, including you. He then gently patted her shoulder. Don't worry, you will get better. Xiaoying's eyes glistened with tears as she shook her head slightly. Captain, there's no need to waste time on me. I understand my situation. How about we make a bet? Du Fei looked at her. A bet? Xiaoying was taken aback. If you recover within 3 days, you must kiss me in front of the entire regiment, Du Fei said earnestly, secretly thinking he might earn some intimacy points. Oh, Min, Xiaoying said, wiping her eyes, immediately breaking into a smile. Taking a deep drag from the cigarette, she resumed her former carefree demeanor. If you want a favor, just say it. I wouldn't mind kissing you right now. Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, Sun Xiaoqian, and all the female soldiers laughed along. However, it was a bittersweet laughter, and they cast grateful glances at Du Fei. They understood that Xiaoying was nearing the end of her life, and even the Federation's expensive anti-radiation injections could not save her. They believed that Du Fei's jest was a form of comfort for Xiaoying. Yet, how would Xiaoying feel about it deep down? Du Fei smiled slightly, no longer addressing Xiaoying, but turned his attention to a soldier named Song Jia. You excel in civil engineering? Yes, Captain. Song Jia stepped forward and saluted. Come, take a look at this blueprint. Du Fei handed her the rehabilitation pool sketch he had personally drawn. Upon examining it, Song Jia frowned. A pool? If we follow this blueprint, with the location set in the living area, can it be completed in a day? Very simple, I guarantee completion, Song Jia replied confidently. Though she was unaware of the pool's purpose, the task assigned by the captain excited her greatly. Lu Ruobing and the others gathered curiously around, their expressions reflecting confusion upon viewing the blueprint. Captain, what is the purpose of constructing such a large pool? Lu Ruobing could not help but inquire. It's a secret. You will find out in due time, Du Fei replied with a mysterious smile. Lu Ruobing and the others exchanged glances, then shook their heads resignedly. After all, they had promised to follow this man's lead, so if he wished to keep it confidential, so be it. Their only hope now was whether Du Fei could produce more secret silver bullets. Where did that pile of stones beside the ammunition depot come from? Du Fei suddenly asked. Lu Ruobing was taken aback and replied, 2 years ago, there was a mudslide that swept down from the mountain. Understood, Du Fei thought to himself with joy. If he was correct, this mountain likely harbored a substantial silver mine. Chapter 13. Look at your naivety. Du Fei's speculation remained unverified for now. If this mountain indeed contains silver ore, then crafting silver bullets would no longer be an issue. All that would be needed were gunpowder and brass, which could be purchased from the federal outpost. Our command vehicle and transport vehicle are too outdated. The current weapons and communication equipment are all damaged. Du Fei looked at Lu Ruobing and the others, continuing. I recommend we retire these two-wheeled armored vehicles and replace them with the latest tracked battle vehicles. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruobing, Gonting, Xiaoying, Sun Shaoqian, and the others were left dumbfounded. Captain, you must be aware of our circumstances. Gonting replied with a bitter smile. The latest tracked battle vehicles are quite expensive. Even the old models sold by the Federation cost at least 100,000 hours each. As for the latest models, one would likely require around 500,000 hours. Gonting's words were accurate. Lu Ruobing raised her hands in exasperation. Where are we supposed to get that much time? Xiaoying added, Captain, I believe our two armored vehicles can still be repaired. They felt that Du Fei's thoughts were far-fetched, and his suggestion was unrealistic. If the women's battalion has amassed 500,000 hours, why would they risk their lives to undertake a mission for the 48th Division that only offers 20,000 hours? The latest model of tracked vehicles is indeed alluring, but how could we possibly afford it? Let me finish my thought. We certainly cannot buy it. What I mean is, we should manufacture it ourselves, Du Fei stated. What? Manufacture it ourselves? Commander, did we hear you correctly? Only the Federal 1st Military Industrial Group has the capability to produce tracked vehicles. Even the major conglomerates, known as the tycoons of time, lack this ability. The critical issue is, where would we acquire the design blueprints and manufacturing technology, not to mention an entire set of precise parameters? Indeed, we are utterly clueless. How could we possibly manufacture it? Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian shook their heads and laughed. Have you lost your mind? To suggest we make it ourselves? Do you think we are merely molding clay? From their perspective, this notion seemed even less reliable than using 500,000 hours to purchase it. I possess all the design blueprints, technology, and parameters. All I need is your assistance, Du Fei declared earnestly. As his words fell, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Lu Ruobing and the others stared at Du Fei in astonishment, their expressions akin to those who had just met a stranger. This is a jest. It is important to note that tracked vehicles are considered high-end armored vehicles within the Federation. Their superior performance and complexity are beyond imagination. Especially the blueprints and manufacturing technology, which are the utmost secrets of the 1st Military Industrial Group. They represent a colossal investment of time and effort, involving hundreds of top-tier experts in the military industry who have dedicated over 200 years to their development. Yet this man claims to have all the technical parameters for manufacturing tracked vehicles? Even the high-ranking officials of the Federation would not dare to make such a statement. The blueprints, technology, and parameters for tracked vehicles are not something a mere 17 or 18-year-old graduate could ever hope to uncover. Look at you, with your naive expressions, Du Fei chuckled and continued. Do you not find it curious where I obtained the secret silver? Does the Federation possess the technology to refine secret silver? Lu Ruobing and the others were momentarily taken aback. They truly had no knowledge regarding secret silver. Gonting quickly retrieved the battalion's Soul Smart tablet and began to search online. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Sun Shaoqian promptly gathered around her. Soon, they discovered that secret silver cannot be refined. Only the Federation possesses a limited quantity of natural secret silver particles. Moreover, dissolving natural secret silver is currently a significant challenge for the Federation. The Federation's secret silver weaponry utilizes natural secret silver particles as ammunition fillers, and it is utterly impossible to coat them on the surface of bullets. Instantly, Lu Ruobing and the others gaped in astonishment, their eyes wide. The bullets modified by Du Fei are coated in silver, and he has also applied secret silver to the armor of the vehicle. Clearly, at the very least, this man has mastered the technology for dissolving natural secret silver. Previously, they had known nothing about this mysterious substance, believing it to be a straightforward task. Now, however, they were utterly astounded. Could he truly refine secret silver? My heavens! Not to mention the technology for extracting secret silver. Even the mere ability to dissolve it would ensure a lifetime of comfort if sold to the Federation. What kind of genius is this man? How could he be so formidable? Lu Ruobing and the others were profoundly shaken, and they began to believe a portion of what Du Fei had claimed. If I can refine secret silver and produce secret silver bullets, then I am certainly capable of manufacturing tracked vehicles. Du Fei looked at Lu Ruobing and the others, continuing, I intend to construct the Land King tracked vehicle, and shortly, I will show you the blueprints. Upon hearing this, the attitudes of the beautiful women shifted entirely. Although they remained somewhat skeptical, it was evident that their eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. Lu Ruobing's expression grew serious as she surveyed the other female soldiers, stating sternly, All personnel, listen up. From now on, any information regarding our women's battalion must not be disclosed to the outside world. Though these were her trusted sisters, with each one deserving of her trust, she felt it prudent to issue a specific warning. Yes, we will maintain absolute secrecy. All the female soldiers replied in unison. Du Fei nodded, expressing his satisfaction with the response. Attention! At that moment, a communications soldier suddenly reported. What is it? Du Fei inquired. Lu Ruobing and the others frowned, turning their gazes towards the soldier. The 48th Division has sent a message congratulating us on our resounding victory in the battle at the Blackwater River. The 48th Division claims that due to a last-minute change in their combat plan, coinciding with a communication system failure, they were unable to contact us. Thus, the Blackwater River mission is effectively cancelled. The promised allocation of 20,000 hours cannot be transferred to us at this time. In light of our outstanding performance, the 48th Division has revised the operational task, scheduling it for 15 days later at the Qingchuan Ruins to establish a hunting area. They also mentioned that the upcoming task at the Qingchuan Ruins is expected to yield significant rewards and invited our women's battalion to accept the mission once again. Given that there are level 3-time beasts at the Qingchuan Ruins, they promised that if we accept this mission, we will receive a funding allocation of 100,000 hours. Additionally, they promised to include the previous 20,000 hours, totaling 120,000 hours. The communications soldier finished her report. Bah! What nonsense! The 48th Division is nothing but a bunch of scoundrels. They are clearly unwilling to provide us with funding. How shameless! They are truly brazen, attempting to set a trap for us to fall into. In an instant, all the female soldiers erupted in outrage. Lu Ruobing, Ganting, Xiaoying, and Sun Shaoqian trembled with anger, their beautiful eyes blazing with fury. Chapter 14. The Qingchuan Ruins Mission. We accepted. I spit. A bunch of scoundrels. Xiaoying cursed vehemently. What kind of communication equipment failure is this? Do they think I am ignorant of communication? Ganting was so enraged that she could not hold back her foul language, exclaiming angrily. They claim to have been unable to contact us? They clearly shut down the communication channels. They are utterly shameless. They are clearly trying to renege on their promise. Lu Ruobing gritted her teeth. The women's battalion risked annihilation for the sake of those 20,000 hours, and now they simply say they won't deliver. All right, everyone, let's calm down. Du Fei raised his hand to quell the agitated female soldiers. Speaking coldly, this is all my doing. They are targeting me. Everyone fell silent, taken aback. Commander, it is not directed at you. Lu Ruobing shook her head at Du Fei and said, They are undoubtedly acting on the orders of Wu Dagui, aiming to eliminate our women's battalion. Wu Dagui? At this, Du Fei was momentarily stunned. Did they have a vendetta against Wu Dagui as well? Lu Ruobing clenched her fists and said, The 48th Division is one of Wu Dagui's main divisions. Years ago, my father and Wu Dagui were both middle-level officials in the Federation. When my father applied for benefits for the common people, it threatened Wu Dagui's interests. As a result, he was ensnared by Wu Dagui's despicable schemes and ultimately perished in the mines. My mother, in a bid to contend with Wu Dagui, formed the Women's Battalion, which initially had over 2,000 members and received official recognition from the Federation. However, due to corruption at the higher levels, Wu Dagui, skilled in flattery and sycophancy, grew increasingly powerful. Under his oppression, the Women's Battalion gradually became weaker and was eventually stripped of its official status by the Federation. Without funding from the Federation, the Women's Battalion quickly fell into dire straits, and the female soldiers perished one after another. My mother also passed away from despair. Today, only 108 of us remain in the Women's Battalion. I never imagined that after all these years, Wu Dagui still harbors intentions of destroying us. Upon hearing Lu Ruobing's account, Du Fei understood. It turned out that Wu Dagui was not solely targeting him but rather pursuing two objectives with one stone. Commander, given the 48th Division's treatment of us, shall we simply let this go? Xiaoying asked, her face tense with anger. Let it go. I will make Wu Dagui realize that appointing me as the commander of the women's battalion will be his greatest mistake in this lifetime. Du Fei's eyes narrowed, his words deliberate. We will accept the mission at the Qingchuan ruins. As soon as this was said, Lu Ruobing and the other female soldiers were taken aback. Xiaoying regretted her earlier inquiry and quickly said, Commander, do not act impulsively. I believe we should reconsider. Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian also displayed signs of panic in their eyes. Commander, we cannot take on the mission at the Qingchuan ruins. It is clearly another trap set against us. Indeed, accepting it would be 100 times more perilous than the Blackwater River. The Qingchuan ruins are infested with level 3-time beasts, and there are even level 4-time beasts. The danger is unimaginable. They did not fear death, but this time they were sober and would not gamble with the lives of over 100 sisters. Surviving the battle at the Blackwater River was already a stroke of luck. The mission at the Qingchuan ruins is simply out of the question. Not to mention whether the 48th Division's promise of 120,000 hours could be fulfilled. Even if it could, it would be a case of having a life to earn but no life to spend. I am not acting impulsively. You can rest assured that I would never gamble with the lives of the entire battalion. Du Fei stated confidently. Gonting still looked worried and spoke up. Commander, please think it over. Lu Ruobing raised her hand towards her. Gonting, trust the commander. Du Fei's self-assured demeanor inexplicably instilled great trust in her. Besides, she had already promised to follow this man's lead. Gonting helplessly shrugged. She had failed to dissuade them during the previous Blackwater River mission, and now she found herself unable to do so again. The Qingchuan site mission is scheduled for 15 days hence. This period provides us ample opportunity for preparation. Trust me, when the time comes, I shall personally lead you all to a resounding victory. Du Fei cast a glance at Lu Ruobing and the others before commanding the female communications soldier. Relay to the 48th Division that we are willing to undertake the Qingchuan site mission and will certainly cooperate with them. However, there is a prerequisite. The 120,000 hours must first allocate half to the Women's Field Corps. Otherwise, we cannot accept the mission. The communications soldier promptly nodded. Understood, Commander. A heavy silence fell upon the air raid shelter. Minutes later, Commander, the storage card has credited 60,000 hours. This is the funding from the 48th Division for the Qingchuan site mission. Gonting's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she exclaimed. Excellent, they have indeed cast a significant bait. It seems they truly consider us easy prey, Du Fei replied with a nod. Faced with such a substantial sum, one would usually feel elated. However, all the female soldiers were unable to share in this joy. Even Lu Ruobing and her companions appeared somewhat burdened, as if the 48th Division had handed them a ticking time bomb. All right, let us all cheer up. The meeting is adjourned. Observing their expressions, Du Fei smiled and then addressed Song Jia. Make sure to expedite your tasks. Rest assured, Commander, I will ensure the tasks are completed. Song Jia replied emphatically. You four, come to my room. I have some blueprints to show you. Having said this, Du Fei departed. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged silent glances before quietly following behind. Are we going to see the blueprints for the tracked armored vehicles? Even if we could construct them, they would hardly withstand the assault of a level 4-time beast. At this moment, their emotions were a mix of complexity and curiosity. What could it be that gave this man the confidence to accept the Qingchuan site mission? Chapter 15. The Secret Silver Mine? In the Revitalization Military District, 48th Division, Division Commander Diao Dequay sat upon a fur-covered sofa, savoring an expensive cigar. Commander, did you not state that we need not allocate funds to them? Why then have you transferred 60,000 hours all at once? The adjutant inquired, bending slightly to present an ashtray, his brow furrowed in confusion. Using dry hooks to fish, how do we expect to catch any? Diao Dequay ground his ash. His expression sour as he replied, the beasts that perished in the Blackwater River have been entirely consumed by the beast horde, leaving us unable to ascertain the facts. The news of the Women's Field Corps' resounding success has stirred the higher-ups. The old man is furious with me. If we fail again this time, I fear for my position. You must understand. One cannot catch wolves without risking the lambs. The 60,000 hours are their ransom. Diao Dequay's lips curled into a sinister smile as he instructed, establish a hunting zone at the Qingchuan site. This will be a large-scale operation, and we will undoubtedly attract the attention of the Heavenly Eye. Arrange accordingly, and ensure we have some auxiliary forces to support us. Everything must be executed flawlessly. I want the remnants of the Women's Field Corps to become cannon fodder under the scrutiny of the Heavenly Eye. Yes, Commander's brilliance. The adjutant bowed, fawningly agreeing, this time. The Women's Field Corps will undoubtedly have no place to bury their dead. In the air raid shelter, within Du Fei's room, several blueprints lay spread across the table, ranging from exterior schematics to internal structure diagrams, all lined up neatly. Land King Tracked Armored Vehicle, Performance Overview. Large caliber cannon, lethal radius of 36 meters, extremely powerful. Defensive cannon, all-round automatic defense, emergency delay of 0.01 seconds. Machine gun, lightweight Gatling, both manual and automatic operation. Long-range detector, early warning device, night vision equipment, secure communication. Capable of autonomous driving, powered by crystal energy, maximum speed reaching 150 kilometers per hour. My goodness. Did you design this? Lu Ruobing gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment as she gazed at Du Fei with wide eyes. Du Fei smiled silently, gesturing towards one of the designs. This vehicle differs from any existing tracked armored vehicle. In fact, it has yet to be released to the world. He then began to meticulously explain to the stunning women the significant details about the Land King tracked armored vehicle. After several minutes, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled with excitement, each electrified by the revelation. The Land King tracked armored vehicle truly lived up to its name. Its various performances were nothing short of perfection, far surpassing the latest models from the Federal Military District. In comparison, the latest tracked armored vehicles from the Federation seemed like mere children, particularly the all-around defensive cannon which posed no threat against the attacks of the stealth wing beasts. I am utterly enamored, Ganting and Sun Xiaoqian, both experts in this field, animatedly discussed while gesturing excitedly. Commander, are you certain we can produce this? Xia Ying's eyes glimmered with fervor as she fixed her gaze upon Du Fei. Du Fei replied with a calm smile, what other option do we have, Commander? You must know we only possess a few thousand hours in our account. Lu Ruobing steadied her racing heart and said, setting aside the need for a workshop and machinery, just the components and raw materials will require a hefty sum. This vehicle is far too advanced. The more sophisticated the equipment, the pricier the parts and materials become. Despite her desire for such extraordinary gear, she had to confront a major issue: their utter lack of funds. The mere few thousand hours they had wouldn't suffice to construct a workshop, let alone acquire the necessary precision instruments and machinery. Upon this reminder, Ganting, Xia Ying, and Sun Xiaoqian's enthusiasm quickly waned, and they too fell into contemplation. We can clear out the ammunition depot. It can be repurposed as a workshop. I'll find a way to gather the tools. As for parts and materials, that should be straightforward. Du Fei mused for a moment and then continued, we can fabricate the components ourselves. Here are blueprints for various parts. From the engine down to the smallest screws, we can procure raw materials by purchasing discarded items, such as obsolete circuit boards, integrated modules, scrap steel, and iron. I believe these should be quite affordable. Upon hearing this, the four beautiful women gaped at him, staring as if he were a marvel. Really? That could work? Are you sure it will be feasible? Lu Ruobing inquired. Absolutely, Du Fei nodded confidently, then turned to Ganting and Sun Xiaoqian. I aim to retrofit our 2 armored vehicles into this model within 15 days. I may need your assistance with communication equipment and weaponry. What? 2 vehicles completed in 15 days? The 4 stunning women could scarcely believe it. This seemed utterly insane. Commander, it won't be a burden at all. We will fully cooperate with you. We will follow your lead. Ganting and Sun Xiaoqian simultaneously gulped, nodding emphatically. Forget 2. If we can manage to produce even 1, it would be a cause for celebration. Lu Ruobing's excitement was infectious, her exquisitely beautiful face breaking into a smile. Meanwhile, Xia Ying, amid her excitement, looked slightly melancholic as she murmured, what a pity. I want to be able to witness the test drive. She longed to experience driving such a vehicle in her lifetime, yet she was well aware of her condition, knowing she would hardly last 3 days. It would merely be an unfulfilled wish. Do not worry, You will recover, do not forget the wager we made. Du Fei smiled reassuringly at her. Noticing Xia Ying's demeanor, Lu Ruobing shifted the topic, asking Du Fei, can we produce more silver bullets? We should be able to, however, we must first assess the mountain. Du Fei pondered briefly before inquiring. How far is the nearest federal outpost? Less than 20 kilometers, Lu Ruobing replied. Are there any discarded items for sale there? Yes, I know of a marketplace for used materials there, Sun Shaoqian eagerly chimed in. Excellent, time is of the essence. I suggest we head there at once. Du Fei checked the time and said, it is currently 3 in the afternoon. We should be able to return before dark. Commander, the command vehicle and transport vehicle are likely unusable. We only have 2 mountain motorcycles left, Gan Ting remarked. Motorcycles will suffice. You 3 accompany me, Du Fei nodded. Then looked at Xiaoying and said, you stay behind and arrange for the ammunition depot to be cleared. All right. Xiaoying forced a smile, understanding that Du Fei was considering her health when assigning her to remain behind. Before we depart, take me to the mountain first, Du Fei instructed. Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian nodded. Although they were unsure of Du Fei's intentions regarding the mountain, they refrained from asking too many questions. From this moment forth, everything would revolve around this man. Once decisions were made, they exited the room. As they passed through the living area, the sound of clinking and clattering echoed incessantly. It was Song Jia leading the female soldiers as they commenced their work. A satisfied smile crossed Du Fei's face as he aimed to have the water purifier and recovery pool ready by tomorrow. If all went well, the female soldiers would experience the benefits of treatment by then, potentially earning him further accolades. In his mind, he even envisioned the healthy forms of the female soldiers emerging from the water after their baths, stepping out of the air raid shelter. Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian soon guided Du Fei up the mountain. The landscape was adorned with peculiar plants, including wild grasses, shrubs, and fungi, with vines and roots exposed, intertwining chaotically. The trees grew wildly, their canopies dense, casting a shadow over the ground. Such sights were commonplace, products of radiation. Halfway up the slope, Du Fei halted, surveying the cliff face speckled with silver stars, and his heart surged with joy. Indeed, the secret silver or must have flowed down from here. Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian discerned the subtle hints. Commander, could those silver stars on the rocks possibly be mithril? Lu Ruobing inquired tentatively in a hushed tone. Indeed, we are standing before an extraordinarily vast mithril mine. Du Fei exhaled deeply, proclaiming, a mithril mine? Good heavens, is this truly the case? This is splendid news. It means we are destined for fortune. Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian collectively snapped back to reality, each brimming with exhilaration. Chapter 16. Can riding a motorcycle induce motion sickness? After a brief pause, the group began their descent from the mountain. Du Fei felt a surge of joy. With this mithril mine, the Women's Combat Brigade was bound to rise to prominence. Furthermore, there was little fear of being coveted, for prior to this, the Time Federation had already uncovered numerous such mineral deposits. Major corporations, however, were at a loss, rendering them as inconsequential as a chicken rib. Yet for the Women's Combat Brigade, it represented boundless wealth. Buzzing, at that moment, a faint sound of air turbulence echoed from above. Du Fei frowned and looked up, only to behold 2 silver-gray aircraft, each measuring several meters in length, circling overhead. Those are reconnaissance drones from the Federation military, Lu Ruobing remarked, her brows slightly furrowed. I suspect these drones belong to the 48th Division. They must be trying to monitor or investigate our situation. Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian exchanged furious glances, adding indignantly, indeed. Before their words could settle, a loud bang resonated. The 2 drones plummeted from the sky, engulfed in plumes of black smoke as they fell into the forest below. Caw caw caw, accompanied by a chilling cry. A large level 1 stealth wing beast spread its wings and vanished into the clouds in an instant. Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian swiftly raised their weapons, bracing for potential danger. The stealth wing beasts possessed a peculiar tendency. They typically attacked formidable foes posing a threat to them. After each assault, they required substantial energy to cloak themselves again, which rendered them disinclined to target weaker opponents. Nevertheless, Lu Ruobing and her companions remained vigilant, positioning Du Fei protectively between them. It was only when they confirmed the departure of the level 1 stealth wing beast that they collectively exhaled in relief. Du Fei gazed at the site where the drones had crashed, a smile creeping across his face. "Excellent," he exclaimed. "Gonting, relay the order to retrieve those 2 drones." "Understood." Gonting's eyes sparkled with excitement as she promptly retrieved her communicator to issue a command. Shortly thereafter, a squad of infantry and logistics personnel swiftly mobilized, embarking on a search of the mountainside. In front of the air defense shelter, 2 antiquated mountain motorcycles were wheeled out. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian mounted one, while the remaining one was set aside for Du Fei and Lu Ruobing. "Are you capable?" Lu Ruobing cast a glance at Du Fei, her voice tinged with concern. Given the motorcycle's outdated model and cumbersome nature, she worried he might struggle to handle it. "Fear not. I am an experienced rider," Du Fei declared confidently, effortlessly mounting the bike and revving the engine. With a few pushes on the throttle, the exhaust billowed out wisps of blue smoke, and he felt the power was quite satisfactory. As the weight shifted slightly on the back seat, a faint fragrance wafted into Du Fei's nostrils. Lu Ruobing had taken her seat, inadvertently brushing against his back. In that fleeting moment, a jolt coursed through Du Fei's body. Realizing what had happened, Lu Ruobing hastily shifted back, maintaining some distance from him. In his moment of distraction, the motorcycle swerved unexpectedly, nearly causing Du Fei to lose control. Lu Ruobing tilted, instinctively wrapping her arms around his waist, mistakenly believing Du Fei was intentionally causing mischief. She had intended to maintain some space between them, but Gonting and Sun Shaoqian had already started their motorcycles and sped off, prompting Du Fei to twist the throttle and follow suit. Lu Ruobing exclaimed in panic, feeling the motorcycle lurch erratically beneath them, and she couldn't help but grumble inwardly. What kind of experienced rider is this? Clearly, he is a novice. The Women's Combat Brigade's encampment lay approximately 20 kilometers from the nearby Federation stronghold, predominantly traversing treacherous mountain paths. Lu Ruobing, anxious about being thrown off, abandoned her reservations and clung tightly to Du Fei's waist. Through the thin fabric of their military uniforms, Du Fei could sense the warmth radiating from Lu Ruobing, along with the rapid beating of her heart. This sensation ignited a flurry of adrenaline within him. Fortunately, Du Fei possessed remarkable composure. Otherwise, navigating such rough terrain would have been exceedingly difficult. Half an hour later, a towering steel wall emerged on the horizon, stretching for several kilometers. They had arrived at Federation Stronghold No. 83. Please pay your stay fee, the announcement echoed. Each individual must pay 100 hours for a 3-hour stay, 500 hours for an overnight stay, or 30,000 hours for a 30-day residence, which includes complimentary meals. At the stronghold's entrance, 2 hummingbird drones relayed the message, while a row of weapons aimed at Du Fei and his companions. "We 4 choose to stay for 3 hours. Gonting addressed the drones. "Please pay 400 hours and present your storage card." Gonting produced the storage card, and one of the drones scanned it. "Ding, payment successful. You may engage in free activities within Federation Stronghold No. 83 for 3 hours. Any disturbances will be considered malicious trespassing." Under the drone's warning, Gonting and Sun Shaoqian rode ahead on their motorcycles, with Du Fei carrying Lu Ruobing trailing behind as they entered the stronghold. The stronghold spanned an area of approximately 5 to 6 square kilometers, comprising a dozen or so blocks. Inside the stronghold, Du Fei maneuvered the motorcycle, surveying his surroundings. Wooden shanties and tents lined the streets, with vendors selling vegetables, meats, drinking water, and other essential supplies. There were also some solid-walled buildings, the majority being inns and restaurants. The streets bustled with activity, exuding the vibrant essence of human society. "What is the price for white flour?" 150 hours per pound, and vegetables? 80 hours per pound. "Can you lower the price a bit?" A weary crowd meandered through the stalls, haggling over prices. Most of these individuals were members of armed organizations residing in the wilderness. Temporarily entering the stronghold to procure necessities, Du Fei contemplated the situation. Prices were markedly higher than in the revitalization city, and such strongholds functioned as financial extraction machines. Oh, this world. The upper echelons of the Time Federation possess immense wealth, granting them the means for immortality. Meanwhile, the lower-class civilians struggle like ants, enduring generations of exploitation. Navigating through several blocks, they arrived at the market for discarded materials. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian parked the motorcycle aside and dismounted. Awaiting further instructions, Lu Ruobing released her grip on Du Fei's waist, gracefully alighting from the rear seat. "Commander, why aren't you getting off?" Gonting approached with a puzzled expression. Ahem. You all take a look at what materials are available and inquire which vendor offers the best prices. I'll rest for a moment. I'm feeling a bit queasy from the ride, Du Fei replied, bending slightly to hand the materials list to Ganting. Ganting and Sun Shaoqian exchanged glances, perplexed. Can one truly experience motion sickness while riding a motorcycle? This is the first time I've heard of it. The expression on the commander's face appeared somewhat odd to them. Although slightly puzzled, they brushed off the thought, assuming Du Fei genuinely felt unwell, and proceeded hand in hand toward the market. Once they were a short distance away, Lu Ruobing couldn't help but chuckle softly. Du Fei felt an acute sense of embarrassment. Clearly aware that Lu Ruobing had deduced he was not actually suffering from motion sickness. Then, take your time to recuperate, Lu Ruobing murmured softly, turning away with a blush. Du Fei chose to ignore her. Taking a deep breath and gazing skyward, striving to conjure thoughts of tragic circumstances. Ding! Affinity 1. A notification from the system suddenly resonated in his mind. Du Fei looked toward Lu Ruobing's retreating figure. Bewildered. Chapter 17. Federation Stronghold. After a brief interlude, he finally regained his composure. All right, I no longer feel queasy, Du Fei stated, somewhat awkwardly, as he dismounted and parked the motorcycle. Lu Ruobing suppressed a laugh once more, but did not expose his ruse. Subsequently, the two hastily made their way into the market for discarded materials. From a distance, they spotted Ganting and Sun Shaoqian gesturing toward a man in uniform. Commander, to procure discarded materials, we must negotiate with that administrator. Otherwise, trading is prohibited, Ganting remarked, her expression revealing reluctance as she noticed Du Fei and Lu Ruobing approaching. Do not underestimate the authority of the administrators in the stronghold. They wield substantial power. Any military factions or armed organizations entering from outside, unless they are formal military units, must heed the administrator's whims. You must navigate carefully. After all, it is easy to meet the King of Hell. But the little demons are quite troublesome, Du Fei nodded slightly, directing his gaze toward the uniformed administrator. Ganting turned to the administrator, introducing, "This is Commander Du of our Women's Combat Brigade." The administrator glanced at Du Fei, noting his attire, a female military uniform, and appeared unfazed. Given the scarcity of resources, many disorganized military or armed organization commanders even don miniskirts. The administrator's expression shifted to one of disappointment. Evidently, he perceived Du Fei as not a wealthy individual. Nonetheless, he addressed Du Fei in a rather indifferent manner. "I am Husan, the administrator of this trading market. What do you require?" "We seek a batch of discarded materials, such as scrap copper and iron, for constructing defensive facilities at our camp," Du Fei stated plainly. He understood that discarded metals were typically melted down to forge steel walls, akin to those surrounding the stronghold, serving to repel the time beasts. Husan's interest piqued upon hearing this. "How much do you need?" "The more, the better," Du Fei replied with a smile. Let me check." Husan retrieved a smart tablet, turning away to feign a diligent search. Moments later, he stowed the tablet in with feigned enthusiasm, remarked, "Commander Du, I have found the information. Would you like me to take you to inspect it?" Ganting hurriedly said, "Thank you, then please take us to have a look." Husan, ignoring her, turned his smiling face towards Du Fei. Du Fei understood his meaning well. He turned his back and produced the storage card his father had given him, extracting 4,000 hours with the mere twist of his wrist. After deducting a 10 service fee, 600 hours remained on the card. He then promptly shoved the storage card into Husan's hand, stating, "I appreciate your efforts, Brother Hu. Now, please lead us to see what you have." Upon glancing at the storage card that displayed 600 hours, Husan's face lit up with joy. "All in the service of humanity. It's no trouble at all. Please follow me, Commander Du," he gestured graciously, leading the way with enthusiasm. Typically, Husan encountered armed organizations strained for funds, and their maximum offerings rarely exceeded 300 hours. He had anticipated that Du Fei would generously provide a little over 100 hours. He never expected this commander clad in a female military uniform to be so magnanimous, bestowing a remarkable 600 hours as a reward, which filled him with delight. Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian followed closely behind, each pouting slightly. They felt it was a loss to give this fellow so much before even seeing the goods. Du Fei, however, maintained a smile, unfazed. Greed is a virtue. Money can motivate even the most obstinate spirits. And this small token would not be given in vain. If he could cultivate a good relationship with this administrator named Hussein, he might save hundreds or even thousands of hours in the future. Soon, Hussein led them to a site filled with discarded materials. "Commander Du, what do you think of this pile?" he asked, pointing at a mound of scrap items. Rusty engines, discarded robots, armor, circuit boards, integrated modules, old computers, and heaps of scrap metal. This vast assortment weighed several hundred tons. Good heavens! Du Fei's eyes scanned the pile, filled with uncontainable joy. All of these items could be of use, even if weathered and rusty. They could still be transformed from waste to treasure. "Brother Hu, you must understand. We intend to use this for building walls, but this collection of scrap metal seems somewhat lacking and overly mixed." Du Fei smacked his lips, feigning a frown. The impurities he referred to were the circuit boards, integrated modules, and old computers. In truth, what he truly needed were those very impurities, while he required little of the scrap metal itself. Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged glances, initially taken aback, then quickly grasped his intent. They promptly joined in, each adopting a serious expression to convey their dissatisfaction. Commander Du, this pile of discarded materials has been here for over a year, and the merchant who buys these items is struggling to pay management fees." Hussein, sensing Du Fei's displeasure, revealed the reality, adding, "To be honest, I have some rapport with this merchant, and he is eager to sell." Upon hearing this, Du Fei felt a surge of joy. The more dire the situation, the calmer one must remain. He adopted an expression of difficulty, furrowing his brow and falling silent. Hussein, seeing this, urged, "Commander Du, please consider, Brother Hu, I only came to see the goods because I trust you. Do be honest. I am truly not satisfied with this pile. I understand, and no matter how much of this scrap you can take. Consider it a favor to an old friend." Sighing, Du Fei replied, "Since you've put it this way, it seems fate has brought us together. We are both men of principle." Sensing the moment was right, Du Fei ceased his pretense and, with a firm resolve, declared, "Your willingness to consider a friend's needs is commendable. Based on that, I am inclined to assist you." He reluctantly nodded. "Let us have the merchant come to discuss the price." "Anyone with a friend like you is truly fortunate." "Indeed." Hussein nodded in agreement, his face brightening. "Please extend my thanks in advance. I will contact him immediately." He quickly retrieved his communicator. "No Debeo, where are you?" Came a cacophony of unpleasant sounds from the communicator. This old-fashioned device resembled a walkie-talkie, with a loudspeaker blaring. Hearing such noise, Du Fei frowned slightly, while Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian felt their cheeks flush. "Get over here to your junkyard. I have a major deal to introduce to you." "What? A big deal? I'm on my way." "Are you kidding me? You can't even afford to eat and you're off socializing?" Hussein put away the communicator, cursing under his breath, but a moment later his expression brightened. Outsiders may not realize that securing this deal could net him at least a 30 commission from Nyo Debeo. It was easy to see why Hussein was so invested. A few minutes later, rather disheveled man rushed over. "Nyo Debeo, this is Commander Du," Hussein introduced, gesturing towards Du Fei. "Greetings, Commander Du," Nyo Debeo said. Bowing slightly, Du Fei nodded slightly, then directly stated, "Please provide a price for this pile of scrap." "How much do you need?" Nyo Debeo inquired. "Let us do this. Considering Brother Hu's relationship, if the price is reasonable, I'll take the entire lot." "What? The whole lot?" Nyo Debeo froze, doubting his hearing. Hussein was also taken aback, but soon a look of elation crossed his face as he glared at Nyo Debeo. "Did you hear that? Commander Du said he wants the whole lot. This is all in consideration of my standing, so you better not ask for an outrageous price." Nyo Debeo, snapping back to reality, hurriedly responded, "No, I won't ask for anything outrageous. The price will be absolutely fair." In a flurry, he stumbled over his words. "Commander Du, this pile of materials weighs over 300 tons. Realistically, it won't go for less than 50,000 hours." Nyo Debeo added, glancing at Hussein, "Given that Brother Hu is involved, I'll offer you a reasonable price." "How much?" Du Fei asked nonchalantly. 30,000 hours. "What do you think?" Nyo Debeo tentatively proposed. Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged glances, their eyes flickering with excitement. They all turned to Du Fei. 30,000 hours was already a bargain. Du Fei remained expressionless, turning to Hussein. "Brother Hu, your friend certainly lives up to the name of a merchant. Everyone understood that the prices for materials within the base were more than 3 times those outside. This pile of scrap was likely acquired for less than 10,000 hours, at best, if this deal doesn't go through. We can still be friends, brother Hu, let us look elsewhere. Upon hearing this, Hussein grew anxious, addressing Nyo Debeo, lower the price a bit. If this deal fell through, his commission would vanish. Nyo Debeo, sensing the urgency, replied, 30,000 hours is already a fair price. Nyo Debeo, feeling defeated, turned to Du Fei. Commander Du, what price can you offer? 15,000 hours, Du Fei replied directly. Nyo Debeo was taken aback, shaking his head vehemently in a way that's simply too low. Considering management fees, the cost of acquiring these items exceeded 15,000 hours already. Hu San felt a dilemma. He too believed Du Fei's offer was too low. Where was the logic in having the price? How about this? Our camp is less than 20 kilometers from here. I can still offer you an additional 5,000 hours, bringing it to 20,000 hours. This is my maximum offer for delivery. Think it over. Du Fei waved his hand dismissively, signaling Lu Ruobing and the others to prepare to leave. Hu San, growing more anxious, urged Nyo Debeo, Commander Du's offer is already quite generous. Leaving this pile of scrap here any longer. And you might struggle to cover management fees. If he sold the scrap for 20,000 hours, he'd earn 6,000 hours, a substantial gain for him. Nyo Debeo, looking downtrodden, muttered, but it will take at least 4 trips to clear all these hundreds of tons. And the journey is not without risk, isn't at less than 20 kilometers? The time beasts within several dozen miles have already been eradicated. Whereas the danger? Hussein glared at Nyo Debeo, not wanting him to dither any longer. Let us settle this. You won't lose much. Not lose much? Nyo Debeo exclaimed, utterly helpless. Selling for 20,000 hours would be a significant loss. Yet, finding a buyer willing to take the entire lot in one go was rare. If he didn't sell, this pile of scrap might truly become a burden. Given the current financial strain, he could only bite the bullet and let it go. All right then, Commander Du, could you perhaps pay half as a deposit? Nyo Debeo gritted his teeth. Payment upon delivery. I'll pay in full when everything is delivered at once, Du Fei asserted. Trust had yet to be established between them. Once a deposit was made, if the other party backed out, there would be no way to hold him accountable within the base. Merchants within the base often took deposits without consequence. Du Fei wasn't willing to risk it. Do you not trust Commander Du? Hussein exclaimed at its settled. Hurry and arrange for the loading. He waved his hand at Nyo Debeo, delighted that the deal had been struck. Nyo Debeo, wearing a face of despair, requested the coordinates for the Women's Field Team S camp from Du Fei before departing to arrange for vehicles. Bravo, Commander. Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged admiring glances at Du Fei. If it were them, they would never have managed such a low price. However, Du Fei effortlessly accomplished the task, and of course, Hussein's contribution should not be overlooked. Had he not disclosed that Nyo Daba was eager to take action and provided encouragement from the sidelines, the matter would not have proceeded so smoothly. At this moment, they realized that the 600 hours of benefits were indeed not given without reason. Captain Du, is there anything else I can assist you with? Hussein inquired. We still need to procure a batch of essential supplies, such as flour, vegetables, and meat. Additionally, there are a few other items. Could you possibly recommend a few reasonably priced vendors? Upon finishing, Du Fei handed a list to Hussein. Glancing at it, Hussein couldn't help but be taken aback. Aside from a few accessories and water purification filters, the list primarily comprised various food items such as refined rice, flour, vegetables, and eggs. The quantities were substantial, and purchasing all these provisions would likely require tens of thousands of hours. Oh dear, do we really need this much? Hussein remarked, though inwardly, he was elated. It is important to note that the living supplies for regular military corps are typically supplied directly by the Federation, with rare purchases made at outposts. The food available at the outpost is mostly sold to armed organizations operating in the wild or to miners and scavengers who rarely procure high-end food, mostly opting for inferior provisions instead. Although the Federation strictly controls the living supplies within the outposts, the administrators still manage to benefit from the margins. However, the quantities on Du Fei's list were different. Even a 2-cut would amount to nearly 1,000 hours. Hu San had initially assumed that the women's assault team was a financially struggling group, but he was astonished to discover they were affluent. Instantly, his demeanor towards Du Fei shifted, resembling that of longtime comrades. "Captain Du, you truly are generous. I'll take care of everything. I guarantee the prices will satisfy you," Hussein declared, thumping his chest. "Then I shall trouble you." "Brother Hu," Du Fei replied with a smile, and Anodit seemed that in this outpost, as long as there were benefits involved, the administrators would compete fiercely to serve you. Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged bewildered glances upon receiving the list. With over 80,000 hours on their storage card, minus 20,000 for waste disposal, they were left with more than 60,000 hours. Yet, Du Fei's list indicated that at least 50,000 hours would be spent on food alone. "Sister Ruobing, what do you think about this? Indeed, this is excessive." Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian expressed concern, instinctively glancing at Lu Ruobing. "We shall heed the captain's orders." Lu Ruobing admonished them with a sharp look. She was reminding Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian to follow Du Fei's directives henceforth. Their sisters had already voiced their opinions. How could they still lack awareness? However, after a moment of contemplation, Lu Ruobing leaned closer to Du Fei and quietly cautioned, "Perhaps we should purchase a bit less. We still have plenty of cassava and wild vegetables. We shall refrain from consuming those foods in the future. The entire team is currently malnourished and needs better sustenance. Only with proper nutrition can we strengthen our bodies and enhance our combat capabilities," Du Fei stated, adding, "As the captain, my priority is to improve the quality of the entire team's meals." But the quality is indeed quite high. Moreover, spending such a large amount of funds on these expensive foods won't sustain us for long, Lu Ruobing reminded him. After painstakingly saving up tens of thousands of hours, consuming it all would leave them without any funds. Du Fei looked at the heap of waste with unwavering determination. "Rest assured, I am confident that the entire team will enjoy refined rice and flour every day." Upon hearing this, Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian felt deeply moved. They ceased their objections, exchanging wry smiles. The captain's words were indeed beautiful, and they too wished to indulge in better food, even if it was just once every 3 days. However, given the current economic situation of the women's assault team, such aspirations seemed somewhat unrealistic. Chapter 19. A sleepy encounter with a Pilonyo Daba was efficient in his work and soon arranged for a high-tonnage heavy-duty truck, capable of carrying over 100 tons. Intending to make 3 trips, AS Nyodaba oversaw the loading. Du Fei and others, under Hussein's guidance, began procuring living supplies, water purifiers, and accessories for the rehabilitation pool. "Boss, are you truly deciding to sell the vehicles and equipment? Are we really disbanding?" 2 disheveled men squatted beside a wooden shed at the street corner. 2 mud-covered trucks were parked by the roadside, loaded with equipment and supplies. Specifically, one was a heavy truck and the other a mining vehicle. "Alas, we have nothing to eat or drink, not even a place to stay. What other options do we have? I cannot just stand by and watch my brothers starve to death," one man in his 40s sighed, continuing, "These 2 vehicles and supplies should be able to buy us some time, and no matter how much we get, we'll split it evenly and go our separate ways." After speaking, the man stood up, patting the mining vehicle's hood, his face filled with reluctance. "Old buddy, we've reached a dead end. I'm sorry." His words were imbued with sorrow. As if he were addressing a family member, Du Fei, who was purchasing items in the wooden shed, was drawn to the conversation between the 2 men. He approached and asked, "Brother, have you encountered some troubles?" The man was taken aback. Noticing Du Fei in military attire approaching him, he immediately grew wary. Sometimes, extremist armed groups target those coming to the outpost for trade, robbing them. Although the outpost is relatively safe, the same cannot be said for the areas outside, where robberies are not uncommon and no need to be alarmed. "I am Du Fei, the commander of the women's assault team of the Revival Military District." Du Fei smiled and introduced himself, then gently inquired, "May I ask how you are called?" Upon hearing Du Fei's introduction as a commander of the Revival Military District, the man relaxed slightly, replying nervously, "Sir, I am unworthy of such a title. My name is Chen Yuanshan." "Chen Yuanshan?" Du Fei furrowed his brow, scrutinizing him for a few seconds before asking, "Do you know Chen Qinghe?" Chen Qinghe was the assistant at his father's clinic. Known as Uncle Chen in his recollection, Uncle Chen had a brother named Chen Yuanshan who had been mining outside the city. He wondered if this was the same man. "Chen Qinghe is my brother." Chen Yuanshan was taken aback, asking, "Sir, how do you know him?" What a coincidence. He was indeed Uncle Chen's brother, and Du Fei had not anticipated meeting him here. "I naturally know him. In fact, I should address you as uncle," Du Fei chuckled, recounting the relationship between Chen Qinghe and his family. Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanshan's eyes brimmed with tears. Chen Qinghe was his only family in this world. The brothers had shared a close bond in their youth. Compared to him, his elder brother Chen Qinghe had been fortunate, having saved the life of a high-ranking federal official's daughter while following Du Fei's father, Du Lei, on the battlefield. This high-ranking official's daughter was none other than Wu Dagui's future wife, Wang Shuzhen. Due to this significant achievement, Du Lei and Chen Qinghe were granted special approval to return to Revival City and open a clinic. Chen Qinghe had continued to serve as Du Lei's assistant. In contrast, Chen Yuanshan had not been as lucky. After leaving Revival City at the age of 18, he had never heard any news about his brother again. Hearing Du Fei's words filled him with excitement. "What? How is my brother doing now?" Chen Yuanshan asked, his voice trembling. "Everything is well," Du Fei reassured him, then glanced at the mining vehicle beside them. "Uncle Chen, I heard you were planning to sell the vehicles and equipment. What exactly is going on?" Chen Yuanshan composed himself and, upon hearing Du Fei refer to him as uncle, felt a wave of surprise. With this familial connection, Du Fei appeared to him as a relative. Alas, the situation is as follows. Chen Yuanshan sighed and began to explain. It turned out that Chen Yuanshan had been leading a group of miners engaged in iron ore extraction. Their mining area was located 100 kilometers to the east, at the border between Revival City and Bright City. Chen Yuanshan and his crew were employed by a private miner in Bright City, enduring years of exploitation, struggling even for basic sustenance. Just 2 days prior, their mining site was attacked by high-level chrono beasts, resulting in numerous casualties among the security personnel and miners. Even the private miner who had employed them perished in the attack. Miraculously, Chen Yuanshan managed to escape with the few remaining miners in 2 vehicles. With their employer deceased, the wages owed to them were now lost as well. Their time was running short, and with no other options, they had come to the outpost intending to sell their vehicles and equipment for a little more time. After understanding the situation, Du Fei couldn't help but reflect on the serendipity of it all. The secret silver mine in the mountains needed workers for extraction, and this was quite the fortunate coincidence. "Uncle Chen, how many people do you have with you now?" Du Fei asked. "Including myself, there are 30 of us," Chen Yuanshan replied. "It seems quite fortuitous. To be frank, our camp is preparing to mine a vein and is currently looking to recruit miners. Would you consider joining us?" Chapter 20. Could she also be Karsic? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuanshan was overjoyed. He and his group of miners had no place to stay and were on the brink of disbanding. This news was undoubtedly a lifeline for him. The man beside him also displayed a look of joy, eagerly watching Chen Yuanshan. "There's no need to deliberate. As long as we have food to eat and a place to shelter us, that's all that matters," Chen Yuanshan stated. "Very well, the conditions may be somewhat harsh at first. Once we reach the camp, you will need to set up temporary housing at the mining site and live in the mountains from then on." Du Fei elucidated his point in advance, then continued, "Moreover, our legion is currently experiencing financial constraints, so the remuneration offered to you will not be particularly high. Each individual will receive compensation for 30 hours of work per day, which includes 3 meals and assurance of your personal safety. The entirety of the mining operations will be entrusted to Uncle Chen, and I will additionally provide you with a subsidy of 100 hours daily, which you may allocate as you see fit. How does that sound?" Upon finishing his statement, Du Fei turned to Chen Yuanshan, awaiting his response. "That sounds excellent," Chen Yuanshan replied without hesitation. With each person earning 30 hours a day and accounting for their own consumption of 24 hours, they could still gain an additional 6 hours. Moreover, there was the added subsidy of 100 hours, along with provision for 3 meals a day, alleviating their concerns regarding sustenance. Most importantly, Du Fei had also assured them of their personal safety. For those trapped in dire circumstances, concerns about income paled in comparison. Du Fei's offer was akin to that of a savior. "Then it is settled," Du Fei said, a smile spreading across his face upon receiving Chen Yuanshan's affirmative response. "What about the other miners?" he inquired. "They are all outside the outpost," Chen Yuanshan answered. "Very well, once we complete the procurement of supplies here, we shall return to the camp together," Du Fei nodded. He then directed his gaze towards the 2 trucks. "What do these vehicles contain?" "The mining truck is filled with machinery and equipment, while the other truck carries unopened explosives," Chen Yuanshan replied. "Explosives?" Du Fei's spirits lifted, and he approached the truck, lifting the tarpaulin for a cursory examination. His heart soared with joy as he discovered it was indeed filled to the brim with unopened boxes of explosives. Uncle Chun, these explosives will be of great use to us. I will purchase them at market price. Though payment will have to be deferred, and no payment is necessary. We are already immensely grateful for your hospitality. If they can be of use, please utilize them all as a token of our humble gratitude. Chen Yuanshan insisted, waving his hands dismissively. Then I must extend my thanks, Du Fei replied, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Ammunition would no longer be a concern. Just then, Lu Ruobing and her companions approached. Du Fei took the opportunity to briefly inform them of the situation regarding Chen Yuanshan and the miners. Upon hearing the news, Lu Ruobing and her companions beamed with delight. Du Fei understood their joy. For receiving an entire truckload of explosives was tantamount to saving a substantial amount of funds. It could only be said that their luck today was remarkably fortuitous. Captain, Xia Ying has sent word that they have cleared out the ammunition depot. But we still lack manufacturing tools and precision instruments. Where shall we procure them? Gan Ting, holding a communicator, quietly inquired of Du Fei. Lu Ruobing and Sun Shaoqian also looked at him with concern. As the lack of manufacturing tools posed a significant challenge, do not fret. I will devise a solution, Du Fei reassured them with a smile. What tools are absent from a universal toolbox? Over an hour later, the procurement of supplies was nearly complete. Hu San had specially arranged for 2 trucks, laden with various foodstuffs and other goods, to be delivered free of charge. The radiant smile on Hu San's face suggested he had undoubtedly secured considerable benefits from this arrangement. Before departing, Du Fei intentionally asked Lu Ruobing and her companions to wait aside and called Hu San over privately. Brother Hu, I wish to inquire about something else. Brother, feel free to ask, Hu San replied. His smile wide and welcoming. Is it possible for the outpost to communicate with the inner city of Revival City? Du Fei posed the question, knowing that his inexpensive father and sister were his only family in this world, and he was deeply concerned about their well-being. Alas, communication is not feasible. Hu San shook his head, his brow furrowing. Are you perhaps attempting to reach someone in the city? Du Fei nodded. I wish to inquire about my family's situation. This is quite troublesome. Hu San's expression turned serious, and after a moment's contemplation, he said, How about this? Leave me the names and addresses of the individuals you wish to inquire about. I will see if I can find a way. Though it may take some time, I will inform you as soon as I have news. Du Fei sensed that Hu San was not deliberately evading the matter, but was genuinely facing difficulties. Since he expressed a willingness to help, it was clear he had his own means. Consequently, Du Fei wrote down the clinic's address and the names of his father and sister, also leaving the communication channel of the women's field combat team. I appreciate your assistance, Brother Hu. There will be further rewards for your help. Du Fei expressed his gratitude. Hu San accepted the note and waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for formality between them. Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian observed the exchange with curiosity. Could it be that a resolution had been reached? The captain's communication skills seemed remarkably potent. With all arrangements made, Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian mounted their motorcycles to lead the way. Followed by the supply truck, scrap truck, and Chen Yuanshan's mining vehicle, Du Fei and Lu Ruobing rode on their motorcycles, bringing up the rear of the convoy as they departed the outpost in grand fashion. Throughout the journey, Lu Ruobing remained nestled against Du Fei's waist, her delicate form pressed closely to him, stirring a flurry of emotions within. Yet, to his surprise, he could not discern her thoughts, as the system's notification sound occasionally echoed in his mind, indicating that their intimacy level had inexplicably risen by 5 points. The convoy traversed the terrain without encountering any peril. Within less than an hour, the camp came into view. Xia Ying and the female soldiers had been waiting outside. And upon seeing Du Fei and the others escorting 5 trucks back, their faces were painted with expressions of astonishment. Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian dismounted their motorcycles and immediately began to direct the proceedings. The female soldiers and Chen Yuanshan's group of miners quickly sprang into action. Du Fei rode his motorcycle directly into the air raid shelter, parking it before Lu Ruobing slowly dismounted from the rear seat. What is the matter? Are you feeling unwell? Du Fei asked, noticing her flushed cheeks and somewhat unnatural expression. Upon hearing Du Fei's inquiry, Lu Ruobing's cheeks reddened further, and she stammered, No, it's nothing, I just need to change into some clothes in your room. With that, she turned and hurried away. Change clothes? Du Fei was momentarily taken aback before recalling that there were indeed clothes belonging to her in his wardrobe. However, they were all rather revealing garments. In an instant, Du Fei seemed to grasp the situation. Could it be that she was also feeling motion sickness? Chapter 21. Is the water in the outpost also pure water? As twilight descended, the female soldiers of the women's field combat team began to take turns keeping watch over the camp and the mining area on the mountain. The camp was situated relatively close to the federal outpost, and level 2 and above time beasts had been largely eradicated. Previously, this would not have been the case. However, now armed with mithril bullets, the situation was entirely different. Even during nighttime watch, the female soldiers could effortlessly handle mutated ferocious beasts or level 1 time beasts, which were essentially a gift of easy prey. Fires burned brightly in the mountain mining area, bustling with activity. Due to the moderate slope of the terrain, Chen Yuanshan and his team of miners had cleared a small path and successfully arranged the machinery and equipment. At that moment, they were diligently clearing away the surrounding weeds and shrubs, intending to erect temporary shelters overnight. Du Fei arrived at the mining area, surveying the scene with satisfaction regarding the miners' efforts. "Uncle Qin, let everyone take a break," he said, approaching Chen Yuanshan alongside Ganting and 2 female soldiers. "I will first pay each of you 5 days' wages, and from now on, salaries will be settled every 5 days. How does that sound?" "Why yes, thank you so much." Chen Yuanshan nodded repeatedly, quickly calling over the miners. "Everyone, stop what you're doing. Du Squadron Leader is here to advance our wages." Upon hearing this, the miners ceased their tasks and lined up behind Chen Yuanshan. Ganting produced a storage card and first transferred 650 hours to Chen Yuanshan's wrist, which included the 5-day subsidy. She then proceeded to transfer 150 hours to each miner in turn. The miners gazed at the additional hours on their wrists with expressions of disbelief. After years of toil as miners, it was their first experience receiving wages in advance from their employer. They looked at Du Fei, gratitude shining in their eyes. "Time to eat." Just then, a team of female soldiers arrived, carrying 2 large wooden barrels filled with the miners' meals. As the lids were lifted, the enticing aroma of the food wafted through the air. Chen Yuanshan stared in astonishment, his mouth agape, as he beheld one barrel brimming with rice and the other filled with fragrant stir-fried meat. The food is simply exquisite." Chen Yuanshan swallowed hard, overwhelmed with excitement. Du Fei chuckled. "As for the meals, you will be dining on the same fare as us. The upcoming mining tasks will depend entirely on your efforts." Chen Yuanshan's lips twitched with gratitude. Before he could speak, one of the older miners called out, "Du Squadron Leader, rest assured, we will give our all to work diligently." As soon as he finished speaking, all the miners echoed in unison, "We guarantee to give our utmost effort." The atmosphere was charged with enthusiasm, their voices resonating through the night sky. "All right, let us eat first," Du Fei replied, nodding in satisfaction at the miners. "Let the feasting begin." Chen Yuanshan waved his hand, and the miners, eagerly swallowing, stepped forward to receive their meals. Delicious, indeed. Who would have thought we'd ever be treated to such a bountiful meal in our lifetimes? What a wonderful employer. I would be willing to work in this mining area for the rest of my life. The miners devoured their bowls of white rice and stir-fried meat with fervor, their hearts overflowing with gratitude. A few of them even shed tears as they ate, feeling as though they had fallen into a nest of fortune. Ding, reputation 10. Ding, reputation 10. Ding, reputation 10. The system notifications echoed continuously in Du Fei's mind, filling him with secret delight. "Commander, it's time for us to return for dinner, and the deputy commander is looking for you," Ganting remarked. "All right," Du Fei nodded. Upon entering his room, he found Lu Ruobing sitting at the table with damp hair. The room was imbued with the scent of soap, mingled with a sharp odor of disinfectant. I just used your bathroom. I hope you don't mind," Lu Ruobing said, a hint of shyness in her voice. Du Fei was momentarily taken aback, unsure of her meaning. "Commander, your room is the only one in the entire unit with a bathing facility," Ganting explained from the side. Upon hearing this, Du Fei realized that the female soldiers usually took turns using this room for bathing. Since his arrival, Lu Ruobing had vacated the space for him, effectively taking over the bathing facilities of all the female soldiers. "Is there no public bath? And why does the water smell like this?" Du Fei frowned, having yet to use the water in the bathroom. Lu Ruobing shook her head with a wry smile. "We were nearly bankrupt before. Where would we find the funds to build a public bathing facility? This is mountain water, stored in tanks, and we added disinfectant to reduce the radiation." "Understood." Du Fei turned to Ganting and commanded, "Notify Songjia that once the pool is completed, we shall construct a public bathing facility. From now on, we will refrain from using this water." Let all soldiers endure for a few days, and I will ensure they can bathe with purified water. Lu Ruobing and Gong Ting were taken aback, thinking he had lost his mind. Commander, I oppose this suggestion. Lu Ruobing fixed her gaze on Du Fei, stating, you must understand, the purified water in the base costs 3,000 hours per ton. We can hardly afford to waste it for cooking, Gong Ting chimed in. I also oppose this. Using it for bathing would be excessively extravagant. After spending a large portion of their funds on food in the afternoon, they could tolerate it, but with their remaining time dwindling, they firmly disagreed with purchasing purified water for bathing. Why the panic? Who said we would buy the water from the base? Du Fei retorted with a smirk, continuing, what I meant was, we will produce our own water. Produce our own water? No need to buy? Lu Ruobing and Gong Ting were momentarily stunned, suddenly recalling that there seemed to be water purification components among their supplies. So this man had already planned to produce water himself. However, they believed in Du Fei's capabilities. They exchanged glances, intrigue sparking between them. So, can it eliminate the radiation? Commander, when you mentioned purified water, can it meet the standards of the base's purified water? Lu Ruobing and Gong Ting inquired curiously. If Du Fei could indeed produce purified water, even if it did not meet the base's standards, it would still be a monumental achievement. Is the water at the base really called purified? Du Fei scoffed, then added, just wait. Soon you will be able to drink while you wash. The two beauties couldn't help but chuckle at his words. Keep dreaming. Yes, Commander, if we could drink while bathing. That water must be extraordinarily pure. Lu Ruobing and Gong Ting exchanged skeptical looks. Du Fei merely smiled, refraining from further elaboration, and turned to Lu Ruobing. Was it you wanted to discuss with me? Oh, right. Don't you find it awkward wearing my military uniform all the time? Lu Ruobing smiled, pointing to a brand new military uniform on the bed. I bought you a set of men's military attire today at the base. Try it on. Make sure to eat after changing. We'll head out first. With that, she took Gong Ting by the hand and left the room. Du Fei gazed at the new male military uniform with a slight smile. Indeed, his deputy was quite thoughtful. It was not fitting to wear women's attire all the time. He would change into iti in the vast cave. The aroma of food wafted through the air. The female soldiers formed long lines to receive their meals, with their companions eagerly stretching their necks and swallowing in anticipation. Today's fare was no longer the cassava porridge and wild greens. It was rice and stir-fried meat. Previously, mealtimes felt akin to facing execution, but today was entirely different. The cave resonated with the jubilance of a festive occasion, dispelling the usual gloom with vibrancy and joy. Rice and stir-fried meat, how delectable! I love it. I remember eating such meals twice when I first enlisted 5 years ago. I joined late and have never tasted it. It's so extravagant, but I love it. The female soldiers feasted heartily, their faces radiating happiness and delight. So delicious. Xia Ying licked the last grain of rice from the bottom of her bowl, exclaiming with awe. She lit a cigarette, instinctively propping her beautiful leg on the wooden table, enjoying the act of exhaling a smoke ring. Yet soon, her charming dimples faded, and her lovely eyes revealed sorrow and melancholy. She sighed, wishing for a few more days to savor such bliss. Unfortunately, she knew her physical condition would soon falter. Such food is indeed a rare delicacy, but our accounts are running dry. Gong Ting remarked after finishing her meal, licking her lips, I think having such provisions once every 3 days would suffice. If we indulge daily, we won't last long. The commander's approach will surely spoil the sisters. Sun Shaoqian added, just watch. In a few days, when they serve us the cassava soaked in disinfectant and wild greens again, no one will want to eat, myself included. However, I truly wish to live this way. Like Gong Ting said, having rice once every 3 days would be fine. Lu Ruobing sat among them, silent, shaking her head with a bitter smile. Indeed, if this continued, all the female soldiers would be utterly spoiled by Du Fei. By the way, where is the commander? At that moment, a female soldier asked. The commander is changing clothes. He will be here shortly. Really? Then I'll eat slowly. I heard Ruobing bought a set of men's military attire for the commander. It's supposed to be quite handsome. The commander is already handsome, isn't he? Even in women's attire? He exudes a masculine charm. Just imagine him in men's military wear. He'll be a total heartthrob. Lower your voice. Can you really call him a heartthrob? Didn't you see how Ruobing shot you a glare just now? I believe only Ruobing is worthy of a heartthrob like the commander. Learn from me. If you think about it, keep it to yourself or in your dreams, you all understand, right? A group of female soldiers chatted and laughed quietly. Hearing their whispers, Xia Ying, Gong Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and others wore mischievous smiles. Lu Ruobing's cheeks flushed as she glanced at the chatterboxes and scolded playfully, "Can't you all keep your mouths in check while eating? If you keep gossiping, I'll tear your mouths apart." Instantly, the female soldiers quieted down, making funny faces and sticking out their tongues, ceasing their discussions. Just then, a robust, well-proportioned, and handsome figure strode into Du Fei, clad in a crisp, new military uniform, appeared before everyone. In an instant, the cave fell silent. A pin drop could be heard. Thump, 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 thump. The female soldiers' breaths quickened, their heartbeats echoing in their ears. "So handsome," Xiang gasped, her eyes widening. She quickly placed her legs down from the table, extinguishing her cigarette, sitting demurely like a gentle girl. "Wow, so dashing," Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian exclaimed in unison. They had known the commander looked better in women's military attire than any woman, but they were unprepared for how he surpassed every man they had ever seen in men's military wear. How can he be so handsome? Ugh, I can't take it. I might faint. All the female soldiers were entranced, feeling breathless, with some even drooling. Lu Ruobing was also momentarily dazed, her mind scattered in the wind. Ding, reputation 10. Ding, reputation 10. Ding, affinity 1. Ding, reputation 10. Ding, affinity 1. Ding, reputation 10. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, Du Fei smiled as he approached Lu Ruobing. "This uniform fits well. Thank you, Dado." Oh. Lu Ruobing snapped back to reality, realizing Du Fei was addressing her, and hurriedly replied, "No need to thank me, Gong Ting. Quickly prepare a meal for the commander." Observing Lu Ruobing in her dazed state, Xia Ying couldn't help but smirk mischievously. After dinner, due to the morning's battle at Blackwater River and the busy afternoon, the female soldiers were utterly fatigued. Du Fei ordered the entire unit to rest well for the night to regain their strength, as they would commence major operations the following day. As night fell, Nyo Daba delivered the last load of scrap and departed after settling the payment. The Women's Field Battalion will rise from this heap of debris, with the Qingchuan Ruins mission serving as the first turning point for the female soldiers. Du Fei gazed at the towering pile of waste in the camp, a glint of determination flickering in his eyes. The 48th Division had meticulously laid traps, so when the time came, they would clash and see who was tougher and who would feel the pain. First, the manufacturing tools needed to be arranged. Du Fei stepped into the ammunition depot. Surveying the surroundings, he began to organize the tools into 3 distinct areas. Area 1 for manufacturing weapons and ammunition, Area 2 for creating communication and intelligent control core devices, and Area 3 for fabricating molds, shells, and various components. Soon, an array of tools and precision instruments from the Universal Toolbox were systematically placed in their designated spots. These tools possessed their own energy. With each tool set in place, Du Fei activated its light, illuminating the vast space of the air raid shelter as bright as day in less than half an hour. The once desolate ammunition depot transformed into a state-of-the-art manufacturing workshop. Du Fei stroked his chin, surveying the clearly defined manufacturing zones, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. What would the beautiful women, like Lu Ruobing, think when they saw this tomorrow? In the next moment, detailed blueprints for a water purifier and rehabilitation pool flashed through his mind. He intended to work through the night to construct these devices, as everyone would soon enter a phase of high-intensity labor, including himself. With the rehabilitation pool, not only could they enhance their physical condition, but alleviating fatigue would become a matter of moments. Taking a deep breath, Du Fei resolved to proceed. Some components for the water purifier and rehabilitation pool were readily available, while the rest could be manufactured relatively easily according to the blueprints. The sounds of clanging and grinding filled the air as Du Fei busied himself with the task. In the mountainous mining area, the generator thrummed, casting a bright glow. Chen Yuanshan led the miners in a night shift, as simple wooden shelters rose from the ground. Despite their sweat-soaked bodies, each individual was filled with fervor. As dawn broke, Du Fei exhaled, having completed the construction of the water purifier and rehabilitation pool, with only installation remaining. At that moment, a female soldier burst in, panic evident in her salute. "Report." "What is it?" Du Fei frowned. "Report, Commander. One of the officers, Xia Ying, is not doing well. The soldier's face reflected sorrow, and she continued. The vice commander and the others are guarding the medical room. Asking if you wish to see Xia Ying for the last time, what Du Fei exclaimed in shock. Recalling that Xia Ying had looked relatively well the night before. How could things have deteriorated so swiftly? Relay my orders immediately. Bring those devices to the pool area in the living quarters. At once. Yes, Commander. Seeing Du Fei's grave expression, the soldier wasted no time and dashed out to execute the command. Du Fei hurried out of the ammunition depot, striding towards the living quarters outside the air raid shelter. Near the medical room, Lu Ruobing was caught off guard. I didn't expect Xia Ying to leave us so soon. Wu Wu Ganting and Sun Xiaoqian sobbed. The radiation she endured was fatal. What was bound to happen has come to pass. Lu Ruobing's eyes brimmed with tears as she gazed upward at the cave ceiling. Yet the tears continued to stream down her cheeks. Within the Women's Field Battalion, Xia Ying was an exceptional commander, a reliable aide to Lu Ruobing, and a close sister. Yet, in this moment, Xia Ying was about to depart from this world. Though Lu Ruobing spoke the words, her heart could barely bear the immense grief. Just last night, Xia Ying had seemed fine, and who could have anticipated this? It's all due to that accursed radiation. She told me yesterday that she would hold on until the commander produced the tracked vehicle. Yes. She was still encouraging herself, hoping to be the first to pilot the new tank. Wu Wu outside the medical room. The female soldiers wiped their tears and wept softly. Despite having endured the tragic loss of many sisters before, none wished to see such an outstanding commander and dear friend depart from them. As everyone was engulfed in despair, Du Fei arrived in long strides, his voice steady. Where is Xia Ying? What is her current condition? She sighed. The medics are trying to save her. Lu Ruobing wiped her tears and said softly, Oh, not cry. Du Fei admonished the female soldiers gently, then turned to Lu Ruobing. Take me in to see her. All right. Lu Ruobing nodded, feeling it was the least Du Fei, as the commander, could do for Xia Ying. Upon entering the medical room, Su Ninger, a biology major, and several medics were working frantically to revive Xia Ying. The medical equipment was exceedingly rudimentary, consisting of only a few outdated respirators, defibrillators, and vital signs monitors. At that moment, Xia Ying's complexion was ashen, her body convulsing uncontrollably, punctuated by violent coughing fits that caused dark red blood to seep from the corners of her mouth. It was evident that even in her final moments, she was enduring immense suffering. Xia Ying's eyes widened at the sight of Du Fei's arrival, but she was too weak to utter a word. Xia Ying, hold on. Du Fei gently stroked her forehead, then turned to Su Ninger, asking, What is her current condition, Commander? Xia Ying has slipped into shock twice already. Her situation is dire. Su Ninger hesitated to finish her thought. Can we buy her some time? Du Fei questioned, his expression grave. If we use all the remaining anti-radiation injections and medications, she might only last another 2 hours, Su Ninger replied. Fine, as long as we can extend it for 2 hours. I will find a way to save her, Du Fei declared earnestly to Su Ninger. Make sure to hold on. I am counting on you. With that, he turned and exited the medical room. Yes, Su Ninger stared at Du Fei's retreating figure, momentarily stunned. What have I just heard? She couldn't comprehend what the commander meant. It was known that Xia Ying's radiation exposure was in its late stages, essentially untreatable. How could the commander claim he had a way to save her? Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Xiaoqian exchanged bewildered glances, following him outside. Du Fei stepped out of the medical room and waved to the crowd. Song Jia, stop crying and come with me. At the commander's call, Song Jia stifled her tears. Though uncertain of what he wanted her for, she quickly followed Du Fei towards the living quarters. The others, including Lu Ruobing, were increasingly puzzled about his intentions. However, recalling Du Fei's earlier assertion that he had a way to save Xia Ying, they hastily followed suit in the living quarters, near the rehabilitation pool. Du Fei instructed, Song Jia, place the distillation apparatus in the right groove and connect it to the main unit. Yes. You all are responsible for installing the outlets for the pool walls and bottom. Ensure to check every pipeline. Yes. Before Du Fei lay an assembly blueprint, as he directed the frantic installation with urgency. Song Jia led the engineers in focused work, while Lu Ruobing and the others lent their hands. Bustling back and forth, they were unaware of the true purpose behind Du Fei's construction of the pool, but hearing it could save Xia Ying's life, they didn't dare question him and kept busy. Over an hour passed. Inside the medical room, Su Ninger and the medics were drenched in sweat. administering the last of the battalion's remaining anti-radiation injections to Xiaoying. Soon, the usable injections and medications were nearly exhausted. Without the support of the injections, Xiaoying's condition rapidly deteriorated. Su Ninger furrowed her brow, urgently calling into the communicator. "Commander, please respond. Please respond received. What is the situation?" Xiaoying can only hold on for another 10 minutes at most. Order them to carry her over immediately. Yes, with all the equipment for the rehabilitation pool now installed, Du Fei set down the communicator and exhaled deeply. Only one final step remained: to activate the main unit. He opened the technology repository and exchanged 100 reputation points for a walnut-sized energy crystal. Swiftly, he placed it into the energy slot of the main unit. In the next moment, a low hum resonated as the energy crystal emitted a layer of azure light. The rehabilitation pool's main unit began to operate. Streams of mist emerged from the multiple outlets at the pool's bottom and walls, and after about a minute, a flowing azure rehabilitation liquid began to pour forth. Gradually, the flow increased, and the pool was soon filled with a shimmering blue liquid. Lu Ruobing and the others widened their eyes in astonishment at this miraculous sight. "Commander, what is this?" Lu Ruobing couldn't help but inquire. "This is the rehabilitation pool. That liquid is the rehabilitation solution." Before he could finish, Su Ninger and the medics rushed in, carrying Xiaoying. "Hand her over to me." Du Fei stepped forward, lifting Xiaoying into his arms, and, under the gaze of all, leaped into the rehabilitation pool. He quickly laid Xiaoying down in the water, allowing it to envelop her body and face, leaving only her nostrils exposed. "Commander, this is—" Su Ninger felt utterly baffled. Could this pool of water truly save Xiaoying? Du Fei ignored her, furrowing his brow as he observed Xiaoying while also sensing the changes within his own body. The technology repository had described the miraculous effects of the rehabilitation pool. To be honest, he felt a twinge of anxiety, lacking complete confidence as this was his first experiment. 30 seconds, 50 seconds, 1 minute, 3 minutes. What is happening? Is it not working? Just as Du Fei felt lost and anxious, notifications chimed. Ding! Radiation eliminated by 5. Ding! Radiation eliminated by 5. Ding! Radiation eliminated by 5. Ding! Radiation completely eliminated. Ding! Constitution 1. Ding! Constitution 1. Oh my goodness! It actually works! Du Fei exclaimed with uncontainable joy. In just a few minutes, not only had he completely eradicated the radiation he had suffered, but he had also bolstered his constitution by a few points. At that moment, he felt an invigorating surge of strength coursing through his entire being, and he could distinctly sense the change in his physical condition. Unquestionably, the radiation affecting Xiaoying was also being eradicated. Ding! Constitution enhancement has reached its limit. Further consumption required for continued enhancement. It appeared that the restorative pool had its limitations on enhancing physical condition, but that was already quite remarkable, Du Fei mused inwardly. After a few more minutes, an unexpected scene unfolded. Xiaoying's body ceased its convulsions. Her previously pallid face began to regain its color, and her breathing gradually steadied. In that moment, she resembled a fairy tale sleeping beauty. After a brief pause, she opened her eyes, and upon realizing she was lying in Du Fei's embrace, her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. "Captain? I'm not dead." Lu Ruobing, Gonting, Sun Shaoqian, Song Jia, and the others were equally stunned. Su Ninger and several medics hurried forward, using a functionality detection device to examine various parts of Xiaoying's body multiple times. "My heavens, how is this possible? I can hardly believe it. Xiaoying is fine. The radiation she endured has completely vanished." Su Ninger gasped, her excitement palpable. "Captain, what on earth happened? Did the water in this pool heal her?" Seeing Su Ninger's expression, Lu Ruobing seized her arm. "Ninger, are you certain Xiaoying has been fully healed?" "Absolutely. I'm certain." Su Ninger nodded emphatically, pointing at the functionality detection device. "Look, all her bodily function indicators are above normal. Health rate at 100. In other words, Xiaoying is now healthier than any of us." As her words fell, an exclamation of disbelief arose. "My heavens! This is truly miraculous." Lu Ruobing, Gonting, Sun Shaoqian, Song Jia, and the medics present were all left astounded. "Ing Bao, how do you feel now?" "I feel amazing, especially being held by the captain." Xiaoying beamed, her charming dimples appearing as she spoke playfully. After that, she tilted her face to look at Du Fei. her beautiful eyes brimming with gratitude, with tears glistening subtly. That moment, submerged in the pool, she felt a sense of comfort she had never experienced before. Although the nature of this azure water eluded her understanding, she knew that Du Fei had rescued her from the brink of death. "This is wonderful, you rascal. Hurry up and thank the captain." Lu Ruobing wiped her tears, her voice quivering. "Thank you, Captain." Xiaoying's expression was sincere. She was a stubborn woman, and this was the first time she had ever expressed gratitude to anyone. Yet, she understood that she would forever remember Du Fei's life-giving grace. Soon, news of Xia Ying's miraculous recovery spread throughout the entire regiment. All the female soldiers rushed over. "Amazing! Sister Xia Ying is alive? Wow! Sister Xia Ying has come back to life." The female soldiers gathered around the restorative pool, their tears of sorrow transforming into tears of joy. "Oh, I remember that the captain bet with Sister Xia Ying." At that moment, a soldier reminded them. "Indeed, a kiss, a kiss. Hurry up." The female soldiers began to chant in unison. "Ying Bao, kiss him." Upon witnessing this, Lu Ruobing and the others joined in the ruckus. Faced with no choice, Xiaoying quickly planted a light kiss on Du Fei's cheek. "Ding, intimacy one. That one T do. A kiss on the cheek, doesn't T count? We want to see a real kiss. Yes, it must be a passionate kiss, the kind that entangles tongues." The female soldiers clamored for more, their enthusiasm unabated. "You little rascals, you're quite mischievous. Let us leave a little room for discretion and not overreach." Xiaoying retorted. How could that be? She had never kissed any man, let alone be asked for an intimate kiss of that nature. "Why are you being so coy? This eyes like our Ying Bao." "Indeed, Sister Xiaoying, hurry up. Can you do it or not?" The female soldiers pressed on, some resorting to teasing tactics. Come on. If you're so brave, why don't you do it?" Xiaoying shoved Du Fei forward, declaring. The moment those words escaped her lips, a wave of laughter erupted. Du Fei stood up, shaking his head in disbelief. After a brief bout of playful chaos, Su Ninger, her eyes sparkling with excitement, posed a question. "Captain, this pool water is truly miraculous. Could you elaborate on its effects?" Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and all the female soldiers, including Xiaoying, eagerly turned their attention to Du Fei. Chapter 25. The Efficacy of the Restorative Pool. "This is a restorative pool I developed. It can eliminate radiation, heal various injuries and ailments, and frequent use can even enhance one's constitution." Noticing their eager expressions, Du Fei proceeded to outline the benefits of the restorative pool. Such a multitude of benefits. As a biologist, Su Ninger internally questioned the plausibility. However, she quickly realized how foolish her skepticism was. After all, Xia Ying was living proof. She felt as though her academic knowledge had been thoroughly upended, as the restorative pool before her completely shattered her understanding of biology and medicine. The issue of radiation was a global conundrum, one that had yet to be resolved. Even the Chrono Federation and other major factions had poured immense resources into the problem, developing only some anti-radiation serums that could not fully eradicate it. Yet, the restorative pool developed by Du Fei could not only completely eliminate radiation but also cure various injuries and illnesses. How utterly astonishing! It could only be said that Du Fei was an unparalleled genius. Su Ninger's eyes sparkled with immense excitement as she exclaimed, "With this restorative pool, if we had sufficient time, we could achieve immortality. No, it should be eternal youth." Du Fei corrected her with a smile, then added, "There's one more effect I forgot to mention, and that is the preservation of youth." At this statement, a wave of astonishment washed over the crowd. Lu Ruobing and the other female soldiers were utterly flabbergasted. The notion of immortality was beyond their wildest dreams. What, then, was the concept of eternal youth? As far as they knew, the highest rulers of the Chrono Federation had created a radiation-free sanctuary. Even so, those rulers could only achieve immortality, not eternal youth. Yet now, the restorative pool developed by their captain could grant eternal youth. In that moment, Lu Ruobing and the other female soldiers felt their hearts race with excitement, as though they were living in a dream. "Captain, will the restorative liquid in this pool eventually run out?" Gan Ting suddenly inquired. "No, the restorative liquid will evaporate after eliminating radiation, while new restorative liquid will automatically replenish itself," Du Fei replied. "So, if we sell the restorative liquid, wouldn't we strike it rich?" Gan Ting exclaimed enthusiastically, primarily concerned about the financial situation. "While your idea is certainly intriguing, You must understand the principle of possessing a jewel brings danger. Du Fei looked at Ting and cautioned. Let us focus on becoming strong first before we entertain such thoughts. The captain speaks wisely, Lu Ruobing nodded, her expression turning grave as she surveyed everyone. I'll reiterate, not a word about the Women's Combat Brigade must be leaked to the outside world. We are not strong enough yet. If the Federation or other factions learn of this, the consequences would be dire. From now on, everything revolves around the captain. If you wish for a better life, simply follow the captain's orders. Remember, obey and cooperate. Do you all understand? Understood. The female soldiers answered in unison, their voices resounding throughout the air raid shelter. As long as the captain is here, we can achieve eternal youth. At that moment, Lu Ruobing and the other female soldiers not only saw a glimmer of hope for survival, but were also filled with beautiful aspirations for the future. This is just a small restorative pool. For now, we'll make do with it, but we will construct a larger one soon. Du Fei turned to Lu Ruobing and continued. All right, now we can arrange for everyone to take turns experiencing it. After a moment's thought, he added, it's best to remove all clothing before submerging. It will yield better results. You'll have an hour to experience it. After that, all personnel will assemble for task assignments. Yes, Lu Ruobing and the other female soldiers saluted Du Fei in unison. As Du Fei departed, the female soldiers eagerly began to disrobe, jumping into the pool, completely unadorned. You rascal, why are you still soaking? Lu Ruobing remarked to Xia Ying, I hadn't taken off my clothes earlier. Now I'm experiencing it anew without them. Xia Ying raised an eyebrow, reclining luxuriously. This feels absolutely delightful. I can feel my body warming up. My heavens, the radiation spots on my skin are fading. My shoulders and neck no longer ache. How magical. I feel invigorated all over. The female soldiers luxuriated in the pool, each one expressing their astonishment and delight. Ting, your radiation exposure is quite unique. Spread your legs apart so it can soak in thoroughly, Su Ninger advised. Ting, who was lost in her sensations, blushed. Mind your own business. I've been doing that all along. Back in his room, Du Fei's previously drenched clothing had become remarkably dry. The reason lies in the fact that the rehabilitation fluid rapidly dissipates when exposed to radiation in the air. Through this realization, Du Fei understood that once the rehabilitation fluid leaves the rehabilitation pool, it is virtually impossible to preserve. In other words, merely selling the rehabilitation fluid is unrealistic. If one were to sell it, it would have to be as part of an entire rehabilitation pool setup. However, this is a plan for the future, and it is not a consideration at present. Glancing at the blueprints for the Land King tracked vehicle on the table, Du Fei pondered for a moment, then, he opened the system interface and noticed some changes. Host. Du Fei position, Commander Legion, Detached Women's Field Corps Reputation Points, 1967 Affinity Points, 16 Physique. Primary Enhancement 5, Primary Enhancement. Advanced Enhancement, Super Enhancement, Items. Universal Toolbox 1, Rare Material Refining Agent 450 milliliters. Du Fei's reputation points had increased to nearly 2,000, and his affinity points had also risen to 1/6. It is worth noting that reputation and affinity points can be earned repeatedly without limit. As long as he inspires gratitude or admiration in those around him, he can accumulate these points. Thus, Du Fei places great importance on the living conditions of the female soldiers, including those of Qin Yuanshan and his group of miners. Unexpectedly, after soaking in the rehabilitation pool, his physique had undergone a transformation: primary, advanced, super. It seems there are indeed 3 distinct stages. Du Fei gazed curiously at the physique section, feeling intrigued. At present, he only felt an abundance of strength within, unaware of the true extent of primary enhanced physique. Driven by curiosity, Du Fei attempted to grasp a small protruding stone on the wall. With a firm squeeze, the next moment, crack! The hard stone on the wall was actually cracked by his grip. Du Fei was taken aback, exclaiming, wow! If the physique is merely at a primary enhancement of 5 and is already this formidable, what level of power would one attain with super enhancement? Wouldn't all of my female soldiers become like steel warriors in the future? Chapter 26. One must dare to dream next. Du Fei calmed his excited heart and opened the technology library. With 1967 reputation points, he recalled that there were 2 drones that had been shot down by the winged beasts in the warehouse, and he planned to exchange for a set of drone blueprints. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using 1,500 reputation points to exchange for a design blueprint of the Predator stealth drone. The composition manufacturing parameters, functions, and more of the Predator drone surfaced in Du Fei's mind. Predator stealth drone, anti-gravity device, all-round reconnaissance, artificial intelligence program, capable of carrying various attack weapons, and can be comprehensively controlled. In stealth mode, it can interfere with or steal enemy communications and execute precise strikes on aerial, ground, and surface targets. Main materials: mithril or vibranium, energy crystals. Click to expand more. Excellent. To eliminate enemies invisibly and claim their heads from miles away is indeed an instrument of ambition. Du Fei silently marveled. If vibranium were used as the primary material for the drone's body, it would be even more powerful. However, the synthesis technology for vibranium requires 100 affinity points to exchange, which he currently lacks. For now, he can only use mithril as the main material. It seems that affinity points are also quite important. He must find ways to obtain more. Nonetheless, a Predator stealth drone made with mithril would already be quite formidable in the current world. With such an aerial weapon, coupled with the Land King tracked vehicle, the Qingchuan Ruins mission would be a guaranteed win. Outside the air raid shelter, at the camp, all members of the Women's Field Corps had gathered. Du Fei's gaze swept across the female soldiers, each standing tall and proud, their spirits visibly renewed. Next, we are going to work hard for half a month. Your efforts will not only determine the victory of the Qingchuan Ruins operation, but also mark the first step towards a promising future for the Women's Field Corps. Guanting, you are responsible for sorting out the materials for communication devices that can be utilized. Workshop Area 2 is assigned to you. Yes, Sun Xiaoqian, you are in charge of sorting the manufacturing materials for weapons and ammunition. Workshop Area 1 is yours. Yes, Song Jia, you are responsible for the infrastructure work of the entire Corps, including the installation of water purifiers, public bathing facilities, and the construction of camp walls. Additionally, ensure that pure water is delivered to the living area and mining area as soon as possible. If you need any tools, you may go to Workshop Area 3 to manufacture them. Yes, Xiaoying, you are tasked with forming a special operations team to hunt the nearby time beasts, ensuring the Corps living expenses during this period. Yes, Commander. As Du Fei issued his commands, Guanting and the others took various blueprints and began to enter work mode. The female soldiers of the Women's Field Corps busily commenced their tasks. Why wasn't I assigned a task? Lu Ruobing approached Du Fei and inquired. Due to the warm weather, she was dressed in a light camouflage short outfit, looking even more enchanting after her soak in the rehabilitation pool. Especially with her curvaceous figure, exuding a mature and alluring charm, Du Fei couldn't help but feel his heart stir slightly as he replied, "Your task is of great importance. Come with me to the mining area." To the mining area? Yes, we will extract mithril together, Du Fei stated. Due to the large quantity of mithril required, he needed a helper. Really? Lu Ruobing was momentarily taken aback, her eyes shining with excitement. She had always been curious about how mithril was extracted, and she never expected Du Fei would entrust her with such an important task. Deep down, Lu Ruobing felt greatly touched, realizing how much Du Fei trusted her. Ding! Affinity points 5. Du Fei felt a surge of joy. Previously, he had only gained 1 affinity point. Now it had already started at 5 points. It seems the more familiar they became, the higher the affinity points generated. At the mining area on the mountain, there were a dozen makeshift wooden sheds, serving as accommodations for Chen Yuanshan and the miners. Not far from the wooden sheds, there were 2 adjacent wooden houses. These 2 houses were specifically constructed by Du Fei, and they turned out to be rather exquisite. The houses had several steps leading up to them, elevated more than a meter off the ground, with a wooden path connecting them, furnished with a few wicker chairs. Inside, there were bedrooms, a simple bathing area, and tables and chairs. The mountain was rich in timber, and everything was constructed using local materials. One could only commend Chen Yuanshan for his dedication. Upon arriving in front of the wooden houses, Du Fei felt quite satisfied. Wow, such beautiful wooden houses. Lu Ruobing's eyes widened as she surveyed her surroundings and turned to Du Fei. Did you have them built? Without waiting for Du Fei's response, she dashed up the steps into one of the wooden houses. We will be spending considerable time working on the mountain, and one of these houses is yours. Du Fei followed behind, glancing at her slender waist and curvaceous figure. Smiling slightly. Really? That's wonderful. Lu Ruobing turned around, her pretty face lighting up with joy. After all, she had been living in the air raid shelter for so many years, and the wooden house brought her great surprise. If we could all move out of the air raid shelter and live in such wooden houses, how wonderful would that be? Lu Ruobing gazed at the surrounding mountains, reflecting wistfully. That's not a difficult task. Once the Qingchuan ruins mission is completed, we can build as many of these wooden houses as we need, Du Fei replied with a smile. The mountains were filled with towering trees, thick enough to be embraced by several people. Felling just a couple would suffice to construct a wooden house. Moreover, with mithril bullets and the rehabilitation pool now available, the time beasts and outdoor radiation were no longer a significant threat. According to your words, even if we each have 30 years of time, we wouldn't need to return to the base city. We could put down roots here, centered around the camp. Lu Ruobing's eyes sparkled with a hint of longing. I think your idea is quite commendable, Du Fei nodded in approval. Apart from the Federation's base cities and outposts, as long as you possess the capability, you can occupy any territory in the wild. Du Fei held such intentions, envisioning the construction of a base similar to that of a Federation outpost. However, it would require careful planning, as building a comparable base would demand a substantial amount of time. It was not something that could be achieved overnight. Are you certain? Absolutely. Then I shall take you seriously. Lu Ruobing blinked, gazing earnestly at Du Fei in the future, within 100 miles of the camp. All of it will belong to us, Du Fei remarked, surveying the surroundings. You're just boasting. 100-mile radius would include Federation Outpost number 83. Lu Ruobing pouted playfully. Hee, one must dare to dream. Du Fei chuckled and continued. Let's go and check out the mining area. Beside the cliff by the river, the sound of drilling equipment roared. Chen Yuanshan led the miners, already deep into the extraction work, which was proceeding vigorously. Mithril ore is not the same as mithril. It merely contains trace amounts of mithril material within the stone, making it relatively easy to extract. Currently, Chen Yuanshan and the miners had only one drilling machine, and all tasks, from breaking the ore to transporting it, had to be completed manually. Ideally, a crusher and a rail mining cart would be essential, but due to the current funding constraints, they could only make do for the time being. Nevertheless, Chen Yuanshan and the miners remained highly motivated, ensuring that the daily extraction of ore did not fall below 100 tons. At this moment, in the designated area, there were already 5 or 6 piles of freshly extracted mithril ore. Following Du Fei's instructions, these mithril ores had been cut to a similar size. This way, they could save on refining agents, ensuring that a single drop of refining agent could completely extract the mithril from a piece of ore. These ores have a good mithril content. We are ready to start working, Du Fei stated after examining the piles of ore, producing 2 bottles of rare material refining agent. 1 bottle was left over from before, while the other was exchanged from the technology library for 100 reputation points. What is this? Lu Ruobing inquired curiously as she took a bottle of the refining agent. This is a specialized solvent used for extracting secret silver. Du Fei explained, twisting off the cap and drawing a tube of the agent to demonstrate. With a soft plop, a drop of the refining agent gently fell onto a piece of ore. Instantly, the ore rippled like water, and the silver stars scattered across its surface began to coalesce, only to gradually vanish. Subsequently, a gleaming silver-white liquid flowed from within the ore, solidifying swiftly in the next moment. The ore lost its luster, revealing a small piece of secret silver on the ground. This secret silver? Did you develop this solvent as well? How astonishing! Lu Ruobing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief at this spectacle. Give it a try, Du Fei encouraged with a smile. All right, Lu Ruobing nodded, then followed Du Fei's method, dropping a drop of the refining agent onto a piece of ore. Before long, the ore similarly rippled and released silver liquid. Is this it? Successfully refined? It's that simple. She picked up the solidified piece of secret silver, overwhelmed with joy, and couldn't help but glance at Du Fei. How could a boy just over 18 be so remarkable? He is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses. Chapter 27. What are you researching? 2 days passed, and the progress of various tasks at the camp was relatively smooth. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing had been refining secret silver in the mining area. Although it wasn't particularly heavy, the total amount they extracted together exceeded a dozen kilograms, indicating a significant yield. Sun Shaoqian excelled in weaponry and ammunition, while Ganting was proficient in communication protocols. Although their theoretical knowledge was solid, they were somewhat inexperienced in practice. During this time, Du Fei personally guided them. From secret silver bullets and shells to integrated modules and minute components, he taught them how to manufacture step by step. After several rounds, Sun Shaoqian and Ganting became considerably more adept, and they were profoundly impressed by Du Fei's expertise. With the emergence of a new batch of ammunition, Xia Ying's special forces were naturally well supplied. They did not disappoint the entire regiment. In just 2 days of hunting, they increased the time stored in their cards to over 30,000 hours. Subsequently, Du Fei shuttled between the mining area and the workshop. Retreating to the recovery pool for a few minutes whenever he felt fatigued, he was personally responsible for manufacturing the Predator stealth drones while also keeping a close eye on the progress of the Land King tracked armored vehicle. Should any discrepancies arise, he would promptly correct them, maintaining complete control over everything. By the 5th day, the previously 2-wheeled armored vehicles had been fitted with brand new tracks and some weaponry. The Land King tracked armored vehicle was gradually taking shape. Wow, it's so beautiful. Our tracked armored vehicle is about to be completed. Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and a group of female engineers shouted excitedly as they gazed at the vehicle's body. Look at how thrilled you all are. There's still a long way to go, Du Fei chuckled. This is merely the exterior. The core components have yet to be fully constructed, and it will take some time before it can be operational. Fortunately, these female engineers are quite perceptive and quickly grasp the production processes, which have begun to run smoothly. And truth, Du Fei felt quite exhilarated inside, though he maintained an appearance of calmness. Everyone has been performing admirably. The next few days are crucial, so I hope you all will continue your efforts. Yes, Commander. With Du Fei's encouragement and praise, Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and the female engineers wore expressions of excitement. As night fell, Du Fei arrived at the mining area, had a quick bite to eat, and then retreated into the wooden cabin to study some important components of the drone. Now, aside from Lu Ruobing, another person named Su Ninger had joined the team responsible for refining secret silver. This task did not require much technical skill, and the two of them could basically refine the extracted ore each day. Du Fei merely needed to collect the ready-made secret silver. What are you researching? A voice suddenly rang out, startling Du Fei. He turned to see Lu Ruobing standing behind him, having approached unnoticed. Do you walk without making a sound? Du Fei remarked, then looked down to discover she was barefoot, which explained her stealthy approach. Since the two wooden cabins were connected, Lu Ruobing often came to report her work after finishing her tasks. Their relationship had grown more familiar, with less formality in their speech and mannerisms. I enjoy the feeling of walking barefoot on the wooden planks. It's simply delightful, Lu Ruobing said, lifting one delicate foot and smiling bashfully at Du Fei, who seemed genuinely startled by her sudden appearance. She then curiously approached the table, leaning over to examine the blueprints. Dressed in a relatively thin camouflage top, as she bent down, Du Fei couldn't help but swallow hard. Despite her serious demeanor while studying the blueprints, he began to wonder if Lu Ruobing was intentionally trying to entice him. You might not understand these blueprints. They depict the core components and anti-gravity systems of the drone. I see. No wonder I was utterly baffled. It's about the drone what? A drone? Lu Ruobing's eyes widened in surprise as she realized. As she straightened up, Du Fei regretted not being more careful with his words. How could he have said she wouldn't understand? Shouldn't he have explained it to her earnestly? This is the Predator stealth drone, and it should be ready for production alongside the Land King tracked armored vehicle in the coming days. My goodness. Does this mean we will have drones in the future? Lu Ruobing exclaimed excitedly, eager to know more about the drone's capabilities. Certainly, Du Fei nodded, pointing at the blueprints. Here, take a look at these designs. Just as Lu Ruobing prepared to lean down again, a female soldier's voice suddenly called out from outside. Deputy Commander, good news. The water purifier has been installed, and your bathing area is now supplied with pure water. That's wonderful. I'll be right there. Lu Ruobing replied, turning to Du Fei. Wait for me to finish my bath, and then we can continue our discussion. With that, she hurried towards her cabin. Du Fei found himself at a loss for words. How could he focus on his research now? Chapter 28. Has he developed feelings for me? The night was tranquil. The workers in the mining area had already succumbed to slumber, with female soldiers on guard ensuring their safety. Outside the wooden cabin, Du Fei sat in a wicker chair, gazing at the mountains shrouded in the night. As this drone really is formidable as you claim? Lu Ruobing, having finished her bath, appeared in a low-cut, thin t-shirt, her damp hair still dripping water. At this moment, she had fully grasped the various capabilities of the Predator stealth drone, leaving her internally astonished. You'll find out soon enough, Du Fei replied with a calm smile. Then continued, the Federation prohibits conflicts between legions. Otherwise, the party instigating the trouble will be deemed anti-human. In the eyes of the Time Federation, humanity is highly esteemed, but it only includes the elite. The aristocrats and the wealthy. If the lower classes rebel or threaten their interests, they are labeled as anti-human. Lu Ruobing, perplexed by Du Fei's sudden shift in topic, echoed his sentiments. Indeed, it's inherently unfair, yet it is an unavoidable reality. Du Fei maintained his serene demeanor, adding, I forgot to mention another function. This drone can evade the surveillance of the Federation's eye in the sky. What? The Predator stealth drone can bypass the eye's monitoring? Lu Ruobing's expression shifted to one of shock as a thought struck her. She looked at Du Fei. You can't be suggesting the humiliation and bullying we endured are one thing, but to be continuously oppressed. Striking back is certainly not excessive. Is it? Du Fei stated. Lu Ruobing clenched her delicate fist, a glimmer of satisfaction surfacing in her eyes. She immediately understood Du Fei's intention. He aimed to use this drone against the 48th Division. Indeed, the Women's Field Combat Brigade has suffered exploitation, humiliation, and bullying for years, and it has reached a breaking point. Striking back would be entirely justified. However, currently, we can only manufacture 2 Predator stealth drones. Can we truly contend with the powerful 48th Division? Although Lu Ruobing harbored some concerns, she did not express them. Instead, she looked at Du Fei with excitement. It seems you already have a plan to deal with the 48th Division? The 48th Division is merely the beginning. The ultimate plan targets Wu Dagui. Really? Upon hearing Wu Dagui's name, Lu Ruobing's hatred flared. Her parents had fallen victim to him. She never expected Du Fei's plan to involve Wu Dagui. Gratitude filled her eyes. Thank you. No need for thanks, Du Fei replied, lifting his gaze to the night sky, lost in thought. Lu Ruobing fell silent, her mind racing. Wu Dagui was a mid-level figure in the Time Federation, currently at the height of his power. And according to the Eye's assessments, he was likely to ascend to the upper echelons soon. Not to mention his command over 3 divisions, his family background and intricate connections made him untouchable. This man before her was devising a plan to provoke Wu Dagui for her sake. For a moment, Lu Ruobing felt disoriented, her heart racing. Has he developed feelings for me? I'm 23 years old. 5 years older than him. Is that appropriate? Reflecting on this, she discreetly glanced at Du Fei, her cheeks flushing. After a brief pause, Lu Ruobing sought to calm her inner turmoil, unable to suppress her curiosity. She inquired, What are you thinking about? Thinking of my father and sister, Du Fei replied. At least you have family to think of, Lu Ruobing sighed, drying her damp hair. They are now living in Fuxing City. They must be quite happy. The situation is not optimistic. Wu Dagui is unlikely to let them off easily. What? Lu Ruobing paused, puzzled. Wu Dagui. Has your family gotten involved with him? It dawned on her that Du Fei's intentions towards Wu Dagui were not as she had imagined. Indeed, my father had an affair with Wu Dagui's wife, and the matter has come to light, Du Fei chuckled, recounting how Du Lei had rescued Wang Shuzhen on the battlefield, along with the subsequent affairs between the two. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruobing understood, her heart sinking as she murmured, I see. My only concern is their current predicament. There's no need to worry. Fuxing City has a resident protection mechanism, and besides, your father is a man of merit. They will be fine, Lu Ruobing reassured him. We will take it one step at a time. Du Fei exhaled, acknowledging the age-old truth that illicit affairs often lead to calamity. Just ask Ximenqing. Although the residents of the city are afforded protection, Wu Dagui is a formidable figure. With just a flick of his hand, he could easily expel my father and sister from Fuxing City. Currently, we await news from Husan. Sigh, it's quite vexing. My hair is too thick. It itches when unwashed, yet it takes so long to dry after washing. My arms ache at that moment. Lu Ruobing frowned as she looked down, softly complaining. She was vigorously rubbing her lustrous, damp hair with a towel, her actions betraying a hint of impatience. Previously, the Women's Combat Corps lacked the means to procure items like hairdryers, so all the female soldiers had to dry their hair manually after washing. Women are inherently concerned about their appearance, desiring both beauty and comfort. Undried hair can be quite uncomfortable. Here, let me help you dry it, Du Fei offered, taking the towel from Lu Ruobing's hands and began to assist her. Lu Ruobing did not refuse. She was quite pleased to receive such service, bending down to cooperate with Du Fei. Ding, intimacy 10. Du Fei felt a surge of joy. Indeed, 10 points well earned for the service. He sat beside Lu Ruobing, gently brushing aside a lock of hair that had fallen across her chest. In that fleeting moment, Du Fei's mind went blank, as if struck by lightning. Noticing Du Fei's unusual expression, Lu Ruobing glanced down at her neck, and in a flash, she realized her attire had become revealing. Quickly, she covered her neckline, standing up in a flurry. I should head back to sleep. With that, her cheeks flushed as she snatched the towel from Du Fei's hands and hurriedly fled. Chapter 29. A great joy in the days that followed, Du Fei immersed himself in his work, undistracted. The manufacturing of the Land King tracked vehicle and the Predator stealth drone was nearing completion. Additionally, through Hussein's connections, he procured 2 second-hand trucks at a low price from the base, making a total of 3 vehicles when combined with Qian Yuanshan's truck loaded with gunpowder. All 3 trucks were coated in mithril and modified into large infantry transporters and containerized ammunition transporters. Henceforth, the female soldiers would no longer need to march on foot to the battlefield. Moreover, due to the timely supply of mithril, the gunpowder was nearly depleted, and various munitions were being produced at a feverish pace. The stockpile of mithril bullets and shells was ample, sufficient even for a large-scale battle. Of course, this was largely due to Sun Shaoqian and the engineering corps working tirelessly day and night. At this moment, everyone was invigorated, and the workshop was bustling with activity. Du Fei had just poured liquid mithril into the drone's shell mold when Ganting and a group of female soldiers approached him. "Commander, I would like to discuss something." Ganting hesitated. "What is it? Can we please keep the stored cassava flour and wild vegetables instead of discarding them?" Ganting asked. Hearing this, Lu Ruobing frowned and glanced at Du Fei. "Are you planning to dispose of our food supplies? Is that even food?" "Discard it all," Du Fei stated with firm resolve. In recent days, he had noticed that his meals were quite sumptuous, while the female soldiers' rations included those black wild vegetables soaked in disinfectant. He understood that the women's combat corps had grown accustomed to frugality, mixing wild vegetables into their meals to save a bit. However, Du Fei would not permit such a thing. He could never allow his subordinates to consume such fare. Moreover, a decline in happiness directly affects the accrual of prestige. "All right, then we shall discard it," Ganting replied, sensing Du Fei's irritation and refraining from further argument. It was my suggestion for the cooking team to do that. After all, we are not yet affluent." Lu Ruobing bit her lip. "We should save wherever we can. With more funds, we can produce more equipment. I understand that our finances are tight, and you are thinking of the entire corps. But we cannot skimp on the rations. We must not consume such things in the future," Du Fei said to Lu Ruobing, his tone earnest. "The more difficult times become, the more we must ensure that our soldiers feel warmth and hope in their hearts. Rest assured, it won't be long before our finances stabilize." He then turned to Ganting. "Now, tell me, how much time do we have left in the account?" In total, the Xiaoying Special Forces have accumulated 85,630 hours over the past few days. Combined with the previous balance, we have 92,590 hours. 10,000 hours will be used to pay the miners for 10 days, and each soldier will receive 200 hours. With a 10 service fee deducted, leaving us with 57,830 hours in the account. Ganting recounted meticulously, detailing every expenditure. Du Fei couldn't help but smile inwardly. Ganting was indeed a diligent manager of resources. "I thought we were out of funds, yet we still have over 50,000 hours." Du Fei pretended to tap on the workbench, addressing Ganting. "Order. Procure food with all 50,000 hours." "Huh, such a large order?" Ganting was taken aback, quickly regretting revealing the account's balance to the commander. Lu Ruobing sighed. "Could we perhaps purchase less?" She genuinely felt a pang of sympathy. It had taken so long to save this time, only to see it consumed. "No, I still feel that 50,000 hours of food is not enough." Du Fei's expression turned serious as he asked Lu Ruobing, "How long will it take us to reach the Qingchuan ruins?" Lu Ruobing was momentarily puzzled by Du Fei's sudden question. After a brief hesitation, she replied, "Now that we have transport vehicles, we are essentially mechanized. It will take us about a day and a night to reach the Qingchuan ruins." "Exactly. Do you expect the entire corps to go without food and water along the way?" Du Fei's eyes narrowed, continuing, "For the upcoming battle at the Qingchuan ruins, the cooking team must allocate some personnel to ensure the entire corps is fed. As the commander, I will ensure that my soldiers enjoy every meal of stir-fried vegetables and meat while on the battlefield. As long as I am here, I will not allow my troops to suffer even the slightest injustice." His words were resolute and resonant. Lu Ruobing, Ganting, Sun Shaoqian, and others were moved. They had not expected their commander to be so concerned about the well-being of all the sisters in the corps. The female soldiers present felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. Ding, prestige 10. Ding, prestige 10. Ding, prestige 10. Ding, prestige 10. The sound of the system notifications echoed in his mind. Du Fei chuckled to himself, lowering his head to resume his serious work. Days flew by, and soon, outside the women's combat corps camp, the female soldiers were immersed in immense joy. The previously two-wheeled armored vehicles had transformed into two brand-new tracked vehicles. The two conventional drones salvaged earlier had been remodeled into two uniquely shaped drones. The two Land King tracked vehicles, two Predator stealth drones, and three transport trucks sparkled under the sun's rays. Is this really our Land King tracked vehicle and drone? Xiang exclaimed, running her hands over the mithril-coated surface of the tracked vehicle, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Quick, someone take a picture of me. Ing Bao, we want to join you. Lu Ruobing and several female soldiers hurried over to pose with Xiaoying. The impressive array of weaponry looked truly formidable. Stirring their spirits, Sun Xiaoqian's eyes sparkled, reflecting her amazement. Who would have thought this was transformed from a heap of discarded materials purchased for 20,000 hours by the commander? Gong Ting added. These are mithril-tracked vehicles, with performance far exceeding the latest models from the Federation. They could easily fetch 100,000 hours. Wow. So valuable. A female soldier inquired. What about our drones? The drones are even more remarkable. They were handcrafted from pure mithril by our commander, and we won't sell them for any amount of time, Gong Ting replied. What about the performance of these two drones? Performance is currently classified. Gong Ting shot a glance at Du Fei in the distance, her face displaying a hint of mystery and pride. Under Du Fei's guidance, she had mastered all the performance metrics of the Predator stealth drones. Du Fei had also entrusted her with the control of these formidable weapons, making her the first in the Corps to pilot a drone. How could she not be thrilled? Chapter 30. Heavy equipment testing with all preparations complete. The next phase commenced, the debugging of the Land King tracked vehicles and the Predator drones. Du Fei utilized 700 reputation points to exchange for 7 energy crystals, powering all vehicles, including 3 transport trucks. Entirely with these crystals, each energy crystal can sustain power for a year, thus liberating them from dependence on fuel. All personnel in position. Report the operational status of the vehicles. Report. Land King number 1 is functioning normally. All data is operating within parameters. Standing by. In the command center of the Land King tracked vehicle, Lu Ruobing focused on the control panel, delivering her report. Report. Land King number 2 is also functioning normally. All data is operating within parameters. Standing by. Xiang followed suit with her report. Activate the all-around defense system. Conduct a round of tests with the autocannon, machine guns, and Gatling guns, Du Fei commanded. Received. Whoosh, 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 rat-tat-tat-tat, boom, boom. As the ground trembled violently, the 2 Land King tracked vehicles traversed ditches and hills at breakneck speed. In the distance, the desolate mountains echoed with the sounds of artillery, rocks flying, creating an extraordinarily stunning scene. Report. The autocannon's effective range exceeds 6,000 square meters. The machine guns and Gatling guns have accurately hit over 300 targets. Report. The command system, encrypted communication system, vehicle speed, and weapons data tests are all normal, fully combat ready. Excellent. At this moment, a weight lifted from Du Fei's heart as he exhaled steadily. The performance would soon be revealed. It is worth noting that the various blueprints exchanged from the technology repository were not one-time use. They were deeply etched in Du Fei's mind. If the Land King tracked vehicles excelled on the battlefield, he would not hesitate to manufacture more, even in large quantities. Gong Ting, please acknowledge receipt. Gong Ting received. Gong Ting received. In a separate control room for Land King No. 1, Gong Ting replied, headset on. Now it's your turn. Yes, Commander. Gong Ting took a deep breath and pressed the start button on the control panel. Vroom. 2 Predator stealth drones ascended from the camp, the air shimmering around them as they took off. Remarkably, once they exceeded a height of 10 meters, the drones seemed to merge with the air, vanishing from sight. At this moment, Du Fei felt an inner astonishment. Even he found it somewhat unbelievable. This was true invisibility. He had assumed the stealth capability of these drones merely shielded them from radar detection. To his surprise, they could also obscure visibility entirely, rendering them invisible. No wonder it was hailed as cutting-edge technology. It was no wonder the introduction stated it was not subject to surveillance by the Heavenly Eye. Even if the Heavenly Eye could detect them, they would only be classified as unidentified flying objects. Gong Ting, Where are the drones now? Du Fei inquired. Report, Commander, they are 15 meters above your head, in a hovering state. Ganting excitedly reported, observing the entire camp's layout on the control panel screen through the drone's surveillance camera. By zooming in, she could even discern the expressions on Du Fei and the female soldiers' faces. What? 15 meters above my head? Du Fei looked up at the sky, finding it empty. Good heavens, they make no sound at all? Order, begin testing the Predator stealth drones. Yes, Commander. Ganting grasped the two control sticks, maneuvering deftly. Report. Comprehensive control, artificial intelligence autonomous program, and weapon systems are all functioning normally. Current altitude, 6,729 meters. Goodness. Speed, 9,100 kilometers per hour. Achieving 7 times the speed of sound? Fantastic, Ganting exclaimed in astonishment. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, 3 red dots appeared on the control panel screen within the cloud ahead. Ganting momentarily lost focus as the 2 drones swiftly zipped past the 3 red dots. She quickly slowed down, taking control of one drone while setting the other to autonomous program mode, designating it to follow in escort mode. Then, with a graceful maneuver, she adjusted the drone's trajectory toward the 3 red dots. Report, Commander, we have a situation. What is the situation? Du Fei inquired, adjusting his earpiece, frowning. At longitude 117 east and latitude 43.9 north, 3 LV-2, level stealth-winged beasts have been detected. Should we engage? Ganting reported. Du Fei exhaled in relief. Having initially feared there was an issue with the drones, he inquired. What is the status of the drones? The drones are in good condition, currently flying 30 meters alongside the right side of the 3 LV-2, level stealth-winged beasts, which remain utterly unaware. Ganting teased excitedly. She had never expected the drones could approach the 3 LV-2, level stealth-winged beasts at such close range without being detected. Ironically, those 3 LV-2, level stealth-winged beasts were also in a stealth state. Yet the drones could detect them clearly. It could only be said that the Predator stealth drones developed by the commander were truly remarkable. Engage and take them down. It's a perfect opportunity to test the drone's weapon systems. Du Fei commanded. All right, dear Commander, shall I choose between micromissiles, grenades, autocannons, or Gatling guns? Ganting playfully inquired. You're showing off. Make your own choice, Du Fei retorted, speechless. Yes. In the control room, Ganting stuck out her tongue and then glanced at the screen. You read the one, take this. She selected the nearest LV-2, level stealth-winged beast and pressed the autocannon button. Bang, 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 bang. The drone unleashed a barrage of shells. Boom, boom, boom. Flashes of fire sparked in the clouds as the LV-2, level stealth-winged beast was obliterated without any awareness. Kill LV-2, level time beast, gained 3,576 hours, credited to the Auxiliary Female Combat Team storage card, 3,576 hours. Report, Commander, 1 LV-2, level stealth-winged beast has been killed, gaining 3,576 hours, which has been directly credited to us. Ganting exclaimed, astonished, as if she had discovered a new continent. The Predator stealth drones evaded the Heavenly Eye's scrutiny, allowing the time gained from killing the time beasts to bypass the 20 cut from the Time Federation. Du Fei explained, P.S. The time gained from killing time beasts only enters the storage card held by the killer. If not using a Federation storage card, it will enter any other card they possess. However, all humans currently use Federation storage cards. The Heavenly Eye not only monitors the Legion but also serves as the Federation's time collector. Any time beast killed under its oversight incurs an automatic 20 deduction. However, if a time beast is killed outside of the Heavenly Eye's surveillance, it cannot take a cut, but the time gained still automatically enters the killer's storage card. Thus, the time generated by a time beast recognizes only the killer and their storage card, regardless of whether it is a Federation card or not. P.S. So tiring. Goodness, there are such benefits. Ganting trembled with excitement. Possessing the qualities of a meticulous manager, she was particularly sensitive to finances. The 20 deduction from the Time Federation had plagued her. Previously, every time beast killed meant a portion of time would be deducted, causing her great distress. Now, however, whatever time was gained would be credited in full. With the Predator stealth drones, she was no longer vulnerable to exploitation by those wretched individuals. Ganting felt a sense of relief and joy, her worries completely alleviated. Ha 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 ha, roar. At that moment, the other 2 LV-2, level stealth-winged beasts were startled. One of the more aggressive time beasts roared. revealing its true form and entering combat mode. However, it flapped its wings, unable to locate a target for attack. How ugly, Commander shall eliminate you. Without hesitation, Gonting pressed the Gatling button. Rat-tat-tat-tat. The drone's fiery tongues erupted, unleashing a volley of large-caliber mithril bullets. Roar! The agitated LV-2, level-time beast let out a mournful cry as its body was riddled with holes. Plummeting from the clouds, Kill LV-2, level-time beast, gained 3,920 hours, credited to the Auxiliary Female Combat Team storage card, 3,920 hours. As the storage card reflected another credit, Gonting squinted her eyes, raised her middle finger, and blew on it lightly. Attempting to look cool for barely a second, she realized the remaining LV-2, level stealth winged beast was already fleeing in terror. Let you run for 3 kilometers. Beep beep beep. Air-to-air micromissiles have locked onto the target. Launch. Gonting pressed the micromissile launch button. Whoosh, a 10-centimeter diameter, 30-centimeter long micromissile traced an arc as it sped toward the fleeing LV-2 level stealth-winged beast. Boom. Kill LV-2, level-time beast, gained 3,783 hours, credited to the Auxiliary Female Combat Team storage card, 3,783 hours. Yay! Gonting clenched her small fist, feeling ecstatic. Report, Commander. The Predator stealth drones have completed testing. All data is normal. Ready for combat? Excellent. No need to land. Return to the camp's airspace and hover on standby. Dufay commanded. Yes. Chapter 31. Are we invincible now? With testing concluded, the 2 Land King vehicles rolled back into the camp with their gleaming silver tracks. Exuding an air of majesty, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian all jumped down from the vehicles. They stood tall and proud before Dufay, saluting in unison, Commander, greetings. The tests of the Land King tracked vehicles and Predator drones were successful. Dufay nodded at them, smiling as he turned his gaze to Xiaoying. Xiaoying, you are an outstanding commander. How do you find the performance of the current battle tanks compared to the previous armored vehicles? At that moment, Xiaoying had yet to recover from her excitement. Upon hearing Dufay invite her to share her thoughts, she became even more exhilarated. Commander, this Land King tracked battle tank you've created is extraordinary. It maneuvers swiftly, operates with remarkable sensitivity, and the quality of communication and detection visibility is exceedingly clear. Especially the cannon, machine gun, and Gatling weapons. Their firepower surpasses that of other legions by several folds. Coupled with the mithril chassis and the all-around defensive machine gun, I believe we can charge recklessly on the battlefield. Our previous armored vehicles pale in comparison. Even the latest tracked battle tanks of the Federation are no match for our Land King. It's like comparing a grandson to a grandfather. I dare say, the Land King tracked battle tank you've crafted is the most formidable battle vehicle in the world. Simply invincible. As Xiaoying finished her exuberant proclamation, thunderous applause erupted around them. With many female soldiers' hands turning red from clapping, she had not exaggerated. The performance of the Land King tracked battle tank was indeed evident for all to see. How exhilarating, with the Land King tank. The Women's Field Corps would undoubtedly triumph in the battle at the Qingchuan ruins. Listening to the praises for the battle tank, Gonting couldn't help but curl her lips in a slight smirk. Is this truly invincible? Is this what has you all so elated? Humph. I wouldn't trade 10 Land King tanks for a single one of my aircraft. If I were to tell you that 2 invisible killing machines are currently hovering above your heads, it would likely drop your jaws in astonishment. It is worth noting that the capabilities of the Predator stealth drones were currently confidential, with Dufay only disclosing information to Lu Ruobing and Gonting. It was no wonder the female soldiers were solely focused on the Land King tank. They had always believed the 2 drones were merely for reconnaissance and information gathering. To them, those drones were perceived as lacking in combat capability. Dufay chuckled and patted Xiaoying on the shoulder. Since you feel positively about it, the second Land King tracked battle tank shall belong to you. Wonderful, thank you, Commander. Xiaoying felt an overwhelming urge to hug Dufay and plant a kiss on his cheek. In her excitement, she cast a proud glance at Gonting. Without a doubt, the first Land King tank would belong to the Vice Commander, Lu Ruobing, leaving only the second one that Xiaoying was anxious that Gonting might contest her claim. With Dufay's promise of the second Land King tank to Xiaoying, one could only imagine her elation, even envisioning Gonting's inner frustration. However, the next moment, she noticed Gonting was also gazing at her. wearing a triumphant expression. The look seemed to convey, "I'm not competing with you." This left Xia feeling perplexed, sensing something was amiss. "Commander, I won't say anything about the first Land King tank. But what about me if the second is given to Ing Bao?" Sun Shaoqian interjected, pouting in discontent. She had contributed significantly to the weapon systems of these two battle tanks, as well as various mithril ammunition. Du Fei smiled, "You are a major contributor. A position has already been reserved for you in the independent control room of the first tank. One of Gonting's S2 drones will be assigned to you, which is a vital role. The primary consideration was that operating 2 drones alone could be burdensome for Gonting, and having Sun Shaoqian share the load would be more effective. This way, the 2 Predator stealth drones could maximize their effectiveness, operating independently. What? I prefer to operate a heavily armed battle tank. Why would I want to handle a drone with no combat power?" Sun Shaoqian expressed her disappointment, her pouting lips capable of holding a beer bottle. She resignedly saluted. "Fine." Beside her, Gonting smiled slightly. "Look down on the drones, will you? You'll understand soon enough." At that moment, a communication female soldier saluted and reported, "Report." "What is it?" Du Fei inquired. "The 48th Division has sent the deployment plan for the Qingchuan Ruins mission and stated that other legions have already commenced their operations, urging us to prepare for deployment within 3 days to reach the designated position. Please elaborate on the deployment plan of the 48th Division and the situation of our station position." Du Fei instructed. "Yes, Commander." The communication female soldier activated the information sent by the 48th Division and began her report. The Qingchuan Ruins is located between the jurisdictions of the Revival Military District and the Holy War Military District. This hunting ground is divided into 4 major positions: east, west, south, and north. In addition to the 48th Division and several supplementary legions, there are regular forces from the Holy War Military District involved as well. Our Women's Field Corps is stationed at the Eastern Front, comprising 4 legions in total, including a regular force from the Holy War Military District. However, the position we occupy is a plain, lacking rocky crevices for cover, putting us at a disadvantage. The communication female soldier finished reporting the situation of the Qingchuan Ruins hunting ground. "Bastards, they actually set our position in a plain. I knew the 48th Division had ill intentions. They placed our Women's Field Corps in an exposed area to lure the chrono beasts. The 48th Division is utterly shameless. It's an overt attempt to make us cannon fodder." Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gonting, Sun Shaoqian, and others were all indignant, gnashing their teeth in anger. "Humph, let us see who becomes cannon fodder." "It's not yet determined," Du Fei said with a calm smile. Before turning serious, "Relay my orders. Everyone prepare their equipment. We will assemble in 10 minutes. "Understood," the infantry commander responded. "Commander's orders. All commanders and fighters prepare their equipment. Assemble at the campsite in 10 minutes. The command was repeated, and all the female soldiers of the Women's Field Corps swiftly sprang into action. The engines of 2 infantry transport vehicles roared to life, beginning to warm up. The rear doors of the ammunition transport container opened, and various bullets and shells were loaded in one after another. Lu Ruobing turned to Du Fei. "Are you planning to depart now?" "Indeed, we will set out now. Since the 48th Division and other legions have already mobilized, we cannot lag behind," Du Fei affirmed, then smiled. "We promise to coordinate well for this operation. So let us arrive at the designated position ahead of time to reassure the 48th Division." Having said that, he approached Gonting and whispered a few words to her. "Yes." Gonting's charming face lit up with excitement as she pulled Sun Shaoqian's arm. "Come on, get in the vehicle with me." Sun Shaoqian frowned, reluctantly being dragged into the independent control room of the first Land King tracked battle tank. "P.S. I kindly request 2 things. First, please leave a comment in the comment section. 5 stars would be best. Second, if you could spare a few seconds to help promote this book in the book drought square, I would be eternally grateful. Of course, if you could send a free gift as a token of appreciation, that would be even better. Thank you so much." Chapter 32. You have gone too far inside the independent control room of the first Land King tracked battle tank. Sun Shaoqian gazed at the array of buttons on the control panel and the clear images of female soldiers bustling on the screens, her excitement causing her petite frame to tremble slightly. Within mere minutes, she grasped the various capabilities of the Predator stealth drones. "Look here, this is what I collected from 400 kilometers away from the camp while you all were testing the battle tank." Gonting boasted, clicking open the storage card balance. "Oh my, this is incredible. I always thought these drones were merely for information gathering. I had no idea they were several times more formidable than the Land King tracked battle tank. Xia Ying realized she had underestimated the situation, laughing heartily. Sun Shaoqian let out a joyful cackle, her ample chest bouncing with delight. Wow, the commander is truly wonderful to me. Excitedly, she took her place at the command seat, manipulating the drone's camera, which immediately displayed Du Fei's handsome and sunny visage on the screen. Then, the seemingly innocent Sun Shaoqian revealed her true nature, seductively licking her lips. Biaji. She planted a passionate kiss on the screen, exclaiming, "I think I'm falling in love with him." 10 minutes later, all assembled. With a resounding call to assemble, the female soldiers of the Women's Field Corps lined up in perfect formation. Report. The Women's Field Corps has gathered 90 warriors. The infantry commander stood tall, saluting. According to Du Fei's instructions, a total of 90 commanders and fighters would participate in the combat, while the remaining 18 female soldiers would remain at the camp, including those responsible for guarding the camp and mining area, medical personnel, and cooks for the miners. Du Fei scanned the ranks, delivered a brief speech, and then waved his hand decisively. Depart. With that, he followed Lu Ruobing onto the first Land King tracked battle tank. All aboard. Destination: Qingchuan Ruins. Move out. Vroom vroom vroom. The two imposing tracked battle tanks led the way, followed by a container ammunition truck, with two fully loaded transport vehicles carrying the female soldiers trailing behind. The convoy, fully armed and protected by two Predator stealth drones overhead, left the camp in grand fashion. The Qingchuan Ruins were originally a small base city named Qingchuan. Centuries ago, it was overrun by high-level chrono beasts and became an abandoned dead city. A paradise for beasts. The Qingchuan Ruins lay about 300 kilometers northwest of the Women's Field Corps camp. The journey was primarily along rugged mountain roads, with sections requiring manual clearing due to landslides. Thus, despite the seemingly short distance, even mechanized movement would take a full day and night to reach. The following afternoon, as the terrain opened up, the Women's Field Corps arrived at the outskirts of the Eastern Front. Less than 10 kilometers from the Qingchuan Ruins. At that moment, Du Fei and Lu Ruobing, who had been resting with their eyes closed in the command room, opened their eyes simultaneously. The two of them sensed that the convoy, which had been in motion, suddenly came to a halt. What was happening? A report came through the communicator. There is a roadblock ahead. The driver relayed the information. Commander, we have reached a fork in the road, where two legions have appeared. Negotiations may be necessary. The voice of Gong Ting came through the encrypted channel. Understood. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing exchanged glances, opened the car doors, and stepped out. Simultaneously, Xia Ying and two female soldiers also jumped down from the No. 2 battle vehicle. Stop. This is the territory of the Flying Fish Legion and the Wolf Legion. Divert immediately. Before Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and Xia Ying could approach, the two groups of soldiers raised their guns at them. We are the Auxiliary Women's Field Corps of the Revival Military District, tasked with guarding the Eastern Line No. 3 position. We request passage. Lu Ruobing stated. What is a Women's Field Corps worth? Are you blind or deaf? Do we need to repeat ourselves? This is the territory of the Flying Fish Legion and the Wolf Legion. No one is allowed to pass. Several leading officers spoke with an exceedingly harsh attitude. How can you insult us? Are you not being unreasonable? Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying clenched their fists in anger, yet their expressions betrayed a sense of helplessness. Clearly, they had encountered such insults and bullying before. Du Fei furrowed his brow and asked Lu Ruobing, are the Flying Fish Legion and the Wolf Legion quite formidable? These two legions, like us, are also auxiliary corps and have always been overbearing. Their behavior is akin to that of bandits. However, they rank within the top 50,000 on the battle power list of the Tianyan website, which is indeed stronger than us. Lu Ruobing whispered, Bah, the lapdogs of the 48th Division? The disgrace of auxiliary corps. Xia Ying spat on the ground. Du Fei nodded, then stood with his hands clasped behind his back and addressed the officers. I am the commander of the Women's Field Corps. We have come at the behest of the 48th Division to guard the Eastern Line No. 3 position. If you do not allow passage and this delays our mission, can you bear the consequences? The officers were taken aback, finally noticing Du Fei. They had not expected a male commander to emerge from the Women's Field Corps. This fellow looked even more attractive than a woman, momentarily stunned. One of the officers replied, We have orders from above. This area is of utmost importance, and no one is allowed to pass. Then call your superior here. Otherwise, I will contact the 48th Division, Du Fei asserted. Seeing Du Fei's firm stance and the pressure from the 48th Division, the officers dared not act arrogantly any longer. Nevertheless, they grumbled under their breath and turned to report via their communicators. Before long, 2 military vehicles approached. Several soldiers respectfully opened the doors, and commanders from the Flying Fish Legion and the Wolf Legion descended from their vehicles. "What is the matter?" The commander of the Wolf Legion swaggered over, casting a disdainful glance at Du Fei and the others. His demeanor was one of superiority. "We are the Women's Field Corps, requesting to pass through your territory to access the number 3 position. We hope you will grant us passage," Du Fei said politely with a smile. "Hee, our territory does not allow just anyone to pass through, do you understand?" The Wolf Legion commander replied with a forced smile while waving a riding crop. Pointing towards the mountains, "You can detour around, through the valley at the base of the mountain." The commander of the Flying Fish Legion scoffed, adding, "Who just said something about delaying the mission? If you do not arrive at the position on time, that would indeed be a delay. You had better hurry and take the detour." Lu Ruobing's face turned pale with anger, unable to restrain herself. "You are going too far." "And what if we are?" The Wolf Legion commander replied with a tone of disdain, his expression darkening. "Don't push your luck. Get as far away as you can." The Flying Fish Legion commander sneered. "Did you not hear that you should leave quickly? Do you think this mere Women's Field Corps can provoke us?" Just then, a large number of well-equipped legions, including tanks, armored vehicles, and transport trucks, appeared at the fork in the road, stretching as far as the eye could see. A middle-aged commander, noticing the situation, furrowed his brows and approached. "I ask this the quality of your Revival Military District commanders." The Wolf Legion commander froze, quickly standing at attention and saluting upon realizing the other was a regular army officer. His face twisted into a forced smile as he inquired, "May I ask who you are?" "Commander Chu Zhengxiong of the Iron Blood Brigade, 56th Division of the Holy War Military District," the middle-aged commander replied. Chapter 33. The young man is quite interesting. Upon revealing his title and name, the Wolf Legion commander exclaimed, "Oh, so it's Commander Chu of the Holy War Military District. I beg your pardon. We have long heard of your esteemed reputation." The commanders of the Wolf and Flying Fish Legions quickly donned smiles, immediately adopting a sycophantic demeanor. A name carries weight, and the shadow it casts is vast. The Iron Blood Brigade of the 56th Division of the Holy War Military District ranks within the top 10,000 on the Tianyan website's battle power list. Its strength is not to be underestimated. Naturally, the commanders of the Wolf and Flying Fish Legions were eager to curry favor, knowing that in the event of a battle, they would need to seek assistance from friendly forces. Without a doubt, Commander Chu's Iron Blood Brigade would be their best option for protection. The commanders of the Wolf and Flying Fish Legions looked at Chu Zhengxiong as if he were a long-lost relative, eager to latch onto him. "Commander Chu, may I ask which position your forces are guarding?" The Wolf Legion commander asked respectfully. "Position number 1, Chu Zhengxiong replied indifferently, appearing somewhat displeased with their obsequiousness. "Commander, we need to hurry to the position to deploy our defenses." At that moment, an aide approached and saluted Chu Zhengxiong. Seeing this, the Wolf Legion commander hastily waved his hand. "Hurry up and let the Iron Blood Brigade through." The Flying Fish Legion commander followed suit, bowing. "Commander Chu, please." Chu Zhengxiong ignored them and turned his attention to Du Fei. "Young brother, which legion are you from?" "The Auxiliary Women's Field Corps," Du Fei answered calmly. "The advance units?" Chu Zhengxiong inquired. Glancing at the vehicles behind Du Fei replied, "No, the entire corps." "What?" Chu Zhengxiong was taken aback. This could be considered a legion? He couldn't help but wonder if the Revival Military District was truly so short-staffed that they sent a small detachment to guard the position. If a battle broke out, would such a small force even be enough to fend off the beasts? At this moment, the commanders of the Wolf and Flying Fish Legions, along with the soldiers, all wore expressions of mockery. "Young brother, I can only commend your courage," Chu Zhengxiong remarked. "Hee, since we are here, we must obey military orders," Du Fei replied with a smile. Chu Zhengxiong nodded, his gaze sweeping over Du Fei and the female soldiers on the transport vehicles, expressing, "You move me. You remind me of my youth. Come, follow us through the territory." After saying this, he gestured invitingly to Du Fei. "Commander Chu, I'm afraid they do not have the qualification to pass through our territory." "Indeed, we only grant passage to your forces, Commander Chu." The commanders of the Wolf and Flying Fish Legions shot Du Fei a glance, speaking with sarcasm. In an instant, Chu Zhengxiong's face darkened, his brows furrowing into a frown. He wanted to explode with anger but felt it was inappropriate. He belonged to the Holy War Military District. After all, this was an internal matter for the Revival Military District, and he did not wish to interfere. How about this? Here is the communication channel for my Iron Blood Brigade. Should you encounter a critical situation, you may seek assistance from my forces. Chu Zhengxiong jotted down a series of numbers on a note and handed it to Du Fei. You two, this is the communication channel for my Women's Field Corps. In case of an emergency, you can also seek our assistance. Du Fei similarly handed a note to Chu Zhengxiong, responding in kind. Ha ha ha, young man, you are quite interesting. Chu Zhengxiong laughed heartily, casually handing the note to his aide, then said, I wish you all good fortune. You as well, Du Fei replied with a smile. Commander Chu, please, clear the roadblocks immediately and let them through. The commanders and soldiers of the Wolf and Flying Fish Legions nodded and bowed as Chu Zhengxiong's Iron Blood Brigade smoothly passed through the territory. Xiaoying glared in anger, cursing, bastards. Lu Ruobing's face trembled with rage as she turned to Du Fei and asked, What shall we do? Du Fei looked at the commanders of the Wolf and Flying Fish Legions, his eyes flashing with cold light. Noticing that Lu Ruobing was speaking to him, he touched his earpiece and asked, Gonting, can we detour? The valley at the base of the mountain is dry, and we need to clear some fallen rocks. It won't be a problem. Gonting responded. All right, leave one escort vehicle and send another to check the situation at our position, selecting suitable spots for constructing defensive lines. Understood, Gonting replied. Let us go, get in the vehicle. We will take the detour. Du Fei patted Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying on the shoulders, smiling calmly. There is no need to be angry with them. With that, he led them back onto the battle vehicle, redirecting towards the mountainside. 1 kilometer ahead, there were fallen rocks on the road, and the engineers were preparing to clear the surface, yes, in the command room of the No. 1 Land King battle vehicle. Lu Ruobing's face was tense, her proud chest rising and falling. Although the convoy had already taken the detour, her anger still simmered. Du Fei was lost in thought, staring at her. Upon noticing, Lu Ruobing glared back at him, fuming. As the two individuals locked eyes, they maintained their gaze for less than a minute before Du Fei succumbed. Indeed, in such encounters between men and women, it is typically the man who finds himself at a disadvantage. For the eyes are the windows to the soul, and a woman's gaze often emanates a gentle warmth. Upon sensing this tenderness, a man's gaze instinctively drifts downwards, tracing the graceful curve of her neck. Just like Du Fei at this moment, his lips curling into a mischievous smile, utterly defeated. You mustn't look. Lu Ruobing's cheeks flushed, and she quickly crossed her arms over her chest, suddenly feeling less indignant. Oh, right, Du Fei, understanding the importance of moderation, averted his gaze and asked earnestly, for this mission, have all 3 brigades of the 48th Division been mobilized? Yes, it is said that Commander Diao Dequay is personally overseeing the operation. Lu Ruobing replied. Diao Dequay is also involved? When do they plan to launch their full-scale assault? At noon tomorrow. Du Fei pondered for a moment before instructing through his earpiece, Guanting, once the deployment point is selected, investigate all military arrangements of the 48th Division. Additionally, ascertain the location of their command center. Understood. Chapter 34. Sleepless Night, Uncertain Fates. Position 3 on the Eastern Front. Aside from a relatively elevated mound, the terrain was flat as far as the eye could see. The entire position was laid bare. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying surveyed their surroundings with growing concern. With a total of 90 personnel in the brigade, establishing a defensive line in such terrain proved to be a challenge. The two exchanged glances and simultaneously turned to Du Fei. He understood that this battlefield was unlike the conventional clashes between two armies. Their adversaries were beasts, not mere soldiers. Digging trenches would be futile. A solid defense could only be constructed by leveraging advantageous terrain. The only benefit available was that small mound. However, for Du Fei, that sufficed. What is there to fret about? Let us not forget we possess mithril ammunition. We shall meet any force head-on, Du Fei chuckled, personally issuing directives. Establish the deployment point behind the mound. Song Jia, set up positions for machine guns and howitzers atop the mound. Tio, the right of the mound. Position the Land King tanks at the front and ammunition vehicles at the rear, arranged in AV formation. We need not worry about the skies. To the south lies the Iron Blood Brigade. while the Tianlang and Feiyu legions are to the north. Our only concern is to secure the western front. The buffer zone between us and the ferocious beasts is 500 meters. I expect to see a wall of flesh and blood composed of mutated and temporal beasts beyond that distance. Understood, Commander. Let us move. As Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying led the female soldiers into action, Du Fei activated the encrypted communication on his earpiece. Guanting here. Provide an overview of the 48th divisions and the entire hunting grounds deployments. Certainly, the 48th Division's Hurricane, Thunder, and Lightning mobile brigades are stationed at the southern, western, and northern positions respectively. Each position is supported by 3 to 5 auxiliary legions. Although our eastern front is backed by the Iron Blood Brigade, the terrain at the other 3 positions is more advantageous than ours, Guanting reported. What is the situation within the Qingchuan ruins? Du Fei inquired. The temporal beasts within the Qingchuan ruins are predominantly level 3 and level 4. They seem to have sensed danger, and the current presence of both temporal and mutated beasts is becoming agitated. Understood. From now on, Drone 1 will continuously monitor and listen to the 48th Division's command center. Once combat commences, proceed as originally planned. Also, ensure timely replenishment of drone ammunition. Understood, Guanting responded. While the Predator stealth drones are remarkably effective, their only drawback is the limited amount of ammunition they carry. They are currently suitable for aerial defense, reconnaissance, and precise decapitation strikes. Commander, I have just discovered a peculiar phenomenon, came the report from Sun Shaoqian over the earpiece. What is it? When Drone 2 approached the interior of the Qingchuan ruins, there was a brief signal interruption. I suspect some form of potential energy interference. Are you certain? Absolutely. The signal was interrupted twice, lasting 0.3 and 0.6 seconds respectively. Withdraw it for now. Assign it to defend our airspace. Understood, Du Fei furrowed his brow. What could possibly interfere with the Predator's central system? It seems the interior of the Qingchuan ruins is more complex than anticipated. Caution is warranted. The night deepened. Occasionally, sharp, piercing beast roars echoed from the direction of the Qingchuan ruins, reverberating through the night sky, sending chills down one's spine. The 4 major fronts, east, west, south, and north, encircled the Qingchuan ruins. The 3 brigades of the 48th Division, accompanied by nearly 20 auxiliary legions, remained tense, bracing for the impending confrontation. This was the first night before the battle, destined to be a sleepless one at 4. Come dawn, it would be uncertain who would live and who would perish at position 1 on the eastern front. The Iron Blood Brigade loomed beneath a swarm of drones circling overhead. The ground was densely packed with tanks, tracked vehicles, artillery, and infantry, presenting a formidable array. Chu Zhengxiong stood by a ravine, gazing towards the Qingchuan ruins. After a lengthy silence, he murmured, "This will be a tough battle, Commander." At that moment, a young aide approached, also gazing in the direction of the Qingchuan ruins. "Commander, do you think the 48th Division from the Revival military region will achieve a resounding victory tomorrow?" "Hard to say. The situation on the battlefield is ever-changing. Nothing is certain. Until the battle concludes, no one can proclaim themselves the victor," Chu Zhengxiong replied gravely, his gaze deepening. The level 4 temporal beasts within the Qingchuan ruins are not few. They have not been purged for centuries, and there may be formidable creatures lurking within. Formidable creatures? Higher-tier temporal beasts? The young aide felt a shiver run down his spine. He, too, was a graduate of the Commander Academy. Having been recently assigned to the Iron Blood Brigade in his lifetime, he had never encountered a temporal beast exceeding level 4. Commander, I have heard the 48th Division from the Revival military region does not have a stellar reputation. Given your awareness of the situation in the Qingchuan ruins, why accept their mission? The young aide inquired, puzzled. Haha, you will understand once you have a family of your own, Chu Zhengxiong replied with a wry smile. Little did the young aide know the burdens weighing upon their commander. Chu Zhengxiong's daughter was on the cusp of turning 18. 30 years of responsibilities awaited him. He had 5 wives to support, 2 of whom were about to give birth, necessitating funds for baby formula. Logically, as the highest-ranking officer of the Iron Blood Brigade, he could embezzle a portion of federal allocations, skim military pay, or exploit the soldiers. Yet, he was not that type of person. Therefore, despite his lofty position, Chu Zhengxiong faced extraordinary difficulties, needing to earn a living for his family. By the way, where is that small squad we encountered today? Chu Zhengxiong asked. They are located to our right, 10 kilometers away at position 3. Yes, I find that young man quite spirited. He has potential. Chu Zhengxiong nodded and continued, here is the plan. Relay my orders. When the battle commences tomorrow, direct firepower slightly to the right to provide them some cover. Understood. I will arrange it immediately. Within the independent control room of the Land King Tank 1, Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, Guan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian don their headsets, their eyes fixed intently on the control panel screen. It displayed everything regarding the 48th Division's command center, with the video and audio from the drones remarkably clear. To the northwest of the Qingchuan ruins, nestled between the Thunder and Lightning brigades, stood an abandoned power station. After undergoing decontamination and cleaning, this power station had become the command center for the 48th Division. Commander Jiao Dequay was thoroughly satisfied with this location he had personally selected. At that moment, he savored a glass of red wine while glancing at the pulsating 7-digit time on his wrist, feeling quite content. This mission not only promised the slaughter of a significant number of temporal beasts, thereby acquiring substantial temporal resources, but it also presented the opportunity to eliminate the remnants of the Women's Field Corps, ensuring commendation from higher-ups. At that time, the amount of time he possessed would likely surpass 8 digits, over 10 million hours, equivalent to more than 1,100 years. This time was amassed through years of unscrupulous embezzlement and exploitation. He understood that though he was a commander, he was merely a pawn in the hands of the higher-ups. Wu Dagawei. One day, he would inevitably become a discarded piece. Therefore, Jiao Dequay was always strategizing for his future. Once he accumulated sufficient time, he could purchase an official position within the Federation, potentially even attaining a rank equal to that of Wu Dagawei. However, even with 8 digits of time, he felt it was insufficient. Despite his relatively low position within the Federation, Jiao Dequay had grand ambitions. He set a modest goal for himself, to acquire at least 100 million. Roar. At that moment, a piercing beast roar echoed through the night sky. What a delightful sound! Jiao Dequay raised his wine glass, squinting as he took a sip. The remnants of the Women's Field Corps and that genius from the Senior Command Academy shall meet their demise in the belly of the beasts tomorrow. Witnessed by the heavens, such a flawless plan, yet it is to be executed against a mere swarm of ants. What a waste of my talents. Commander, shall I refill your glass? The aide asked obsequiously. Taking the empty wine glass, this 10,000-hour bottle wine is rather low-end. Jiao Dequay waved his hand dismissively and replied, convey the order. Launch the main assault at noon tomorrow. The Thunder and Lightning brigades shall remain on standby. The Hurricane Brigade commenced its assault on the eastern flank of the Qingchuan ruins, breaching the defenses. Thereafter, the remaining 2 brigades concentrated their firepower, driving the temporal beasts towards the eastern front lines. Once the eastern stronghold fell completely, our forces would, under the guise of providing support, unleash a barrage of drone artillery fire, ensuring that even the last remnants would be obliterated. Indeed, Commander Gao Ming. Ha, did you all see that? Du Fei chuckled. Despicable and shameless. Such malicious tactics. Commander, we must retaliate in kind. Lu Ruobing, Guan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian seethed with indignation. Fear not, all is under our control. Du Fei instructed Guan Ting. Save the video. Yes. Chapter 35. The plan thrown into disarray the following day. At noon, the sky was overcast, the radiation in the wilderness oppressive. The roars of the temporal beasts and mutated creatures within the Qingchuan ruins grew increasingly intense, becoming exceptionally agitated. The 4 major fronts, east, west, south, and north, were on high alert, awaiting the command for a full-scale assault from the 48th Division. At 11:59, the public channels of each corps finally transmitted the battle information. Attention all corps, attention all corps. The 48th Division will launch its primary offensive in 1 minute. You are responsible for exterminating the escaping temporal beasts and mutated creatures. Please ensure you hold your positions. The countdown commenced. 30, 29, 28, 10, 9, 8, 6, 5, 4. Just as the countdown was about to reach 1, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, 2 miniature missiles inexplicably shot out from the Lightning Brigade's position, hurtling towards the Qingchuan ruins. Boom, boom. The sky erupted in flames. The ground shook violently. The explosions were immense. The city walls to the northwest of the Qingchuan ruins were instantly breached at 2 significant points. This explosion was no mere triviality. It was as if the homes of the temporal beasts had been razed. Roar! Roar! A multitude of level 3 and level 4 temporal beasts, along with hordes of mutated creatures, surged forth towards the northwest. What is happening? Diao Dik was taken aback by Sigong. Has your lightning brigade's brain been kicked by a mule? Damn it! The Thunder Brigade's commander cursed into the communicator. Damn it! It wasn't us, by Sigong of the Lightning Brigade retorted, utterly bewildered. We haven't fired a single shot. This is downright bizarre. This is bad. The beast horde is charging towards the command center. We must not allow the command center to be threatened. Hold the line. Push them back. The commanders of the Thunder Brigade and Lightning Brigade reacted swiftly, shouting into their communicators. Originally, these two brigades were to remain stationary, but now the entire plan had unraveled. Commander, what shall we do? The Hurricane Brigade commander inquired, perplexed over the communicator. Stand by. Wait until I resolve the situation on my end. Diao Dik yelled in exasperation. Rat-a-tat, boom boom. In an instant, the machine guns, artillery, mortars, drones, and various weaponry of the Thunder and Lightning Brigades unleashed a full barrage in the command center of the 48th Division. The objects on Diao Dik's desk were knocked askew from the tremors. Within less than a minute, the Northwest was engulfed in a fiery deluge, erupting into chaos. Inside the independent control chamber of the No. 1 Land King tank, Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian exchanged smiles. The battle at the Qingchuan ruins had ignited, led by the unforeseen attack of 2 miniature missiles. Is this how it begins? Yes, the main battlefield is to the northwest. TSK, as expected of a regular army. They come out swinging from the start. I didn't anticipate we'd merely be here as spectators. Let us hold our ground. On the public communication channel, many peripheral corps, while bewildered, couldn't resist chiming in. At the No. 1 Eastern Front Line, the Iron Blood Brigade. Chu Zhengxiong peered through a powerful telescope, observing the incessant bombardment in the northwest. Amidst the inferno, beasts collapsed in droves, with countless casualties, resulting in a scene of utter devastation. Who would have thought? Chu Zhengxiong mused. Despite his confusion, he could not help but marvel. The 2 brigades of the 48th Division truly set an admirable precedent. At the No. 3 Eastern Front Line, the Women's Combat Brigade. 2 Predator stealth drones activated their autonomous AI mode, hovering above the battlefield. Du Fei sat atop a small hill, a bowl of stir-fried vegetables and meat in hand, laughing as he gazed towards the northwest. Surrounding him were Lu Ruobing, Xiao Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian, all holding bowls while eating and watching. Xiao Ying remarked, the firepower of the 48th Division is truly formidable. Gan Ting added, they must be wealthy. The bullets and shells expended in just this short time must be worth hundreds of thousands of hours. Let them expend some of their resources, but do not underestimate the 48th Division. For them, this is merely a drizzle. Watch closely. Within 2 hours, they will suppress those temporal beasts back. Hurry and eat. It won't be long before we have our own battle to fight. Since last night, Du Fei had been preoccupied with the series of hours displayed on Diao Dik's wrist. The notion of a division commander possessing over 7 million hours is staggering. It is evident that the 48th Division is exceedingly wealthy. Commander, here, let me give you some meat. Sun Shaoqian offered a piece of meat into Du Fei's bowl. Humph, you're the only one who knows how to curry favor. Here, Commander, I'll give you a piece too. All right, that's too much. I'll give you all the vegetables. Isn't it delicious? Truly delightful. Ha ha ha. Laughter and joy erupted from the small hill, a stark contrast to the battlefield below. If other corps were to witness this scene, they would surely be astounded. This is clearly not a gathering for war. It resembles a picnic led by a handsome man accompanied by a group of lovely women. 2 hours later, as anticipated by Du Fei, the flames of battle in the northwest gradually subsided. The beast horde was forced back. The lull lasted barely 3 minutes. Suddenly, boom, boom, with a series of earth-shattering explosions, a gap at least a kilometer wide was blasted open to the east of the Qingchuan ruins. What the hell? What is going on? What is the 48th Division up to? Alert! Alert! Panic ensued among the various corps. The commanders had yet to react when a swarm of level 3 and level 4 temporal beasts surged forth from the Qingchuan ruins like a tidal wave. The mutated creatures followed in droves, as if a hornet's nest had been disturbed or a locust plague had descended. Then, even more perplexing events unfolded. Dozens of bombing drones appeared in the skies above the Qingchuan ruins. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom. Countless bombs were dropped onto the flanks of the beast horde, resulting in explosions erupting on both sides. Simultaneously, the artillery of the 3 maneuvering brigades of the 48th Division opened fire, coordinating with the drones to drive back the beasts. The horde roared in fury, surging towards the eastern front lines. The drones continued their relentless assault, trailing the beast horde and dropping bombs without pause. Just then, a large group of stealth-winged beasts suddenly appeared in the skies. This is bad. Quickly, recall the drones. The command center of the 48th Division was thrown into disarray, the orders barely escaping their lips. Bang, 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 bang. Dozens of drones were instantaneously obliterated, their wreckage and debris plummeting to the earth. The 48th Division suffered considerable losses, Dufay lamented, as if those drones were his own. Without the drones to guide them, the beast hordes spiraled into chaos. Roar. The skies filled with swarms of stealth-winged beasts, revealing their true forms. While the ground was overrun by the temporal beasts and mutated creatures, roaring and surging in every direction. The situation had escalated. The eastern, western, southern, and northern fronts were all under siege by the beast horde. However, the situation on the eastern front was particularly dire, as the majority of the charging beasts were concentrated there. The horde was about to breach. Prepare for battle, Dufay commanded. Yes. Inside the number 2 Land King tracked vehicle, Xiaoying fixated on the screen filled with countless red dots, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Sister Xiaoying, they are all level 3 and level 4 temporal beasts. There are so many. Several communication soldiers appeared visibly anxious. This was their first encounter with such a multitude of high-level temporal beasts. Indeed, I faced a similar situation when I first joined, but those were all level 1. Xiaoying took a deep breath, her palms growing sweaty on the control stick, and no matter how tough her character, it would be disingenuous to claim she wasn't nervous at that moment. The beast horde will enter firing range in 1 minute. All units prepare. Xiaoying narrowed her beautiful eyes, suddenly brimming with excitement. Come on, level 4 temporal beasts, let me show you my prowess. Iron Blood Brigade's position. Chu Zhengxiong gazed at the frenzied onslaught of the dark mass of beasts and decisively ordered. Open fire! Rat-a-tat, boom, boom, boom. Over 7,000 soldiers of the Iron Blood Brigade unleashed their firepower. The battlefield choked with dust and explosions reverberating. Roar! The approaching mutated beasts howled in agony, with countless injured level 3 and level 4 temporal beasts still struggling to advance through the barrage. The temporal beasts entered a frenzied state. Concentrate fire and eliminate them one by one. Hold the line. Chapter 36. Are there really level 5 temporal beasts? At the number 3 Eastern Front Line, the Women's Combat Brigade. The Iron Blood Brigade has already engaged. Attention, in 10 seconds, the beast horde will be within range. All units, stand by. Ensure that the horde is kept at bay beyond the 500-meter buffer zone. The voice of Dufay crackled through the communicator. His excitement palpable as this marked his inaugural command in battle. The female soldiers of the Wild Combat Corps tightened their expressions, standing tall and resolute against the surging tide of beasts. Though a tinge of nervousness coursed through them, they were aflame with fervor and fighting spirit. Artillery and machine gunners are in position. On the earth mound, a dozen female soldiers crouched low, their eyes fixed intently ahead. The number 1 Land King battle vehicle has locked onto the left front, with a range of 1 kilometer, reported Lu Ruobing. The number 2 Land King battle vehicle has locked onto the right front, with a range of 1 kilometer, reported Xiaoying. All infantry targets directly ahead. Ready for action, reported the infantry commander. 3, 2, 1, fire. With a command from Dufay, the order to fire erupted. Fire, fire, whoosh, bang, bang. On the mound, the artillery first unleashed a barrage of secret silver shells into the densest center of the beast horde. Rat-a-tat-tat, the infantry unleashed a torrent of gunfire from machine guns and submachine guns. Following this, the 2 Land King tracked vehicles unleashed a relentless barrage from their self-propelled artillery and Gatling guns. Boom, boom. In an instant, the horde unleashed piercing cries of agony, collapsing one after another, blood and flesh scattering through the air. The mutated beasts and level 3-time beasts were torn asunder, exploding on the spot. Even the formidable level 4-time beasts fell in droves, losing their mobility and struggling for breath. Heavenly Eye notification. Killing level 3-time beasts grants 5,106 hours. The Time Federation extracts 20. With the Wild Combat Core storage card receiving 4,085 hours. Heavenly Eye notification. Killing level 4 time beasts grants 6,783 hours. The Time Federation extracts 20, with the Wild Combat Core storage card receiving 5,427 hours. Heavenly Eye notification. Killing level 4 time beasts grants 6,512 hours. The Time Federation extracts 20, with the Wild Combat Core storage card receiving 5,210 hours. The balance on the Wild Combat Core storage card surged continuously. The speed of accumulation astonishing. Currently, aside from the time gained from the Predator's stealth drones, which was not subject to extraction, the time acquired from the Land King battle vehicles was still subjected to a 20 cut by the Federation. Nevertheless, the bounty for the Wild Combat Core was monumental. Following this overwhelming assault, the spirits of all female soldiers soared, each gasping for breath, their arms trembling with excitement from wielding their weapons. What a thrill! What madness! This battle was exhilarating. They bore witness once more to the formidable power of the secret silver bullets. The two Land King tracked vehicles, equipped with various upgraded weaponry, were akin to time-reaping machines. Reporting to the commander, 2 level 5 time beasts have appeared behind the horde, seemingly summoning a retreat. Sun Shaoqian piloted the number 2 Predator drone, her eyes glued to the screen, reporting in astonishment. Level 5 time beasts. You say? That suggests they are of leader caliber. They are not foolish, so we must exercise caution. Du Fei felt a stir of surprise, then commanded. While the horde is still within range, let's reap another wave. Continue firing. The Wild Combat Corps launched their second wave of attack. The ammunition container doors swung open as logistics personnel continuously delivered supplies. Fire! Fire fiercely. The Wild Combat Corps was well prepared this time. With an abundance of ammunition, this was the first time I have encountered level 5 time beasts. I wonder if a single shot could take one down. Alas, they are too far away. Xiaoying, her excitement palpable, stared at the control panel screen and said to the nearby communications soldier, "Hand me a cigarette." Certainly. The communications soldier quickly lit a cigarette and passed it over. "Keep an eye on the control panel for me." Xiaoying took the cigarette, climbed atop the Land King vehicle and called down, "Tiger Girl, take a break. I'll take a few shots for fun." Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom, boom. Shells burst forth, and within a span of 6,000 square meters, the horde of beasts fell like leaves, while the surrounding beasts fled in terror. What a rush! Xia-Ying squinted her beautiful eyes, took a deep drag from the cigarette, and exhaled a ring of smoke. The horde, witnessing the might of the Wild Combat Corps, began to scatter rapidly to the left and right. This, in turn, tightened the positions of the Iron Blood Brigade, the Sirius Legion, and the Flying Fish Legion. In less than an hour, the battle at the Qingchuan ruins had escalated to a fever pitch. All 4 frontline legions unleashed fierce attacks. However, the numbers of beasts entrenched within the Qingchuan ruins were terrifyingly unimaginable. They seemed to emerge from the very earth itself, continuously pouring forth from the ruins, intent on a mortal clash with humanity. Not long after, many legions began to find themselves in dire straits. With positions falling and casualties mounting, the 48th Division South Hurricane, Thunder, and Lightning Brigades, having expended considerable resources, found their positions under immediate threat as soon as their attacks waned. After 2 hours of combat, the stronger legions were still managing to hold the line, while the weaker ones either retreated or were engulfed by the tide of beasts. For instance, the Flying Fish Legion's position had already fallen, forcing them to retreat to the Sirius Legion's position. The 2 legions, originally in close proximity, now joined forces to defend a single outpost. However, faced with the relentless tide of beasts, the situation at the Sirius Legion's position was equally grim. Roar, roar! With the horde's howls echoing, the soldiers of the Sirius Legion stationed at the front lines suffered continuous casualties, tanks and armored vehicles being overturned and shattered. "Commander, the number of beasts ahead has suddenly surged. The pressure on our position is immense," reported the communications soldier in a panicked tone. "By how much has the horde increased?" The Sirius Legion commander inquired, his expression darkening. "By more than 3 times. At this rate, it won't be long before our position may also fall." Before the communications soldier finished, a bloodied officer, bandaged on his leg, limped over with the support of 2 soldiers. This officer was fortunate enough to have survived. The armored vehicle had been overturned by a stealth-wing beast, merely sending him flying. "Commander, Commander!" The The forward position has already been lost. The officer's face bore the expression of one who had lost everything. You bunch of incompetent fools, and you fell apart so quickly? The serious Legion commander reprimanded the officer. At that moment, the panicked Flying Fish commander spoke up. Brother Duanmu, I suggest we urgently request reinforcements from the Iron Blood Brigade. Commander, the Flying Fish commander speaks wisely. If we delay in seeking help, we might not even be able to protect the command center. The officer wiped the blood from his face and continued. Trembling. The reason our forward position couldn't hold was because there are 2-time beasts with blue glowing spines among the horde. Those 2-time beasts are twice the size of ordinary ones, capable of crawling and walking upright, and their speed is astonishing. Hiss. Such time beasts exist? The serious Legion commander gasped, looking at the officer. Don't we have enhanced long-range armor-piercing shells? Are you all fools? Can't you fire them? Chapter 37. Have we lost our last lifeline? Upon hearing the serious Legion commander's reprimand and inquiry, the officer's face fell. We fired them. We used the long-range armor-piercing shells. Commander, you must understand, the armor-piercing shells just shattered against the scales of those time beasts. It was as ineffective as a mere tickle. The key is that it also provoked those time beasts. They seem to be able to command and rally the horde. Simply howling a few times can amplify the horde's fury exponentially. Brother Duanmu, I understand now. The Flying Fish commander turned to the serious Legion commander, fear evident in his eyes. Those are level 5-time beasts. As soon as the words fell, every person in the serious Legion command center trembled in fear. The serious Legion commander gasped in shock, asking, Are you certain they are level 5-time beasts? I am certain. The previous Black Dragon Legion encountered a level 5-time beast and was completely annihilated. The Flying Fish commander nodded, urging urgently, We must quickly request reinforcements from the Iron Blood Brigade. It will be too late if we delay. Upon hearing this, the serious Legion commander's face paled instantly. He had heard of the Black Dragon Legion, once the foremost among the auxiliary legions, with strength rivaling that of regular military brigades. The annihilation of the Black Dragon Legion by a single level 5-time beast illustrated just how terrifying these creatures were. The critical issue was that 2 level 5-time beasts had now appeared in the serious Legion's position, rendering the entire Legion virtually doomed. Quickly check the communication channels for the Iron Blood Brigade. Connect me at once. The serious Legion commander commanded the communication soldier. The communication soldier complied, hastily searching the Heavenly Eye website. In no time, he found the connection and hurriedly handed over the communicator. Commander, it's connected. The serious Legion commander took the communicator, stood upright, and called out, calling the Iron Blood Brigade. Please respond. Please respond. The Iron Blood Brigade acknowledges. Where are you? What is the situation? A young officer's voice came through the communicator. The sounds of cannon fire echoing in the background. The leader of the Tianlang Legion, filled with joy, hastily spoke in a tone of utmost respect. We are the allied Tianlang Legion of your esteemed army. Currently, our position has suffered severe damage, and the situation is exceedingly dire. It is not due to our incompetence, but because 2 level 5-time beasts have appeared on our front lines. Our defenses are on the verge of collapse, and we earnestly implore your esteemed army for assistance. However, before the leader of the Tianlang Legion could finish describing the situation, 3 level 5-time beasts emerged at the Iron Blood Brigade's position, and their situation was equally precarious. I'm afraid. Boom, boom, crackle. The sound of artillery explosions erupted from the communicator, and the signal was abruptly cut off. The Tianlang Legion leader and the Flying Fish Legion leader exchanged a glance. Their faces ashen. The Iron Blood Brigade had encountered 3 level 5-time beasts, rendering their plight even more desperate. It was over. Utterly and completely over. The last glimmer of hope had vanished at that moment. A terrifying and deafening roar of beasts echoed from afar, growing closer. Report. Our tanks and armored positions have fallen. Report. Our artillery positions have been breached. The Tianlang Legion leader, startled, quickly inquired, What about the infantry? What is the situation with the other battalions? Report. 3 of our infantry battalions have suffered over 80 casualties, and our positions are soon to be unsustainable. Panic ensued among everyone in the command center. Shortly thereafter, report, Legion Commander, the Beast Horde has breached our defenses, and in 10 minutes, they will reach the command center. What? Upon hearing the last report from the communicator, the Tianlang Legion leader staggered, nearly falling at that moment. Not only he but also the Flying Fish Legion leader and everyone in the command center were on the brink of despair. Only the injured adjutant remained tense, fiddling with the detection device. Suddenly, his eyes brightened, and he looked up, saying, "Commander, do not panic. There is still time and I have found a route for a safe retreat." "What? A safe retreat route?" Instantly, hope gleamed in everyone's eyes. "Are you certain there is a secure way out?" the Tianlang Legion leader inquired. "Yes, Commander. Look here." The adjutant wiped the blood from his forehead and pointed at the detection device, saying, "By going left for 15 kilometers, we can directly reach the river valley at the foot of the mountain." How come there is not a single time beast there?" "Indeed, Commander, it is very safe." The adjutant said excitedly, "If I recall correctly, that area should be the position of the Women's Field Corps." "How could this be?" the Tianlang Legion leader questioned, puzzled. "Haha, such a situation is not surprising at all," the Flying Fish Legion leader said with a sinister smile. "If even a legion as formidable as ours cannot hold the line, those ants must have long since perished in the bellies of the beasts." The adjutant chimed in, "The Flying Fish Legion leader is right. Once the beast horde has devoured them completely, they will naturally leave upon finding no further threat." Indeed, the analyses of the Flying Fish Legion leader and Adjutant Zhang are sound. "It must be so, no doubt about it," affirmed several other adjutants present. "Ha ha ha, I, Duanmu Chuanfu, have been blessed with great fortune. Never did I expect the heavens to leave me a way out." The Tianlang Legion leader laughed heartily. "Report, Commander, the beast horde will reach the command center in 5 minutes. What do you suggest?" Seeing the prospect of a safe retreat, the communication officer's tone was no longer frantic. "Relay my orders. The command center has limited vehicles. All personnel are to abandon heavy equipment and retreat lightly." After the Tianlang Legion leader spoke, he pondered for a moment, looking at the adjutant. "Adjutant Zhang, how is your injury?" "Thank you for your concern." "Commander, I am fine. It is merely a superficial wound." The adjutant appeared flattered, thinking he had achieved great merit by finding a safe retreat, and that the commander was inquiring about him out of concern. Little did he know, the Tianlang Legion leader's expression shifted slightly, and with a chilling smile, he said, "A superficial wound is still a wound, and the key is you are still bleeding. If we take you with us, the scent of blood will attract the beast horde, and that would certainly pose a problem for us all. However, I am grateful for your finding a safe retreat route. Do not worry, I will take care of your 3 wives and daughter." With that, the Tianlang Legion leader drew his sidearm. The adjutant's eyes widened in terror. "See, Commander, spare me, bang." Before the adjutant could finish his plea, his head exploded. "Adjutant Liu, once we return to the military district, please report to the higher-ups that Zhang Ergo has shaken the morale and fled in battle. You should understand what to do, right?" The Tianlang Legion leader turned to another adjutant. "Understood," the adjutant replied with a sinister smile. "Commander Duanmu's strict military discipline is a model for us all. Such cowards who flee in battle should be executed on the spot." The Flying Fish Legion leader wore a sly smile. "The commander is wise," everyone present echoed. "All right, everyone get in the vehicles. We must retreat immediately." With a wave of his hand, the Tianlang Legion leader and the Flying Fish Legion leader climbed into a luxurious military vehicle. "Proceed left at full speed." Yes, a minute later, all personnel from the Tianlang Legion Command Center boarded 6 military vehicles, leaving their positions swiftly towards the direction of the Women's Field Corps. P.S. Please help promote this book in the Booklist Square. I would be immensely grateful. Chapter 38. Are you certain he is only 18? Brother Duanmu, I am profoundly grateful for this fortunate escape. My father has made arrangements, and upon my return, I may assume command of the Eagle Falcon Legion. I shall reward you suitably then. Inside the luxurious military vehicle, the Flying Fish Legion leader smiled at the Tianlang Legion leader, Duanmu Chuanfu. "Haha, congratulations in advance. I, on the other hand, must await orders. I believe my upcoming new legion will not be lacking either." Indeed, after all, the graduates from the Commander Academy possess no combat experience. How could they possibly compare to seasoned commanders like us? You are absolutely correct. Acquiring 1,000 troops is easy, but finding a single general is a challenge. Haha, Duanmu Chuanfu and the Flying Fish Legion leader conversed merrily, both wearing expressions of smug satisfaction. Such is the situation in the Federal Military District. Even if a legion is lost, as long as the commander survives, they will be reassigned to lead another legion. For some legion commanders, this scenario is commonplace. Flowing legions, but steadfast commanders. Although Duanmu Chuanfu and the Flying Fish Legion leader have now become commanders without troops, they will soon dominate another legion once more. This means that the loss of their current legion does not harm their interests. Rather, it opens new avenues for profit. Report, an emergency situation has arisen. A wave of beasts is pursuing us, the communication officer reported in a panicked tone. Upon hearing this, the Flying Fish Legion leader's expression changed dramatically as he looked at Duanmu Chuanfu, brother Duanmu. This is not good. No need to panic. A sly grin appeared on Duanmu Chuanfu's lips as he casually commanded through the communicator, Adjutant Liu, leave the last 3 vehicles behind. We will advance at full speed. Understood, came Adjutant Liu's response through the communicator. As Duanmu Chuanfu's orders were issued, the first 3 vehicles roared to life and suddenly accelerated. The next moment, boom, boom, 2 resounding explosions erupted, creating a massive crater in the roadway where the middle vehicles were. What is happening? We cannot pass, Commander. Do not leave us behind. Personnel in the last 3 vehicles cried out in terror and despair as they watched the first 3 vehicles race ahead into the distance. It turned out Brother Duanmu had been prepared all along. Quite clever. Haha, those who achieve great things must learn to let go. Sometimes, one must sever a limb to survive, Duanmu Chuanfu said with a sinister smile. What you say is true. If one does not act for oneself, heaven will strike them down. The Flying Fish Legion leader replied, looking back at the 3 vehicles that would soon be devoured by the beast horde. Secretly astonished, he had thought his own methods were sufficiently despicable, yet Duanmu Chuanfu's tactics proved even more cunning and ruthless. Compared to Duanmu Chuanfu, the Flying Fish Legion leader felt like a pure white lotus. The last 3 vehicles of the Tianlang Legion sped forward, and soon the landscape opened up as they entered the plains. The position of the Women's Field Corps. The second wave of attacks yielded tremendous success. All the female soldiers beamed with smiles, radiating the joy of victory. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying had arranged everything in the control room and walked down from the battle vehicle to join Du Fei. At this moment, the southern, western, and northern fronts were still embroiled in fierce battles with booming artillery. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying glanced at the raging artillery fire at other positions and then looked at their own side, which was devoid of any beast presence, feeling utterly bored. Noticing that Du Fei seemed lost in thought and had not issued the next command, Xia Ying, unable to contain her restlessness, lit a cigarette. Lu Ruobing too could not bear it any longer and turned to Du Fei, Commander, killing a level 4-time beast earns over 5,000 hours. Why not pursue the victory? Indeed, if we could slay a level 5-time beast, the reward would likely be even greater. I am eager to test my artillery against such a beast, Xia Ying said, her charming dimples showing as she playfully remarked, Commander, this beauty aims to be the first goddess of the Women's Field Corps to slay a level 5-time beast. What's the hurry? The Emperor is not anxious, but the eunuchs are. There are still matters to attend to shortly, Du Fei replied without acknowledging them, gazing into the distance. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying, upon hearing this, simultaneously stomped their feet and rolled their eyes at Du Fei in frustration. What matters could there be? Furthermore, how can we be compared to eunuchs? Xia Ying cast a sidelong glance at Du Fei, wrapping her arms around Lu Ruobing's neck, and whispered with a playful chuckle, his choice of words is rather inappropriate. He should have said the Emperor is not anxious, but the Empress is. Lu Ruobing's cheeks flushed crimson at this remark. Retorting, your analogy is even more unsuitable. Do you wish to become the Empress? Would you dare? Some individuals may think their thoughts are concealed from me, but they are sorely mistaken. You impudent girl, what nonsense are you spouting? He is but a child. How do you know he is not mature? Oh, could it be? You little scoundrel, I'll tear your mouth apart. Ha ha ha. The 2 beauties began to frolic, one fleeing and the other in pursuit. Du Fei, oblivious to the secret exchange between them, turned to witness their playful antics with a bemused expression. At that moment, a voice crackled through his earpiece. Captain, just as you predicted, the Tianlang Legion and the Feiyu Legion have been routed, and the 2 commanders are currently fleeing towards our position. Du Fei nodded, understood. Go assess the situation of the Iron Blood Brigade. Yes, Sun Shaoqian replied promptly, swiftly piloting the stealth drone towards the Iron Blood Brigade's position. Enough of the antics. Come here. Du Fei beckoned the 2 beauties with a smile. The matter we discussed has arrived. What matter? Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying quickly approached him. Do you recall the Tianlang Legion and the Feiyu Legion? They are currently fleeing towards our position in 3 vehicles. Du Fei looked at them and continued. You should now understand why I said there was no need to be angry with them yesterday. Correct? What? The Tianlang Legion and the Feiyu Legion are heading this way? Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying exchanged glances, their eyes immediately gleaming with fierce determination, reminiscent of a mother tiger. Recalling the humiliation they endured yesterday, their teeth clenched in rage. After all, they had been berated by the Tianlang and Feiyu legions, a feeling that still lingered uncomfortably. Du Fei had urged them not to be angered. Could one truly refrain? While they had grumbled about their captain during their detour yesterday, dismissing him as an earnest, naive individual, they now felt a twinge of regret for misjudging him upon seeing the expression on Du Fei's face. Was he truly only 18? How could he possess such confidence? It turned out he had long anticipated this day for the Tianlang and Feiyu legions. Truly, the wheel of fate turns in unexpected ways. Stay calm. Steady yourselves. Du Fei smiled as he walked between Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, patting their shoulders. Let us reclaim our honor. All right. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying nodded in unison. Their eyes grew cold as they gathered a group of female soldiers and followed Du Fei towards the front lines. Chapter 39. Are you not all so formidable? The 3 vehicles of the Tianlang Legion sped forward. Look ahead. So many fierce beasts have perished, and the mutated creatures number over 10,000. There must be hundreds of time beasts. Indeed, all blown to bits. Look at that vast expanse of level 3 time beasts, utterly obliterated. The officers in the 3 vehicles of the Tianlang Legion expressed their astonishment. Ahead, the ground was littered with the corpses of beasts. Stacked like mountains, with severed heads and limbs scattered about, dark blood pooling everywhere. Duanmu Chun and the captain of the Feiyu Legion gazed out the window, their brows furrowed, internally shocked. Logically, even if fierce beasts were killed, their bodies would remain somewhat intact, yet the sight before them was one of utter devastation. Hardly any complete corpses of level 4 time beasts remained. Could it have been the work of the 48th Brigade? No, that seems unlikely. The 48th Brigade belongs to the ground forces, with only a handful of drones. They cannot possess such destructive power. As Duanmu Chun and the Feiyu commander took in the scene, they were left in a state of confusion and bewilderment. Within 2 minutes, the 3 vehicles of the Tianlang Legion suddenly came to a halt. What is happening? Duanmu Chun inquired. Report, Commander, there's a roadblock ahead. It appears to be personnel from the Women's Field Corps, one of the officers driving the vehicle reported. What? How can that be? Duanmu Chun and the Feiyu commander exchanged puzzled glances. Is there anyone from the Women's Field Corps still alive? In unison, they looked through the windshield and indeed saw figures ahead. Consequently, Duanmu Chun and the Feiyu commander stepped out of the vehicle to investigate personally. Halt! You are in the territory of the Women's Field Corps. Divert immediately. As Duanmu Chun and the Feiyu commander, accompanied by several officers, approached, a group of female soldiers raised their weapons towards them. Clatter! On the earthen mound, 3 machine gunners also readied their weapons, aiming at them with a fierce determination. The implication was clear. Should they take another step forward, they would be met with a hail of gunfire. Duanmu Chun and the Feiyu commander, along with their officers, widened their eyes in shock. Realizing the truth, they were indeed facing female soldiers from the Women's Field Corps. They were utterly astonished, questioning why they were still alive. However, there was no time to ponder this, as the beast horde was closing in. The situation was dire. They needed to negotiate passage. Duanmu Chun discreetly signaled to Officer Lu beside him, saying, "Go negotiate with them." "Yes, Commander." Officer Lu's expression was somewhat uneasy. He had personally led a team to intercept the Women's Field Corps yesterday, and felt uncertain about the outcome. Yet, with the commander issuing the order, he had no choice but to comply. "Stop. What unit do you belong to? Step forward, and you will be executed on the spot." Several female soldiers shouted coldly, "Please, do not open fire." Officer Lu raised his hands, forcing himself to speak to "We are from the Tianlang Legion and the Feiyu Legion, allies of your esteemed corps. We are stationed at the 2 positions on the right. Our positions have been overrun by the beast horde, and we request your passage. What do the Tianlang Legion and the Feiyu Legion matter? Are you blind or deaf? Do we need to repeat ourselves? This is the territory of the Women's Field Corps, and no one is permitted to pass." The female soldiers sneered with a haughty attitude. "You, Officer Lu opened his mouth but couldn't find the words. His face shifting from pale to flushed, The scene before him felt eerily familiar. Helpless, he turned to Duanmu Chun with a mournful expression. Duanmu Chun and the Feiyu commander's faces darkened like the bottom of a pot. Recalling the events of yesterday, they understood all too well. The Women's Field Corps was clearly seeking retribution against them. Duanmu, time is of the essence. One must bow their head under the eaves. The Feiyu commander whispered a warning. Sigh, I have never experienced such disgrace. Alas, I can only acquiesce. Duanmu Chun rubbed his face, then turned to the female soldiers, forcing a smile. Ladies, please do not take offense. I was impulsive just now, and I apologize. Get lost? Ugh, who do you think you are? Show some dignity. The female soldiers glared at him, berating him without mercy. Duanmu Chun trembled with suppressed rage but managed to contain his fury, saying, My fault? A slip of the tongue. Ladies, if I may request a meeting with your superior. Before he could finish, a man and two women approached from a distance. Salute. The female soldiers immediately snapped to attention, saluting the trio with utmost respect. What is the matter? Du Fei, accompanied by Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, stepped forward and casually glanced at Duanmu Chun and the others, asking indifferently. The demeanor of the three was that of superiority. Chapter 40 We are from the Tianlang Legion and the Feiyu Legion, on a mission to retreat. We hope your esteemed corps can grant us passage. Duanmu Chun forced a smile onto his face. His tone abject as he implored Du Fei and his companions. Du Fei responded with a slight grin, saying, Our defensive zone does not permit passage lightly. Do you understand? Lu Ruobing, having procured a small whip from somewhere, gestured towards the battleground in the northwest, where artillery fire raged. You may take a detour, circumventing the 48th Division. Xia Ying, a cigarette dangling from her lips, exhaled a puff of smoke towards Duanmu Chun and the others. Then scoffed, Who just claimed rebellion? Aren't you the ones intending to report to the 48th Division? That is precisely where their command center lies. If you wish to lodge a complaint, do so swiftly, for the beast horde is approaching fast. It's best you hurry and circumvent. Duanmu Chun felt his heart bleed as the muscles in his face twitched incessantly. Are you implying that we are overstepping? Lu Ruobing's lips curled upwards ever so slightly. Heh, what of it if we are? Xia Ying let out a derisive laugh, her expression turning frosty as she retorted, Do not overestimate your worth. Quickly distance yourselves as far as possible. Did you not hear the command to leave immediately? Lu Ruobing's beautiful eyes glinted with a hint of ferocity as she coldly admonished. Do you truly think that the mere Tianlang Legion and Feiyu Corps can provoke us? No sooner had she finished speaking than a chorus of female soldiers raised their weapons in unison. Leave! At that moment, a cacophony of roars erupted, accompanied by the tremors of the ground and the swirling dust from the distance. 5 or 6 level 4-time beasts surged forward, driving hundreds of mutated ferocious beasts, their furious roars crashing like waves. It was over. Duanmu Chun, the commander of the Feiyu Corps, and several of his aides turned to glance behind them, their spines chilling as their legs quaked in fear. Alert! On the hillock, 3 machine gunners and a dozen artillerymen rapidly took position. Simultaneously, 2 land-based armored vehicles swung their cannons into position, poised for action. Please, allow us passage, we beg of you. Help us! Duanmu Chun and the Feiyu commander fell to their knees, their faces ashen as they pleaded. Seeing this, the aides also knelt, some even bowing their heads in desperate supplication. Yet, a few female soldiers stepped forward, their submachine guns trained on them, and no further, or you will be deemed a malicious intruder. Indeed, should you disregard the warning, you will be shot on sight. Under normal circumstances, one might feel a pang of sympathy, but the indifference of these female soldiers was chillingly palpable. This revealed the depth of their hatred. The humiliations and grievances they had endured were beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. The members of the Tianlang Legion appeared as if engulfed in an ice cavern, casting pitiful glances at Du Fei. Duanmu Chun seemed to have an epiphany, hurriedly producing a storage card from his person. He shouted at Du Fei, I possess 300,000 hours. If you can save me, I shall give it all to you. The Feiyu commander, seeing this, also retrieved a storage card, crying out in desperation, I have 250,000 hours. Please, save us. Du Fei remained silent, instead looking to Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying for their reactions. Lu Ruobing cast a scornful glance at Duanmu Chun and the others, coldly stating, Do you understand the concept of karmic retribution? Setting aside the other legions you have harmed, had you shown us even a modicum of respect, had you allowed us safe passage yesterday, we would not find ourselves in this predicament today. Xia Ying tossed aside her cigarette, casually stating, "This is merely reciprocal deterrence. Do you comprehend? Anyone daring to force their way into my female combat unit's territory shall be executed on the spot." As Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying's words lingered in the air, the sound of gunfire erupted as several female soldiers unleashed a volley of bullets into the ground before Duan Muchuan and his companions. The members of the Tianlang Legion crumbled into despair, casting vengeful glances at Duan Muchuan and the Feiyu commander, wishing they could tear them apart. Duan Muchuan and the Feiyu commander exchanged glances. Their faces as pale as death. They had sown the seeds of their own destruction. It was all too late. The horde was upon them. A cacophony of roars echoed as two level 4-time beasts seized Duan Muchuan by the head, swallowing him whole. The remaining aides were engulfed by the horde, and even the luxurious military vehicles could not escape their fate. Aim for the time beasts. Open fire. Pew pew pew. Da 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 da. The cannons, grenades, and machine guns launched a fierce assault against the horde. Boom, boom. After a series of relentless explosions, several level 4-time beasts howled in agony and collapsed, the horde suffering heavy casualties as they turned to flee in disarray. Once the horde was repelled, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying wasted no time, leading several female soldiers towards the corpses of 2 level 4-time beasts. The beautiful women began to dissect the bodies, some pressing down on heads, others tugging at limbs, as they enthusiastically explored the grotesque remains. How hideous these time beasts are! So much slime! Their stomachs are enormous. Ugh! How revolting, Du Fei! Before long, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying completed their gruesome task. They wiped their hands, now stained with dark green blood, on the grass. Xia Ying raced over to Du Fei, excitedly presenting a storage card, her demeanor playful as she said, "Commander, here you go." Lu Ruobing also handed a storage card to Du Fei, softly adding, "We cannot disregard these storage cards." At this moment, the two beauties had shed their earlier ferocity, their eyes now brimming with tenderness. "Well then, you should go wash up, Dummem." Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying nodded gently, their smiles radiant as they turned and ran off with several female soldiers. Du Fei glanced at the dismembered limbs of Duan Muchuan and the others, inwardly reflecting, "One must never offend women." Just then, he received a report through his earpiece. "Commander, 3 level 5-time beasts have appeared at the Iron Blood Brigade's position. They have sustained heavy casualties, with the number of dead surpassing a full regiment." Sun Xiaoqian's report rang in his ears. Du Fei furrowed his brow and inquired, "How long do you estimate they can hold out? Though they are well stocked with ammunition and possess formidable firepower, facing level 5-time beasts is utterly futile. I estimate they will not last half an hour," Sun Xiaoqian replied. "Understood," Du Fei nodded, pondering for a moment before stating, "Have the number 2 Predator return, awaiting my orders?" "Yes." Chapter 41. Where did the reinforcements come from? After issuing orders to Sun Xiaoqian, Du Fei switched earpiece channels. "Ganting, do you receive?" "Ganting here. What is the situation at the 48th Division?" "Commander, 3 brigades at the 48th Division's positions have encountered level 5-time beasts, with casualties reaching 1/3. Currently, 5 external regiments on the southern front can no longer hold out. 2 have been entirely annihilated, and the remaining 3 are in the process of retreating, with indications that the Hurricane Brigade is consolidating with the other 2 brigades." "What news from their command center?" Du Fei inquired. "Nothing unusual has been reported yet. However, Diaodekui, in a foul mood, has shattered several cups and is fully engaged in devising a plan to turn the tide." She replied, "I suspect the situation at the Qingchuan Ruins battle has escalated, possibly alarming the Federal High Command, and Diaodekui may be facing reprimand." "Very well," Du Fei nodded, then continued, "Order the disconnection of all external communications for the 48th Division's command center in 2 hours. Then proceed with the original plan." "Understood, Commander," Ganting affirmed. After making the arrangements, Du Fei arrived at the encampment. "Commander, we cannot simply wait idly, can we? Everyone is exhausted." Xia Ying glanced towards the other positions and deliberately stretched in a manner that showcased her flat, pale abdomen beneath her uniform. Beside her, Lu Ruobing's lips tightened in irritation, wishing she could kick Xia Ying's reared. Du Fei, however, reveled in the view, chuckling, "Did you not wish to become the first goddess to slay a level 5-time beast?" Indeed, I await your command, Commander. Noticing Lu Ruobing blocking his sight, Du Fei spoke earnestly, very well. I have a task for you. What task? Xia Ying's interest peaked instantly. Order the number 2 land-based armored vehicle to replenish ammunition. And in 3 minutes, head to the Iron Blood Brigade's position, representing our female combat unit and providing them with support. Yes, Xia Ying's eyes sparkled with excitement as she saluted Du Fei. She swiftly led several female soldiers into action. Sun Shaoqian, accompany the number 2 Predator for support. Yes, Sun Shaoqian replied. And what about us? Lu Ruobing inquired. Remain here to guard the position and conserve your energy. Once night falls, we will have our tasks, Du Fei instructed. It will be until nightfall? All right then, Lu Ruobing murmured, heading towards the number 1 land-based armored vehicle. Du Fei watched her graceful figure, an amused smile creeping onto his face. Sister, the bounty from hunting 1,000-time beasts cannot compare to the digits on Diao Dequay's wrist. 3 minutes later, they set off. We, Jean, represent the female combat unit, providing support to the Iron Blood Brigade of the Holy War District. Depart. Inside the control room of the number 2 land-based armored vehicle, Xia Ying and her fellow female soldiers were abuzz with excitement. After years of combat, this marked their first official mission to support Allied forces. It could be said that they were pioneering a precedent in the annals of federal military history, where a ragtag army provided aid to a regular army. Boom, boom, boom. As he observed the Land King number 2 tank departing from the position, Du Fei's face broke into a faint smile. The Iron Blood Brigade must be preserved. His decision to support the Iron Blood Brigade was driven by his own intentions. Firstly, Du Fei deemed the brigade commander, Chu Zhengxiang, to be a commendable individual, a rarity among the commanders of the Federal Military District. Secondly, the recent battle at the Qingchuan ruins had garnered significant attention, and Du Fei's upcoming plans necessitated a partner, or, to put it bluntly, a shield. After the fierce engagement, all legions had either fled or perished, if, in the end, only the Women's Field Corps remained on the battlefield. Unscathed and boasting remarkable achievements, what repercussions would that entail? Thus, it was imperative that a victorious legion emerged from this conflict, and the Iron Blood Brigade of the Holy War Military District stood as the optimal choice. The news of the Holy War Military District's triumph in the hunting grounds of the Revival Military District would undoubtedly spark great interest. The Iron Blood Brigade's position. The report came in. Commander, the beast horde has surged violently multiple times, each wave more ferocious than the last. The situation at the front line is critical. Provide an update on the current casualties. Chu Zhengxiang, brow furrowed, interrupted from within the makeshift command center. Our tanks have lost 16 units, and the armored vehicles are, the aide began, but Chu Zhengxiang interjected. What about the soldiers' casualties? He was primarily concerned with the well-being of his men. Everything else was secondary. So far, over 360 from the 1st Regiment, over 530 from the 2nd Regiment, and the 3rd Regiment. The situation is dire, with over 800 casualties. The young aide delivered the grim report cautiously. In just a few short hours, more than 1,700 lives had been lost. Chu Zhengxiang's fist struck the wooden pillar of the command center, his heart heavy with sorrow for the soldiers he had nurtured. Commander, the main issue lies with those level 5-time beasts. They are exceptionally tough to combat, the aide stated. They are not merely tough, they are utterly insurmountable, Chu Zhengxiang sighed, gazing at the 3 sizable red dots on the detector. What is the current status of the 48th Division? All their channels are shut down, but scouts report that their situation is even worse than ours. I suspected this would be a grueling battle. If things go awry, both we and the 48th Division may incur massive losses. Chu Zhengxiang forced a grim smile before a thought struck him, murmuring, I suspect that small squad on the right has long since been obliterated. Such a pity for those young souls. He then turned to his aide. Contact them and ascertain if anyone has survived. The aide hesitated, a hint of guilt in his demeanor. Commander, I lost their communication channel. Lost it? Chu Zhengxiang quickly deduced the truth behind the aide's expression. Lost was merely an excuse. He likely discarded it carelessly. Forget it. Such lapses must not occur again. He waved his hand dismissively, refraining from admonishing the young aide too harshly, as this was typical of youthful indiscretion. Besides, the Iron Blood Brigade was an elite unit. It was implausible they would seek assistance from a makeshift squad of fewer than 100 men. The young aide seemed to realize his misstep. Lowering his head and replying, I shall heed your guidance, Commander. The mission at the Qingchuan ruins is set for 20 hours. We must hold out until 8 a.m. tomorrow. Relay my orders. We may abandon the front line if necessary to minimize casualties. Chu Zhengxiong commanded, his gaze fixed on the detector. Understood, Commander. No sooner had the aide spoken than a deafening explosion rocked the command center as the lookout tower outside collapsed instantly. Quickly, protect the commander. The aide sprang into action, shielding Chu Zhengxiong as a dozen soldiers rushed to his side. Weapons at the ready, the invisible winged beasts. Chu Zhengxiong's expression turned grave as he peered outside the makeshift shelter. Alert! Alert! Protect the commander. We will divert these creatures. Outside, dozens of soldiers shouted as they opened fire at the sky. Gunfire erupted. 5 or 6 enormous level 3 invisible winged beasts appeared, their wings flapping menacingly as they let out piercing roars, diving towards the soldiers. The soldiers dispersed, firing their submachine guns in a desperate counterattack. However, ordinary bullets inflicted minimal damage on the level 3 beasts. In the blink of an eye, several soldiers fell victim to their razor-sharp claws. And soon, cries of anguish echoed as casualties mounted. Panic ensued within the command center as personnel scattered in disarray. The aide urgently called into the communicator, "The command center is under attack. The command center is under attack." Before he could finish, another thunderous explosion toppled the makeshift structure. "Commander!" the aide gasped. Thanks to the soldiers surrounding him, Chu Zhengxiong was merely struck on the shoulder by debris and sustained no serious injuries. With the aide and soldiers assisting him, he rose, his heart racing. Above them, a colossal invisible winged beast circled ominously, its eyes glowing red. A level 4 invisible winged beast in a frenzied state. Despair shadowed the eyes of Chu Zhengxiong. The aide and the soldiers' it was over. Before they could react, the level 4 beast let out a shrill cry and dove toward them. Just then, a fearsome roar echoed from the direction of the battlefield, causing the level 4 beast to abruptly change course and fly toward the front line. Simultaneously, the other level 3 beasts ceased their attacks and also sped towards the battlefield. Chu Zhengxiong and his men stood in stunned silence, realization dawning upon them. That roar had been from a level 5 beast, summoning the invisible winged beasts. That moment, a call crackled through the fallen communicator. "Calling the command center. Calling the command center. We have reinforcements at the front line. Repeat, we have reinforcements at the front line." Chu Zhengxiong and his aide exchanged bewildered glances. Reinforcements? How could that be? Where could they possibly come from? The young aide hastily picked up the communicator. Responding, "Command center acknowledges. Command center acknowledges. Please identify the source of the reinforcements at the front line." Updating, Chapter 42. The Land King tank shocks the entire scene responding to the command center. Currently unclear which regiment is providing support, but we have a silver tank assisting us. Though it is merely a tank, its firepower is formidable. It seems to have already eliminated a level 5 beast. The excitement and joy in the voice of the 3rd Regiment's commander, Dong Biao, resonated through the communicator. "What? Did I hear that correctly? Our support is just a tank? It actually took down a level 5 beast?" Chu Zhengxiong, the aide, and the soldiers found it hard to believe. "Dong Biao, this is Chu Zhengxiong. Are you certain that the enemy has been eliminated?" Chu Zhengxiong quickly grabbed the communicator for confirmation. "Commander, I assure you. The tank is currently pursuing a 2nd level 5 beast. Please authorize the 3rd Regiment to launch a counterattack. Hold steady until I give the command." "Understood, Commander." Taking a deep breath, Chu Zhengxiong surveyed the wreckage around him and commanded. "Quickly, locate the detector." "Yes." The aide and soldiers swiftly rummaged through the collapsed shelter. Soon, a soldier presented the detector to Chu Zhengxiong. As he examined the device, his eyes widened in disbelief. On the screen, the 3 large red dots representing level 5 beasts had indeed diminished by 1. Only the Federal secret silver particle shells could easily dispatch level 5 beasts. Could it be the vehicle of a top-tier regiment ranked among the top 500 on the Tianyan leaderboard? Yet, that seemed implausible. A small hunting ground like the Qingchuan ruins was insignificant to such elite regiments, which held a godlike status and would never venture here. Chu Zhengxiong was at a loss. Then waved his hand decisively. "Prepare the vehicles. Rush to the front line." Yes, in less than 5 minutes, Chu Zhengxiong, accompanied by his aide and soldiers, arrived at the front line. "Commander," the 3rd Regiment's Dong Biao reporting. A burly man with a scruffy beard ran up to salute. Chu Zhengxiong barely acknowledged the regiment commander, his attention captivated by the scene before him. Where did this tank come from? The young aide and soldiers were left dumbfounded. Before them, explosions rumbled and roars echoed as the beast horde descended into chaos. A dark silver tank, belching flames, was rampaging through the horde, wreaking havoc. Wherever it passed, it was akin to a harvester. A barrage from its cannon sent shockwaves across thousands of square meters, showering the area with the blood and flesh of mutated and time beasts alike. In less than 2 minutes, a vast expanse of beasts in the left front was completely eradicated. The commander is a female soldier. The adjutant stared blankly ahead, struggling to swallow. The battered military uniforms worn by the armored vehicle and the female soldiers seemed vaguely familiar to him. It was that small unit called the Women's Field Combat Team. Chu Zhengxiong's lips twitched, his expression one of disbelief. Perhaps the young adjutant had not even noticed yesterday, while Chu Zhengxiong had deliberately observed the 2 armored vehicles of the Women's Field Combat Team a few times. At the time, he thought they were the advanced troops of some army. Thus, he had a vivid impression of the silver-tracked vehicle ahead. This type of armored vehicle appeared no different from their own, yet was twice as fast and agile. Indeed, just look at that drift, and the vehicle's rapid acceleration and sharp turns. If our armored vehicle dared to perform such maneuvers, it would have surely toppled over. The firepower, primarily the firepower. That beautiful soldier with the cigarette had taken down a whole swath with a single burst. One might suspect that the beasts were deliberately cooperating. Such a scene I had only ever witnessed in videos from elite military textbooks. I understand now. This must surely be a vehicle from one of the top 500 elite legions. The pressure at the front line eased somewhat as the soldiers attacked while discussing the might of the Land King armored vehicle. This armored vehicle's power far surpassed ours. It was truly astonishing, the adjutant exclaimed. Little uncle, while the armored vehicle is impressive, have you not noticed the crucial issue? Asked the commander of the 3rd Regiment, Dong Biao, as he turned to the adjutant. What do you think that last soldier on the vehicle is holding? Dong Biao, being from the same family as the adjutant, despite the latter's youth, held a higher status. Thus Dong Biao referred to him as uncle. A handgun? Are you insulting me? The adjutant kicked Dong Biao playfully. Chu Zhengxiong shook his head slightly and said to the adjutant, Have you ever seen a handgun capable of killing a level 4-time beast? Upon hearing this, the adjutant froze for 2 seconds before realizing the crux. The weapons, their ammunition. Dong Biao, kick him back, Chu Zhengxiong commanded. Yes, commander. Dong Biao grinned at the adjutant. Uncle, forgive me, but I dare not disobey. With that, he kicked the adjutant in the rear with force. Just then, a level 5-time beast in the beast horde let out a thunderous roar, its back emanating a dazzling blue light. The beasts jumped and howled, seemingly invigorated, and became frenzied once more. Following that, dozens of level 3 and level 4 stealth wing beasts appeared in the sky, shrieking madly as they charged towards the Land King armored vehicle. This is bad. The beast horde is going berserk again. So many stealth wing beasts have appeared. They must be Chu Zhengxiong, Dong Biao, the adjutant, and all the soldiers at the front line were taken aback. Chapter 43. Where did that missile come from? As all the soldiers at the Iron Blood Brigade's position were filled with worry, inside the control room of the No. 2 Land King armored vehicle, an alarm blared. Air raid warning. Threat detected against the armored vehicle. All-round automatic defense cannons activated. In the next moment, a row of defensive cannons suddenly emerged from the front and rear of the Land King armored vehicle. Boom, 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 boom. Over 100 specialized cannon shells were fired without delay, forming a netting pattern aimed at the diving stealth wing beasts above. Boom, boom, boom. In midair, hundreds of secret silver cannon shells exploded like flowers blooming. The cries of the level 3 and level 4 stealth wing beasts piercing the air as they were torn apart. The Land King armored vehicle passed through unscathed, while the remnants of the stealth wing beasts fell to the ground. The spectacle was breathtaking and awe-inspiring. Scream all you want. Gather more of your minions. I want to see just how arrogant you are. Xia Ying, with a cigarette in her mouth, gazed at the level 5-time beast glowing with blue light in the distance, immediately commanding through the communicator. Warner, accelerate and pursue it. Yes, a female soldier in the control room excitedly pushed the joystick. Ying Bao, you're insane. This is too thrilling. The real thrill is yet to come. Today I intend to bring all of you to a climax. Ha ha ha. Amidst Xia Ying's boisterous laughter, the Land King armored vehicle suddenly accelerated. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The track spun rapidly, racing at top speed towards the level 5-time beast. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat as it bulldozed through. The automatic machine guns and Gatling guns unleashed a torrential barrage. The beasts in front fell in droves, while some injured mutated beasts and time beasts fled in panic. This armored vehicle was beyond the comprehension of the beast horde. Such actions were utterly reckless. Roar. The level 5-time beast in the horde seemed to sense danger, immediately dropping to the ground and swiftly crawling away. Faster, faster. Yes, just like that. Almost there. Xia Ying was exhilarated, her finger hovering over the cannon button, fixated on the fleeing level 5-time beast. 3, 2, 1. Within range. Lock on. Get down. Xia Ying pressed the button with fervor. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Dozens of shells erupted from the self-propelled cannon. Boom, boom. The extensive artillery fire covered the area, the ground trembling, rocks and trees soaring into the sky. Roar. The level 5-time beast let out a wretched scream as its body was obliterated, its blue light fading away. As the level 5-time beast fell, the surrounding beasts swarmed in like they were vying for Tang Seng's flesh, ravenously devouring it. Heavenly Eye notification. Killed level 5-time beast, awarded 56,326 hours. Time Federation takes a 20 cut. Women's Field Combat Team storage card receives 45,061 hours. Yay! Thrilling. Ing Bao, that's the second one. The female soldiers aboard the Land King vehicle cheered excitedly. One more left. But alas, it got away. That creature was too cowardly. Xia Ying took a deep drag from her cigarette, narrowing her beautiful eyes as she gazed into the distance. Originally, there had been 3 level 5-time beasts, and now only one remained. The last level 5-time beast, having been startled, had abandoned the horde and was currently fleeing towards the Qingchuan ruins, if it weren't for the fact that their ammunition was running low. Xia Ying would have certainly wanted to continue the chase. Just as Xia Ying felt a twinge of frustration, Wuxia miniature missiles suddenly shot out from the top of the Land King vehicle, rapidly heading towards the fleeing level 5-time beast. What the? Xia Ying and the other female soldiers jumped in surprise. Where did that missile come from? Back at the Iron Blood Brigade's position, Chu Zhengxiong and the others were still reeling from the earlier spectacle. Now, seeing a miniature missile fly out from the top of the armored vehicle, everyone was once again astonished. Was this a hallucination? From which part of the vehicle was that missile launched? Boom! With a violent explosion, the miniature missile struck true, hitting the fleeing level 5-time beast, its massive body instantly obliterated. The next second, the communicator blared with the excited voice of a female soldier in the control room. Ing Bao. The storage card balance has increased by 57,812 hours. What? Increased by so much? Xia Ying and the other female soldiers were bewildered. Could that miniature missile be ours? Hee, this beautiful lady is the second goddess to kill a level 5-time beast. Just then, laughter echoed through the communicator. Sun Shaoqian? Xia Ying quickly grasped the situation, puzzled as she asked into the communicator. Was that missile you launched a drone? Chapter 44. The hope of the rise of the Iron Blood Brigade indeed. Sun Shaoqian replied proudly. How is that possible? Xia Ying looked up at the sky above, scanning her surroundings. Aside from the dull gray clouds, there was nothing. Your mission is complete. Return to replenish ammunition. The voice of Du Fei rang out. The drone is right above you. Stop looking. Your cigarette but is almost burning your lips. Commander! Xia Ying exclaimed in shock, tossing away her cigarette, but a drone was right above them. It dawned on her and the other female soldiers what was happening. Heavens, I never imagined the Predator stealth drone could become completely invisible. How astonishing. It turned out this drone was even more formidable than the Land King armored vehicle. No wonder Ganting didn't compete with her for it. Xia Ying mused inwardly, then shook her fist towards the sky. Ah, Commander, you're biased. This beautiful lady has been shortchanged, however. While Xia Ying felt a tad cheated, she quickly reconciled with the thought that she wasn't cut out for flying machines. Ultimately, she still favored the Land King armored vehicle, which suited her hard-hitting personality. Mission accomplished. Begin returning. Vroom, vroom, vroom. The number 2 Land King armored vehicle's machine guns swept through the surrounding beast horde, crushing the corpses of the ferocious beasts as it made its way past the Iron Blood Brigade's position. At that moment, a resounding command rang out from the Iron Blood Brigade's position. All salute. All soldiers on the battlefield faced the Land King armored vehicle, filled with profound respect, and saluted in unison. Commander Chu Zhengxiang, the adjutant, Commander Dong Biao of the 3rd Regiment, and the commanders of the 1st and 2nd Regiments also saluted the vehicle. Xiaoying and the other female soldiers, upon witnessing this, stood atop the vehicle, returning the salute, their heads held high, exuding elegance and vigor. In that moment, their hearts brimmed with excitement, joy, and elation. The opposing force is a legitimate elite regiment, ranked among the top 10,000 on the Tianyan leaderboard. Long subjected to humiliation, they have never before received such high-level respect. As the Land King armored vehicle departed, Chu Zhengxiang found his heart unable to be described, merely as shocked, struggling to regain his composure. It was utterly unbelievable. Commander, it is time for us to counterattack, declared Dong Biao, the leader of the 3rd Regiment. Chu Zhengxiang took a moment to steady his emotions, then nodded and commanded, launch a full-scale counteroffensive, and confine the beast horde to beyond 1 kilometer. Yes, the artillery battalion, tank battalion, and armored infantry battalion were all ordered to enhance their firepower. Give them a fierce pounding. The thunderous booms echoed as artillery fired in a carpet bombardment. Explosions erupting across the battlefield, clouds of dust rising from the front lines. With the elimination of 3 level 5-time beasts, the pressure on the Iron Blood Brigade's position was significantly alleviated. Though the beast horde remained ferocious, every soldier now brimmed with vigor and high morale, commencing a large-scale counterattack. A few minutes later, Commander, here are the retrieved shell casings. Dong Biao presented a handful of shells to Chu Zhengxiang. Chu Zhengxiang examined one closely, frowning slightly. No federal markings. Indeed, Commander, I find it puzzling as well, Dong Biao remarked softly, glancing at Chu Zhengxiang. This suggests that the ammunition they used does not belong to the Federal Military District. I suspect they manufactured it themselves. Manufactured it themselves? That is certainly a possibility. Chu Zhengxiang pondered for a moment before asking, have the warheads been found? Dong Biao shrugged with a wry smile. No luck? Those slain beasts were immediately devoured by the horde. If we cannot find them, so be it. Regardless, this women's field corps is formidable. Their ammunition possesses lethal efficacy against the time beasts. Chu Zhengxiang's eyes sparkled with excitement as he proclaimed, this might be the hope for the resurgence of our Iron Blood Brigade. Dong Biao's eyes glinted with fervor. Are you suggesting we procure ammunition from the Women's Field Corps, Commander? The adjutant also looked at Chu Zhengxiang with excitement. Realizing that obtaining such ammunition could indeed elevate the Iron Blood Brigade's status, it sounds simple, but such ammunition is of extraordinary power. They are unlikely to sell it to us easily. Moreover, the ability to produce such ammunition is undoubtedly a closely guarded secret. However, the fact that they are willing to risk exposing their secrets to aid us indicates that the young commander harbors a favorable opinion of us. Thus, we still have hope. We must seize this opportunity. Sometimes, not everything can be bought. Remember, one must exchange sincerity for sincerity. Chu Zhengxiang instructed Dong Biao and the adjutant earnestly. You speak truly, Commander. We shall keep this in mind. Dong Biao and the adjutant nodded in agreement. There is one more matter that requires your diligence. Chu Zhengxiang took a deep breath, solemnly advising. The assistance provided by the Women's Field Corps to our Iron Blood Brigade today must remain strictly confidential. Not a word should escape to the outside. Yes, rest assured, Commander, we will ensure the information remains sealed. Dong Biao and the adjutant replied in unison. They understood well that such matters must remain undisclosed to other regiments. The exceptional performance of the armored vehicle and the powerful ammunition would surely provoke envy even among top-tier regiments. They comprehended the wisdom of being the first to benefit from a favorable position. As long as the Iron Blood Brigade establishes a friendly rapport with the Women's Field Corps, the subsequent advantages would be substantial. Let us first reach out to the Women's Field Corps and express our gratitude. Chu Zhengxiang's words trailed off. Caught up in his excitement, he suddenly recalled that the communication channel with the Women's Field Corps had been misplaced. Casting a glance at the adjutant, the adjutant lowered his head in shame. Wishing to slap himself, fortunately, the Iron Blood Brigade's position was nearly 10 kilometers from that of the Women's Field Corps, and the beasts in between had been cleared. Prepare vehicles immediately and gather some gifts. Accompany me to the Women's Field Corps to personally express our thanks, Chu Zhengxiang instructed the adjutant. Yes, the adjutant responded promptly, rushing off to prepare. Chapter 45. Is this contentment? At the Women's Field Corps position? The number 2 Land King tracked vehicle had returned to its base, and the logistics personnel began swiftly replenishing ammunition. Du Fei had issued orders for all command personnel to rest in place, instructing them to conserve their energy for a task that awaited them after nightfall. However, the specifics of this task remained unknown to all. Nevertheless, after enduring this battle, every female soldier in the Women's Field Corps held an immense admiration for their commander. While other positions were engulfed in cries of despair, the atmosphere at the Women's Field Corps was filled with laughter and cheer. After years of combat, they had never felt so relaxed. Many female soldiers even exclaimed, "This feels less like a battle and more like a vacation." The cooking team was already preparing another round of meals, with some joking, "We've eaten several times today. The commander must be worried about us going hungry." "Indeed, I've gained quite a bit of weight these past few days. My waist feels thicker." Another chimed in, "I can hardly button my blouse anymore. I can't go around with it undone, can I? It just means we're getting proper nutrition. This is merely a second growth spurt. We should thank the commander." Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and a group of female soldiers chatted together, their laughter ringing out. Indeed, when women found themselves at leisure, their conversations often shifted from food to body image. I envying Bao and sister Ruobing for their figures. They maintain them so well, especially Ying Bao. Her chest is so ample, and her waist so slender. Why can't you share your secrets with us? Envious glances flickered among the female soldiers. Xiaoying slyly peered at Du Fei from a distance, stretching in a deliberate manner as she remarked, "What secrets are there? This beauty's figure is simply a natural gift." Lu Ruobing, glancing at Xiaoying's slim waist, felt a hint of envy. Her own chest, while not as ample as Xiaoying's, was certainly not lacking. Her proportions were also perfect, though her waist was slightly thicker than Xiaoying's. Lu Ruobing instinctively touched her waist, unable to resist sneaking a glance at Du Fei. Not far away, Du Fei secretly smiled. Women truly love to compare. Lu Ruobing's figure was already quite perfect. He wondered what she was worried about. While Xiaoying's figure appeared incredibly alluring due to her slim waist, it also seemed somewhat fragile in comparison. By contrast, Du Fei felt that Lu Ruobing's waist struck the perfect balance, exuding a mature allure that was utterly captivating. Yet, Lu Ruobing remained unaware of Du Fei's aesthetic preferences. She continued to fret over her waist seeming too thick. At that moment, Gonting jumped down from the armored vehicle and rushed to Du Fei's side. "Commander, can you guess how much time we have left?" Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and all the female soldiers gathered around, eager to hear. "How much?" Du Fei inquired. "With the 2 storage cards from the Tianling Regiment and the Feiyu Regiment, we currently have a balance of 167,350 hours. Gonting's eyes sparkled with excitement, her chin trembling. "Heavens, that's so much. Almost 170,000 hours. Am I dreaming? My goodness, we truly struck it rich on this Qingchuan Ruins mission. Our Women's Field Corps has become fabulously wealthy overnight." The female soldiers, having focused solely on combat, were astounded upon hearing the amount they had accumulated. 167,000 hours. That is indeed quite a sum. Xiaoying pulled out a crumpled cigarette. A bit agitated as she remarked, "I need to smoke one to calm my nerves." Lu Ruobing sighed. "Our Women's Field Corps has never had this much time in our account. This is contentment." Du Fei chuckled inwardly, thinking, "Is this what you call contentment? Just wait until tonight. I'll show you what true fulfillment feels like." "Gonting, how much time does everyone have left?" A few days prior, each had received 200 hours, and Du Fei estimated that the female soldiers' time would be nearly depleted. "Each person probably has a little over 60 hours left," Gonting replied. Du Fei nodded, then inquired, "When was the last time our field corps received military pay?" Gonting paused in surprise. "Military pay? What military pay?" Lu Ruobing chuckled bitterly. "You know our situation. We've never received any. In that case, I hereby issue an order." Du Fei scanned the room, addressing Gonting. "Now, every person shall be granted 10,000 hours. Chapter 46. The commander is our eternal God. What? Did we just hear correctly? Each person is to receive 10,000 hours. The moment Du Fei's command was uttered, everyone present was collectively frozen in disbelief. Heavens! 10,000 hours each? That's over a year's worth of time. One female soldier exclaimed in shock, only to quickly lower her head in embarrassment as all eyes turned to her. "Commander, we've only just managed to accumulate such a large sum in our account. If we distribute that, it totals 1,080,000 hours. After deducting the tin handling fee, we would be left with 1,198,000 hours. This means our account would only have a few 100,000 remaining. Even by the highest standards of the Federal Regular Army, each soldier's annual salary is just over 20,000 hours. You giving away 10,000 hours each? Gonting lamented, her expression one of concern as she earnestly presented the numbers to Du Fei. The main issue was that many future expenditures would arise, and so much time would be dispersed before they even had a chance to warm up in the account. She truly regretted her impulsive decision to flaunt substantial funds before the commander at such a moment. Oh? The soldiers from other legions have accumulated over 20,000 hours? Du Fei, appearing pensive, pinched the bridge of his nose. It seems that 10,000 hours per person is indeed a bit insufficient. For now, we can only distribute this amount, however. I assure you that during the next distribution, there will be more. Could it be that he did not comprehend the words I just uttered? Ah, the commander is so mischievous. He must be doing this on purpose. Gonting opened her mouth, anxiously stamping her feet, and involuntarily turned to Lu Ruobing. Deputy Commander, please say something. Well, Commander, did you not mention that we should establish a permanent base at the camp in the future? Lu Ruobing turned to Du Fei and gently remarked, just think about it. The construction of the camp alone requires substantial funds. We should adopt a more sustainable approach. I understand that you care for the soldiers, but if we are to distribute military allowances, I suggest we start with a few 100 hours per person. Moreover, given our excellent rations at present, each individual truly does not require such a large sum. As soon as Lu Ruobing finished speaking, the female soldiers present began to chime in. Commander, the deputy commander is correct. We do not need so much. Indeed, a few 100 hours would suffice. With our current provisions being so good, we are already quite content. Absolutely, our lives are sufficiently comfortable now. If the female soldiers from other legions were to find out, they would surely be clamoring to join us. Commander, it would be wise to conserve a bit more funds in the storage card. All the female soldiers present looked towards Du Fei, unanimously expressing that it was unnecessary to allocate so much to them. They had previously endured a meager existence, always teetering on the brink of deprivation. Worried daily about insufficient time, fearing that if they closed their eyes, time would cease, and they would awaken nevermore. In truth, they yearned for thousands of hours, so they could live without fear, and even just to behold such abundance would bring them peace of mind. Yet now, they deemed the distribution too generous, actively requesting Du Fei to lessen the amount. The reasoning behind this is quite straightforward. Having grown accustomed to a life of scarcity, they now felt a deep sense of contentment with their current circumstances. Each of them wished for these days to last longer, fearing that one day they might no longer enjoy such a life. Therefore, they sought to save a little for their legion. Enough. No more discussion. 10,000 hours per person, that is an order. Du Fei's tone was firm as he surveyed all the female soldiers. I understand that you are considering the legion, and I know you have already come to regard it as your home. I commend you all for this. Only through unity can we thrive. However, I have heard that most of you still have family, correct? I would like to ask, how are they faring at present? As his words fell, the entire camp fell silent. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gonting, and all the female soldiers remained mute. It was precisely because Du Fei had unexpectedly mentioned family that a hint of sorrow and melancholy surfaced in their eyes. Du Fei was right. The majority of the female soldiers still had family. Their relatives were mostly outside the city, some constructing walls for the Federation, others eking out a living in scavenger camps, and some toiling in the mines. It could be said that their families were currently living in dire conditions, barely scraping by. Among them, some female soldiers were born in the mining area, sent to the talent cultivation center in the city shortly after birth, and only left the Bay City at 18 to join the Legion. This meant that these female soldiers, though they were aware of their relatives, had never laid eyes on them from childhood to adulthood. It could be said that every female soldier in the Women's Field Corps was a pitiable soul struggling at the bottom of society. At this moment, without Du Fei needing to say more, Gonting, with tears in her eyes, silently took out her storage card. The other female soldiers had already broken down in tears. Even Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying could not hold back their sobs. What? Is it so distressing to receive 10,000 hours each? Do you find it insufficient? Du Fei feigned a stern expression, addressing the female soldiers. Enough. You should be happy. There is extra time to share with your families. Lu Ruobing managed to smile through her tears, calming herself before saying, You all should quickly thank our commander. At this, the chorus erupted. Thank you, commander. The commander is magnificent. The commander is our eternal deity. The most dashing male deity. The commander is so good to us. We love you. In an instant, all the female soldiers cheered with excitement, many even speaking in a whirlwind of enthusiasm. Ding, reputation 10. Ding, affinity 1. Ding, reputation 10. Ding, affinity 1. Ding, reputation 10. Ding, reputation 10. This is how it should be. As the notifications echoed in his mind, Du Fei smiled, feeling quite content. Chapter 47. Can the physical limit be expanded? At this moment, the female soldiers lined up, and Ganting no longer felt sorrowful about the time on her storage card, transferring funds to them one by one. Wow, 10,000 hours. I have never possessed so much time before. I want to transfer 2,000 hours to my father first, so he can buy some decent food. Me too. With so much time, my grandfather will be saved, and my mother will surely be delighted when she receives it. Though I suspect she won't want to spend it on food, if my brother receives it, he will definitely say I've become a rich lady. The female soldiers beamed with joy, each planning how to allocate their newfound hours. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, witnessing the happiness of their sisters, simultaneously turned their gaze to Du Fei, their eyes filled with admiration and gratitude. Du Fei then walked aside, contentedly opening the system interface. Noticing some new changes, host, Du Fei position, Commander Legion, Auxiliary Women's Field Corps Reputation, 2886 Affinity, 57 Physical Condition, Primary Enhancement 5, Primary Enhancement, Advanced Enhancement, Super Enhancement, Friendly Reminder. Exposure to radiation has expanded the physical limit. Currently, an additional 5 points of enhancement can be attained. Items: Universal Toolbox 1, Rare Material Melting Agent 500 milliliters. The reputation points had nearly reached 3,000, and the affinity had climbed to 57 points. Exposure to radiation allows for the expansion of the physical limit. Du Fei stared at the friendly reminder, realizing this was a new discovery. Previously, when the physical condition reached its limit, he had pondered how to break through, but it turned out that exposure to radiation could automatically grant an expansion. How delightful, Du Fei rejoiced inwardly. However, another question lingered. Thus far, it was known that the radiation exposure suffered by the female soldiers was mostly eliminated after soaking in the recovery pool. Yet, it remained unclear whether their physical condition had also been enhanced. Du Fei thought to himself that once this battle was over, he would need to find time to examine their physical enhancement levels. Just then, a voice came through the headset, interrupting Du Fei's thoughts. Report, Commander. The Iron Blood Brigade's commander, Chu Zhengxiang, and others are arriving in 3 armored vehicles and will reach our position in 5 minutes. Sun Shaoqian reported. Understood. Du Fei nodded slightly and said, keep a close watch on the situation of the 48th Division's 3 brigades. Yes, Sun Shaoqian responded. At this moment, Ganting had finished her tasks, and Du Fei waved her over. Ganting hurried to his side, excitedly asking, Commander, it's almost dark. Are we preparing to take action? From now on, Sun Shaoqian will be in charge of the 3 brigades of the 48th Division. You will oversee their command center. Du Fei glanced at the time and added, in 1 hour. Await my orders. Yes. Ganting straightened her chest and quickly returned to the independent control room of the No. 1 Land King tank. After arranging everything, Du Fei approached Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying. Smiling gently, the commander of the Iron Blood Brigade, Chu Zhengxiang, is coming. The 2 beauties were momentarily taken aback. Chu Zhengxiang. They exchanged glances, somewhat astonished. It goes without saying that the Iron Blood Brigade was likely coming to express their gratitude. But they had not anticipated that Commander Chu Zhengxiang would come in person. Lu Ruobing looked at Du Fei and asked, should we prepare to greet him? Du Fei nodded. After all, this was his first visit, and given that he was the commander of a regular army brigade, appropriate etiquette should be observed. Moreover, Du Fei had future plans regarding this commander of the Holy War Military District. Assemble. Take your positions. With a resounding command, all the female soldiers returned to their respective posts, each brimming with vigor. Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and several female soldiers made their way to the forward position. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, 3 armored vehicles from the Iron Blood Brigade arrived at the position. As Chu Zhengxiang, his adjutant, and a team of soldiers disembarked, a resounding female voice rang out, salute. All the female soldiers at the forward position of the Women's Field Corps stood tall and saluted in unison. Chu Zhengxiang, his adjutant, and the team of soldiers immediately stood at attention, returning the military salute. Accompanied by Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying, Du Fei approached them with a smile. At this moment, Chu Zhengxiang appeared somewhat excited. This truly was a significant show of respect. Chapter 48. The young commander before me must be befriended. As Du Fei and his companions approached, Chu Zhengxiang swiftly advanced 2 steps, extending his hand with a beaming smile, declaring, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Chu Zhengxiang from the Iron Blood Brigade. This is Du Fei from the Women's Assault Corps." Du Fei smiled and shook hands with Chu Zhengxiang. Beside them, the aide-de-camp saluted, introducing himself as Dong Jie, the confidential secretary of the Iron Blood Brigade. Du Fei nodded in acknowledgement and returned the military salute. After a brief introductory ceremony, Chu Zhengxiang's expression turned sincere as he expressed his heartfelt gratitude, saying, "The support your corps has extended to the Iron Blood Brigade is something we shall never forget. On behalf of all the officers and soldiers of the Iron Blood Brigade, I am here to convey our thanks." "Commander Chu, you are being overly formal. Our 2 armies are comrades on the same front. It is only natural for us to assist one another," Du Fei replied with a calm smile, continuing, "I never anticipated that such a simple act would bring Commander Chu to visit us personally." Du Fei's casual remarks left Chu Zhengxiang inwardly impressed. This young commander exhibited poise and confidence that belied his tender age of 17 or 18. Moreover, despite being the commander of an auxiliary corps, he maintained an air of equality while addressing a brigade commander of a regular army, showing no sign of subservience. This indicated that the young man possessed remarkable capabilities, and the Women's Assault Corps he commanded was certainly more formidable than it appeared. "Commander Du, please do not say that. Your army has saved the lives of thousands from the Iron Blood Brigade. Such a life-saving grace cannot be taken lightly. I, Chu Zhengxiang, must express my gratitude in person." Chu Zhengxiang laughed heartily, candidly revealing his desire to forge a friendship. Without waiting for Du Fei to respond, he commanded his soldiers to unload a generous assortment of gifts from the vehicle, a selection of fine wines, specially crafted cigars, and various federally supplied beverages, among other items. Except for the cigars, most of these were favored by women. Summer Ying's eyes brightened. She particularly enjoyed cigars. Seeing this, Du Fei did not decline the offerings, engaging in a few polite exchanges. Since they were already present, it was only fitting to invite them to tour the defense zone. In truth, there was little to see. The entire area revolved around a single mound, easily surveyed. However, as they walked, Chu Zhengxiang felt a mix of astonishment and excitement. He was surprised to find that the Women's Assault Corps comprised fewer than 100 personnel, with only 5 vehicles, 2 armored cars, and 3 transport trucks. Aside from the relatively new weapons mounted on the armored vehicles, the arms wielded by the female soldiers were quite outdated. Submachine guns, machine guns, and grenade launchers that had seen better days several years prior. It was hard to believe that such a force could effortlessly withstand the onslaught of ferocious beasts without suffering any casualties. What did this signify? It unmistakably indicated that the ammunition possessed by the Women's Assault Corps was a guaranteed bane to the beasts. This realization filled Chu Zhengxiang with excitement. It was well known that while the Iron Blood Brigade could earn thousands of hours by slaying a single-time beast, hunting a level 4-time beast often resulted in a loss. To take down a level 4-time beast, they would require tens of thousands of hours worth of ammunition, and sometimes, even after the creature was downed, they would need to expend thousands of hours more to ensure it was truly dead. Thus, regular army units typically hunted level 1 and level 2-time beasts, as only these lower-tier beasts could yield some profit. In campaigns like the Qingchuan Ruins, where level 4-time beasts were present, regular armies were willing to engage in extermination efforts only because the Federation provided funding and subsidies. Although the Iron Blood Brigade ranked within the top 10,000 on the Tianyan leaderboard, their financial burdens from salaries and other military expenses made their situation quite precarious. Often, after each battle, the rewards were minimal. Now, however, the Women's Assault Corps had ignited a spark of hope in Chu Zhengxiang's heart. If he could establish a friendly relationship with them and procure such ammunition, his chronic worries might finally be alleviated. The 30 years of time his daughter needed to surrender, the support for his 5 wives, and the impending expenses for the 2 newborns' milk formula would no longer be a concern. Moreover, should their ranking improve further, they would gain access to additional Federation funding. Chu Zhengxiang was resolute. He must cultivate a relationship with this young commander. P.S. 3 to 4 chapters daily, which will be released all at once. During the recommendation period, data is crucial. I hope esteemed readers can click to urge updates, leave comments, or send a free gift as a show of support. I am deeply grateful for your assistance. Ongoing updates, Chapter 49. Everyone has their own self-interest. Impressive, truly impressive. Commander Du, you are indeed a young achiever, Chu Zhengxiong exclaimed, admiring the neatly arranged female soldiers. Indeed, Commander Du was a remarkably capable leader. The aide-de-camp, Dong Jie, nodded in agreement. You flatter us, Commander Chu and aide-de-camp Dong, Du Fei replied modestly, secretly amused, perhaps thinking that yesterday they would not have shared the same sentiment, as they completed the tour. Chu Zhengxiong maintained a humble demeanor throughout, while Du Fei remained at ease. Each harbored their own intentions, engaging in casual conversation that was nonetheless enjoyable. During this exchange, Chu Zhengxiong was eager to ascertain the nature of the ammunition utilized by the Women's Assault Corps. However, he refrained from voicing his curiosity, knowing that such information was confidential and not to be broached on a first meeting. Patience was essential. He resolved to first cultivate a rapport with Du Fei, believing that this would facilitate the natural unfolding of events. This campaign at the Qingchuan ruins has proven somewhat arduous, Du Fei remarked casually. Indeed, many corps have suffered heavy losses, and those who could withdraw have already retreated to the periphery. Chu Zhengxiong sighed, adding with concern, were it not for the 48th Division's unwavering support, this extermination mission would likely have concluded in failure. Long ago, it was well understood that for regular Army Corps to improve their standings on the Tianyan leaderboard, they needed to undertake hunting ground missions. Successful completion would yield substantial funding and subsidies from the Federation. Conversely, failure would not only result in a loss of funding but also negatively impact their leaderboard ranking. Consequently, different tiers of corps would choose appropriate hunting grounds for extermination based on their capabilities. For instance, elite or high-ranking corps equipped with special silver particle ammunition often organized large-scale hunting grounds, targeting nests of level 5 beasts. In contrast, the Qingchuan ruins represented a hunting ground suitable only for standard regular corps. The 48th Division was the organizer of the current extermination mission at the Qingchuan ruins. Should they fail, any participating regular corps would not only miss out on Federation funding but also face a drop in their Tianyan leaderboard ranking. The leaderboard standings were crucial for regular corps, as they directly influenced the amount of funding they received from the Federation. Thus, Chu Zhengxiong felt a sense of worry. After years of bloodshed, the Iron Blood Brigade had finally managed to secure a position within the top 10,000. A failure in the Qingchuan ruins mission would undoubtedly lead to a decline in their ranking, compounding Chu Zhengxiong's troubles. The 48th Division, too, was desperate to avoid failure, with Division Commander Diao Dekue frantically seeking to salvage the situation. Commander Chu, what is your perspective on the ultimate outcome of the extermination mission organized by the 48th Division? Du Fei inquired, casting a deliberate glance at Chu Zhengxiong. One can only say that human calculations fall short of heavenly designs. It is likely that the presence of level 5 beasts in such hunting grounds was unforeseen by the 48th Division, Chu Zhengxiong replied, shaking his head helplessly. Their advanced weaponry is more than sufficient to handle level 4 beasts. But against level 5 beasts, it is akin to a mantis attempting to stop a chariot. Chu Zhengxiong sighed, expressing his bleak outlook. Frankly, I believe this mission lacks any chance of success. If the 48th Division can withdraw unscathed, that would be quite fortunate. He felt a twinge of regret for having taken on this mission for the 48th Division. However, after a moment's contemplation, he turned to Du Fei and added, for the 48th Division to achieve victory in this mission, they will need to consider one option. What option? Du Fei asked. Noticing Du Fei feigning ignorance, Chu Zhengxiong chuckled and candidly replied, naturally, it would be the Women's Assault Corps under your command. I have personally witnessed the lethal efficacy of your special ammunition against time beasts. Yet, despite his words, he inwardly hoped that the Women's Assault Corps would not become entangled with the 48th Division. Like everyone, he harbored his own self-interests. Should the 48th Division establish a rapport with the Women's Assault Corps, the Iron Blood Brigade's prospects would be severely diminished. Seeing that the conversation had finally turned to the main topic, Du Fei looked intently at Chu Zhengxiong and remarked, as you noted, we seem to have a natural affinity. I wholeheartedly agree. The reason the Women's Assault Corps extended a helping hand to the Iron Blood Brigade is precisely because we recognize it as a rare and righteous force. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhengxiong felt a surge of pride at the high regard in which Du Fei held the Iron Blood Brigade, and he exchanged a pleased glance with his aide, Dong Jia, both feeling a sense of comfort. What did this imply? It signified that establishing a good relationship with this young commander held promise. Chapter 50. The shield is secured continuing, he said. To be candid, that particular type of ammunition is something we have only recently developed, and it remains in the experimental phase. What I mean to convey is that we would prefer not to disclose this information to too many factions until we have made a formal announcement to the outside world. I trust that Commander Chu understands my intent? Understood, understood. Both Chu Zhangxiong and his aide, Dong Jia, nodded in unison, for this was precisely what they had been contemplating. Fearing that Du Fei might harbor doubts, Chu Zhangxiong solemnly assured him, "Rest assured, Commander Du, that our Iron Blood Brigade will not divulge a single word regarding the secrets of the Women's Field Corps. I naturally have faith in Commander Chu." Du Fei replied with a smile directed at Chu Zhangxiong. "Otherwise, how could we say that we are fated to cross paths?" "Haha, I was just about to express the same sentiment." Chu Zhangxiong laughed heartily. "Furthermore, there is another matter I wish to clarify," Du Fei continued, turning his gaze towards the northwest. "Our Women's Field Corps has no affiliation with the 48th Division. The sole reason we are undertaking this mission is to hunt the time beasts to gain time. Thus, the success or failure of this Qingchuan Ruins mission holds no significance for us." Upon hearing this, both Chu Zhangxiong and Dong Jia grasped the implication. It was evident that Du Fei was signaling that the Women's Field Corps had no intention of assisting the 48th Division. And moreover, as a non-regular unit, they did not benefit from federal funding or subsidies. Whether the Qingchuan Ruins mission succeeded or failed was of no concern to them. At that moment, Chu Zhangxiong felt a mix of joy and worry. The joy stemmed from the realization that the 48th Division South chances of fostering a good relationship with the Women's Field Corps had diminished. The worry arose from the possibility that if the Qingchuan Ruins mission were to fail, the Iron Blood Brigade would not receive funding, resulting in a drop in their ranking, a significant loss indeed. Chu Zhangxiong and Dong Jia could not help but envy the fact that the Women's Field Corps was likely to be the only group to profit from this mission. Just as they were furrowing their brows, Du Fei added, however, the Women's Field Corps would not mind collaborating with the Iron Blood Brigade. Both Chu Zhangxiong and Dong Jia were momentarily taken aback, but their eyes brightened as they realized the implication. "Is Commander Du planning to assist our Iron Blood Brigade? I would be immensely grateful," Chu Zhangxiong exclaimed, filled with excitement. After all, as the leader of the Iron Blood Brigade, he valued the honor of his brigade above his own life. With the Women's Field Corps assistance, disregarding the 48th Division, the Iron Blood Brigade could undoubtedly secure victory in this mission with ease. "Commander Chu, you flatter us," Du Fei replied with a smile. "The Iron Blood Brigade is an elite force among regular troops and the mainstay of the Eastern Front for the Qingchuan Ruins mission. Meanwhile, the Women's Field Corps is merely a non-regular unit of fewer than 100 personnel, equipped with outdated gear. We possess neither the capability nor the resources to assist the Iron Blood Brigade." With a knowing smile, Du Fei added, "Let us say we will provide support. We will merely assist the Iron Blood Brigade in sweeping the Qingchuan Ruins clean." Commander Chu should grasp my meaning. "Yes? Why yes, I understand." Chu Zhangxiong was so touched he could scarcely articulate his thoughts. How could he not comprehend? Du Fei was reluctant to reveal the true strength of the Women's Field Corps, preferring to have the Iron Blood Brigade take the lead while they remained in the shadows. However, this arrangement meant that the fruits of victory and the accompanying honors would entirely belong to the Iron Blood Brigade, for in the eyes of the Federation, only regular troops were recognized. Should the mission succeed, the accolades would be attributed solely to the regular troops, with any assisting units receiving only symbolic recognition on the leaderboard. How can the Iron Blood Brigade ever express our gratitude?" Chu Zhangxiong exclaimed, his eyes brimming with appreciation. He knew that upon achieving victory, the Iron Blood Brigade's ranking on the Tianyan leaderboard would undoubtedly see a significant boost, not to mention the federal funding and subsidies. The rewards from the Holy War District where the Iron Blood Brigade was based would be plentiful. This was indeed a windfall. The willingness of the Women's Field Corps to humbly assist the Iron Blood Brigade was a tremendous favor. "Commander Du, I shall say no more. After our victory, you shall see my intentions." Chu Zhangxiong even changed his manner of address, for this matter was pivotal to the fate of the Iron Blood Brigade. And he could not help but feel overwhelmed with gratitude. "Let us speak after victory, as we are indeed fated to cross paths," Du Fei chuckled. "You are quite right, Brother Du. I relish hearing such sentiments." Chu Zhangxiong laughed heartily. Thus, the esteemed commander of the Iron Blood Brigade had begun to address Du Fei as a brother. The bond between the two had swiftly deepened. At that moment, Dong Jie, the aide, also wore an expression of excitement, harboring immense admiration for his commanding officer. Meanwhile, Chu Zhengxiong and Dong Jie remained oblivious to the fact that Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, standing nearby, were secretly giving Du Fei a thumbs up, their eyes reflecting admiration for their handsome and charismatic commander. Chapter 51. A false front and a secret passage. Subsequently, Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, and the two commanders, Chu Zhengxiong and Dong Jie, briefly discussed the battle plan. With the 48th Division South Hurricane Brigade having aligned with the Thunder Brigade on the Western Front, the Southern Front was practically lost. The plan was set for 8 o'clock in the evening, with the Iron Blood Brigade advancing towards the Southern Front, supported by Xia Ying's No. 2 Land King tracked vehicle. The Iron Blood Brigade would be responsible for clearing out the mutated beasts, while the No. 2 Land King would target the time beasts, allowing both parties to conserve ammunition. Du Fei would lead the No. 1 tank and the female soldiers of the Women's Field Corps to reclaim the positions lost by the Tianlang and Feiyu legions. Once the positions were regained, the two armies would converge and then join forces with the 48th Division for a final assault on the Qingchuan ruins. The plan was both simple and perfect, resulting in a win-win situation. Previously, the Iron Blood Brigade had suffered financial losses while hunting time beasts, but now they could earn federal funds merely by clearing out ordinary ferocious beasts. This meant that the Iron Blood Brigade only sought to complete this mission for the sake of the Tianyan leaderboard ranking and federal funding, while the Women's Field Corps aimed to hunt time beasts to gain time. Thus, both sides stood to benefit. Commander Chu, what do you think? Du Fei inquired. I believe it is feasible. Chu Zhengxiong responded without hesitation. Targeting only ordinary ferocious beasts will be an exceedingly manageable task for the Iron Blood Brigade. Chu Zhengxiong even mused to himself that if this battle ended in victory, the 48th Division would undoubtedly owe their success to the Iron Blood Brigade. How splendid it would be if the 48th Division crumbled and abandoned their positions at this critical juncture. In that case, the federal funds would not merely be divided with the Iron Blood Brigade receiving 30, but would belong entirely to them. However, Chu Zhengxiong quickly dismissed the thought as absurd. After all, the 48th Division was a formidable unit. How could they falter? Very well, Du Fei nodded. Then we shall proceed as planned. We can discuss the finer details on the communication channel. The Women's Field Corps communication channel will remain open to the Iron Blood Brigade for uninterrupted contact. Upon hearing this, both Chu Zhengxiong and Dong Jie exchanged awkward glances. Chu Zhengxiong began to speak. But Dong Jie interjected, Commander, allow me to clarify. He then turned to Du Fei, apologizing for the oversight and explaining how they had lost the communication channel for the Women's Field Corps. Commander Du, it was my oversight. I hope you can forgive me, Dong Jie said, his expression one of genuine remorse. Through this incident, he had gleaned some wisdom, realizing that the commander was right. One must reciprocate sincerity. He understood that the Women's Field Corps would become the Iron Blood Brigade's most reliable ally and a beacon of hope for a brighter future. Though he was a high-ranking secretary in the regular military department, 2 ranks above Du Fei, this was no longer a matter of hierarchy. Through their brief interactions, Du Fei's personal charisma had thoroughly impressed him. If the commander could lower his stance to befriend this young leader, he believed he should also humbly acknowledge his mistake. At that moment, Chu Zhengxiong looked at his aide with a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes, thinking, the young man has made progress. Du Fei, unfazed, smiled as he wrote the communication channel down on a slip of paper and personally handed it to Dong Jie, jokingly adding, the Women's Field Corps may lack many things, but paper is not one of them. This remark elicited laughter from everyone present. Just be sure to keep it safe and not lose it again, Chu Zhengxiong cautioned. Rest assured, if I lose it again, you can dispose of me, Dong Jie replied, carefully tucking the note into his pocket. Du Fei and Chu Zhengxiong exchanged knowing smiles. With the plan finalized and time pressing, Chu Zhengxiong and his team did not linger. Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and Xia Ying escorted them to the front lines, where they bid each other farewell. As Chu Zhengxiong and his party departed, both beautiful women turned their attention to Du Fei. Xia Ying was the first to speak. Commander, if we follow the battle plan you just laid out, won't that benefit the 48th Division? Lu Ruobing furrowed her brow and added, are you truly intending to allow the 48th Division to achieve victory? I recall I once told you that Wu Dagui's appointment of me as the commander of the Women's Field Corps would be his greatest mistake. Du Fei replied, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. With a smile, he continued, I ask you, do you believe that the 48th Division will survive the night? Upon hearing this, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying exchanged astonished glances, their beautiful eyes wide with surprise. Originally, the commander had other plans, cleverly laying a trap while pretending to be straightforward. Chapter 52. The battle proceeded with great success as night fell, before the Iron Blood Brigade's position. The mountains and trees glimmered with an eerie green light as a multitude of fierce beasts lay in wait, emitting low, guttural growls. The beast horde was poised to strike, preparing to launch their next assault on the Iron Blood Brigade stronghold. Meanwhile, thousands of warriors atop the stronghold were fully prepared for battle. Report. The artillery corps is in position, ready for action. The tank corps is in position, ready for action. The armored infantry corps is in position, ready for action. As each battalion completed their reports, the Iron Blood Brigade's counteroffensive was set in motion, not waiting for the beasts to attack. Everyone, prepare. Target the beast horde directly ahead. 3, 2, 1. Fire, fire. The sound of cannons, howitzers, and various heavy weaponry erupted forth, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the advancing beasts. Boom, boom, roar. The ground trembled under the cacophony, and the night sky lit up with flames. The beast horde was suddenly subjected to a fierce bombardment, causing chaos and panic among their ranks, with anguished cries echoing incessantly. Recapture the southern front. Charge. The No. 2 Land King armored vehicle, flanked by Iron Blood Brigade's armored vehicles and tanks, advanced toward the beast horde. The female soldiers aboard the Land King were filled with pride, basking in the respect afforded to them by the Iron Blood Brigade, feeling as though they were treated like queens, of course. They knew that this sense of superiority was a gift from their commander, Du Fei. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The automatic machine guns and Gatling guns, mounted on the Land King, fired at the level 3 and level 4 time beasts, either in bursts or sweeping fire. The ordinary fierce beasts were left to the Iron Blood Brigade to exterminate. The large time beasts fell one after another. The mutated horde became a disorganized mob, posing little threat to the Iron Blood Brigade soldiers. Under the overwhelming firepower, the beast horde scattered, most fleeing into the distant mountains and forests, while those unable to escape were swiftly eliminated by the Iron Blood Brigade. Led by Chu Zhangxiang, the 3 regiments of the Iron Blood Brigade steadily advanced toward the southern front. Commander, we have advanced 3 kilometers. Our forces have only sustained a few minor injuries, with no casualties. This battle has been remarkably smooth. If every battle could be as easy as this one, how wonderful it would be. The excitement was evident on Deputy Officer Dong Jie's face as he spoke. Good, good, good. Hearing Dong Jie's report, Chu Zhangxiang repeated the word thrice. Standing atop an armored vehicle, binoculars in hand, he gazed at the retreating beast horde, letting out a breath of excitement. At this moment, his heart was in turmoil. It was exhilarating, liberating. The scene before him further solidified his determination to befriend Du Fei. Commander, at this pace, we should be able to reclaim the southern front by dawn, Dong Jie reported. Excellent. Chu Zhangxiang's gaze intensified. Then he commanded, relay my orders. Strictly adhere to the operational plan devised by Captain Du Fei of the Female Combat Brigade, centering around the armored vehicles. We must ensure the safety of all female soldiers. Yes. Inside the control room of the No. 2 Land King armored vehicle, the storage card of the Female Combat Brigade was flashing with astonishingly rapid gains. 3269 hours, 4832 hours, 5175 hours. My goodness, this is incredible. Ing Bao, in just this short time, we've already accrued nearly 100,000 hours. Ing Bao, if this continues, once we reclaim the southern front, our No. 2 vehicle alone might accumulate over 1,000,000 hours. What a pity. There are too few time beasts. If only there were as many as the mutated horde. You little minx, are you not scared anymore? Indeed. She's become quite bold now. It was recalled how she had once nearly soiled herself at the sight of an ordinary mutated beast. Close your mouths up there, or I'll deal with you. Ha ha ha. Several communication female soldiers exchanged excited banter while observing through night vision goggles and monitoring the storage card balance. Xia Ying revealed her enchanting dimples, comfortably puffing on a thick cigar, embodying a state of bliss. She gazed at the cheerful expressions of her fellow communication soldiers and couldn't help but reflect inwardly on the tremendous changes that had occurred in less than a month. Compared to before, the Female Combat Brigade had completely transformed. Her sisters had undergone a rebirth, Including herself, they all seem to have emerged from their cocoons anew. Chapter 53 in their own way, they shall be returned the frontline position of the female combat brigade. The number 1 Land King armored vehicle, ammunition transport vehicle, and 2 transport vehicles filled with female soldiers were all set to depart. However, Dufay had yet to issue any orders, leaving all commanders and soldiers uncertain of their destination. Report, Commander. The Iron Blood Brigade is advancing successfully toward the southern front. Sun Shaoqian's voice came through the earpiece. Currently, chaos has erupted within the beast horde at the southern front, with 2 level 5-time beasts directing a portion of them toward the western front. I must say, Commander, your foresight is truly remarkable. I am in awe. Enough with the flattery. Just tell me the situation on the western front. Lu Ruobing scolded, adjusting her earpiece, casting a glance at Dufay. Noting how spoiled her subordinates had become, Dufay offered an innocent, rueful smile. The deputy commander is also listening. Sun Shaoqian had not anticipated that Lu Ruobing had also activated encrypted drone communication and immediately adopted a formal tone. Report. Commander and deputy commander, the situation on the western front is as follows. The Hurricane and Thunder brigades are already stretched thin, and after their previous heavy losses, the beast horde has surged, predicting they will not hold until dawn. Dufay nodded slightly, then inquired, what is the status of the Lightning Brigade on the northern front? The Lightning Brigade is fighting conservatively, with lesser losses compared to the other 2 brigades. Currently, there are no level 5-time beasts reported at their position. Though the battle is challenging, the situation remains optimistic, Sun Shaoqian reported. Have the ammunition depots for the 3 brigades been located? Dufay asked again. They were found long ago, just awaiting your command. Order. First, neutralize the Hurricane and Thunder brigades on the western front. After the Iron Blood Brigade reclaims the southern front, immediately destroy their ammunition depots, ensuring secrecy to avoid raising suspicions from the Heavenly Eye regarding our female combat brigade. Then, proceed to standby at the northern front. Yes. Inside the control room of the number 1 Land King armored vehicle, Sun Shaoqian stuck out her tongue. What's wrong? Gonting asked from beside her. Be careful. It seems Ruobing has also opened encrypted communication, Sun Shaoqian warned. Before her words could settle, Dufay's voice came through the earpiece. Commander, Gonting here. Gonting replied with a firm and resonant tone. Order. In 3 minutes, disrupt all external communications from the 48th Division's command center, including their communications with the Iron Blood Brigade. Preserve the internal communications of the 48th Division's command center, as well as those of the Hurricane, Thunder, and Lightning brigades, while also maintaining communications between us and the 48th Division. Then closely monitor the movements of the 48th Division's command center. Awaiting my next orders, Dufay commanded. Yes, Commander. Gonting responded promptly. With everything arranged, Dufay faced the northwest, gazing toward the 48th Division's command center, releasing a breath. According to Federation regulations, corps are prohibited from engaging in combat against each other, but if the enemy perishes at the hands of the beasts, that would not violate the rules. The commander of the 48th Division, Diao Dek, seems fond of employing such tactics, so let us return the favor in kind. Commander, all personnel are prepared according to your orders. What shall we do next? Lu Ruobing asked, looking at Dufay. Next, we will proceed as per the original plan, heading toward the positions of the Sirius Corps and Flying Fish Corps, Dufay replied. Although this was the operational plan devised with the Iron Blood Brigade, Lu Ruobing felt somewhat perplexed. Dufay was mixing and matching plans, leaving her unsure of what his true intentions were. Did he truly intend to reclaim the lost positions of the Sirius Corps and Flying Fish Corps? It was beyond her comprehension. A faint smile of exasperation crossed Lu Ruobing's face. This man's strategies were inscrutable to mere mortals. Chapter 54 Report, Commander, the fish have taken the bait. Within the command center of the 48th Division, Diao Dek's expression darkened as he observed the meager gains on the division storage card. 8 hours had elapsed since the total assault was initiated, yet they had barely amassed 200,000. The scant returns paled in comparison to the ammunition expenses, resulting in significant losses. He had hoped to profit from the Qingchuan Ruins mission, but the emergence of level 5-time beasts had thwarted those plans. Coupled with the current battlefield setbacks and repeated reprimands from superiors like Wu Dagui, Diao Dek felt as though he had swallowed 25 cats. A sensation akin to 1,000 pricks of anxiety. Those hunting ground assessment experts were utterly incompetent. How could they fail to detect the presence of so many level 5 time beasts? A bunch of useless fools. I must report them for crimes against humanity and have those idiots sent to the mines. Diao Deku paced back and forth, his mouth spewing curses incessantly. The hunting ground assessment experts were becoming increasingly unreliable, and he felt utterly betrayed by their incompetence. Given the current weaponry and equipment of the 48th Division, it is utterly incapable of contending with the level 5 chrono beasts. In his heart, Diao Dequai has already devised a plan. If circumstances do not improve, he shall declare the mission a failure and order a full retreat. At that moment, his aide hurriedly entered, an expression of delight illuminating his face, exclaiming, "Commander, I bring good news, splendid news." "What good news? Has the tide of battle turned?" Diao Dequai inquired with a furrowed brow. "Indeed, there is a shift in the battle, though not in our favor, but rather concerning the Iron Blood Brigade of the Holy War Military District," the aide responded. "The Iron Blood Brigade. What could their news possibly entail?" Diao Dequai pressed. "Commander, just now, an unmanned reconnaissance drone transmitted images showing the Iron Blood Brigade advancing southward from the Eastern Front, poised to reclaim the southern line. They have already advanced nearly 10 kilometers, exterminating dozens of level 3 and level 4 chronobeasts along the way, and they even eliminated a level 5 chronobeast." The aide's face was alight with excitement as he reported. "What? That is preposterous," Diao Dequai exclaimed, looking at his aide with disbelief. "Eliminating a level 5 chronobeast? How could a mere brigade possess such strength?" "Commander, this is indisputable," the aide insisted, his tone growing more serious. "However, the footage reveals that the one who eliminated the level 5 chronobeast was a female soldier, seemingly from an auxiliary women's field regiment. An auxiliary women's field regiment. So that band of remnants has not been entirely wiped out. They have aligned themselves with the Iron Blood Brigade." Diao Dequai gestured to his aide. "Bring up the footage. I want to see it." "Yes, Commander." The aide promptly complied, activating the laser screen to display the images sent by the reconnaissance drone. Instantly, a bird's-eye view appeared on the screen. Under the night sky, artillery roared and beasts howled in agony. A legion of several thousand troops advanced while launching fierce assaults against the beast horde. It was evident from the visuals that this legion was indeed the Iron Blood Brigade. However, as the drone's camera zoomed in, a conspicuous tracked vehicle came into view among the Iron Blood Brigade's ranks. A group of female soldiers on the vehicle was firing at 5 or 6 level 3 and level 4 chronobeasts, their machine guns delivering short bursts, causing the chronobeasts to collapse one after another. Diao Dequai watched the screen, his eyes betraying a mix of astonishment and skepticism. Yet, the next scene that unfolded made him gasp in horror. He witnessed an unbelievable sight. The footage revealed a terrifying roar as a massive level 5 chronobeast suddenly appeared. This colossal creature had a flattened head, deeply sunken eye sockets glowing red, with tentacles and fangs protruding from its mouth, slime dripping and stretching. Its limbs were jet black, claws sharp, and its scales gleamed thick and lustrous, particularly the spine, which radiated a blinding blue light. This was unmistakably a level 5 chronobeast. The female soldier atop the silver-tracked vehicle swung a Gatling gun directly at the level 5 chronobeast. With a rapid succession of gunfire, the beast emitted a piercing, mournful howl before its enormous body staggered and crashed to the ground. Following that, the beast horde scattered in panic, and the Iron Blood Brigade's thousands of soldiers commenced a large-scale purge. "What manner of vehicle is that?" Diao Dequai's face twitched, his eyes wide with disbelief. "That is the vehicle of the Auxiliary Women's Field Regiment. 2 such vehicles participated in this mission," the aide replied. "No, what perplexes me is, what type of Gatling gun could so effortlessly slay a level 5 chronobeast?" Diao Dequai mused, furrowing his brow as he turned to his aide. "Moreover, do not forget their remarkable performance in the battle at the Blackwater River." "Understood, Commander. Are you suggesting that the issue lies with their ammunition?" "That is the sole explanation. Their ammunition must possess lethal efficacy against the chronobeasts." Diao Dequai pondered for a moment, seemingly grasping something profound. "If my suspicions are correct, the Iron Blood Brigade must have reached a consensus with those remnants. The reason they have been able to advance so smoothly is precisely because of their unique ammunition. It must be said, Diao Dequai is indeed an astute commander, drawing conclusions with but a moment's analysis. Commander, your insights are unparalleled. Nothing escapes your deductive prowess. However, I believe this could be a fortuitous development. The aide complimented, indeed, the Iron Blood Brigade, eager for quick victories. Even if they achieve triumph, the credit will primarily belong to my 48th Division, which is undoubtedly beneficial for us. Diao Dequai nodded, his spirits lifted as he addressed his aide. Contact the Iron Blood Brigade and convey my regards to Chu Zhengxiang. Yes. The aide picked up the communicator to initiate contact, but the channel was filled with static interference. Then let it be for now. Diao Dequai remarked imperiously, pouring himself a glass of red wine and savoring a sip. Don't those remnants have another vehicle? Determine its location and find out exactly what type of ammunition they are utilizing. Understood, Commander. The Auxiliary Women's Field Regiment.AT this moment. The No. 1 Land King tracked vehicle was slowly making its way towards the beleaguered position of the Wolfpack Legion, followed by an ammunition supply truck and 2 transport vehicles filled with female soldiers. Inside the control room of the vehicle, Du Fei received a report from Gonting. Report, Commander. The bait has been taken. Excellent, Du Fei replied, nodding. Seeing a hint of a smile on Du Fei's lips, Lu Ruobing adjusted her earpiece, her pretty face revealing curiosity. What bait has been taken? Chapter 55. You intend to rob him. 5 minutes later. The position of the Wolfpack Legion came into view. Ravines, thickets, and rocky outcrops teemed with chronobeasts and mutated feral creatures. 2 level 5 chronobeasts led nearly 100 level 3 and level 4 chronobeasts, along with a vast multitude of mutated beasts, ravenously devouring the corpses of the soldiers strewn across the battlefield. At the positions of both the Wolfpack Legion and the Flying Fish Legion, these creatures were in a feeding frenzy, oblivious to how many meals they had consumed that moment. A low humming sound accompanied by subtle vibrations filled the air as 2 unmanned reconnaissance drones appeared above the convoy of the Women's Field Regiment. Shielded by the night. Report, Commander, 2 unmanned reconnaissance drones from the 48th Division have arrived, Gonting reported. Understood, Du Fei acknowledged with a nod, then asked, Has Su Ninger transmitted the video? It has been transmitted. Excellent. Continue back to the 48th Division Command Center and maintain close surveillance. Yes, Gonting responded. Listening to their conversation, Lu Ruobing grew increasingly perplexed. Unable to contain her curiosity, she quietly inquired, What exactly are you planning? Du Fei smiled slightly and asked, If I wish to obtain your time, what methods would be necessary to acquire it? Lu Ruobing was momentarily taken aback, unsure why he would pose such a simple question, yet she replied, I would transfer it to you. Are there no other methods? Du Fei continued his inquiry. Yes, I could transfer it onto a time storage card and then give it to you. Du Fei nodded, stating, Diao Dequai possesses over 7 million hours. What? Diao Dequai has 7? Over 700 million hours. Lu Ruobing's beautiful eyes widened, her voice trembling with astonishment. She seemed to grasp that this man sought to obtain the immense time Diao Dequai possessed. Such a vast amount was overwhelming, rendering her momentarily speechless. 7 million. That was an unimaginable fortune. Lu Ruobing suddenly felt exhilarated. Looking at Du Fei, I understand now. You plan to rob him? Rob is such a harsh term. It would be more accurate to say we shall persuade him to willingly part with it. Du Fei clarified that it is important to note that humans and chronobeasts are fundamentally different. The time of chronobeasts may be seen as a gift from the world to humanity. Killing a chronobeast yields its time. But killing a human does not yield their time. Once a person dies, their time dissipates or returns to the river of time. For this reason, Du Fei had been cautious and refrained from employing the Predator's stealth drone to carry out a decapitation operation against Diao Dequai. As Lu Ruobing stated, should one wish to acquire a person's time, there are only 2 methods, transferring it or using a time storage card. Therefore, to obtain the over 7 million hours Diao Dequai possesses, the former option is undoubtedly impractical. The only feasible approach would be to persuade him to deposit his time onto a storage card. Time is in Diao Dequai's possession. He will not part with it easily. Are you confident you can obtain it? Lu Ruobing asked excitedly. I believe it should be manageable. Du Fei smiled slightly, then glanced at the night vision display, saying, All right, we must prepare for battle. As his words fell, the Women's Field Regiment convoy drew near the position of the Wolfpack Legion. The beast horde immediately became alert. All units, stand by. Let these ferocious beasts taste our mithril bullets and shells. Aim to reclaim Eastern Line Position number 2 within 30 minutes. 3, 2, 1, fire. With Du Fei's commanding voice resonating with authority, The air was filled with the sounds of thunderous explosions and rapid gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. The artillery and machine guns unleashed a relentless barrage, sending countless shells hurtling towards the advancing horde of beasts. Boom, boom. The shells detonated amidst the throng of beasts, scattering blood and flesh of the time beasts and ferocious creatures alike, their anguished roars echoing across the battlefield. Aim at the time beasts, advance forward. The No. 1 Land King tank led the charge, its Gatling guns and machine guns spraying fire indiscriminately. AS Level 3 and Level 4 time beasts fell in droves. Confusion swept through the ranks of the beasts. Shielded by the tanks and transport vehicles, the female soldiers advanced methodically. Roar! 2 Level 5 time beasts bellowed in fury, attempting to incite chaos once more. Take down those 2 Level 5 time beasts first. Dufay returned to the control room, issuing commands to the gunners. Lock on fire! Boom, boom! The ground trembled violently as the deafening explosions sent dismembered limbs soaring through the air. The 2 Level 5 time beasts let out horrific cries before crashing to the ground in an instant. The remaining time beasts and mutated creatures began to lose their ferocity, scattering like headless flies in a desperate bid to flee towards the Northern Lightning Brigade's position. Witnessing this, the No. 1 Land King tank surged forward, recklessly pursuing, disregarding the fleeing mutated beasts, and targeting only the time beasts. Rat-a-tat-tat. Meanwhile, the female soldiers of the Field Combat Corps launched their charge, embodying the ferocity of unleashed tigers. Resupply ammunition, hurry up. The logistics team worked frantically, opening the container trucks to swiftly deliver crates of mithril bullets and shells. Chapter 56. Recapturing Eastern Line Position No. 2 in less than half an hour. The battle concluded. The ground was strewn with corpses, predominantly those of Level 3 and Level 4 time beasts. The operational efficiency was astonishing, akin to autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. It could only be said that these female soldiers were even more frenzied than the beasts themselves. Dufay opened the vehicle door and jumped down alongside Lu Ruabing. Report to the commander and deputy commander. Eastern Line Position No. 2 has been recaptured. We have eliminated nearly 100 Level 3 and Level 4 time beasts. Along with 2 Level 5 time beasts, our Field Combat Corps suffered no casualties. This campaign was a resounding success, the infantry commander reported with a booming voice. Dufay nodded in satisfaction and then asked Lu Ruabing, "How much time did we gain from this battle?" "A total of 671,358 hours. Lu Ruabing replied, her face beaming with joy, without hesitation. "Order. Rest in place. The cooking team, prepare oil for a late-night meal. Once everyone is well fed, we will proceed to support the 48th Division's Northern Lightning Brigade. Let us hunt more time beasts and strive to seize the Qingchuan ruins in one fell swoop." Yes, with Dufay's command. All the female soldiers of the Field Combat Corps began to relax and engage in lighthearted conversation. In the command center of the 48th Division's headquarters, footage captured by a drone soon appeared on the laser screen. Minutes later, the division commander remarked, "Their firepower is simply astounding, almost unbelievable." Just a few dozen shells obliterated 2 Level 5 time beasts, while the Level 3 and Level 4 time beasts were utterly helpless against their bullets. In less than half an hour, they recaptured Eastern Line Position No. 2, gaining nearly 600,000 hours, and they suffered no casualties, the adjutant exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. Mithril bullets. Where did these remnants acquire such ammunition? Jiao Dequay fixed his gaze on the screen, captivated by the sight of the opened crates filled with silver-white projectiles. He felt an overwhelming shock, unable to calm his racing heart. Previously, they had triumphed in the Heishui River battle in under an hour. And now they were aiding the Iron Blood Brigade's advance southward. Just moments ago, they had reclaimed Eastern Line Position No. 2 in less than half an hour. All of this was undeniably linked to the mithril bullets they possessed. No wonder. Jiao Dequay regained his composure, a sly smile creeping onto his face. Hee, these remnants are certainly living quite well now. Commander, if we could acquire such ammunition, we would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of top-tier legions. The adjutant continued to express his enthusiasm. Jiao Dequay shot him a glance. Do you think I am unaware of that? Do I need you to tell me? Go, immediately find a few military research personnel. Yes, Commander. The adjutant quickly exited. After more than half an hour, the adjutant returned to the command center. Commander, based on our in-depth analysis of the footage, none of these bullets and shells bear federal markings. The silver substance on the projectiles appears to be a coating. This indicates that their ammunition was self-manufactured, one of the researchers pointed out. Self-manufactured. Diao Deque's eyes narrowed slightly, then he inquired, is the silver substance on those projectiles mithril? We compared some images of natural mithril particles, and they match in color, luster, and texture. However, we cannot be certain at this stage, as the refinement and smelting technology for mithril remains a significant challenge that the Federation has yet to conquer. Nevertheless, given the damage these bullets inflicted on the time beasts, it is evident that only mithril possesses such lethality. Thus, we unanimously believe that they have likely mastered the refinement and smelting technology of mithril. The researcher said, his expression charged with excitement. Excellent. A glint of light flickered in Diao Deque's eyes as he instructed the adjutant, make arrangements for those researchers to enjoy some time at the social camp. Yes, Commander. Thank you, Commander. Thank you, Commander. Several researchers beamed with gratitude as the adjutant led them away. Diao Deque took a deep breath, his heart racing with exhilaration, gripping the hem of his clothing tightly as if to tear it apart. He muttered to himself, the refinement and smelting technology of mithril PS. It is somewhat embarrassing to admit, but the income from this book is truly meager at present. However, I will persist in writing. I only hope that the esteemed readers might offer a few more gifts to fuel my passion. I am deeply grateful. Currently burning the midnight oil to update. Chapter 57. At least 10 million hours before long. After the adjutant had organized the researchers, he returned to the command center. Commander, I believe the researcher's analysis is valid. That fellow is a genius from the Federal Senior Command Academy of Revival City. The adjutant cautiously remarked, sensing Diao Deque's deep contemplation. Indeed, you have reminded me. Diao Deque paused the footage, observing Du Fei's confident demeanor during the battle. He then mused. So, it seems this young man has developed the refinement and dissolution technology for mithril. I believe so. Since his appointment, the extraneous female combat corps has achieved remarkable results, the adjutant concurred. Diao Deque nodded thoughtfully and then commanded, destroy all combat footage of the female combat corps captured by the drone. All information regarding these remnants must be strictly confidential. As for whether they truly possess the technology for mithril refinement and dissolution, I need to verify further. Additionally, execute those researchers discreetly. Once these tasks are completed, connect me to the communications channel of the extraneous female combat corps. Yes, Commander. The adjutant replied, unable to suppress a slight tremor in his heart. Did the commander have some ulterior motive regarding the situation of the extraneous female combat corps? Should the higher-ups be informed? The adjutant cautiously probed. Higher-ups? A warm smile spread across Diao Deque's face as he squinted at him. The adjutant felt a chill run down his spine, regretting his inquiry, wishing he could slap himself. Although Diao Deque's expression bore a friendly smile, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Understood. The adjutant stammered before hastily departing to carry out the orders. At Eastern Line Position No. 2. Amidst the nearby dense forest, green lights flickered as countless mutated beasts licked their lips, greedily eyeing the corpses of the time beasts scattered across the battlefield. Perhaps the carcasses of the time beasts held an irresistible allure for the mutated creatures, prompting them to return despite their earlier flight. Though they longed to devour the delectable offerings, none dared to reveal themselves, opting to observe from a distance. At this moment, all the officers and soldiers of the female combat corps had finished their additional rations. Du Fei had mentioned that after the late-night meal, they would head to the northern front to support the Lightning Brigade. The female soldiers were already prepared to depart, yet the order had yet to be issued, leaving them feeling somewhat perplexed. Even the mutated beasts waiting nearby seemed to exhibit a sense of impatience. Inside the control room of the No. 1 Land King tank, Du Fei sat with his eyes closed, brows furrowed in contemplation, his fingers gently tapping on the armrest of his seat. Lu Ruobing, feeling bored, leaned over, resting her chin on her hand, watching him with keen interest. She found that Du Fei's pensive demeanor belied his 18 years. Radiating a maturity that seemed incongruous with his age, on ordinary occasions, Lu Ruobing had never taken a serious look at Du Fei, considering him to be the captain of the group, which she thought would be somewhat disrespectful. Moreover, deliberately paying attention could seem overly ambiguous, and if the other sisters were to notice, it would inevitably lead to a round of teasing. And of course, this was only the case when the two were not alone together in the small wooden cabin in the mining area. At this moment, under the soft glow of the control room, Du Fei's chiseled features and straight nose rendered him exceptionally handsome and robust. This scene appeared as if a portrait of a beautiful man had been frozen in front of Lu Ruobing, captivating her utterly. Ding! Affinity 20. Initially, Du Fei had been lost in thought, but upon hearing the system notification, he jolted slightly. Abruptly opening his eyes, they locked gazes for an instant. Lu Ruobing hurriedly averted her eyes. A flush of embarrassment washing over her, blushing, she turned her attention to the display screen. As if she had committed some wrongdoing, Du Fei was about to tease her when the voice of Gan Ting came through the headset. Captain, Diao Deku has played the footage of our recapture of the number 2 position. What is the response? Du Fei inquired. As you suspected, he is now convinced that we have mastered the extraction and smelting technology of mithril. Gan Ting reported. Currently, the command center of the 48th Division has opened a communication channel with our Women's Field Corps, and Diao Deku was preparing to speak with you. Very well, continue monitoring. Understood, Captain. Immediately, Du Fei pulled Lu Ruobing and said, "Let's go to the independent drone control room." All right, Lu Ruobing nodded, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of excitement. She was eager to discover how Du Fei had managed to obtain Diao Deku's 7 million hours. Before long, Du Fei and Lu Ruobing arrived at the independent control room. Within a minute, the communicator buzzed with a call. This is the command center of the 48th Division, calling the detached Women's Field Corps. Please respond. Repeating, this is the command center of the 48th Division, calling the detached Women's Field Corps. Please respond. Gan Ting glanced at Du Fei, who nodded in affirmation. Detached Women's Field Corps, we hear you, Gan Ting replied. Swiftly zooming in on the lens of the number 1 Predator stealth drone, Diao Deku, his adjutant, and the interior of the command center immediately appeared on the monitoring screen. I am Diao Deku, commander of the 48th Division. Let your captain speak with me, Diao Deku said, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. Yes, Commander Jiao, please hold on, Gan Ting replied, suppressing her disgust. A few seconds later, Du Fei picked up the communicator. Commander Jiao, I am Du Fei, captain of the detached Women's Field Corps. Oh, you're Du Fei? Diao Deku's tone was polite. Indeed. Haha, no wonder you're a genius from the Federal Advanced Academy. Within just a few days of taking charge, you've managed to make quite an impression with your corps. Very impressive. The monitoring screen revealed Diao Deku wearing a facade of polite amusement as he continued, on behalf of the 48th Division. I would like to extend my congratulations and condolences to your detached Women's Field Corps. Haha, thank you, Commander Jiao, Du Fei chuckled lightly before adding, surely, your sudden call is not merely to express your condolences. Is it? Upon hearing Du Fei's question, Diao Deku's expression darkened immediately. Is this kid really that clever? In addition to expressing my condolences, there is indeed another matter I wish to discuss. What matter? Did your detached Women's Field Corps use mithril bullets in this mission? Diao Deku, not wanting to beat around the bush, asked directly. Du Fei couldn't help but chuckle internally. This fellow was quite straightforward. Feigning confusion, he replied, Commander Jiao, I don't quite understand what you mean by that question. Haha, young man, don't pretend in front of me, Diao Deku sneered, thinking to himself that this kid was still quite naive. What I wish to convey is that I have complete knowledge of everything concerning your detached Women's Field Corps. In the Blackwater River battle, you achieved a resounding victory in just 48 minutes. During this mission, your number 3 position easily withstood 3 waves of beast attacks. Just tonight, you reclaimed the eastern number 2 position in merely 25 minutes and successfully coordinated with the Iron Blood Brigade to counterattack, poised to reclaim the southern position. Furthermore, your crafted mithril bullets have taken down 3 level 5-time beasts. Am I correct in what I say? Diao Deku concluded. Du Fei remained silent, deliberately holding his tongue. Haha. Observing Du Fei's silence, Diao Deku smirked and continued. If I am not mistaken, you have already mastered both the extraction and smelting techniques of mithril. Currently, these 2 technologies remain unsolved challenges for the Federation, and should they become aware of this, your techniques will be confiscated without a doubt. Moreover, it is highly likely that the Federation will make you all disappear from this world. After stating this, Diao Deku's tone softened, and he added, what I want to say is that possessing such technology in your current situation is not necessarily a good thing. However, I have already sealed off all information regarding your detached Women's Field Corps. And the Federation is currently unaware. In other words, you are safe for now. I trust you understand what I mean. I believe I do. Are you suggesting that you want our mithril extraction and smelting technology? Du Fei asked directly. Haha, I knew Captain Du was a clever man. Quick on the uptake. On the screen, Diao Deku appeared entirely confident as he continued. As long as you are willing to hand over the extraction and smelting technology of mithril, I can guarantee your safety and provide you ample time. With that time, you need not fear returning to the battlefield. I assure you that by tonight, all of you will return to Revival City and live a stable life henceforth. The conditions I offer will surely satisfy you, but you must hand over these two technologies to me tonight. You have 5 minutes to consider. Diao Deku finished, exuding confidence as he awaited Du Fei's response. After a moment of silence, Du Fei replied, I fear this may not work. You are unwilling to sell the technology to me? Diao Deku frowned, his expression darkening as he threatened, do not forget, with just a word from me, the Federation will send someone right over to AT that point. You would do well to not regret your decision. Commander Diao may have misunderstood. When I said it wouldn't work, I meant you should not forget about the Iron Blood Brigade. Du Fei stated. You need not worry about that. As long as you hand over your remaining ammunition and equipment to the 48th Division, you can retreat with ample time. As for the Iron Blood Brigade, leave that to the 48th Division, Diao Deku said, a sly look crossing his face. The implication was clear. Once the 48th Division possessed mithril bullets, the Iron Blood Brigade would meet their demise in the jaws of the beasts at the Qingchuan ruins. One could not deny that Diao Deku was indeed a ruthless and cunning individual. Du Fei took a deep breath, pretending to ponder for a moment as if he had reached a decision. Then, how much time are you willing to grant us? How much do you want? Diao Deku responded nonchalantly. At least 10 million hours, Du Fei stated bluntly. 10 million. Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian simultaneously turned to Du Fei, their eyes wide with astonishment. Haha, do you realize how substantial a figure 10 million is? You truly are asking for a lion's share, Diao Deku chuckled. Commander Diao, I am not asking for a lion's share. If you were to resell the mithril extraction and smelting technology, it would likely fetch far more than 10 million hours. Du Fei took a breath and continued. 10 million is merely our safeguard for survival. Thus, without 10 million, we would rather hand over the mithril extraction and smelting technology to the Federation. After a moment's thought, he added, we do not require a bank transfer. A storage card will suffice. Diao Deku pretended to ponder for a moment before replying. Then it is settled at 10 million hours. A deal, Commander. I can't shake the feeling that something is off. Du Fei suddenly interjected. Diao Deku paused. What do you mean? Are you certain you have 10 million hours available? There might be a trick here, Du Fei inquired, his voice laced with skepticism. Humph, are you doubting my ability to produce 10 million hours? Diao Deku snorted. I do not doubt you, Commander Diao, but one must remain cautious, Du Fei replied, his tone still skeptical, unless you can send me a piece of footage. I want to see the storage card containing 10 million hours firsthand. Diao Deku shook his head in silence, thinking for a moment before saying, I can let you see the storage card containing 10 million hours. However, how can you prove that you possess the extraction and smelting technology of mithril? Du Fei anticipated this response and replied, I can certainly provide proof. I have detailed footage of the entire process of mithril extraction and smelting, which I can send to you at any time. Very well, I would like to verify that now. Please send me the footage you mentioned, Diao Deku said, a glimmer of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Once I have verified it, you will naturally see the storage card containing 10 million hours. P.S. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the esteemed benefactor for the magnificent sword gift. Chapter 58. A Death Deserved. Very well, Du Fei spoke into the communicator. Let it be decided. Transfer the data to the image repository of the 48th Division within 5 minutes. With that, the communication channel was severed. Diao Dechuan lit a cigar, a sinister grin creeping across his face, while Du Fei observed the surveillance screen, returning a cold smile. Gong Ting, transmit the footage to the 48th Division. Understood, Gong Ting replied. I take it there will be no further need to communicate with Diao Dechuan? A look of astonishment crossed Lu Ruobing's face as she turned to Du Fei. Indeed, Du Fei inhaled deeply, stating, we shall simply wait. I hope Diao Dechuan manages to transfer his time into the storage card. Lu Ruobing, appearing somewhat anxious, remarked, he will. At that moment, the surveillance footage revealed that the adjutant had already accessed the image repository. Sir, the footage of the Auxiliary Female Combat Regiment has been successfully transmitted. Open it at once, Diao Dechuan urged with palpable impatience. Soon, a clear video materialized on the laser screen. First, a camp came into view, where two female soldiers stood beside the air raid shelter wall, their eyes fixed intently ahead. Sir, this is the camp of the Auxiliary Female Combat Regiment, the adjutant announced, eyes glued to the laser screen. Diao Dechuan nodded. He recalled having dispatched drones previously to monitor the female combat regiment. He had a vivid recollection of their camp. As the camera shifted towards another air raid shelter, a sophisticated manufacturing workshop emerged. Three distinct areas were visible: weapon and ammunition manufacturing, intelligent control core device production, and comprehensive manufacturing. Notably, the ammunition production area was stacked with piles of semi-finished bullets and completed mithril projectiles. Diao Dechuan and his adjutant gaped in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. As the camera panned up a mountain, a mining site came into view, bustling with dozens of workers. No wonder their camp boasts a mithril mine, Diao Dechuan murmured. Staring at the shimmering piles of ore identity that moment, a striking female soldier appeared by the ore piles. Su Ninger. She produced a vial of refining agent and dripped a drop onto a piece of ore, resulting in a miraculous sight. A silvery liquid flowed from within the ore, quickly solidifying into a small block of mithril. Through this process, she swiftly refined 5 or 6 pieces of mithril. Su Ninger then liquefied the mithril, proceeded to coat the projectiles, and conducted test firings. As the entire detailed procedure unfolded, Diao Dechuan and his adjutant were utterly stunned. The revelation was beyond their comprehension. Undoubtedly, the refining agent in the female soldier's hands was developed by Du Fei. It was nothing short of extraordinary. These remnants indeed possessed the technology for mithril extraction and refining, and astonishingly, they had such advanced manufacturing facilities. Diao Dechuan was overwhelmed with excitement, his fingers trembling around the cigar. Sir, this appears to be irrefutable, the adjutant exclaimed, his face reflecting shock. Indeed, I never anticipated the extraction process to be so straightforward. Diao Dechuan, unable to conceal his enthusiasm, continued. As long as we acquire the formula for that liquid, we will possess the technology for mithril extraction and refining. With these two technologies, to be precise, possessing the formula for that liquid equates to controlling mithril on a global scale. What implications would that have? Just a few drops could yield vast amounts of time, transforming mere targets into monumental opportunities. Time, immortality, the possession of the most elite legions, and perhaps the chance to become one of the supreme rulers of the Federation. In essence, a portion of the entire Federation would bear the surname Diao. At that point, who would still venture onto the battlefield to engage in slaughter? Merely by uttering a command, one could have elite legions at their beck and call. Even if Wu Dague ascended to the higher echelons of the Federation, he would have to kneel and bow before me. At this moment, Diao Dechuan's ambition swelled immensely. Before him lay the vision of everything he desired. I must obtain the formula for that liquid. Diao Dechuan appeared almost deranged, his adjutant sensing that the commander was on the brink of madness. Destroy this footage for me. Leave no trace. Diao Dechuan took some time to regain his composure before commanding his adjutant. Understood, sir. In no time, the adjutant completely erased the footage detailing the mithril extraction process of the female combat regiment. Then, cautiously addressing Diao Dechuan, he inquired, Sir, do you truly intend to offer 1 million hours to the Auxiliary Female Combat Regiment? Ha! Merely a group of people destined to perish, Diao Dechuan smirked sinisterly. Once I acquire the formula, the Qingchuan Ruins hunting grounds will become the burial site for these remnants and the Iron Blood Brigade. However, for now, we must keep them in check. Having spoken, Diao Dechuan retrieved a storage card, glancing at the series of time displayed on his wrist. If those remnants wish to see 1 million hours, let them have a glimpse before their demise, sir. How much longer? The adjutant hurriedly asked. Shall we temporarily draw from the balance in the Legion storage card? Transfer 270,000. Diao Dechuan handed over the storage card. Understood. The adjutant accepted the card and turned to initiate the transfer from the Legion storage card. Within the independent control room of the No. 1 Land King battle vehicle, Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian were fixated on the surveillance screen, their breaths quickening. They clenched their fists tightly, palms sweating, anxious about any unforeseen circumstances. Du Fei, with narrowed eyes, recognized that they had reached the most crucial juncture, waiting for Diao Dechuan to transfer his time into the storage card. Before long, the adjutant confirmed the transfer. Diao Dechuan received the storage card and began interfacing it with his wrist. Gonting, prepare, Du Fei commanded. Understood, Gonting responded, placing her hand on the weapon activation button. Just then, Diao Dechuan had transferred over 7 million hours into the storage card and addressed his adjutant. All set before he could finish speaking, Du Fei shouted, "Fire!" Gonting swiftly pressed the weapon launch button. Tat 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 tat, concealed in the shadows, the number 1 predator targeted Diao Dechuan and his adjutant, unleashing a torrent of gunfire. Ah! Diao Dechuan and his adjutant screamed in agony as their bodies were riddled with bullets. And they perished on the spot, a death well deserved. As they gazed at the 2 lifeless bodies sprawled in a pool of blood, Lu Ruobing's eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Clatter! At that moment, the storage card containing 1 million hours slipped from Diao Dechuan's grasp and fell to the ground. The command center is under attack. Alert! Alert! Request immediate assistance. Instantly, chaos erupted within the command center of the 48th Division. Guard the storage card. Do not let anyone near, Du Fei instructed Gonting. Understood, Gonting nodded. Sun Shaoqian, promptly detonate the ammunition depots of the West Line Hurricane Brigade and Thunder Brigade. Understood. Sun Shaoqian quickly pressed the missile launch button on the number 2 Predator stealth drone. Whoosh, a mini-missile shot out from the Hurricane Brigade's position. Trailing smoke as it soared toward the rear ammunition depot, boom, boom. The ammunition depot erupted in violent explosions, the ground trembling, flames soaring skyward, and a tremendous shockwave surged toward the front line. In an instant, the West Line positions were thrown into disarray. Cries of despair echoing, roar before the positions. 2 level 5-time beasts emitted blue light from their backs, howling into the sky. Gaga gaga roar roar roar, a frenzied horde of beasts surged forth. Raging and roaring, sweeping toward the West Line positions like a tidal wave. Xiaoying. Du Fei seized the moment to call over the communicator. Xiaoying here. She responded from within the number 2 Land King tracked battle vehicle. Order, after reclaiming the South Line positions, immediately assist the Iron Blood Brigade in exterminating the time beasts in the West Line positions. Understood, Xiaoying affirmed. Updating, Chapter 59. The 48th Division, no more. After organizing the West Line, Du Fei finally found a moment of calm. The primary concern was that he had dealt with Diao Dechuan, leaving little to worry about. However, although the Qingchuan ruins represented a minor skirmish compared to those involving hundreds or thousands of assembled legions, it still had the potential to attract the attention of the Heavenly Eye. Thus, while the female combat regiment could leverage the beast horde, they should avoid direct confrontation with the 48th Division at all costs. At this critical juncture, the Predator stealth drones were poised to truly showcase their capabilities. Now, with the Hurricane Brigade and Thunder Brigade in disarray, compounded by the loss of 2 ammunition depots, they would soon face annihilation. The only remaining force was the North Line Lightning Brigade. Although there were no level 5-time beasts in their positions, the presence of level 3 and level 4-time beasts was sufficient to obliterate them. Ultimately, the task at hand would involve clearing out the time beasts. Once the time beasts in the Qingchuan ruins were eradicated, the mutated beast horde would naturally disperse. Therefore, once all the time beasts were hunted down, this battle would be deemed a victory. Du Fei quickly organized his thoughts and issued further commands. Sun Shaoqian, detonate the ammunition depot of the North Line Lightning Brigade in 3 minutes. Then assist Gonting in clearing the command center of the 48th Division. After the cleanup was completed, the bombardment of the interior of the Qingchuan ruins commenced, with the objective of finishing the task before dawn. Yes, Commander. Sun Shaoqian maneuvered the number 2 Predator stealth drone, rapidly heading towards the northern front of the Lightning Brigade. Order. All combatants, except for the number 1 Land King tank, advance towards the northern front. Focus on driving away the time beasts, with hunting as a secondary objective. Understood. The infantry commander finally received the command from the brigade leader. Advance towards the northern front, move out. With a single command, 2 transport vehicles filled with female soldiers and an ammunition truck sped towards the northern front. Subsequently, following the shortcut identified by Gonting, the number 1 Land King tracked vehicle headed straight for the abandoned power station in the northwest. 3 minutes later, boom. Intense explosions erupted from the Lightning Brigade's position, illuminating the night sky with flames. Sun Shaoqian completed her mission, and the number 2 Predator drone circled once before flying directly towards the command center of the 48th Division in the northwest. At this moment, commanders and soldiers of the Lightning Brigade were in a state of panic. Completely disorganized. Lightning Brigade calling command center. Calling command center. Our ammunition depot has exploded. Urgent situation. Requesting support. Requesting support. Commander, there is no response from the command center, reported the communications soldier to the brigade leader. What the hell? Have all the comms personnel at the command center perished? The brigade leader, By Sigwan, was at his wit's end, grabbing the communicator. This is By Sigwan, commander of the Lightning Brigade. Command center, please respond. Do you copy? In the next moment, caw, 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 roar, 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 dozens of level 3 and level 4 time beasts, along with a horde of mutated beasts, broke through the defenses, baring their sharp teeth and beginning a savage slaughter. Report. The infantry regiment has suffered heavy casualties. Report. The artillery regiment is trapped in the beast horde. Commander, our position has completely fallen. Hold the line. Everyone hold your ground. Commander, we have exhausted all our weapons and ammunition. We can't hold on any longer. Ah. The roars of the time beasts and the mutated beasts echoed, while the cries from the Lightning Brigade's position were relentless. If there were still ammunition supplies, it would be manageable, but at this moment, the Lightning Brigade faced the level 3 and level 4 time beasts without any means of retaliation. In an instant, even the command center of the Lightning Brigade was overwhelmed by the dense horde of beasts. In the northwest, at the command center of the 48th Division, Sun Shaoqian, in coordination with Gong Ting, was conducting a thorough sweep. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat, gunfire erupted in midair as the guards at the command center fell, mostly caught off guard. The abandoned power station was filled with cries, as many officers and soldiers panicked and fled outside. However, those who escaped mostly became the beast's next meal. Within half an hour, the gunfire at the 48th Division Command Center ceased, leaving an eerie silence. Report to the commander, the 48th Division Command Center has been completely cleared, Gong Ting reported. Excellent, Du Fei nodded and then commanded, Sun Shaoqian, go check the current situation at the western and northern fronts. Yes. The number 1 Land King tracked vehicle rolled directly into the abandoned power station, coming to a halt in front of the command center where Diao Dek was located. Du Fei opened the door and jumped down. 2 minutes later, Du Fei returned to the vehicle with a smile. Did you get it? Lu Ruobing asked, her beautiful eyes wide with anticipation as she tugged at Du Fei's arm. Du Fei nodded. Yes, Lu Ruobing clenched her fist, her excited chest slightly heaving, nearly leaping at Du Fei. Drive. Yes. With Du Fei's command, the number 1 Land King tank quickly departed from the abandoned power station. The next moment, whoosh, whoosh, 2 micromissiles shot forth at incredible speed. Boom, boom. With 2 thunderous roars, the command center of the 48th Division, where Diao Dek was, collapsed in ruins, instantly engulfed in flames. Report to the commander, the western and northern fronts have all fallen, and all 3 brigades of the 48th Division have been annihilated. Currently, there are 2 level 5 time beasts and over 100 level 3 and level 4 time beasts at the western front. The northern front has more than 50 level 3 and level 4 time beasts. The Iron Blood Brigade has recaptured the southern front and is heading towards the western front for a sweep. Our women's field combat team infantry is advancing towards the northern front. Sun Shaoqian concluded her report. Number 1 and Number 2 Predators, resupply ammunition and prepare for the bombardment of the Qingchuan ruins. Yes. In the control room, Du Fei breathed a sigh of relief. From this moment on, the 48th Division of the Revival Military District no longer existed. It should be noted that the 48th Division was one of Wu Dagui's main forces, which effectively weakened a part of his power. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Through the assassination of the 48th Division Commander Diao Dek, Du Fei immediately thought of Wu Dagui. Although it was possible to use the Predator stealth drones for a decapitation strike against Wu Dagui, the risk was currently too great. Someone like Diao Dek was merely a small fry, and dying in battle was expected. Wu Dagui, however, was different. He was currently on the rise and was about to enter the upper echelons of the Federation. The Time Federation was a colossal entity, and a rash action could lead to unforeseen consequences. The root cause lay in the fact that their own strength was too weak. Therefore, the women's field combat team must first become stronger. To avoid being bullied or to act freely, one must possess sufficient power. Report to the commander, we are nearing the northern front, and there are several level 3 and level 4 time beasts in the horde ahead. The communications soldier, monitoring the detection device, reported to Du Fei, charge in, support the infantry, and commence the sweep. Yes, P.S. I will strive to update diligently in the coming days, and I will take the time to respond to everyone's comments. Thank you for the gifts, especially to the esteemed Wang Erlingzi from Mo Dao Zhu Shi for the recognition. Chapter 60. Could it be the secret weapon of a top-tier legion? At the northern front. With Du Fei's command issued, commenced the sweep. Rat-a-tat-tat, countless shells erupted from the artillery. The number 1 Land King tank first targeted the area densely populated by level 4 beasts, unleashing its full firepower. Boom, boom. The thunderous roars continued as numerous shells exploded in a carpet-bombing fashion among the beast horde. The dark mass of time beasts and mutated beasts let out piercing howls, their flesh scattering amidst the billowing smoke. And in an instant, a large number fell. After creating a breach, the number 1 Land King tank surged into the beast horde, with machine guns and Gatling guns unleashing a frenzied barrage, as the surrounding level 3 and level 4 beasts fell. The mutated beasts began to scatter, fleeing in panic on the other side of the horde. Invisible winged beasts, maintain vigilance in the air. Those creatures have revealed themselves in a frenzied state. Once they enter range, fire immediately. The infantry of the Women's Field Combat Team encountered the invisible winged beasts during their advance, taking cover behind transport vehicles and gazing up at the night sky. Caw, 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 several level 3 and level 4 invisible winged beasts had revealed their forms, hovering in midair, just beyond the reach of the Women's Field Combat Team. Meanwhile, in the distance, a swarm of invisible winged beasts was rapidly approaching the position of the Women's Field Combat Team. Report to the commander. The infantry has encountered a large number of invisible winged beasts at coordinates 726, 39. The infantry commander, sensing the urgency of the situation, immediately picked up the communicator to report to Du Fei. I am aware of the situation. No need to worry. In the control room of the number 1 tank, Du Fei replied, then turned to Lu Ruobing. Open a breach from the right front and move closer to the infantry convoy. Yes, Lu Ruobing nodded. On the other side, just as the infantry commander received the brigade leader's response, within 2 seconds, rat-a-tat-tat, suddenly, 2 streams of fire erupted from the sky, fiercely targeting the invisible winged beasts. Caw, 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 roar, roar, roar. The female soldiers of the Women's Field Combat Team looked up at the sky, where several level 3 and level 4 invisible winged beasts emitted piercing cries, flapping their massive bodies and plummeting down. Boom, 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 boom. The falling invisible winged beasts crashed into the horde, into rocks and trees, sending dust and debris flying. That are drones. Incredible. This is my first time witnessing it. Me too. The infantry commander and all the female soldiers gazed in awe at the night sky, expressing their astonishment. They had only heard from the female soldiers on the Land King tank that the Predator stealth drones were formidable, but had never witnessed it firsthand. At this moment, the infantry beheld the might of the Predator drones, leaving them all profoundly shocked. The crisis has been averted. All units, continue advancing. The infantry commander shouted with excitement. Yes! The female soldiers, invigorated, swiftly took their positions and continued pushing forward. Meanwhile, 2 Predator stealth drones soared through the air, engaging the incoming invisible winged beasts in a relentless hunt. In an instant, the newly arrived invisible winged beasts were continuously shot down, their anguished cries resonating through the night sky, as dark green blood rained down upon the ground. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. As the 2 Predator drones unleashed a torrent of fire, many invisible winged beasts were struck down before they even revealed their forms. This left the stealth winged beasts arriving later in a state of bewilderment. Sensing an inexplicable threat, they all panicked and turned tail, fleeing towards the Qingchuan ruins. The time acquired by the drones hunting the time beasts surpassed that of the Land King battle tank. Faced with such a multitude of stealth winged beasts, Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian had no intention of letting them escape. The 2 of them skillfully maneuvered their 2 predators in relentless pursuit, altering their positions to systematically eliminate each stealth winged beast. Watching the balance of their storage cards continuously increase, Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian were filled with exhilaration, their faces flushed with excitement. At the periphery of the Qingchuan ruins, the ground, the grass, and the stones were strewn with soldiers covered in dirt and grime. Some were cleaning their weapons, others smoking, while many lay sprawled on the ground, dejected and despondent. A dozen commanders from various auxiliary regiments gathered together, each wearing a mournful expression. The 48th Division was currently unreachable, leaving them in uncertainty about the situation at hand. It was presumed that circumstances were dire. Indeed, while encountering a level 4 beast might be manageable, The appearance of so many level 5-time beasts was overwhelming. We should withdraw from the position. This mission's rewards are likely dashed. After coming all this way, not only would the rewards be nullified, but the losses would be substantial. Let's not dwell on it. Surviving is already a blessing. The operational duration of this mission is set for 20 hours, and we must endure until 8 in the morning. What a test of patience. What else can we do? The 48th Division has yet to announce the success or failure of the mission, so we can only wait. Indeed, we are still within the combat zone. If we continue to withdraw, we would be violating the federal hunting ground regulations. The commanders from the auxiliary regiments exchanged their grievances in a chorus of voices. It was then that one commander, holding a night vision binocular, seemingly made a sudden discovery. Pointing towards the direction of the Qingchuan ruins, he exclaimed, "Look quickly. What is that?" Instantaneously, everyone grabbed their night vision binoculars and peered in the direction indicated by the commander. Their faces reflecting surprise and confusion. In the distant night sky, 2 tongues of fire inexplicably appeared, pursuing a large group of level 3 and level 4 stealth-wing beasts, unleashing a frenzy of gunfire. As the bullets flew, the stealth-wing beasts writhed in agony, falling one after another. Incredible! What kind of weapon is that? Why can't we see where the bullets are being fired from? Could it be a secret weapon of some elite regiment? Don't be ridiculous. How could an elite regiment possibly show up here? Yet, we cannot completely dismiss that possibility. Indeed, this is the only explanation. At this moment, the 2 Predator stealth drones were relentlessly pursuing the stealth-wing beasts, swiftly reaching the airspace above the Qingchuan ruins. Just then, a crackling sound filled the air. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian exchanged perplexed glances as they noticed a brief signal interruption on their screens. Startled, they quickly maneuvered the 2 Predator drones to return swiftly. "Report, Commander. The previous situation has recurred. This time, Predator 2 experienced a 0.7-second signal interruption." Sun Shaoqian reported. "Report, Commander. Predator 1 also experienced a 0.5-second signal interruption." Gonting followed suit with her report. Chapter 61. Recapturing 2 fronts. Upon hearing the reports from Gonting and Sun Shaoqian, Du Fei wasted no time and immediately proceeded to the adjacent drone control room. At that moment, Gonting and Sun Shaoqian had already maneuvered their 2 Predator stealth drones back to the northern front, entering autonomous mode. "Commander, both Predators experienced simultaneous signal interruptions," Sun Shaoqian stated as Du Fei entered. "Commander, I analyzed the images during the signal interruptions of the Predator drones, and it seems they were affected by some kind of oscillation wave." Gonting pointed to the spectral images captured on the control room screen. Looking towards Du Fei stepped forward, scrutinizing the spectral images for a while, yet could not discern any clear understanding from them. "What is the current status of the 2 drones?" "At present, all data for both Predators is normal, with no malfunctions detected," Gonting replied. Du Fei nodded. "That's good. Let them rest for a moment, replenish ammunition, and stand by." "Understood." Returning to the battle tank control room, Du Fei furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Previously, Sun Shaoqian had reported a signal interruption while the drones were scouting the interior of the Qingchuan ruins, but he hadn't paid it much mind. Now that the battle was nearing its conclusion, caution was essential. A slight misstep could lead to a catastrophic failure. As for what was causing the interference with the drones, Du Fei had yet to comprehend. For now, he could only proceed with caution, taking it one step at a time. At this moment, Lu Ruobing quietly observed Du Fei from the side. For reasons unknown, she found herself inexplicably drawn to the way he contemplated matters. Setting aside his handsome appearance, it was the inner aura he radiated that seemed to possess a certain allure for her. This attraction was indescribable. It simply felt addictive. Particularly over the past 2 days, Lu Ruobing sensed that she had become somewhat infatuated. Ding! Intimacy level 20. A sudden system prompt echoed in her mind. Instantly, Du Fei snapped back to reality, raising his head to look at Lu Ruobing, grinning as he asked, "Is there something on my face? If you keep staring, I might have to start charging." "Who's looking at you?" Lu Ruobing's face flushed crimson as she quickly averted her gaze. Straightening her posture, she took a moment to compose herself before earnestly asking, "Is there an issue inside the Qingchuan ruins?" "It likely is, though we are currently unaware of the specifics," Du Fei replied thoughtfully, then rubbed his face and added, "We'll address it later." Boom, 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 with a trail of chaos. The Land King Battle Tank Number 1 swiftly converged with the Women's Field Combat Regiment's transport vehicle. Look, the commander has returned. As the female soldiers caught sight of the Land King Battle Tank's return, their faces lit up with joy. They had felt a sense of emptiness without it, and though they had been apart for only a short while, it had seemed like an eternity at that moment. They resembled lonely little girls returning to their father's embrace, filled with elation. In simple terms, it was the presence of their commander that provided them with a sense of security. Order. As the battle tank drew near, Dufay immediately issued commands through the communicator. All combat personnel, coordinate with the Land King battle tank to begin dispersing the mutated beast horde and eliminate any remaining time beasts. Yes, the infantry commander responded with a salute, then relayed the orders. All units, take your positions. Artillery, target the time beasts. Fire, fire. In the next moment, bang, 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 bang. Shoulder-mounted grenade launchers erupted with bursts of flame. Boom, boom. As dozens of grenades detonated amidst the beast horde, the entire Women's Field Combat Regiment followed the Land King battle tank, commencing a large-scale sweep of the northern front. Grenades, cannons, machine guns, and Gatling guns unleashed their fury. Cackling, roaring, in an instant, chaos erupted among the beast horde. Their terrified howls and cries ringing out incessantly. Under the relentless assault of the Women's Field Combat Regiment, the beast horde began to crumble. Approximately an hour later, the red dots on the detector completely vanished. The level 3 and level 4 time beasts scattered throughout had all been hunted down. However, during the sweep, a significant number of mutated beasts managed to escape into the distant, dense forests. The Women's Field Combat Regiment did not pursue them, focusing instead on dispersing the mutated beast horde. At that moment, the entire northern front was awash in dark blood, the corpses of time beasts and mutated beasts littering the ground, a grim sight filled with the remnants of ferocious creatures. Dufay and Lu Ruobing descended from the battle tank. Report, Commander, Deputy Commander. The northern front has been successfully recaptured. The infantry commander stood tall, saluting. Excellent. Stand down for 10 minutes, then proceed to the western front to rendezvous with the Iron Blood Brigade. Understood. At that moment, the two Predator drones automatically deactivated their stealth mode and descended beside the ammunition vehicle. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian also dismounted from their battle tank, directing the logistics personnel to replenish ammunition. Observing this, the female soldiers rushed over to watch, some expressing admiration, while others reached out to touch the wings. Wow, they're so beautiful. I thought they were mere reconnaissance drones, but they turned out to be such formidable weapons. It truly was unexpected. Operating such drones must be exhilarating. I envy Tingting and Shaoqian. Indeed, the commander treats them exceptionally well. Expressions of envy adorned the faces of the female soldiers as they marveled. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian exchanged glances, raising their eyebrows in a proud manner, their hearts bubbling with joy. Not far away, Dufay, holding night vision binoculars, gazed towards the Qingchuan ruins. Most of the mutated beasts within the city had likely fled, but there should still be some high-level guardian beasts remaining, such as level 5 and level 4 time beasts. I suspect that the majority left are likely young beasts or pregnant ones waiting to give birth. Dufay mused as he observed, murmuring to himself. Lu Ruobing remained beside him, quickly falling back into her reverie, her thoughts unknown to anyone. After a moment, she glanced at Dufay, touched her waist, a hint of worry crossing her face. At that moment, a voice came through the communicator. Report, Commander. This is Xiaoying. Land King Battle Tank Number 2 has successfully recaptured the Western Front in coordination with the Iron Blood Brigade. Excellent. Please provide your current location. Coordinates 562, 73. Xiaoying replied. Lu Ruobing glanced at the detector and turned to Dufay. We are approximately 40 kilometers away. We will arrive in half an hour. Dufay nodded, and then commanded Xiaoying. Inform Commander Chu to rest in place for now. In half an hour, my Women's Field Corps will rendezvous with the Iron Blood Brigade. Yes, Commander. P.S. Thank you all for your generous gifts. I am utterly exhausted, but 2 more chapters will be updated after midnight. Chapter 62. What profound affection this is. Half an hour later. Coordinates 562, 73. The Women's Field Corps met the Iron Blood Brigade in a military convergence. Just as Dufay and Lu Ruobing disembarked from the armored vehicle, a stirring command rang out. Salute! Thousands of soldiers from the Iron Blood Brigade faced Dufay and Lu Ruobing. all saluting in unison. Brigade Commander Chu Zhangxiang, along with his aide Dongjia and various commanders from the Iron Blood Brigade, also saluted in respect. Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and the female soldiers of the Women's Field Corps returned the military salute. After a round of pleasantries, Chu Zhangxiang looked at Du Fei and sighed. My troops arrived at the Western Front only to find the 48th Division's Hurricane Brigade and Thunder Brigade had been completely annihilated. Upon finishing, he shook his head slightly. It is truly heartbreaking, Commander Chu. I have also just learned of the situation at the Western Front. I had hoped they could hold on until the Iron Blood Brigade arrived. But I never expected the position to fall so quickly, Du Fei replied, shaking his head in agreement. Indeed, the primary issue was that the beast horde on the Western Front was twice that of other fronts, creating immense pressure, compounded by the emergence of two level 5-time beasts, which ultimately led to their total collapse. In such circumstances, had it not been for your army's staunch support, I fear the Iron Blood Brigade would have met the same fate. Chu Zhangxiang looked at Du Fei with gratitude in his eyes and continued. The 48th Division has been uncontactable since then. We have no idea what the situation is. Commander Chu, this is precisely what I wish to discuss with you. Du Fei raised his gaze to the night sky, a look of sorrow upon his face, and said, the situation with the Lightning Brigade on the Northern Front is akin to that of the Western Front. By the time we recover the second position on the Eastern Front and rush to their aid, it will be too late. Not only was the Lightning Brigade completely wiped out, but the most heart-wrenching part is that the entire command center of the 48th Division was also engulfed by the beast horde. What? Chu Zhangxiang trembled, his face revealing profound shock. The command center of the 48th Division has also fallen. No wonder we have been unable to establish contact. So, the entire division has been obliterated. How tragic, how sorrowful. As Chu Zhangxiang's voice faded, Du Fei appeared despondent, silently nodding. Indeed, it is truly lamentable. Observing the expression on Du Fei's face, Lu Ruobing nearly burst into laughter. How adept he is at feigning emotions. Yet simultaneously, she was secretly astonished. She had known this man to be a genius, but she had not anticipated his strategic prowess to be so impeccably orchestrated. The annihilation of the 48th Division was planned with such meticulous precision, and everything appeared so logically sound. How is he so astute? In an instant, Lu Ruobing felt an overwhelming admiration, her eyes reflecting an inexplicable emotion. Ding! Affinity 20. Du Fei, who was initially engulfed in grief, was caught off guard by the system notification. Noticing Lu Ruobing gazing at him with a slightly dazed expression, he thought to himself, it seems this elder sister's focus on me has broadened. Who would have thought that even a tragic performance could earn an increase of 20 points in affinity? Imagine the boost from a passionate scene. At this moment, Chu Zhangxiang had regained his composure from the grim tidings regarding the 48th Division. Observing Du Fei still in silence, he gently offered consolation. Brother Du, I am aware that your army and the 48th Division both belong to the Revival Military District, and I can empathize with your current sentiments. However, it is an inevitable reality that thousands of legions perish on the battlefield every day. The deceased have departed, and I hope you will not grieve excessively. Du Fei nodded in agreement. Commander Chu is right. There is no need to worry about me. I am merely feeling melancholic due to the circumstances. Upon hearing this, Chu Zhangxiang felt a deep sense of admiration. Such kindness at such a young age is indeed remarkable. Very well. Du Fei rubbed his face and declared, since the 48th Division no longer exists, the command of this mission naturally falls to the Iron Blood Brigade. Our success from here on out rests entirely on your shoulders. Brother Du, I am unworthy of such praise. Chu Zhangxiang responded graciously, but inwardly, he was brimming with excitement. Initially, it had merely been a fleeting thought, yet the 48th Division truly did not hold out. This is astonishing. Brother Du, how do you propose we proceed with the upcoming battle? Chu Zhangxiang suppressed his excitement and inquired of Du Fei. Du Fei glanced towards the direction of the Qingchuan ruins, furrowing his brow. We are left with a siege assault. I believe it would be prudent for us to discuss our strategy together. All right, Chu Zhangxiang nodded repeatedly. Subsequently, Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, Chu Zhangxiang, and Dongjia gathered to deliberate the battle strategy for the Qingchuan ruins. Half an hour later, the plan was fundamentally established. Considering the limited number of infantry in the Women's Field Corps, the northern and western gaps of the Qingchuan ruins were not substantial, so the female soldiers would be responsible for sealing off these two directions. The number 1 and number 2 Land Kings would coordinate with the Iron Blood Brigade to block the eastern and southern approaches to the Qingchuan ruins. At the onset of battle, we will first cover the entirety of the Qingchuan ruins with artillery fire. After clearing out the fleeing time beasts, we will simultaneously advance from the east, west, south, and north into the interior. When the four forces converge, it will signify our victory in the Qingchuan ruins mission. This is the general outline. Specific details can be adjusted during the operation. Du Fei looked at Chu Zhengxiang and said, "As for the anomalous situations that may arise within the Qingchuan ruins." Du Fei did not disclose this to Chu Zhengxiang, as he himself was still uncertain. Thus, the initial course of action would be to bombard with artillery and observe the reactions before making further decisions. Excellent! Chu Zhengxiang and his aide nodded in agreement, exchanging glances that conveyed more than mere gratitude. The Women's Field Corps only had these 2 armored vehicles. Du Fei had allocated all their resources to the Iron Blood Brigade. What profound affection this is! Such sentiment transcends mere words. Indeed. Ding. Reputation 50. Ding. Reputation 50. As the 2 notifications echoed in his mind, Du Fei felt a surge of joy. Chapter 63. A colossal entity emerges from the ruins. Then it is settled. Du Fei glanced at the time and stated, "Let us prepare for battle. Be in position by 5 a.m. Very well. Chu Zhengxiang and his aide Dongjia nodded. Thereafter, both parties returned to their respective camps to commence their deployments. At the camp of the Women's Field Corps, after assigning tasks, Du Fei entered the independent control room of the number 1 Land King to give specific combat instructions to Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian. At this moment, the female soldiers began to mobilize and prepare for the impending battle. Xiaoya, load up more, the better. Xia Ying, with a cigar in her mouth, descended from the number 2 Land King and patted a logistics female soldier on the shoulder, saying, "This time, the number 2 Land King has earned quite a bounty, accumulating nearly 1,000,000 hours." Xia Ying and the female soldiers aboard the armored vehicle had been in high spirits all night, with the only regret being the rapid consumption of ammunition. They felt restrained and were unsatisfied with the intensity of their firepower. Ying Bao, the number 2 Land King, is already stocked to capacity. The logistics female soldier named Xiaoya replied. The Women's Field Corps had consumed a considerable amount of ammunition in this campaign. Now only a third of a large container remains. The logistics personnel were meticulously calculating the distribution of supplies. However, the remaining ammunition would suffice for the final battle at the Qingchuan ruins. Did you not see that there is still space left? Fill it to the brim. Fine. The logistics female soldier Xiaoya, helpless, waved her hand and called out, Come, everyone gather around. Let's fill Ying Bao's rear completely. Coming, both tall and short, large and small, various types to satisfy her. A bunch of little devils, what kind of talk is that? Ha. Xia Ying and the logistics soldiers were joking around when she inadvertently spotted Lu Ruobing. At this moment, Lu Ruobing was sitting on a stone, resting her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Xia Ying stealthily approached and wrapped her arms around her neck from behind. Thinking of someone special? Lu Ruobing was startled. Snapping back to reality, her cheeks instantly flushed. You little brat, you scared me. Why is your face so red? Xia Ying teased, fixing her gaze on her. I know, you must be thinking about the commander. Nonsense, there are so many sisters around. Lu Ruobing cast a shy glance at the surrounding female soldiers. Pretending, are you? There is nothing to hide in matters like this. One must seize the opportunity while it lasts. Just think, with so many sisters in the entire corps, and the commander being so handsome. Those little devils are all eyeing him, dreaming of taking a bite. With so many wolves and so little meat, you must secure your position as the top dog. Xia Ying advised. What nonsense are you talking about? Can you be serious for once? Lu Ruobing rolled her eyes at Xia Ying, her face growing even redder, in front of this close friend. She felt as if she had been stripped bare. Well, that's all there is to say. Whether you choose to listen or not, I would like to remind you, Xia Ying said, narrowing her eyes and licking her lips. If you don't make your move soon, I might just stretch my legs over there. Aren't my legs long? Aren't they long? That spot is tender. Don't pinch. It hurts. Ha. At 5 a.m, all members of the Women's Wild Combat Team and the Iron Blood Brigade had positioned themselves around the perimeter of the Qingchuan ruined city wall. All combatants from the east, west, south, and north were in place, ready to launch the final assault. Report. The howitzer is in position, on standby. Report. The self-propelled artillery is in position, on standby report. The tanks and armored artillery are in position. On standby. All units prepare. The siege of the Qingchuan ruins is entering the countdown. 3, 2, 1, fire. Du Fei commanded through the communicator with a resolute voice. Whoosh, 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 boom, boom, boom. In an instant, artillery from the east, west, south, and north fired simultaneously, unleashing an onslaught of shells like raindrops towards the interior of the Qingchuan ruins. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled and the deafening sounds echoed continuously. Within the Qingchuan ruins, explosions erupted everywhere, thick smoke billowing, igniting a sky of flames. As the first wave of bombardment concluded, before Du Fei could issue the order for a second round, suddenly, a horrifying, piercing scream reverberated throughout the night sky. In the next moment, a colossal creature shot up from within the Qingchuan ruins, sending ripples through the surrounding air. Its head was 2 to 3 times larger than that of an ordinary temporal beast, with sunken eye sockets glowing red, and its rotund belly covered in spiny scales. A pair of bare wings spread wide, complemented by a long tail, its size reaching an imposing 20 to 30 meters. Heavens! What kind of temporal beast is that? It's so enormous. This is utterly terrifying. All units on alert, combatants from the east, west, south, and north gazed up at the sky, their faces frozen in shock, quickly entering a heightened state of vigilance. Stealth wing behind. Chu Zhengxiang was taken aback, nearly falling to the ground in shock. Meanwhile, inside Land King No. 1 and No. 2 tanks, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian all turned pale. Du Fei's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing he had inadvertently unleashed such a behemoth. Chu Zhengxiang regained his composure and shouted into the communicator, "Captain Du, we have a problem. That is a stealth wing. Thank you all for your support and encouragement. I apologize for the inconvenience, as I've been running a fever these past 2 days, feeling a bit dizzy, but I will try my best to overcome this and provide more updates." Chapter 64. Stealth wing in the communicator. Just as Chu Zhengxiang's words trailed off, the massive stealth wing, its mouth dripping with slime, revealed 2 rows of sharp teeth, letting out a thunderous roar. Suddenly, its bare wings flapped violently, generating a bizarre and violent gust of wind, barreling straight towards Land King No. 1. Caw, 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 roar, roar, roar. Following that, a horde of temporal beasts surged from all directions around the Qingchuan ruins. With groups of stealth wing beasts appearing in the sky, on the ground, and in the air, there were easily over 100 or 200 of them, including a dozen level 5 temporal beasts. While the rest were uniformly level 4. Captain, be careful, Captain Du, watch out. The female soldiers in tank No. 2, along with Chu Zhengxiang and all levels of commanders, simultaneously exclaimed in alarm. No one expected that the stealth wing would target Du Fei's tank first. Open fire! Open fire! Rat-a-tat-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat-tat. At the same time, all combatants around the Qingchuan ruins unleashed a fierce barrage against the emerging temporal beasts. Just as the stealth wing charged towards Land King No. 1, beep, beep, beep. Air raid warning. Threat detected against the tank. All-round automatic defense artillery activated. The front and rear of Land King No. 1's tracked vehicle instantly revealed a row of defensive artillery. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. Countless specially designed shells erupted in a relentless spray, forming a net to intercept the descending stealth wing. Boom, boom, boom. In midair, countless silver artillery shells detonated like a carpet in the night sky, successfully intercepting the stealth wing. Inside the control room of Land King No. 1, Du Fei and Lu Ruobing kept their eyes glued to the detection monitor. However, in the next second, both were taken aback. They saw that the stealth wing did not fall as they had anticipated, but instead instantly entered a state of invisibility, vanishing from sight. Report, Captain. The surface of the stealth wing seems to have a layer of defensive energy. Our silver shells only caused it some minor damage. Report, Captain. It appears to have sensed danger. It is currently retreating, and due to strong signal interference, the missiles are about to lose lock, Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian quickly reported. Ziz as the drone control screen flickered incessantly, the large red dot blocked by the 2 Predator drones appearing intermittently. Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian stared at the screen, their faces taut with anxiety. It was the first time they had encountered a temporal beast of such caliber. Launch multiple missiles, Du Fei commanded decisively. Understood. Ting and Sun Shaoqian replied in unison, pressing the buttons to launch multiple missiles. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Whoosh, the two Predator drones launched 16 micromissiles each, rapidly pursuing the stealth wing from different angles. Boom, 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 boom. Roar amidst the violent explosions in the air. A few piercing screams echoed through the fiery clouds. Next, a severed limb plummeted rapidly into the Qingchuan ruins, stirring up a cloud of dust. The commanders, including Chu Zhengxiang, who were directing the battle, were all left in stunned amazement at the sight. Report, Captain. The stealth wing has escaped the confines of the Qingchuan ruins, leaving behind only a severed tail, Ting reported. She felt a pang of regret after firing 32 specially designed micromissiles in one go. Report, Captain. The signals from the two Predator drones have returned to normal. Sun Shaoqian followed up. Order, Predator drone number 1 to support the southeast position, Predator drone number 2 to support the northwest position. Yes, Captain. In the control room, Lu Ruobing looked at Du Fei, her expression one of surprise. I never expected there to be a stealth wing lurking within the Qingchuan ruins. Indeed, we can confirm that it was this creature that interfered with the drone signals. Du Fei nodded, recalling knowledge about such creatures he had learned at the Senior Commander's Academy. The stealth wing, unlike other temporal beasts, belonged to the Beast King boss class. Among the various boss-level temporal beasts, they were fierce, powerful, and possessed a certain level of intelligence. In addition to these characteristics, the stealth wing had a remarkable ability to reproduce, often ruling over a group of male temporal beasts to do its bidding, with no female temporal beasts existing within its territory. Any female temporal beasts, or those failing to meet its standards, would be devoured by it. The most notable characteristic of the stealth wing was its lustfulness, engaging in incessant breeding unless faced with a lethal threat that would compel it to cease mating or relocate. This was Du Fei's recollection of the stealth wing. With so many silver shells and missiles failing to eliminate it, this creature was indeed resilient. Du Fei pinched his brow, murmuring to himself. This was the first time encountering a boss-level temporal beast, and he never expected its defensive capabilities to be so formidable. I have seen on the Tianyan website that such Beast King-level temporal beasts have caused considerable headaches for even the top 500 elite military factions. There was once a scenario where 3 high-level factions ranked within the top 1,000 surrounded a temporal beast king, only to nearly suffer total annihilation. Although the previous stealth wing might not have been as powerful as a beast king, it was still a destructive presence. It is already a remarkable achievement that we have managed to drive it away, Lu Ruobing said excitedly, gazing at Du Fei. Du Fei nodded thoughtfully. If we consider it that way, it can be seen as fortunate. He pondered the implications. If the Predator drones had killed the stealth wing, it wouldn't matter much, as Tianyin would classify it as an unidentified flying object. However, if Land King No. 1 had been responsible for its demise, it would undoubtedly draw closer scrutiny from Tianyin. With this thought, a flicker of concern surfaced in Du Fei's heart. He wondered if the Land King tank's elimination of so many level 5 temporal beasts would attract the attention of the Temporal Federation. But for now, there were more pressing matters at hand. Securing the Qingchuan ruins was paramount. Convey my orders. From this moment on, level 5 temporal beasts are to be left to the number 1 and No. 2 Predator drones. The east, west, south, and north units are to simultaneously advance into the Qingchuan ruins. Launch a full-scale final sweep? Yes. With Du Fei's orders issued, Chu Zhengxiang and the other commanders felt a wave of exhilaration upon learning that the stealth wing had been injured and had fled. Their spirits lifting. All units advance into the city. Victory is within reach. Boom, boom. The walls of the Qingchuan ruins crumbled, debris flying, as the artillery illuminated the night sky before dawn. Caw, 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 roar, 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 accompanied by fierce assaults. The aerial stealth beasts plummeted from the heavens, while the ground was awash with the blood and flesh of time beasts, their anguished cries echoing relentlessly. The female combat unit and the Iron Blood Brigade launched their final charge towards the Qingchuan ruins. Thank you all for your gifts. Your support and encouragement are greatly appreciated. Updating. Chapter 65. Element Control at Dawn. The sky gradually brightened. Within Qingchuan City, smoke filled the air, and a glance revealed a scene of carnage. With dark blood flowing amidst the chaos, beside houses entwined with vines, in a square overrun with shrubs, and atop abandoned, dilapidated vehicles, shattered beast eggs and severed limbs lay scattered everywhere. Stay alert. Smash all the beast eggs. 2nd Battalion Commander, take your men to search the right ditch. 1st and 3rd Battalions, search the buildings and streets to the west. Understood. In one area of Qingchuan City, the commander of the Iron Blood Brigade's 3rd Regiment, Dong Biao, was drenched in sweat, busy assigning cleanup tasks. Rat-a-tat-tat in the distance. Sporadic gunfire could be heard, accompanied by the wails of several time beasts. The female soldiers of the combat unit, each armed with submachine guns, were dispersed throughout the area, cooperating with the Iron Blood Brigade to eliminate the remaining time beasts. The mission at the Qingchuan ruins was nearing its conclusion. The darkness before dawn had passed, giving way to a bright new day. Inside a tracked command vehicle of the Iron Blood Brigade, "Commander, we have achieved victory," exclaimed the adjutant, Dong Jia, his face radiating excitement and joy as he spoke to Chu Zhengxiong. "Indeed, victory. It's truly hard to believe." Chu Zhengxiong gazed at the scene before him, unable to contain his inner exhilaration. At this moment, it felt as if he were in a dream. Although the battle at Qingchuan ruins was merely a small-scale skirmish, what was unexpected was the presence of a level 5 time beast. To understand the significance of a hunting ground with level 5 or higher time beasts is to grasp the concept of a challenge that the Iron Blood Brigade, or any similar faction, could hardly tackle. Only the top 1,000 advanced brigades on the Sky Eye leaderboard could undertake such a mission. However, what was even more surprising was that not only did the Qingchuan ruins harbor level 5 time beasts, but it also sheltered a Beast King level stealth-winged creature. Thus, the mission's actual difficulty level escalated further. Even if an advanced brigade from the top 1,000 leaderboard were to arrive, it would likely face total annihilation. Tasks in Beast King level hunting grounds could only be accomplished by those top-tier brigades of almost divine status. Yet, at this very moment, the Iron Blood Brigade had completed a task that only top-tier brigades could undertake. Most remarkably, this was a hunting ground established by a main force division of the Revival Military District, achieved by an independent brigade of the Holy War Military District. Unbelievable. For the Iron Blood Brigade, who had fought for many years, this was a miracle among miracles. Chu Zhengxiong's emotions at this moment were beyond words. Of course, all of this was bestowed by the female combat unit. Through this battle, he had witnessed the true strength of the female combat unit firsthand. Most notably, it was the young commander, Du Fei, whom Chu Zhengxiong genuinely admired from the bottom of his heart. Although the number of female combat unit participants in this operation was less than 100, under Du Fei's leadership, their combat effectiveness rivaled that of a million-strong army. If they were to grow and develop further, they would undoubtedly be on par with the top 500 brigades on the Sky Eye leaderboard. With such a formidable ally before him, failing to seize the opportunity would make one the greatest fool in the world. If the Iron Blood Brigade wished to stand out, they must grasp this rare opportunity. Thus, it was imperative to strengthen their ties with the female combat unit, gradually deepen their relationship, and eventually become steadfast allies. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Zhengxiong felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. He even began to contemplate that his daughter would soon turn 18. Why should he spend so much time submitting to the Federation? It would be far better to save those 30 years and send her into the female combat unit. In the control room of the No. 1 Land King tank, Du Fei asked through the communicator, "Xiaoying, how are things on your end?" "Report, Commander, the cleanup is nearing completion. Qingchuan City should be entirely cleared in approximately 30 minutes. "Excellent. Inform Brigade Commander Chu to rendezvous at the Eastern Gap after the cleanup is finished." "Yes, Commander." Just as Du Fei finished arranging matters with Xiaoying, a report came in from Gan Ting through the headset. "Report, Commander, the severed tail of the stealth-winged beast has been located. The Predator drone still detects slight interference upon approaching." Upon hearing this, Du Fei furrowed his brow. This was rather strange. After a moment's contemplation, he instructed, "Report the exact location where the tail fell. INA square to the west of Qingchuan City, coordinates 731, 256. "Understood." Du Fei nodded and said to Lu Ruobing, "Head to coordinates 731, 256. "Yes," Lu Ruobing nodded, her delicate face breaking into a smile, showing a hint of excitement. That was the tail of the winged beast captured by the female combat unit. She was eager to see what it looked like up close. Approximately 5 minutes later, the No. 1 Land King tank crushed through the remnants of beasts and dense thickets, arriving near coordinates 731, 256. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing disembarked from the tank, as 2 Predator drones hovered above, guiding them forward. Soon, an ancient pyramid, weathered by time, appeared before them, covered in entwined vines and bizarre plants. Beneath the pyramid lay a space resembling a gladiatorial arena, thick with weeds and tangled branches. However, at the center of this arena, a large pit had been smashed open, and rippling air could faintly be seen escaping. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing navigated through the vines, descending the stone steps of the arena. They quickly arrived beside the pit, and as they looked down, a 5 to 6 meter long tail came into view. The tail was as thick as two people could embrace, covered in glossy black scales that appeared rather eerie. Lu Ruobing couldn't help but swallow hard, her beautiful eyes reflecting curiosity, tinged with a hint of trepidation. Du Fei, frowning, soon noticed some anomalies. He observed that the severed end of the tail was filled with dark green blood, yet none was spilling out. The blood seemed to flow as if wrapped by some unseen force. Ding! Detected beast limb containing special energy, capable of extracting rare materials, element control. The system notification echoed in his mind. Du Fei was momentarily taken aback. Element control? What is that? Description of element control. One of the currently unknown mysterious elements in the world, often found within boss-level beast bodies. Possesses remarkable oscillation characteristics, capable of emitting specific frequencies and wavelengths of oscillation waves. Essential for synthesizing the miraculous metal, vibrating gold, a crucial mysterious element. Features such as sound absorption interference, oscillation backlash, and superlative defense. Click to expand more. Element control is a necessary element for synthesizing vibrating gold. Wow, what incredible luck! Du Fei's eyes lit up, unable to contain his overwhelming joy. Thank you to everyone for your generous support. Updating diligently. Chapter 66. On-site extraction. In the next moment, Du Fei took a deep breath. Suppressing his excitement. Stay here, he instructed Lu Ruobing before grabbing nearby vines and stepping toward the pit. Be careful, Lu Ruobing said, concern evident in her voice. Du Fei waved his hand, signaling her not to worry. According to the system notification, while element control could highlight its properties, it posed no risk to the human body when not fully harnessed. Du Fei was well aware of the safety concerns. Before long, he stood before the severed tail of the stealth-winged beast. Du Fei crouched down, scrutinizing it closely. The tail was covered in a thick layer of scales, glossy black and appearing remarkably solid. Each scale was as large as a palm, and some bore sharp spikes over 2 inches long, incredibly sharp. Out of curiosity, Du Fei reached out to pry at one of the spikes atop the scale. Hiss! That was remarkably hard. Du Fei was taken aback. It was worth noting that his current physique was at a 5 initial enhancement. He could crush any ordinary stone. Yet, no matter how hard he tried, the scales and spikes of this tail remained impervious to his efforts, as unyielding as steel. Initially, Du Fei intended to take the tail with him and extract the element control from it in the same manner as he would with Mithril. However, it seemed that approach would not work. The tail was simply too hard to cut into pieces. After considering his options, he retrieved a bottle of rare material melting agent from his system space. Following the system's instructions, he spent 50 reputation points to exchange for a container for storing elements from the tech repository. Indeed, he planned to attempt an on-site extraction. After preparing, Du Fei dripped a drop of the melting agent onto the tail. After a minute, there was no reaction. He added a few more drops, but after another 2 minutes, still no response. What is going on? Du Fei frowned, re-examining the 5 to 6 meter long tail. Finally, he gritted his teeth and poured the entire 500 milliliters bottle of melting agent onto the tail, drenching it from the broken end to the base. At last, there was a reaction. The surface of the tail began to ripple, akin to the surface of water, gently churning and undulating. Before long, a miraculous scene unfolded. At the sight of the severed tail, a transformation occurred. The dark green blood was swiftly compelled to part ways by an unseen force. Following this, a single droplet of crystalline liquid, reminiscent of egg white, gradually oozed forth, causing the surrounding air to surge with intensity. Is this the elemental control? Without hesitation, Du Fei immediately utilized an elemental storage container to capture the liquid. Ding! Extraction successful. Ding! Congratulations. Host has acquired 1 milliliter of elemental control. Just this little? After expending 500 milliliters of the refining agent, extracting a mere 1 milliliter of elemental control from such a substantial tail Du Fei gazed at the minuscule amount of elemental control at the bottom of the container, unable to suppress a silent scoff. Stowing away the elemental container and the empty refining agent bottle, Du Fei prepared to depart. As he turned, he inadvertently noticed an anomaly with the severed tail. The scales that once adorned it had lost their luster, now appearing rather dull. The spines upon the scales had also dulled, lacking their former sharpness. Unable to resist, Du Fei reached out once more. Curious to gauge the sensation? Upon touching it, he found it to be surprisingly soft. A gentle prod resulted in his hand sinking in. Du Fei could not help but be secretly astonished. This severed tail, which had previously been as hard as a wolf's fang, had now softened to the texture of a sea cucumber. He suddenly comprehended. The tail had lost its elemental control, resulting in this transformation. What does this signify? It implies that elemental control is indeed extraordinary. Du Fei mused inwardly, contemplating that if those boss-level beast kings were to lose the elemental control within them, they might resemble soft-bodied creatures akin to snails. Conversely, what if a human or a specific part of a human were to be injected with a trace of this element? What would become of them? Would they not be capable of sending the time beast flying with a single punch? However, Du Fei felt that such a notion might not be entirely reliable. At that moment, a report came through the communicator from Xiaoying. Report, Commander. The cleanup of Qingchuan City has been thoroughly completed. In accordance with your orders, the Iron Blood Brigade, the No. 2 Land King battle vehicle, and my women's field combat infantry have all evacuated Qingchuan City and are en route to the Eastern Gap for assembly. Excellent. After relaying his response through the communicator, Du Fei emerged from the pit. What was that liquid? Why did it appear to soften and shrink once it flowed out? Lu Ruobing, with an expression of curiosity, gazed at the severed tail, blinking as she inquired. Having observed Du Fei's earlier activities from the edge of the pit, she knew he had been experimenting with the severed tail using a refining agent but was unaware of the nature of the liquid he had collected. This is temporarily classified. Du Fei smiled slightly at Lu Ruobing and continued, let us go. He was not yet ready to divulge the existence of elemental control or its properties to anyone, so it's of no use. Lu Ruobing cast another glance at the severed tail in the pit, a hint of reluctance shining in her beautiful eyes. After all, it was a component from a beast king, primarily acquired by their women's field combat unit. For all the sisters, this represented a supreme honor, one that even the top 1,000 advanced legions coveted. Lu Ruobing contemplated bringing the severed tail back to the camp, envisioning it as a pendant for the sisters to wear around their necks, which would not only bring them pride but also greatly satisfy their sense of achievement. It's of no use. Du Fei, understanding Lu Ruobing's thoughts, chuckled and remarked, if you desire it, there will be plenty in the future. You just boasting. Lu Ruobing rolled her eyes at him playfully. Without further delay, the two quickly returned to the control room of the No. 1 Land King battle vehicle. Drive. Head towards the eastern gap of Qingchuan City. Yes, Commander. Thank you for the gifts, everyone. These chapters involve a narrative transition, and I apologize for the slower pace. I appreciate everyone's support and encouragement. I am working diligently to update Chapter 67, the time collection system outside the Qingchuan ruins. 600 kilometers to the west, boom, boom, creak, 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 roar, roar, roar within a canyon. Cannon fire raged, the howls of fierce beasts echoed, and explosions shook the ground as rocks and trees crumbled incessantly. This was a hunting ground of the Holy Sun Military District. 3 divisions were launching a fierce assault against a large number of Level 2 and Level 3 time beasts within the canyon. Not far from the canyon, in the command center of the 39th Division, the division commander remarked, this mission at Dongshan Canyon is expected to secure victory within an hour. The 64th and 103rd Divisions had just reported their intentions to invite us to co-establish a new hunting ground following the completion of this mission. A smiling adjutant addressed the tall division commander. The strength of these 2 divisions is quite commendable. Their performance in this mission suggests no underhanded tactics. The division commander nodded, commanding, reply to them that our 39th Division accepts their invitation. Yes, the adjutant turned, preparing to pick up the communicator, when suddenly he remarked, Commander, something seems off. The division commander frowned, simultaneously sensing the anomaly. Creak, creak. The wooden command center began to tremble, followed by a series of intense vibrations beneath their feet. What is happening? The division commander's words were cut short. Roar! A thunderous bellow echoed from above the canyon, causing the command center to shake violently. Report, Commander. An emergency situation has arisen. A massive horde of beasts has appeared from nowhere. Commander, 3 level 5-time beasts have emerged behind the command center. We are surrounded by the beast horde. Instantly, chaos erupted within the entire division command center. The division commander and the adjutant hurriedly fled from the wooden structure. See, Commander, what is that? The adjutant pointed skyward. The division commander looked up, his face turning pale. Above them loomed an enormous invisible winged beast, its size spanning 30 meters or more. Its massive head bore deep-set eyes glowing with a crimson light, while its bulging abdomen trailed a half-formed tail. Heavens! The invisible winged beast. Before he could finish his sentence, the division commander, the adjutant, and the surrounding guards were plunged into darkness. Not a single one of them had time to scream before the colossal winged creature dove down like lightning. Boom! A thunderous crash shook the ground. The massive winged beast instantly obliterated the command center of the 39th Division. Following that, it roared ferociously, flapping its bare wings as it charged towards the other 2 divisions. In an instant, anguished screams echoed through the canyon as tens of thousands of soldiers cried out, blood and dismembered limbs scattering in all directions. Inside the Qingchuan ruined city, the treads of the No. 1 Land King battle vehicle rolled forward, steadily making its way toward the eastern gap of Qingchuan City. Due to the female soldier responsible for driving the vehicle experiencing temporary discomfort, Lu Ruobing, feeling adventurous, decided to take over the controls herself. Crunch, crunch, crunch. The shattered beast eggs beneath the vehicle crunched ominously as the dark green liquid splattered along the roadside. A slight smile curled at the corners of Lu Ruobing's mouth. She seemed to relish the sensation, finding it a stress reliever to crush those beast eggs. It is worth noting that the eggs of the time beasts relied on radiation for incubation. And prior to hatching, the liquid within them was akin to radioactive water. According to historical records of the Federation, tens of thousands of years ago, humanity had attempted to consume mutated beasts, including the flesh and eggs of time beasts. However, the results were disappointing. The first batch of taste testers for the beast flesh and eggs are now long buried beneath towering trees. Subsequently, experts from the Time Federation proposed an innovative plan, suggesting the use of the beast's own weapons against them, to hatch the eggs and train the young beasts for combat. However, as the research progressed, they slowly discovered that the eggs required absorption of outdoor radiation for hatching. And once separated from the maternal body, the hatching process was exceedingly slowed. By the time the eggs hatched, several experts had already perished from exhaustion. Ultimately, burdened with the mission of securing greater benefits for the Federation, the experts, through sheer determination, managed to hatch a batch of time beasts. Yet, unexpectedly, these young beasts had insatiable appetites. Despite the experts' meticulous care and substantial investment of time, they eventually realized that time beasts were inherently ferocious, devoid of emotions and unsuitable for taming. Regrettably, those time beasts, which had consumed countless hours of labor, were only able to recoup a fraction of the investment. In the end, the experts concluded that time beasts were only suitable for hunting to acquire time, while taming and consumption were unfeasible. Sitting beside Lu Ruobing, Du Fei, having just acquired 1 milliliter of elemental control, felt quite content. Observing Lu Ruobing's self-satisfied expression as she crushed the beast eggs, he could not help but shake his head and chuckle in silence. Since Lu Ruobing was driving the vehicle at a rather leisurely pace, it would take approximately another 5 minutes to reach the eastern gap of Qingchuan City. Thus, Du Fei leaned back, opening the system interface, where he discovered some new changes. Host, Du Fei position, Commander Legion, Auxiliary Women's Field Combat Unit Reputation Points, 66 20 Affinity Points, 126 Physical Condition, Primary Enhancement 5, Primary Enhancement, Advanced Enhancement, Super Enhancement, Warm Reminder. Exposure to radiation has expanded the upper limit of physical condition. It can currently be further enhanced by 5 points. Items. Universal Toolbox 1, Elemental Control 1 milliliter. Reputation points have surged to over 6,000. And affinity points have reached 126. Thus, it seems that some items can be exchanged once more. Du Fei briefly scanned the system interface and eagerly opened the technology repository. To his slight astonishment, he discovered that a considerable number of items had seemingly refreshed within. Light armor, Blueprint requires 200 reputation points. Smart combat suit, Blueprint requires 1,000 reputation points. Vibranium synthesis technology requires 100 affection points. URU synthesis technology requires 500 affection points. Intelligent laser defense system, Blueprint requires 1,000 affection points. Time collection system, finished product requires 5,000 affection points. Time storage card, finished product each requires 1 reputation point. Click to expand more. A time collection system? Du Fei's eyes brightened. This was precisely what he had long desired. With this contraption, it would be akin to having a personal eye of heaven in this world. However, in the next moment, upon seeing the requirement of 5,000 affection points, his heart sank. How outrageous! Does it truly require so many? What do they take me for? The Master of the Cave. Chapter 68. A significant harvest. Du Fei gazed at the time collection system in the technology repository, mildly voicing his dissatisfaction. Nonetheless, he felt a surge of excitement within. Previously, he had pondered that if he could possess a time collector akin to the Federal Eye, he would be liberated from the exploitation of the Federation. To his surprise, the technology repository indeed held such an item. With his own time collector, at the very least, he would no longer be subject to the Federation's cuts when hunting time beasts. In due time, the collected time would be stored in his own storage cards, eliminating handling fees while ensuring safety and peace of mind. Most importantly, he could later promote his storage cards externally. Currently, within the range of the Federal Eye, hunting time beasts incurs a 20 extraction fee, and utilizing the Federal storage card incurs a 10 fee, meaning a total of 30 of time is siphoned off by the Federation. Thus, in the future, within the range of his own time collector, even if there were some nominal fees collected, the time earned would be immeasurable. The storage card could be exchanged for just 1 reputation point. But the storage card and the time collector are mutually bound, rendering immediate exchange impossible. In summary, this is merely a plan. After all, once the Women's Combat Corps possesses its own time collector, it would be tantamount to infringing upon the interests of the Federation. Such a plan must only be implemented with the strength to counter the Federation. Regardless, possessing a time collector is imperative. Although the affection points required are substantial, it is undoubtedly worth the investment. It seems that merely moving his subordinates is insufficient. He must also focus on nurturing relationships. Du Fei couldn't help but think of Lu Ruobing, from whom he had garnered a significant amount of affection points. He understood that to amass more affection points, he could not merely exploit a single source. Only by casting a wider net would the affection points rise as swiftly as his reputation points. Now that he had control over elements, with 126 affection points, he decided to exchange for the vibranium synthesis technology. In the next moment, ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully exchanging 100 affection points for vibranium synthesis technology. As the system notification echoed in his mind, Du Fei was presented with an introduction to vibranium's properties, required materials, and detailed synthesis steps. Vibranium. Also known as Nirvana steel, it is an extraordinary metal. Its hardness surpasses that of mithril, possessing 2 extraordinary characteristics: unconscious state and semi-conscious state. In the unconscious state, its molecules are relatively still, and its unique molecular structure renders it nearly indestructible. Suitable for crafting shields and melee weapons. In the semi-conscious state, it can shield against radiation, automatically absorb thermal and kinetic energy, among various energies, exhibiting formidable reflective defense, suitable for crafting armor and combat suits. Standard vibranium, required materials, control elements, Nirvana meteorite, scarce and expensive in the current world. Active vibranium, required materials, control elements, Nirvana meteorite, rare material melting agent. Click to expand more. This metal is indeed impressive. The 100 affection points were not spent in vain. Du Fei, having briefly acquainted himself with the properties of vibranium, was already brimming with excitement. Especially with active vibranium, a combat suit crafted from this material would be utterly invincible. Not only would personal safety be maximized, but individuals could engage in solo combat, even bare-handedly grappling with time beasts. With a source of control elements already secured, and the rare material melting agent readily exchangeable, only one material was lacking: the Nirvana meteorite. Although this meteorite is quite rare and costly in the current world, it suffices to know that it is obtainable. Du Fei felt a surge of anticipation. At that moment, the number 1 Land King tracked vehicle came to a slow halt, having reached the eastern breach of Qingchuan City, observing Du Fei with his eyes closed and a smile on his face. Lu Ruobing couldn't help but murmur to herself, speculating he must be dreaming sweet dreams. Salute. As Du Fei and Lu Ruobing disembarked from the number 1 Land King vehicle, a resounding command rang out. All levels of commanders and soldiers of the Iron Blood Brigade, along with every female soldier of the Women's Combat Corps, saluted in unison. Du Fei, smiling, returned the military salute to all the soldiers. He was a legendary figure. At this moment, every soldier of the Iron Blood Brigade understood well. Without this leader Du, they might have met the same grim fate as the 48th Division, and would not have achieved the monumental victory in the Qingchuan Ruins campaign. It can be said that it was this leader Du who saved the entire Iron Blood Brigade, as Du Fei, accompanied by Lu Ruobing and Xiaoring, slowly approached the space between the two armies. All levels of commanders and thousands of soldiers of the Iron Blood Brigade gazed upon him, their eyes filled with reverence and gratitude. Brother Du, we have triumphed. Chu Zhengxiong strode forward and grasped Du Fei's hand tightly. Indeed, it has not been easy. Du Fei sighed. Without leader Du, there would be no victory in the Qingchuan Ruins campaign. I am profoundly grateful. One cannot say that. It was the Iron Blood Brigade under the leadership of Commander Chu that achieved the ultimate victory. Du Fei smiled and patted Chu Zhengxiong's hand, continuing, this time, we were able to complete our mission smoothly, thanks to the glory of the Iron Blood Brigade. This? Very well, Brother Du can say whatever he wishes. Ha ha ha, Chu Zhengxiong laughed heartily, then released Du Fei's hand. Regardless, you must allow the soldiers to express their gratitude as well. He then turned to face all the soldiers with a solemn expression, proclaiming loudly, today we have triumphed. This is the greatest victory since the inception of the Iron Blood Brigade. I believe each of you knows in your hearts that your lives, all of this, is bestowed by the Women's Combat Corps. I hope each of you remembers this moment. Such kindness cannot be repaid by the Iron Blood Brigade. We can only say that if the Women's Combat Corps ever requires the Iron Blood Brigade's assistance in the future, we shall not hesitate to plunge into fire and water. Now, all together, salute to Leader Du and all the brave heroines of the Women's Combat Corps. As Chu Zhengxiong's voice fell, salute, to plunge into fire and water. We shall not hesitate to plunge into fire and water. We shall not hesitate. Thousands of soldiers of the Iron Blood Brigade, their voices resounding passionately, echoed throughout the skies above the Qingchuan Ruins. Ding, reputation points 10. 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 The system notifications surged through Du Fei's mind like a tidal wave. At this moment, witnessing the scene before them, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Ganting, Sun Xianqian, and all the female soldiers of the Women's Combat Corps were deeply moved and astonished. Ding, affection points 20. Ding, affection points 5. Ding, reputation points 10. Ding, affection points 2. Ding, affection points 1. Ding, reputation points 10. With yet another wave of system notifications resounding, Du Fei's heart was overwhelmed with joy. This harvest is indeed substantial, thanks to all the generous gifts from the Great Ones. Currently updating. Chapter 69. If not attainable, then destroy early morning at 7 o'clock. The mission at the Qingchuan Ruins was declared a resounding success. The brigade headquarters issued an urgent order for all divisions to assemble outside the Holy War City within 3 days. Deputy Officer Dong Jia approached and quietly reported to Chu Zhengxiong. Chu Zhengxiong frowned slightly, surprised by the urgency. Understood, Chu Zhengxiong replied, then turned to Du Fei. Brother Du, I still have much to discuss with you. Unfortunately, with the military district's urgent order, I must take my leave first, but we shall meet again soon. Truth be told, he had been contemplating the matter of his daughter joining the Women's Combat Corps. He had initially hoped to find an opportunity to broach the subject with Du Fei, but now, with the military district's sudden urgent command, that matter would have to wait. Commander Chu prioritized military affairs. There would be ample opportunities in the future. Du Fei responded, Brother Du speaks wisely. I appreciate it. Ha ha ha. Chu Zhengxiong laughed heartily. Subsequently, they shook hands and bid farewell. Orders, full speed ahead to the Holy War City. With a commanding shout, the Iron Blood Brigade's main forces set in motion, engines roaring as they hastily departed. Relay my orders. All units retreat back to camp. Yes, Commander. Following Du Fei's command, the vehicles thundered away. 2 Land Kings roared to life, followed closely by an ammunition-laden container truck and 2 transport vehicles brimming with female soldiers. The women's combat brigade swiftly retreated from the Qingchuan ruins, racing back to their camp. Inside Land King No. 1, a report was made to the commander. Commander, both Hunter No. 1 and No. 2 have activated automatic guardian mode. Gong Ting made her way directly into the control room, with Sun Shaoqian trailing behind. Du Fei nodded at the two, and their radiant smiles revealed their intentions. Subsequently, Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian each took an arm of Lu Ruobing and settled beside her. Indeed, within 3 seconds, Gong Ting's face lit up with a greedy expression as she whispered, "Commander, can you guess how much time we have now?" "How much?" Du Fei smiled in response. "After slaying the time beasts, we have amassed a total of 325,706 hours. After deducting the brigade's military pay of 1,198,000 hours, we have a balance of 3,127,706 hours." Gong Ting exclaimed, her excitement palpable, including Diao de Kuei's 10 million hours. "We currently possess a staggering 127,706 hours. Upon hearing this, they cheered. "This is incredible. Over 13 million hours. Indeed, I still find it hard to believe." Earlier, Lu Ruobing and Sun Shaoqian had already known that the commander had received a 10 million hour storage card from Diao de Kuei. Yet they had been suppressing their excitement and joy. Now, upon hearing Gong Ting's account, they could no longer contain themselves and erupted in exhilaration. Who could have imagined that the women's combat brigade would amass such a fortune in less than a month? It felt like a dream. "Look at you all getting so excited. Is over 10 million really that much?" Du Fei glanced at the three of them and remarked, "This is merely a trivial sum. In the future, we shall have so much time that you won't be able to count it all." Upon hearing this, the three beauties turned to Du Fei simultaneously, sticking out their tongues and making faces at him. How could he say that over 10 million hours was just a trivial sum? And how much time would we need to not be able to count it? Nonetheless, I feel quite satisfied with our current wealth of over 10 million hours. Gong Ting expressed with a blissful smile, then contemplated and turned to Du Fei, "But we must be prudent with our spending." Sun Shaoqian chimed in, "I am also very content." Lu Ruobing glanced at Du Fei and added, "I feel the same way. Although we have so much time, we shouldn't squander it recklessly." After all, they had grown accustomed to a life of scarcity, so how could they not be satisfied with over 10 million hours? Observing the three beauties with their miserly expressions, Du Fei couldn't help but chuckle. Acquiring the Nirvana meteorite shouldn't be too difficult, albeit expensive, if, in a couple of days, they discovered that this substantial fortune had vanished. It would surely bring them to tears. After a moment of excitement, the three beauties seemed somewhat fatigued. Sun Shaoqian rubbed her temples and yawned. Gong Ting massaged her shoulders, and Lu Ruobing bent down to gently rub her long legs. Du Fei noticed this and asked, "Are you all feeling tired?" Lu Ruobing looked up and offered a wry smile. "Not particularly tired. Perhaps it's just the intense radiation from the field. Commander, don't worry about us. We're fine. We have the recovery pool. A soak will do us good." Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian reassured him. Du Fei furrowed his brow, wondering why he felt no fatigue at all. They had already soaked in the recovery pool. Did their bodies not receive any enhancement? This was a question worth investigating upon their return. In a luxurious mansion in the Rejuvenation City, a robust and muscular man approached the bedside, addressing a middle-aged gentleman. "My lord, it's time to rise." "What time is it?" the middle-aged man murmured. "Still drowsy. It is 9 in the morning." The muscular man replied. Come here and help me change." The middle-aged man beckoned. "Yes, my lord." As the muscular man approached, a satisfied smile crept onto the middle-aged man's delicate, fair face. He then embraced the muscular man's neck and said in a sultry voice, "Darling, you performed splendidly last night. You nearly knocked me out. Once I enter the cabinet, I shall reward you with a position." With that, he lightly pounded his fist on the muscular man's chest several times. "Thank you for your patronage, my lord. I will strive to perform well and not disappoint your expectations." The muscular man beamed with excitement. "Come here, give me a kiss." The middle-aged man squinted, tilting his face upward. "Yes, my lord." With a soft smack, the muscular man obediently kissed the middle-aged man's cheek. Just then, the intercom at the bedside suddenly rang. "Wu Daguei, do you still consider yourself a person?" Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's face contorted with disdain and resentment as he spoke into the intercom. "Wang Shuzhen, Don't think that just because you have a high-ranking father, I won't dare to act against you. To be frank, I am about to enter the cabinet, and I will settle old and new scores then. This is your last warning. Dulé is the one I cherish. If I cannot have him, you shall not either. With a furious slam, the middle-aged man shattered the intercom in his rage. Thank you for the gifts, everyone. Updating diligently. Chapter 70. Finding one's place. Knock. 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 Report. A voice called from outside the door. Come in. Wu Dagaway, still in the midst of changing with the muscular man's assistance, harbored lingering resentment on his face. Report, my lord, the 48th Division has encountered a mishap. A sturdy aide rushed in, panic evident in his demeanor. What has happened? Wu Dagaway approached the vanity and sat down, not looking back as he asked, has that waste Diao de Kuei finally crumbled? Have they declared the mission a failure? No, my lord. The 48th Division has been completely annihilated at the Qingchuan Ruins hunting ground, the aide stammered. What did you just say? Wu Dagaway turned sharply at that moment. The muscular man fumbled with an earring he was trying to put on, dropping it to the floor. The 48th Division has been completely wiped out. Is this true? Wu Dagaway stood up, demanding confirmation. My lord, it is true. The Sky Eye has just released the latest report. You should take a look. The aide swiftly activated the laser screen on the wall, navigating to the Sky Eye website. Soon, the details of the hunting mission at Qingchuan Ruins appeared, prominently featuring the 48th Division. However, the division's name was now shaded in dark gray. Below, the latest news about the Qingchuan Ruins hunting mission was rapidly gaining traction. The Qingchuan Ruins hunting mission lasted nearly 20 hours, and the 48th Division of the Rejuvenation Military District has been completely annihilated. During the battle at the Qingchuan Ruins, tens of thousands from the 48th Division were routed, with positions lost one after another, leading to the fall of the command center. Several auxiliary military groups from the Rejuvenation Military District retreated in disarray, and since they did not exit the mission area, their rankings will be correspondingly lowered. Although the 48th Division's hunting mission was deemed a failure, it was ultimately completed by the Iron Blood Brigade of the Holy War Military District, with merely a few thousand men. The Iron Blood Brigade bravely reclaimed lost positions, achieving final victory. The Iron Blood Brigade's ranking soared from 9,856 to 3,217, reaping all financial rewards from this mission. Below this latest news about the Qingchuan Ruins mission, comments poured in like a tidal wave. What? The Rejuvenation Military District? A whole division wiped out. They can't even compare to a brigade from the Holy War Military District? How humiliating. I wonder how many grievances the Rejuvenation Military District harbors. Someone down there should take a call. Haha, when will there be a day of reckoning? What good does eating all those sea cucumbers do? If the hunting ground hadn't limited the number of divisions, the Rejuvenation Military District would have completed the task long ago. A tree without bark dies. The Federation has the Rejuvenation Military District, thus it cannot be defeated. Do you often curse when faced with the Rejuvenation Military District's failures? At this moment, Wu Dagaway's expression darkened, and he shouted furiously, Waste! A bunch of useless fools. Seeing Wu Dagaway's outburst, the aide quickly closed the laser screen, while the muscular man stood quietly, afraid to make a sound. After a while, Wu Dagaway's anger subsided slightly as he muttered, Strange. According to Diao de Kuei's report, a level 5-time beast appeared at the Qingchuan Ruins. Logically, the Iron Blood Brigade, with only a few thousand men, should have struggled to defeat a level 5-time beast. How could they have achieved victory? He was utterly perplexed. He knew that he commanded 3 divisions, with the 48th Division being one of the main forces. Although he had repeatedly scolded them, he had also issued orders for them to retreat if they could not hold their ground. He never expected Diao de Kuei to be so foolish as to allow the entire division to be annihilated. Wu Dagaway did not mourn the loss of this main force, but it certainly cast a shadow on his impending entry into the cabinet. Prepare a gift. I will be visiting the General Staff Office shortly. Having maneuvered within the Federation's institutions for many years, Wu Dagaway understood how to swiftly mitigate adverse situations. Yes, my lord. The aide nodded and prepared to leave. Wait a moment. Wu Dagaway called the aide back, saying, Get me Yuan Shiji from the 109th Division. Yes. The aide promptly retrieved the communicator, and soon a voice came through. This is Yuan Shiji, commander of the 109th Division. How may I assist you, my lord? Have you completed the task as instructed? Wu Dagaway inquired through the communicator. My lord, as per your command, The father and daughter have been sent to the cabinet's heavy crime mine. Excellent, Wu Dagui nodded. Subsequently severing the communication channel, murmuring to himself, Senior, in this life, if I cannot have you, I shall not bear the surname Wu. The muscular man beside him, noticing this, exhibited a trace of envy and stepped forward to offer consolation. My lord, there are countless blossoms in the world. Why fixate on a single flower? Such an ungrateful person deserves a secret execution. Do not forget. You still have me. Silence. Wu Dagui's expression turned frosty as he rebuked the muscular man. What do you think you are? Remember to recognize your place. Do not forget you are merely a tool. Why yes, my lord, the muscular man stammered, cold sweat breaking out as he nodded repeatedly. Chapter 71. A change in the weather in the expansive base of the Revival Military District. Minister, as per your directive, everything has been handled. A composed and capable secretary entered the office and spoke softly to an elderly gentleman. The elder nodded slightly. Clad in a black uniform, his hair grizzled. He emanated an aura of authority without anger. At that moment, he stood with his hands clasped behind him, gazing intently out the window. Minister, you have been standing for half an hour. Allow me to assist you back to your quarters for a rest. The secretary stated it is of no consequence. The elder waved his hand dismissively, remaining motionless before the window, the astonishment still evident on his weathered face. Su Zhong, you are an esteemed scholar in the field of weaponry. Share your insights regarding that small squad. Well, it's hard to say. I currently lack clarity. Secretary Su Zhong shook his head with a wry smile, continuing. Logically, given their numbers and equipment, defeating the mutated beasts should be quite challenging. However, he paused, astonished by the outcome. To our surprise, they managed to slay so many level 5 temporal beasts, and even more astonishingly, they injured an invisible winged beast. It can only be said that their weaponry possesses lethal efficacy against temporal beasts. Particularly those two unidentified objects in the air, which the Sky Eye could not categorize as any known aircraft. Despite their seemingly outdated weaponry, their actual power surpasses that of the Federal's secret silver particle weapons. I suspect that Squad has mastered some form of advanced weapon manufacturing technology, one that far exceeds anything the major military-industrial groups can compare. Additionally, Minister, I just checked. That extraneous female combat unit had no combat capability prior to the recent parachuting of a commander into their ranks. The very next battle saw them achieve a resounding victory. This victory catapulted their combat ranking from over 300,000 to within the top 100,000. The commander graduated from a prestigious federal military academy. I suspect all of this is intricately linked to him, Secretary Su Zhong analyzed. That lad was indeed a genius at the academy, the elder remarked. Secretary Su Zhong paused momentarily, glancing at the elder. Minister? Do you know that commander? Not just know. That lad is the son of Du Lei. The elder's face revealed a trace of a bitter smile. Oh, that is the case. I understand now, the subordinate replied. Alas, it seems a storm is brewing. The elder shook his head, then turned to Secretary Su Zhong, his expression grave as he instructed. From this point forward, closely monitor that lad's squad, and ensure that any sensitive records and data regarding them from the Sky Eye are deleted at the earliest opportunity. Yes, Minister. Secretary Su Zhong nodded earnestly. At that moment, a surprised voice came from outside the door. Miss? Report to the Minister. The Miss has arrived. Before the guard could finish, a beautiful woman hurriedly entered. Miss, you are here. Secretary Su Zhong expressed his astonishment. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, with elegant eyebrows and phoenix-like eyes, her red lips revealing perfect teeth. Her beauty was striking. Dressed in a luxurious gown that accentuated her long legs, she maintained an elegant and noble demeanor despite nearing middle age. However, a cloud of worry and sorrow darkened her features, hinting at an underlying sense of helplessness. This captivating woman was none other than Wang Shuzhen. Father! Wang Shuzhen entered, softly calling out to the elder. The sound of his daughter's address. The elder's body trembled slightly. Soon after, his weathered face quivered, a glimmer of surprise and excitement shining in his eyes. This elder was none other than Wang Shuzhen's father, Wang Jianqing, the minister of the inspection department of the 9th district of the Temporal Federation. 10 years. I never imagined I would hear my daughter call me father once more. Genre, you have come. Wang Jianqing's lips quivered, his eyes growing misty as memories flooded back. Years ago, a young soldier named Du Lei had saved Wang Shuzhen on the battlefield. Since then, she had become infatuated with him, frequently visiting. However, due to their differing social standings, Wang Jianqing vehemently opposed her association with Du Lei. Subsequently, upon learning of this, the young master Wu Dagui also fervently obstructed their relationship, repeatedly proposing marriage. Ultimately, with Wang Jianqing's reluctant consent, Wang Shuzhen was wed to Wu Dagui. Little did he know that after her marriage, his daughter transformed entirely, becoming taciturn and withdrawn, never uttering a word to him again. In the ensuing years, Wang Jianqing heard rumors about Wu Dagui. Realizing too late that the political marriage he had orchestrated had irrevocably doomed his daughter's happiness. For 10 years, father and daughter had been like strangers. "Genre, I am sorry. I was wrong." Wang Jianqing's voice trembled as he turned, revealing the weight of long-held guilt etched on his face. "Father, let us not dwell on the past. I beseech you, save Du Lei." Wang Shuzhen knelt before Wang Jianqing, tears streaming down her face in desperation. "Genre, rise and speak." Wang Jianqing bent down, tenderly lifting his daughter, inquiring, "What has happened to that lad?" Hearing Du Lei's name from his daughter's lips once more, the resentment that had previously festered dissipated. Replaced by genuine concern, Du Lei and his daughter had been unjustly sent to a heavy crime mine by Wu Dagui under fabricated charges. Wang Shuzhen's face reflected worry and urgency as she continued, "Father, I hope you can find a way." Chapter 72. Is the sky eye blind? The heavy crime mine? Wang Jianqing furrowed his brow. Secretary Su Zhong was momentarily taken aback, glancing over as well. "I understand. Do not worry." Wang Jianqing gazed affectionately at his daughter Wang Shuzhen, saying, "Father will find a solution." With that, he limped towards the desk. Secretary Su Zhong hurriedly supported him. Wang Shuzhen trembled slightly at the sight. "Father, your health? It is of no concern, truly." Wang Jianqing smiled reassuringly at his daughter, his spirits undampened by his physical condition. His leg was on the verge of disability, a consequence of injuries sustained in a battle decades prior. Wang Jianqing had once served in an elite military unit tasked with eliminating a Beast King's den, where they encountered a radiation source. Despite the continuous supply of anti-radiation serums from the Federation, 80% of the soldiers perished over the ensuing years. For Wang Jianqing, merely surviving to this day was a stroke of fortune. Now, facing imminent decline due to late-stage radiation sickness, he felt he had little time left. Yet, with his daughter back by his side, Wang Jianqing found immense solace, feeling as if he could depart this world without regrets. "Minister, the heavy crime mine falls under the jurisdiction of the cabinet. I fear we may not be able to intervene." Secretary Su Zhong gently assisted Wang Jianqing into a seat, speaking in hushed tones. Wang Jianqing nodded slightly, a cloud of gloom settling upon his features. At present, the Temporal Federation comprises hundreds of regions, each with its own governing base city. Revival City, Bright City, Holy War City, Hope City, South Flame City, and North Cold City, all belonging to the jurisdiction of the 9th District. Although the 9th District is not extensive, overseeing only 6 base cities and over 100 outposts, the internal hierarchy is deeply polarized and complex, particularly within the cabinet, whose standing is somewhat above other departments. Their dealings tend to be rather overbearing. Years ago, the Wu family aligned themselves with the cabinet, choosing to take a stand. It is said that Wu Dagui now possesses formidable backing, with a strong possibility of becoming a cabinet member soon. Logically, Du Lei and his daughter, being commoners from Revival City, would only be sent to a standard outpost mine even if found guilty. However, they have been dispatched to a heavy crime mine reserved for serious offenders. It goes without saying that the accusations against them are likely fabricated by the cabinet. In the 9th District, extricating someone from the cabinet's grasp is already a daunting task, especially with Wu Dagui hindering the process. This matter is not merely difficult. "Father, is it really that challenging?" Wang Shuzhen inquired, noticing her father's troubled expression. "No worries. Leave it to me," Wang Jianqing assured her, a gentle smile gracing his face as he comforted Wang Shuzhen. For the sake of his daughter, he resolved to send Su Zhong to represent him in the cabinet, confident that his former comrades would undoubtedly show him some deference. The sound of roaring engines filled the air as the Women's Field Combat Brigade sped along the rugged, uneven mountain roads. Calculating the distance, they estimated that it would take them approximately another 10 hours to reach the camp. Inside the control room of the No. 1 Land King tank, Lu Ruobing quietly inquired of Gonting and Sun Shaoqian. Do you have a needle? Perhaps it was due to the excitement of having gained over 10 million in time, or perhaps it was simply that her old military uniform had been worn for too long. But suddenly, a button on Lu Ruobing's chest popped off. Dio, you have one? The two girls laughed and shook their heads at her. Then, they exchanged glances at Lu Ruobing's ample bosom before discreetly glancing down at their own figures. They couldn't help but sigh internally, feeling a sense of inferiority. Sister Ruobing, you are quite well endowed, Sister Ruobing. I can't shake the feeling that you've changed these past few days. Have you? Gonting and Sun Shaoqian whispered conspiratorially. One on each side of Lu Ruobing. Go away, you two silly girls. What nonsense are you saying? Lu Ruobing pinched each of them at the waist, her cheeks flushing as she stole a glance at Du Fei beside her. Ouch! Did we say something wrong? They exclaimed, bursting into soft laughter. Du Fei, bewildered by their sudden merriment, chuckled and shook his head, for the world of women was indeed beyond his understanding. He had overheard Lu Ruobing asking Gonting and Sun Shaoqian for a needle to sew on a button. Surely, with his all-purpose toolbox, he had every kind of needle imaginable? Yet, Lu Ruobing did not ask him, and he couldn't be bothered to retrieve it. At that moment, a few female communication soldiers erupted in chatter. Look, the latest news from the Qingchuan Ruins battle has just come out. The Iron Blood Brigade has skyrocketed from 9,856th to 3217th place, breaking into the top 5,000. Wow, the Iron Blood Brigade is really impressive now. The comments below surpassed 99.99, with many criticizing the Revival Military District. Why isn't our Women's Field Combat Brigade mentioned? Let me see. Yes, it's strange. Our ranking remains at 97566, neither falling nor rising. What a joke. The communication soldiers puffed their cheeks in indignation, continually expressing their frustration. They knew that the victory in the Qingchuan Ruins battle would have been impossible without the Women's Field Combat Brigade. They believed their brigade deserved the recognition for their outstanding performance. Not that their expectations were excessively high, at the very least, they felt their ranking should have significantly improved. To their dismay, however, their name was not even listed, which they interpreted as blatant discrimination and insult towards their brigade. At that moment, Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian ceased their playful banter. They opened their smart tablets and quickly accessed the Tianyan website. After checking the latest news, they exchanged glances, their beautiful eyes filled with confusion. Indeed. The latest news does not mention the Women's Field Combat Brigade at all. What is going on? The battle at the Qingchuan Ruins is far more significant than the previous Blackwater River battle. Logically, Tianyan should have recorded it. However, Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian soon breathed a sigh of relief. They had been concerned that once the news regarding the Qingchuan Ruins mission was released, certain secrets of the Women's Field Combat Brigade might be exposed. To their surprise, the latest report mentioned nothing about the brigade, as if they had never participated in the battle at all. Although the situation was perplexing, a weight had been lifted from the hearts of the three beauties. Let us not discuss this further. It's actually a good thing for us, don't you understand? Lu Ruobing addressed the communication soldiers. Understood. The soldiers nodded in unison. Given the matter's sensitivity concerning the Women's Field Combat Brigade, they naturally understood, though they were initially unable to accept the loss of recognition and couldn't help but grumble a little. Lu Ruobing then turned towards Du Fei, bending down to place the smart tablet in front of him. Commander, what do you think is going on? She asked, pressing her hand tightly against her chest. What do I think? Du Fei furrowed his brow at Lu Ruobing's demeanor, which was clearly not one of inquiry. Were it not for Gonting, Sun Shaoqian, and the communication soldiers all looking their way, he might have been tempted to pry her hand away. Well, after a moment's contemplation, Du Fei shook his head at Lu Ruobing. At the moment, it's still unclear. He then focused on the latest news regarding the Qingchuan Ruins, feeling equally puzzled, even sensing something eerie about it. His brow furrowed as he struggled to comprehend how such a phenomenon could occur. Is Tianyan malfunctioning? Chapter 73. The Nirvana meteorite. Du Fei stared at the latest news concerning the Qingchuan Ruins mission, pondering for a while. Could it be that Tianyan has excluded the Women's Field Combat Brigade from the Federation? But that doesn't make sense. Their ranking is still there. This left him utterly perplexed, with no clear answers. While this situation might be advantageous for the Women's Field Combat Brigade, Du Fei felt a twinge of wariness beneath his curiosity. The most pressing matter was to locate the Nirvana meteorite and procure some vibranium as soon as possible. Du Fei thought to himself. He then picked up the smart tablet and placed it on his thigh, opening the materials trading website on Tianyin to begin his search. After entering Nirvana meteorite in the search bar, a multitude of related information instantaneously appeared. Nirvana meteorite, radiation nemesis, a symbol of longevity. Nirvana meteorite, an emblem of prestige and love. Nirvana meteorite, a treasure you deserve. Click the link below to enter the marketplace. Meteorites endure through time. One will forever be cherished. Nirvana meteorite bracelets, official direct sales. Only 9.9 each. Nirvana meteorite jewelry, quality guaranteed, free shipping from the official source, stock 99999. Nirvana meteorite jewelry, installment payments available. Order now for immediate dispatch. Authentic Nirvana meteorite, clearance sale. What on earth is this? Du Fei opened the marketplace, utterly bewildered. Are Nirvana meteorites this commonplace? He recalled that there was no information about Nirvana meteorites in his previous school memories, but now he seemed to grasp the concept in this world. Nirvana meteorites were akin to diamonds on Blue Star in his past life, suitable for embedding in jewelry. The system indicated that Nirvana meteorites were rare and expensive in the current world, yet the marketplace was flooded with them, even boasting clearance sales. It can't be this cheap. Du Fei muttered to himself. Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian, feeling bored, noticed Du Fei's focused demeanor as he scrolled through information, shaking their heads in disbelief. Their curiosity piqued, they gathered around. Nirvana meteorite? The three beauties exchanged puzzled glances upon seeing what Du Fei was searching for. Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian exchanged looks, wondering if the commander was considering purchasing meteorite jewelry. Sister Ruobing, look quickly, the commander is picking out jewelry for you. Indeed, Sister Ruobing, it must be for you. Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian whispered enviously in Lu Ruobing's ear. What nonsense! Lu Ruobing glared at them, but her cheeks flushed slightly, as if her heart had been filled with a ton of honey. Do you know about Nirvana meteorites? Du Fei closed the marketplace and turned to the three beauties. He had searched for a long time, only to discover that the marketplace was full of gimmicks and did not have the original Nirvana meteorite he desired. Most of the so-called clearance sales for Nirvana meteorites were mere replicas. We know, Sun Shaoqian replied eagerly, her eyes sparkling. The upper-class nobility wears Nirvana meteorite jewelry, which is very expensive, over 10,000 hours per gram. However, most of what's in the marketplace is counterfeit. One could easily get scammed. No, I'm asking about the raw Nirvana meteorite. Du Fei waved his hand at Sun Shaoqian. Raw Nirvana meteorite. Lu Ruobing, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged glances. Gong Ting replied, raw Nirvana meteorites are quite rare. They are sensitive minerals controlled by the Federation. Due to their radiation-resistant properties, only a minuscule portion of the Nirvana meteorite essence is fashioned into jewelry by the Federation and sold at exorbitant prices to the upper crust of society. The raw Nirvana meteorites are mostly held by the elite, and it is said that the sanctuaries of the Federation's rulers are crafted from this meteorite. Does that mean raw Nirvana meteorites cannot be purchased on the market? Du Fei furrowed his brow and asked again, concerned about the difficulty of acquiring them. In theory, they cannot be bought, but everything can be found on the black market. Gong Ting pondered for a moment before continuing. Many traders buy various items at low prices from scavengers and then resell them. I believe raw Nirvana meteorites should also be available on the black market. The black market might indeed have them. Possibly at a lower price, Du Fei nodded, intrigued. How does one conduct transactions on this black market you mentioned? He asked. You first need to enter a black market trading site, select the items you want, negotiate the price, and then agree on a location for the transaction, Gong Ting explained. Can you inspect the goods on site? That should be possible, but it requires mutual agreement. Very well, then I am assigning you a task. Du Fei turned to Gong Ting and commanded, quickly search the black market for Nirvana meteorite raw stones. If anyone is selling, inform me immediately. Yes, Captain. Gong Ting stood tall, responding earnestly. However, in the next moment, she froze, asking, Captain, you wouldn't be considering purchasing Nirvana meteorite raw stones, would you? Indeed, Du Fei replied with a smile and a nod. What? Sun Shaoqian gasped in astonishment. Purchasing Nirvana meteorite. Lu Ruobing also displayed an expression of confusion, feeling a hint of disappointment as she realized it was not for jewelry. Captain, Nirvana meteorites are exceedingly expensive. The essence alone is worth over 10,000 hours per gram. Although it is raw stone, it likely won't be cheap either. Let me check. As Gong Ting spoke, she bent down to access a website, and soon she found a vague price for the Nirvana raw stones. "Captain, take a look." The specifications indicate a Nirvana raw stone block weighing around 500 grams, with a price of approximately 6 million hours per piece, meaning it would cost over 10,000 hours for just 1 gram. Roughly 1 kilogram should suffice, Du Fei stated. Currently, we only have 1 milliliter of control elements. According to the synthesis ratio for vibranium, 1 ml of control element, 1,000 milliliters of rare material smelting agent, 1,000 grams of Nirvana meteorite raw stone can synthesize nearly 2 kilograms of active vibranium in a semi-conscious state. Thus, 2 kilograms of active vibranium may be sufficient for crafting a battlesuit. Upon hearing this, Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian all shuddered simultaneously. What? 1 kilogram of Nirvana meteorite raw stone? Lu Ruobing looked at Du Fei, unable to restrain her curiosity. What do you intend to do with such a large quantity of Nirvana raw stones? It's useful, Du Fei replied. Captain, 1 kilogram of raw stone is 1,000 grams. And at over 10,000 hours per gram, purchasing it would require more than 10 million hours. Gonting began counting on her fingers, nearly on the verge of tears. So, does this mean we'll be out of money again? Sun Shaoqian exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. Indeed, over 10 million hours at once. Lu Ruobing also felt a pang of sympathy, placing her hands over her chest, leaning closer to Du Fei, and tentatively asked, "Can't you at least tell me what it's for?" "For now, it's confidential," Du Fei replied, glancing at her hands before continuing. "You will naturally be informed in due time." "Very well," Lu Ruobing nodded. Then turned to Gonting, saying, "Stop frowning and execute the captain's orders." She trusted Du Fei completely. Every word he spoke now left her without any doubt. Lu Ruobing surmised that Du Fei was likely developing some formidable weaponry, understanding that progress was the only viable path forward. Though Du Fei kept her in the dark for the moment, he undoubtedly had his reasons. "All right then," Gonting sighed, helplessly shrugging her shoulders. "Why can't the captain let there be any money in the account?" Sigh, just like that, a massive sum disappears. The next morning, the women's field combat team returned triumphantly to the camp. Su Ning Er and the dozen or so female soldiers who remained behind rushed out to greet them. Their faces blossomed with smiles as they cheered and embraced one another. Just as Du Fei stepped down from the armored vehicle, "Captain, greetings!" They saluted in unison, their eyes filled with admiration. "Good," Du Fei smiled and nodded at them. However, the next moment, he noticed something peculiar. The complexion of Su Ning Er and the remaining female soldiers appeared rosy and vibrant, while the recently returned soldiers seemed somewhat lacking in spirit compared to them. Du Fei frowned, contemplating the situation, and beckoned Su Ning Er over. Su Ning Er was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed herself, excitedly rushing to his side. "Captain, I have a task for you. Conduct a random health check on a portion of the soldiers," Du Fei instructed. "Yes, Captain," Su Ning Er responded promptly, leading the medical personnel to get busy. Before long, the health results for some of the female soldiers came in. They had all suffered varying degrees of radiation exposure. Du Fei examined the reports, clicking his tongue in thought. This aligned with his suspicions. The recovery pool could only eliminate the radiation they had endured, but could not enhance their physical condition. It seemed that only his own physique could be strengthened, Du Fei mused internally. For now, he could only maintain the current state, and whether their bodies could be enhanced would have to wait for another time. Nevertheless, this was already a significant improvement for all the female soldiers. After all, with the recovery pool available, they could soak in it any time to become healthy individuals. After a brief contemplation, Du Fei turned to Lu Ruobing, instructing, "Let the soldiers rest first, then take them to the recovery pool in batches to eliminate the radiation. In 2 hours, all commanding officers will assemble outside the camp. I have matters to address." "Understood," Lu Ruobing nodded, immediately commanding all the female soldiers' attention. "All personnel, temporary rest. Assemble outside the camp in 2 hours. Yes, quickly, let us go soak in the recovery pool. I want to enjoy a luxurious soak. Hurry up. My legs are a bit sore. Wait for me. My waist aches a little, just waiting to return for a soak. Who is any feeling something?" All the female soldiers were abuzz with excitement, eagerly racing toward the recovery pool, some even shedding their clothes as they ran. Xiang puffed on a cigar, exhaling a cloud of smoke. A bunch of little girls, getting more unruly by the day. Don't they know to let the captain soak first? Just think about how things used to be. Now, These sisters complain about a little soreness in front of the captain, Gonting remarked. Indeed, they're getting more delicate, Sun Shaoqian added. Lu Ruobing glanced at Du Fei in the distance, shaking her head with a wry smile. It's not like the captain hasn't spoiled them. At that moment, the communicator buzzed with a report from a signal soldier. Report, Captain. There's an incoming external signal. From where? Du Fei inquired into the communicator. The source is from Outpost 83. Du Fei's brow furrowed slightly. Husan? Previously, when procuring supplies at the outpost, he had asked Husan to gather information regarding his father and sister and left the Women's Field Combat Team's communication channel with him. Could it be that there was news? Connect it and switch to a secure communication channel, Du Fei instructed. Yes, soon. Husan's voice came through the encrypted channel. This is Husan, administrator of Outpost 83. Calling Captain Du. Who brother? This is Du Fei. Du Fei responded, asking, is there news from Revival City? Yes, Captain Du. I just received some information. Oh? Thank you. Who brother? Alas, the news isn't good. Brace yourself for what I'm about to say. Go ahead. Du Fei felt a shiver run through him. Meanwhile, Lu Ruobing, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged worried glances and hurried to Du Fei's side. Hey, why did everyone just run over? Xiaoying, confused, tossed aside her cigarette and followed suit. Shu, Lu Ruobing signaled for silence, removing her wireless headset and placing it in Xia Ying's ear. Du brother, we just received news that your father, Du Lei's private clinic has been confiscated by the Federation. Your father Du Lei and your sister Du Xiaoyu have also been taken away, seemingly under false charges to the mines. Upon hearing this, Du Fei inhaled deeply, his expression unchanged, already anticipating such an outcome. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian were all taken aback, glancing at Du Fei with expressions of concern. Even more anxious than he was, do you know which mine they were sent to? Du Fei steadied himself and asked. That's unclear, but according to the informant, your father and sister were taken away by a group of cabinet guards. Husan replied. All right, I understand now. Thank you, Hu brothered, and no need for thanks. This isn't good news. Don't be too disheartened, Du brother. If there's anything I can assist with, just let me know. Well, I do need Hu brother's help. Please procure 200,000 hours worth of food and deliver it to the Women's Field Combat Team camp before nightfall. I need that much. All right. Okay. I'll get right on it. Husan's voice trembled as he finished speaking, abruptly cutting off the communication. Captain, this is outrageous. This must be Wu Daguai targeting your father and sister deliberately. Lu Ruobing looked at Du Fei, her expression taut. The Federation is becoming increasingly brazen. They can apprehend anyone with a mere accusation. The higher-ups are tyrannical and corrupt. The resident protection regulations are merely a facade to them. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian exclaimed angrily, Damn it. Xia Ying lit another cigar, taking a deep drag. If they dare lay a finger on the captain's father and sister, I'll be the first to raise the banner in rebellion. Seeing the four stunning women in a state of agitation, Du Fei gestured for them to return to the task of eliminating radiation. Lu Ruobing and her three companions departed with heavy hearts. Du Fei fell into deep contemplation. His father and sister had been taken away by the cabinet guards, and it was likely they would be sent to one of the many mines under cabinet jurisdiction. With dozens of such mines, it appeared he would have to resort to the most rudimentary method, investigating them one by one 2 hours later at the camp of the Women's Field Corps. All personnel, assemble, a resounding female voice commanded, and the soldiers promptly fell into neat rows, instantly gathering as ordered. Du Fei's gaze slowly swept across the scene. Every female soldier stood tall and proud, brimming with vitality. After a rejuvenating soak in the recovery pool, their faces glowed with a rosy hue, akin to flowers nourished by the gentle DW in the recent battle at the Qingchuan ruins. Each of you performed admirably, and I hope you will continue to strive for excellence in the future. The victory in this campaign is merely the first step towards a brighter future for our field corps. I believe that with concerted effort, our lives will only improve. Regarding the construction of our camp, I have devised some preliminary plans, and now I will assign tasks. Guanting, you will be responsible for contacting Husan at the stronghold to customize 2 sets of uniforms for each soldier and procure some essential supplies for daily life. Additionally, acquire a batch of necessities for both the camp and the mines, such as crushers, rail transport vehicles, logging tools, and so forth. Du Fei concluded, handing over a procurement list. Understood, Commander. Guanting saluted as she accepted the list. Songjia, once the rail transport vehicles return, you will lead the workers in laying down the tracks. The processed waste or should first be used to construct a perimeter wall, and I will provide you with instructions for reinforcement later. Furthermore, during your spare time, focus on logging and house construction. Here is a planning blueprint, And what about streets, shops, and inns? Songjia exclaimed, her face lighting up with surprise and excitement. Commander, are we planning to create a city? This is merely a small-scale inner city, Dufay replied to Songjia, his gaze sweeping over all the female soldiers. Once our city is established, your families will have the opportunity to become shop proprietors first. Upon hearing this, the soldiers erupted with joy. Really? That's fantastic. This is incredible news. Surely we are not dreaming. Long live the commander. Their excitement was palpable, with applause echoing throughout the camp. Ding, reputation 20. Ding, affinity 1. Ding, reputation 20. Ding, affinity 2. Ding, reputation 20. Ding, reputation 20. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, Dufay gestured for the female soldiers to quiet down. However, I must remind you that this is merely our preliminary plan. It must remain confidential until construction is complete, including from your families. Yes. All the female soldiers responded in unison. At that moment, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Guanting, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged glances, their hearts filled with emotion. Xia Ying, particularly moved, felt her eyes welling up. She reached into her pocket for a cigarette but hesitated, fearing it would be disrespectful to the commander, and ultimately refrained. Bao, I know what you're thinking. Don't be sad. Xia Lan is surely still alive. Lu Ruobing gently draped an arm around Xia Ying's shoulder, offering comfort. I believe we will find her in due course, and she will surely live in our city. Ah, I hope so, Xia Ying replied with a bittersweet smile, biting her lip to hold back tears. It was rare to see her emotional, and Lu Ruobing felt a pang of sorrow, unable to resist glancing at Dufay. This man who was not merely great, Sun Shaoqian, you will continue to be in charge of ammunition manufacturing. Additionally, I have a revised set of specifications for the grenade launcher. We will phase out the previous model. Dufay continued assigning tasks. Considering the physical condition of the female soldiers, the earlier grenade launcher was overly cumbersome and heavy. To alleviate the burden, Dufay had wisely used 100 reputation points to exchange for a design blueprint for a lightweight grenade launcher. Understood, Sun Shaoqian acknowledged, accepting the blueprint. Zhao Feifeng stepped forward. Dufay scanned the ranks, recalling the elite talents Lu Ruobing had introduced from the women's field corps. A strikingly beautiful soldier with delicate features and expressive eyes trembled slightly upon hearing her name called. She hurriedly stepped out of the formation, facing Dufay with respect, her chest rising and falling with excitement as she saluted. Present. Dufay was momentarily taken aback. Such a stunning young woman. Her beauty rivaled that of Lu Ruobing and the others. Perhaps it was due to Dufay's infrequent interactions with the female soldiers, compounded by Zhao Feifeng's worn military uniform, that he had failed to notice her previously. Dufay smiled and nodded at Zhao Feifeng. In truth, while beauty was of little consequence, talent held paramount importance. You are proficient in agricultural cultivation? Yes, Commander, Zhao Feifeng replied, excitement evident in her voice, nearly losing her composure. I never expected the commander would remember me. Ding, affinity 5. Excellent. In the near future, we may venture into agricultural cultivation. Although the current environment is unsuitable, we must still prepare accordingly. You will collaborate with Su Ninger to study the soil and identify areas within the planning scope that have lower radiation levels for farming, and begin tilling them in advance. Dufay considered that if the Federation could create radiation-free lands, perhaps they too could achieve the same. Yes, I will ensure the task is completed, Zhao Feifeng replied, excitedly rejoining her squad. With Dufay's orders delivered, the assembly dispersed. Songjia, Sun Shaoqian, and others took various blueprints, beginning to study and organize their work. The female soldiers, now assigned their tasks, busily set to work. Seeing their enthusiasm, Dufay wore a slight smile of satisfaction. Guanting, come here, Dufay beckoned. Commander, she responded, I have another task for you. Dufay looked at Guanting and said, utilize the #1 Predator drone to locate all the mining sites under the jurisdiction of the Federation Cabinet, and investigate them one by one. Guanting's face lit up with excitement as she understood. Once we find them, are we preparing a rescue? Dufay nodded, adding, I will send you their photographs. Furthermore, we must expedite the matter regarding the Nirvana meteorite ore. Yes, Guanting replied, swiftly heading to the drone control room. Seeing Du Fei's arrangements for the rescue of his father and sister, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying sighed in relief, their earlier worries somewhat alleviated. Commander, what shall we do? We can't leave two beautiful women idling, can we? Xia Ying teased, her charming dimples appearing as she gazed at Du Fei. How about we keep you company for a chat? She playfully pouted, deliberately pointing at Lu Ruobing. Lu Ruobing blushed, playfully slapping Xia Ying's rear. Be serious. How could I let you both be idle? Du Fei chuckled. In the past few days, we have mined quite a bit of ore. You two will be responsible for refining the mithril. All right, Lu Ruobing nodded enthusiastically, having longed for the wooden cabin on the mountain. Then we will head up the mountain to prepare. Lu Ruobing shot a glance at Du Fei, then wrapped her arm around Xia Ying's slender waist as they turned to leave. Are the beds spacious enough? Should be fine. We can squeeze in, Lu Ruobing replied. I meant the commander's bed. Is it big enough? You little rascal, what are you thinking? Ha ha ha. As Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying playfully dashed up the mountain, Du Fei watched their graceful figures, rubbing his nose and murmuring, I need to strengthen my body first. Thank you for the gifts, everyone. Thank you for your support and encouragement. Updating. Chapter 76. Where there is oppression, there is resistance in the air raid shelter. Living quarters, Du Fei soaked in the recovery pool. Ding. Constitution 1. Ding. Constitution 1. Ding. Constitution 1. Ding. Constitution enhancement has reached its limit. Consumption is required to continue enhancement. In the next moment, a system interface appeared in his mind, displaying some changes. Host. Du Fei position. Commander Corps. Auxiliary Women's Field Corps reputation. 58350 affinity. 119 Constitution. Primary enhancement 10. Primary enhancement. Advanced enhancement. Super enhancement. Warm reminder. The next time the Constitution limit is expanded, it will increase the enhancement by 10 points. Note: in each stage, the enhancement points gained after each expansion of the Constitution limit will be the total of the previous enhancement points. Items. Universal Toolbox 1. Element Control 1 milliliter. Du Fei perused the system interface, feeling quite pleased. His reputation had surpassed 50,000, most of which he had earned from the Iron Blood Brigade. Meanwhile, his affinity had increased from just over 20 points after purchasing the vibranium synthesis technology to over 100 points. As for reputation points, Du Fei planned to save them for now. The technology repository contained many unexpected treasures, such as ready-made intelligent machinery and armed guards. However, even a C-grade armed guard required at least 80,000 reputation points, while B-grade and A-grade guards demanded several 100,000 points for exchange. Currently, although he had over 50,000 reputation points, it was still far from sufficient. The blueprint for the intelligent defense system required 1,000 affinity points. Du Fei fixed his gaze on the technology repository. Smart laser defense system blueprint requires 1,000 intimacy points. This set of blueprints is what Du Fei currently desires. Now that the camp construction plan has been initiated, a comprehensive defense system is imperative, particularly aerial defense, which holds great significance. Only after establishing a solid foundation can the plans for the time collector be set in motion. However, these intelligent defense blueprints require 1,000 intimacy points for exchange, and he is still far from that goal. The accumulation of intimacy points is progressing rather slowly. He must hasten the pace to obtain at least 1,000 points, Du Fei mused to himself. Physical enhancement has reached 10, which is quite commendable, resembling a progressive increase. Once the limit of physical strength expands next time, he can enhance it by 10 points, bringing it to 20. Should the limit expand again, he could elevate it by 20 points, and with further expansion, by 40 points. Du Fei's gaze fixed on the physical strength section, feeling a surge of excitement. With such a growth trajectory, his physical prowess will experience remarkable enhancement, and it won't be long before he becomes impervious to harm. After a moment, Du Fei emerged from the recovery pool, feeling a renewed vigor coursing through him. After donning his clothes, he surveyed his surroundings. He noticed the rebar on the rock wall used by the female soldiers to hang their clothes. Approaching it, he grasped the rebar and twisted it with force. Creak! The rebar embedded in the rock wall actually bent under his strength. Wow! Incredible! Du Fei clenched his fist, unable to contain his excitement. To the north of the revival base city, in a mountainous region 200 kilometers away, the iron walls are heavily guarded, with sentinels stationed every 3 steps and watchmen every 5. Inside these iron walls lies a valley, specifically an open pit mine, the edge of the mine. There are 5 or 6 caves, serving as prisons for the incarcerated. The entire mine is under stringent surveillance. Dozens of hummingbird drones hover incessantly in the air. A large contingent of armored, fully equipped federal soldiers patrol the perimeter of the mine. Within the mine, the sound of machinery reverberates amidst a cloud of dust. Countless miners, clad in prison garb, toil under the watchful eye of their guards, engaged in intense and demanding labor. Among these miners are men and women of varying ages, most appearing disheveled and bearing numerous scars. "You filthy insects, move faster!" At this moment, a guard in protective gear wielding a steel-tipped whip is chasing an elderly man. Crack! The whip strikes the man's back with brutal force, reopening a scabbed wound. Tearing flesh anew, The old man lets out a cry of anguish, as the oar he was transporting for the rail car slips from his grasp, landing on his foot. "You wretched insect! I told you to stop slacking off." The guard, indifferent to the old man's suffering, continues to berate him, relentlessly whipping him. The old man collapses to the ground, clutching his head and wailing in despair, rolling in agony. "Stop it," with an angry reprimand. A middle-aged woman, accompanied by 5 or 6 female prisoners, steps in front of the old man, in her 30s. The woman possesses a dignified and graceful countenance, her beauty still evident through the collar of her prison garb. A faint glimpse of a plum blossom tattoo can be seen just below her chest. Her resolute gaze pierces through the guard as the women behind her clutch stones, ready to defend. "You wish to rebel, do you? Drop those stones." At this moment, 2 armed guards rush over. Faced with the armed guard's warning, the female prisoners hastily discard their stones. One of the guards approaches, without a word, swinging the rifle but directly at the woman's forehead. Crack! The woman, caught off guard, falls to the ground, blood streaming from her forehead. "Mistress!" The female prisoners cry out in alarm, surrounding her. "You despicable rebels, do you think you are federal nobility? For you filthy insects, a severe beating is in order." The 2 armed guards, while hurling insults, incite another guard to whip them. Just as the guard raises his whip, "Stop it!" Another furious shout interrupts, as a burly middle-aged man enters, accompanied by a 15 or 16-year-old girl. The man, imposing in stature and appearance, wears a clean prison uniform. The 3 guards momentarily freeze, exchanging glances before retreating. The guards in the mine. This middle-aged man and the girl are akin to a plague. Orders from above dictate that no harm should come to this father and daughter, no forced labor should be imposed, and they must be treated with respect. Daily provisions of fine rice and white flour must be ensured. This father and daughter are far from ordinary criminals. They are clearly esteemed ancestors, indeed. The guards are perplexed, and even the management within the mine finds the situation troublesome, feeling the directives from above are rather peculiar. "Old man, it's all right, just endure a little longer." The middle-aged man helps the elderly man sit up, while the girl quickly opens a medical kit. This kit was specially provided by the mine at the man's request. "Shall you, please help him?" "All right." The girl steps forward to support the old man as the middle-aged man swiftly begins to bandage him. "Brother, please tend to our mistress as well." At this moment, a female prisoner kneels before the middle-aged man, pleading, "Very well, just a moment." The man quickly finishes bandaging the old man and approaches the woman. He kneels down and begins to treat her wounds, cleaning, disinfecting, and wrapping the bandages. His movements are practiced and efficient, completing the task in under 2 minutes. "Thank you." The woman sits up, a glimmer of gratitude in her eyes. "No need to thank me. It was merely a small effort." The middle-aged man smiles slightly. "May I ask your name?" The woman inquires. "Dulé." The man replies, then politely asks in return, "And you, May?" The woman smiles, extending her hand. Dulé hesitates briefly before shaking her hand. "I presume you are also of noble descent? If I may be so bold, what position did you hold in the Federation?" The woman stands with the support of several female prisoners, looking at Dulé and asking, "I am neither noble nor a federal official." "Merely a doctor," Dulé replies. "A commoner? Surely not. How could a commoner end up in the cabinet mine?" The woman appears incredulous, then turns to the girl beside her, asking, "Is she your daughter?" "Yes. We have observed you both these past few days. Although you are criminals, you receive rather favorable treatment." The woman furrows her brows in curiosity, remarking, I suspect your background must be quite extraordinary, then? No extraordinary background. I am merely a doctor. A hint of helplessness crosses Du Lei's face as he tosses a remark to the woman and pulls his daughter away. Wait, please. The woman calls out. Du Lei halts. I wish to tell you. Where there is oppression, there will be resistance. The woman meets Du Lei's gaze before continuing. Remember, do not fall asleep tomorrow night. Meet me at Cave No. 3. With that, without waiting for Du Lei's response, she leads several female prisoners away. On the way, one female prisoner supports the woman and asks, Mistress, do you intend to take him away? A hint of blush appears on the woman's face. Did you not notice he is quite remarkable? Moreover, my health requires a doctor's care. Chapter 77. Intelligent battlesuit. As night falls, Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying have just finished bathing and are drying their hair. Wow, this wooden house is truly beautiful. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian enter while carrying a box, exclaiming in admiration. The two look around, their faces filled with envy, as it is their first time visiting Lu Ruobing's wooden abode. Look at how delighted you two are. Did you not see the mission the captain assigned to Songjia today? Xiaoying remarks while drying her hair. We are preparing to fell trees and build houses. The captain stated that everyone will eventually have a wooden house like this. Really? That's wonderful. No longer will the sisters have to reside in the air raid shelter. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian are thrilled. Most importantly, living in the air raid shelter has felt stifling. Now that the women's field combat team has access to recovery pools and mithril bullets, there is no longer a fear of radiation or time beasts. Everyone is eagerly looking forward to living in such a beautiful wooden house. Right? Ruobing Jia, how about you give me a box of good things in exchange for me and Shaoqian staying here for a night? Gonting points to the box she brought, saying, we can sleep on the ground. We want to be leaving tonight anyway. Sun Shaoqian chimes in, but first, let me see what good things are inside. Lu Ruobing, barefoot, walks over with a smile. She opens the box and is immediately overjoyed. These are indeed good items. I'll take them all. A hairdryer, comb, mirror, high-end leak-proof pads, and so forth. A box full of women's personal care products. These didn't cost anything. They were all provided for free by Hussein. We commissioned him to procure so many items. I bet that guy made quite a profit. Gonting remarks, the housekeeper, it's inevitable that he profits. The captain is doing this to spare us the trouble. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying use the hairdryer on each other, laughing. By the way, Ruobing Jia, didn't the captain tell you what the Nirvana meteorite is for? Gonting asks. Xiaoying and Sun Shaoqian. Curious, look at Lu Ruobing, don't look at me. I don't know either. The captain only said it was a secret for now. There must be a plan behind it. Lu Ruobing delicately brushed a strand of dry hair aside. Inhaling deeply the fragrant air above her, her face soon adorned with an expression of enchantment. Let us not forget the exceptional qualities of our captain. We shall coordinate closely, she remarked. We have been coordinating all along. Yet, our account is about to run dry. Gonting pouted, her face a canvas of worry. She had been meticulously budgeting, and with today's procurement amounting to over 2 million, they were left with merely 11 million. Should they proceed with the purchase of the Nirvana meteorite raw stones, they would undoubtedly return to square one, leaving Gonting in a state of anxiety. Oh, not fret so much. Trust in the captain. Xiaoying interjected from the side. You were right, Ingbao. Lu Ruobing changed into a new outfit, casting a satisfied glance at her reflection in the mirror. All right, you all continue your conversation. I shall step outside for some fresh air. With that, she turned and exited the wooden cabin. Emph. Xiaoying raised an eyebrow, observing Lu Ruobing's retreating figure. Inside the wooden cabin, a plethora of camp planning blueprints lay strewn across the table. Du Fei perused them briefly, rubbing his temples before accessing the technology repository. Previously, he had noted 2 types of armor and had now resolved to exchange them for further study. Beep. Congratulations to the host for using 200 reputation points to exchange for a light armor design blueprint. Beep. Congratulations to the host for using 1,000 reputation points to exchange for a smart battlesuit design blueprint. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, Du Fei was presented with the schematics, production processes, and performance descriptions of the 2 armors. Light armor, a conventional defensive armor that effectively protects vital areas of the body. Required materials. Options include steel, mithril, vibranium, and URU. Available styles, plate armor or form-fitting inner garments. Smart battlesuit, an unconventional intelligent defensive armor with high material requirements. Required materials, Options include liquid metal, active vibranium, and URU. Only style, 3-piece set shoulder guard wrist guard knee guard. Performance description. Wearing the 3-piece set made of active metal allows for seamless activation via an intelligent device. Upon activation, the set instantly transforms into a comprehensive protective suit, providing all-around intelligent defense. Click to expand more. Du Fei conducted a brief comparison of the two armors. Unsurprisingly, the smart battle suit proved to be superior. The first conventional armor was widely available, yet it had the drawback of necessitating constant wear and provided no head protection. In contrast, the smart battle suit required only the shoulder, wrist, and knee guards for daily use. Once combat commenced, it could be activated at will, instantly transforming into a fully protective suit. Convenient, streamlined, and exceedingly practical. Should the 3 pieces be crafted from active vibranium, they would be utterly invincible. If only he could secure the Nirvana meteorite to synthesize the active vibranium, he would be able to create this formidable trio. Du Fei felt exhilarated. As for the conventional armor, he intended to use mithril for its creation, allowing the female soldiers to wear it initially. Given the need for mobility, it would be best fashioned as form-fitting inner garments to provide equivalent protection. However, the crafting process was somewhat complex, so he would delegate this task to Lu Ruobing and her team. After a moment of contemplation, Du Fei leaned over the table and began sketching the designs for both armors, annotating their features. Just as he finished, he caught a whiff of a delightful fragrance. Raising his gaze, he discovered Lu Ruobing had quietly entered as before. She was barefoot, though her attire had changed. She wore a lightweight camouflage outfit, her hair cascading over her shoulders, the thin short sleeves accentuating her alluring curves. The shorts she donned revealed 2 enticingly long legs, fair and slender, undeniably captivating. Gulped. Du Fei could not help but swallow hard. Chapter 78. There is only one chair here. After swallowing, Du Fei's Adam's apple bobbed again. Typically, Lu Ruobing, like the other female soldiers, was dressed modestly. Yet now, in the dead of night, she had chosen to wear such revealing attire to visit. Who could withstand such temptation? In an instant, Du Fei felt his temper flare, nearly overturning the table. Noticing the unusual expression on Du Fei's face, Lu Ruobing blushed slightly and hurriedly explained, Gonting and the others are here. It was a bit chaotic over there. So, do you mind if I sit here for a while? She gently bit her lip as she approached him slowly. Not at all. Your timing is perfect. Du Fei discreetly shifted the chair back, inhaling deeply before continuing. I have some newly designed blueprints that we can examine together. Is that so? Lu Ruobing's excitement was palpable. Let me see. She quickly moved to Du Fei's side, bending down to look at the table. What are these blueprints? Du Fei sat beside her, and merely catching a glimpse made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. It should be noted that to exchange for the intelligent laser defense system would require 1,000 intimacy points. Increasing intimacy points for the sake of camp construction seemed reasonable, right? Cough. These are 2 armor blueprints. One is conventional armor, which I plan to craft from mithril for the soldiers' defensive gear. The other is a smart battlesuit, which requires a special metal to produce. Only the Nirvana meteorite can synthesize that metal, which is why I intend to purchase the meteorite. I understand. I knew you were preparing to manufacture a secret weapon. Lu Ruobing's eyes sparkled as she gazed at Du Fei. So, this smart battlesuit is quite formidable, far beyond formidable. This smart battlesuit is extraordinary. Its specific capabilities are as follows. Look at this blueprint. Come, sit down so I can explain it to you thoroughly. Du Fei pointed to the blueprint with one hand, while naturally pulling her closer with the other. Lu Ruobing was caught off guard, landing on Du Fei's lap. Captain, you, stay still. Listen to my explanation. Du Fei furrowed his brow, his gaze fixed on the blueprints. Beep, intimacy points 20. 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 In his mind, the system notifications continued to resonate with alarming frequency. Wow! The increase in intimacy points is skyrocketing. Du Fei, while savoring the warmth enveloping him, was astounded. This battlesuit consists of just 3 pieces, which are, Captain, please, don't move. Its capabilities are as follows. Du Fei, brimming with excitement, was about to continue when, out of nowhere, Xiaoying appeared at the doorway, playfully whistling. Then, she deliberately shielded her eyes with her hand as she entered, saying, I didn't see anything, we were just studying the blueprints. Lu Ruobing's cheeks flushed crimson as she hastily extricated Du Fei's hand from her body. Then, she quickly adjusted her clothing and stood up. I only have one chair here, Du Fei explained. This Xia Ying is truly insufferable. She chose the worst moment to interrupt. Hearing Du Fei's words, Lu Ruobing scanned the room and, indeed, there was only one chair. Well, there's south no place to sit, Lu Ruobing replied, her expression slightly regaining composure as she echoed Du Fei's remark. Given that she had already been spotted, and knowing Xia Ying was her closest friend, she felt comfortable with whatever teasing might come. This spot is quite comfortable. Xia Ying approached, glancing playfully at Du Fei's lap before leaning in to whisper a few words into Lu Ruobing's ear. Whatever she said made Lu Ruobing's face flush again. You little imp, what are you saying? You just got. Ha ha ha. Xia Ying chuckled uproariously. Captain, please hold still and do me a favor. In a fit of embarrassment and frustration, Lu Ruobing seized Xia Ying, lifting her and placing her into Du Fei's lap when Xia Ying least expected it. Hey, what are you doing? Du Fei sighed, a wry smile crossing his face. Caught off guard, Xia Ying found herself seated on Du Fei's lap as Lu Ruobing held her shoulders firmly. The next moment, my goodness, Xia Ying's face flushed as she sprang up. Beep. Intimacy points 20. Du Fei. Ha ha ha, what comes around goes around. Lu Ruobing laughed heartily, whispering into Xia Ying's ear. Now we're even. As the two beauties continued their playful banter, a voice suddenly called out from outside. Report. It was Ganting's voice. Lu Ruobing quickly adjusted her clothing again, standing beside the table. Xia Ying fished a cigarette from her pocket, turning around and lighting it. Observing their guilty expressions, Du Fei found the situation both amusing and exasperating. Taking a deep breath, he looked toward the door. Come in. Chapter 79. There is news regarding the Nirvana meteorite. As Du Fei's voice fell, Ganting and Sun Shaoqian entered. What is it? Du Fei inquired. We have news regarding the Nirvana meteorite raw stones, Ganting replied. Excellent. Du Fei's spirits lifted as he turned to Ganting. What's the price? The middleman is a black market overlord, and the price hasn't been negotiated yet. They request a face-to-face meeting the day after tomorrow at noon. Once we agree, it will be a straightforward exchange of cash for goods. Reply to them. It's acceptable. All right, Ganting nodded, her delicate face showing a hint of worry. Noticing her demeanor, Du Fei chuckled inwardly and gestured for them to come closer. Come, let me explain why I wish to procure the Nirvana meteorite. Four enchanting beauties immediately surrounded him. Before them lay two sets of armor schematics, one for conventional armor and the other for a smart battle suit. To begin with the conventional armor, I intend to craft it from mithril, serving as the warrior's defensive equipment. Taking into account the necessity for mobility and discretion, I have designed this conventional armor in an undergarment style. Each warrior will be equipped with a piece of this armor, necessitating a substantial quantity of mithril, so you must intensify your refining efforts. This armor will also be produced by you. The second variant is the smart battle suit, whose performance is unparalleled by any existing battle suit in the world. However, to fabricate this suit, a special metal is required as the material. Only Nirvana meteorites and control elements can synthesize that metal. I have already identified the source of the control element. Now, we only lack the Nirvana meteorite. Control element, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian simultaneously turned their curious gazes towards Du Fei, unfamiliar with this element. They only knew that Nirvana meteorites could resist radiation or be fashioned into jewelry. They had not anticipated that a special metal could be synthesized through such an element. Behold this. This is the control element. Du Fei produced a container from his hand, revealing a droplet of crystal-clear liquid. He had no intention of concealing the source of the control element from them, as the rare substance's refining agent was solely in his possession. He was the only one capable of refining it. Therefore, informing them about the synthesis of vibration gold would be beneficial, as it could elevate their enthusiasm for seeking out Nirvana meteorites and control elements. Isn't that the liquid extracted from the tail of the invisible wing that day? Lu Ruobing's beautiful eyes widened. Indeed, Du Fei nodded in affirmation and continued. It is now confirmed that any time-space beast of the king level contains this control element within its body. Upon hearing this, astonishment spread across the faces of the four beauties. Their leader was indeed an unparalleled genius. Leader, does this mean that the special metal synthesized from the control element and Nirvana meteorite surpasses the performance of mithril? Xia Ying inquired. Lu Ruobing, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian looked at Du Fei, eager to know the answer. Yes, it is significantly superior to mithril, Du Fei affirmed, adding, this special metal is called vibration gold, possessing two distinct properties. One is the unconscious conventional vibration gold, characterized by exceptional resilience, suitable for crafting defensive shields and various cold weapons. The second is the semi-conscious active vibration gold, which, in addition to its toughness, features flexible pliability and rebound capabilities. Ideal for constructing this smart battlesuit. As Du Fei elaborated, he displayed the design and features of the smart battlesuit before Lu Ruobing and the others. Smart battlesuit, made from active vibration gold. Design, 3-piece set, shoulder guard, wrist guard, knee guard. Performance description, when donned, the 3-piece set can seamlessly switch states. In activated mode, the components automatically form into a battlesuit, providing comprehensive intelligent protection to the wearer. This battlesuit is simple and practical, requiring only the external wear of the shoulder guard, wrist guard, and knee guard. Look here, there is an intelligent device on the wrist guard that controls the suit state transitions. Once combat begins, simply press the activation button, and the active vibration gold of the 3 pieces will react with each other, circulating instantly to form a fully protective battlesuit. After Du Fei's detailed explanation, Lu Ruobing exclaimed, "Goodness! This smart battlesuit is simply perfect." She was in disbelief. Indeed, it's extraordinary. If one were to wear such a suit, bullets and artillery would surely be ineffective, right? I feel as though I could engage a time-space beast with my bare hands. Xia Ying, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian chimed in with their astonishment. Currently, most federal soldiers wore steel armor, which, while offering high defensive strength, was burdensome. It couldn't even be compared to the mithril orb-like undergarments designed by their leader. The smart battle suit made of vibration gold was entirely different. The prospect of possessing such a suit was akin to being invincible. Wearing it would mean no longer being bullied, and even causing trouble in the Bay City would pose no fear. You are correct. Theoretically, this battlesuit is impervious to bullets and artillery, but the actual performance will only be known once it is manufactured, Du Fei stated. Leader, if we manage to acquire 1 kilogram of Nirvana meteorite, how many of these suits can we create? Lu Ruobing asked eagerly. The liquid extracted from the tail of the invisible wing yielded only 1 milliliter of the control element, sufficient to synthesize 2 kilograms of active vibration gold. Allowing for the creation of only 1 smart battlesuit, Du Fei replied, shaking his head with a smile, then looking at them. Thus, both conventional and active vibration gold are imperative for us, of course. As we earn more time in the future, we can purchase Nirvana meteorites, while the control element will require us to take risks in extraction. I believe that before long, each of you will possess a suit of this kind. As his words echoed, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Their breaths quickened. Xia Ying took a deep puff, narrowing her eyes. It seems we must seek out the king-level beasts more frequently. Lu Ruobing frowned. It's not as easy as you imagine. Even top military regiments find it challenging to hunt king-level time-space beasts. I believe we can hunt them. We did manage to injure an invisible wing. After all, Sun Shaoqian remarked, yes, but it took 32 micromissiles to bring down just 1 tail. The cost was too great, Ganting lamented. Du Fei smiled faintly. I concur with Xia Ying's perspective. We should pay more attention to the king-level time-space beasts. He then pulled a document from the table, handing it to Sun Shaoqian. Manufacture this weapon according to the specifications. Yes, leader, Sun Shaoqian replied, looking at the document in surprise. What is this? A tranquilizer gun, Du Fei replied. A tranquilizer gun? Xia Ying, Ganting, and Sun Shaoqian displayed expressions of confusion. The next moment, enlightenment washed over them. I remember that the tail of the invisible wing was quite rigid at first. And then it became. Are you suggesting we use that rare substance refining agent to hunt the king-level beasts? Lu Ruobing's eyes brightened as she looked at Du Fei. Once injected with the refining agent, the king-level beast will transform into a soft-bodied creature, allowing us not only to easily hunt it for time, but also to extract control elements on site. Exactly, very astute. Du Fei cast an appreciative glance at Lu Ruobing. Feeling his praise, Lu Ruobing's cheeks flushed slightly. She quickly averted her gaze, feeling overwhelmed by the intensity of his gaze. However, she felt an indescribable joy in her heart. This method of hunting king-level beasts was simply splendid. If all went well, Each of them would soon possess a vibration gold smart battle suit. Sun Xiaoqian clapped her hands, her excitement causing her chest to rise and fall rapidly. Our leader is truly remarkable. Little Hoof, your words are misplaced. It's only now that you recognize how formidable our leader is. Xiaoying jested, puffing smoke in Sun Xiaoqian's face. I believe our female combat regiment will certainly prosper with our leader at the helm. Sisters, prepare for an exhilarating future. Xiaoying had always admired Du Fei, witnessing the remarkable transformation of the female combat regiment over just a month. Despite her infrequent interactions with him, since Du Fei had saved her in the recovery pool, she had resolutely deemed her life his to command. Leader, from now on, I will always heed your guidance. Feel free to utilize any funds. I will support you without reservation, Gong Ting declared, tilting her face upward and blinking her eyes. Upon reflection, it dawned on her that the leader had not squandered resources. Every expenditure was judiciously allocated. Our financial manager has finally come to her senses, Lu Ruobing smiled, turning to Du Fei. Leader, we will always support you. Seeing their heartfelt declarations, Du Fei smiled and nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, amidst the excitement radiating from the four beauties, Du Fei briefly explained the details regarding the mithril orb-like undergarment and the tranquilizer gun. Once Lu Ruobing and the others comprehended, Du Fei turned to Gong Ting and inquired, "What's the update on the mining area?" "We are still investigating," Gong Ting responded. "There are 296 mining areas distributed around the 6 base cities, of which 63 are under the jurisdiction of the cabinet. We have currently checked 8, but have yet to discover any trace of the old master." Du Fei furrowed his brow, contemplating before stating, "Sun Xiaoqian, starting tomorrow, the camp will not require guardianship. Coordinate with Gong Ting. The number 2 predator will also participate in the intensified search." "Yes, leader," Sun Xiaoqian replied promptly, "and Gong Ting, don't forget about the Nirvana meteorite. Respond to the other party and arrange to meet at noon the day after tomorrow, as they suggested." "Understood." The following day, the female combat regiment's camp began its preliminary construction. Supply trucks arrived in succession, with Husan personally assisting in unloading, his joy evident. Song Jia, Su Ninger, Zhao Feifeng, and others held planning maps, directing operations on site. The female soldiers, alongside Qin Yuanshan and a group of miners, worked energetically, creating a bustling and industrious atmosphere throughout the entire camp of the female combat regiment. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying faced a daunting task. They were diligently studying the intricate process of crafting the pearl-like inner garments while continuously extracting the precious mithril. Meanwhile, Gong Ting and Sun Xiaoqian sat within the independent control room of the drone, their eyes fixed intently on the operation of Predator 1 and Predator 2 as they meticulously inspected the mines under the jurisdiction of the cabinet. Soon enough, an entire day passed in a whirlwind of tension and activity. It was only with the arrival of nightfall that the female soldiers of the Women's Field Brigade were able to conclude their labors and rest. In District 9, the office of the Supervisory Department was steeped in a stifling atmosphere. "Dad, Su Zhong has been away all day, and there's been no word from him. Could it be that he has encountered some difficulties?" Wang Shuzhen expressed her anxiety, pacing back and forth while occasionally glancing toward the door. "Zhaner, remain calm. There is no need for concern," Wang Jianqing reassured his daughter from behind his desk. Witnessing her fear and unease stirred feelings of deep compassion within him, alongside a growing sense of guilt. Over the years, he had come to understand the profound bond between his daughter and Du Lei. Wang Jianqing empathized with Wang Shuzhen's current feelings. Although there were challenges in seeking assistance from the cabinet, he still held a great deal of confidence in his former comrades. Now that his daughter had finally returned to his side, he was determined not to let her down again. He would do whatever it took to rescue Du Lei, seeking to atone for his past mistakes. Just as the father and daughter anxiously awaited news, Su Zhong returned, appearing somewhat dejected, his demeanor suggesting he was not in the best of spirits. In an instant, both Wang Jianqing and Wang Shuzhen turned their gazes toward him. Su Zhong had left the supervisory department for the cabinet that morning and had only just returned. Although they sensed something was amiss with Su Zhong, a flicker of hope shone in the eyes of both father and daughter, yearning to hear good news from him. Su Zhong, what's the situation? Wang Shuzhen asked hurriedly. What was the attitude of those old comrades in the cabinet? Wang Jianqing inquired, unable to contain his impatience. It was futile. They were unwilling to assist. Su Zhong shook his head with a sigh. What? Wang Jianqing's eyes widened in disbelief as he pressed on. What about Song Mingyuan? Xiong Jinshan and Jin Defuku? What did they say? They too claimed they were powerless to help, Su Zhong replied. Shaking his head once more, it was worth noting that these cabinet officials had all benefited from Wang Jianqing's past kindness. Yet, at this critical juncture, when their assistance was desperately needed, they all seemed to retreat into the shadows. Su Zhong had approached the cabinet, seeking help from one after another. Some were dismissive, others outright refused. And some even would not grant him an audience. What about Zhao Tianqing? Surely he would lend a hand. Wang Jianqing asked again. Zhao Tianqing, sigh. Su Zhong's lips twitched as he struck his fist against the wall of the office. Not mentioning Zhao Tianqing was one thing, but bringing him up chilled Su Zhong to the bone in the effort to rescue Du Lei. Su Zhong had represented the minister in seeking assistance from the cabinet, only to face a series of obstacles. However, he had believed that even if no one else would help, Zhao Tianqing would undoubtedly stand by the minister's side. After all, Wang Jianqing had saved Zhao Tianqing's life on the battlefield and was instrumental in his promotion into the cabinet. Wang Jianqing had essentially given Zhao Tianqing a new lease on life. Yet, to Su Zhong's utter disbelief, when he presented the minister's handwritten letter, Zhao Tianqing had refused to even glance at it, outright declining to assist, thanks to all the generous supporters. I appreciate the encouragement. Currently updating, Chapter 81. Don Base. What was Zhao Tianqing's true stance? Wang Jianqing furrowed his brow as he looked at Su Zhong. While it was regrettable that his other comrades were unwilling to help, after all, his health had been poor and he had not maintained close ties with them. Zhao Tianqing should never have turned his back. Minister, Zhao Tianqing, didn't he even look at your handwritten letter? Su Zhong relayed. Didn't he look? Wang Jianqing replied, incredulous. Yes, this fellow has become quite arrogant, as if he has morphed into a different person. He seemed to have known of my visit beforehand, and before I could explain my purpose, he was already making excuses. Su Zhong's face contorted with anger. What infuriated me the most was that Zhao Tianqing made it clear he could not help, and then suggested that you— what did he say? In essence, he implied that you were nearing your end and that all ties should be severed from now on. What? Sever all ties? Wang Jianqing's body trembled, and his face turned ashen. He could hardly believe how ungrateful Zhao Tianqing was. He should have let him perish on the battlefield. Wang Shuzhen gritted her teeth in anger. Had it not been for the minister's life-saving intervention, would Zhao Tianqing have achieved his current position? Su Zhong echoed, equally furious. Enough, no more of this. Wang Jianqing waved his hand dismissively to both Wang Shuzhen and Su Zhong, shaking his head. One can only say that the Wu family holds too strong a backing within the cabinet. As his words fell, Su Zhong's expression tightened as he gazed out the window, and even Wang Shuzhen fell silent. Indeed, the Wu family's connections within the Federation were intricate and ever-growing. They had firmly established their foothold in the 9th District's cabinet and extended their influence to other regions. Although rescuing Du Lei was a minor affair, people were inherently pragmatic. This situation revealed that Wang Jianqing's former comrades, including Zhao Tianqing, had all succumbed to certain unspoken rules within the cabinet. The higher they ascended, the more they feared trouble. Furthermore, given Wang Jianqing's deteriorating health from radiation exposure, it was only a matter of time before he departed from this world. They were not foolish at such a critical moment. Who would dare to offend the powerful forces backing the Wu family for the sake of a dying man? Dad. So does this mean Du Lei and his daughter will perish in the heavy crime mine? At this moment, Wang Shuzhen's eyes reddened, her heart filled with despair. Zhener, just hold on. I will think of a way, Wang Jianqing urged, suppressing his own sorrow. Ultimately, the supervisory department was merely an intelligence agency, while the cabinet held authority over all departments. Though Wang Jianqing spoke soothingly to his daughter, he felt an equal measure of helplessness and resignation within himself. Just then, a report came through the communicator. What is it? Report, Minister. The heavy crime mine you instructed us to monitor has just experienced an emergency. The clerk announced. What kind of emergency? Wang Jianqing pressed. The heavy crime mine is under attack and fierce battles are currently underway. Quickly, channel the footage. Yes. The clerk responded promptly. Su Zhong swiftly activated the office's laser screen, and both Wang Jianqing and Wang Shuzhen turned their attention to it. Soon, the screen displayed a video. Under the night sky, countless grenades rained down from the surrounding forests, landing in the heavy crime mine. With a series of explosions, the blaring alarms pierced the air, flames licking the steel walls. The anguished cries of soldiers mingled with curses, as prisoners working at night scattered in terror, turning the entire mine into chaos. Minister, this is an attack by the insurgents, Su Zhong stated. Wang Jianqing's expression grew grave as he nodded. Meanwhile, Wang Shuzhen anxiously gazed at the screen, her eyes glued to the tumultuous crowd in the mine. Suddenly, she exclaimed, "Dad, look over there!" She pointed at a corner of the screen. Wang Jianqing and Su Zhong focused their eyes and simultaneously gasped, "It's Du Lei!" Switch to the right lower corner. Mine 3, Su Zhong immediately commanded through the communicator. Yes, as the clerk complied, the laser screen shifted to the vicinity of Mine 3, where a group of figures emerged. Du Lei. It's Du Lei and his daughter. Wang Shuzhen's eyes brimmed with tears as she covered her mouth in excitement. The footage revealed Du Lei and his daughter, Du Xiaoye, being shielded by a group of female prisoners as they raced towards the mine entrance. Amidst the deafening cannon fire, they soon reached the entrance of the mine point. One beautiful woman smiled and gestured for Du Lei and his daughter to follow her. Under her guidance, Du Lei and his daughter, along with the female prisoners, streamed into the mine. Within half a minute, they had all entered the depths of the mine. Minister, these are the insurgents captured by the cabinet. That woman is their leader. Su Zhong remarked, "Dawn base." Wang Jianqing furrowed his brow. Indeed, Su Zhong confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Wang Shuzhen's worry intensified. So, does this mean Du Lei and his daughter have fallen into the hands of the insurgents? She immediately grasped Wang Jianqing's arm, her heart racing with urgency. "Dad, what should we do?" "Don't worry. I will find a way to rescue that young man," Wang Jianqing reassured her, patting her hand. He then turned to Su Zhong, issuing a command. "Find out which regiments are responsible for eliminating the Dawn base. I will personally contact their commanders." "Yes, Minister." Meanwhile, in a luxurious mansion in Fuxing City, Wu Dagui was kneeling on the bed, playing a game with a muscular man. "Report, my lord. An incident has occurred at the heavy crime mine." A clerk rushed in to announce. "What happened?" Wu Dagui asked, panting. "The heavy crime mine has been attacked by insurgents, and Du Lei and his daughter are suspected to have been captured." "What?" Wu Dagui gasped in shock. "Quickly, get me General Yuan Shiji of the 109th Division." "Yes." The clerk promptly retrieved the communicator and quickly connected. "This is General Yuan Shiji of the 109th Division. How may I assist you, my lord?" Came the voice through the communicator. "I command you to swiftly intercept the insurgents attacking the heavy crime mine. You must locate Du Lei and bring him back to me." Wu Dagui's emotions unraveled as he let out a high-pitched scream into the communicator. "Yes, my lord." Regarding the Dawn base of the rebels, special thanks to Biejiao Lankai for providing the name. Later, a few city names provided by other esteemed individuals will be selected as the main city for the protagonist. Chapter 82. Who exactly are these people? The Women's Combat Brigade Camp. Inside the workshop, Du Fei was meticulously analyzing the measurements of the female soldiers, occasionally marking some symbols. He was deeply concerned about ensuring the comfort of the mithril pearl-like innergarments. Beside him, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying watched in admiration, patiently waiting for Du Fei to finish so he could personally guide them to that moment. An urgent report came through. "Commander, one of the high-security mining areas under the cabinet's jurisdiction has suddenly come under attack by an unidentified armed organization. The number 1 predator has possibly located your father and sister, awaiting your confirmation." The voice of Gong Ting crackled through the earpiece. "On my way." Upon hearing this, Du Fei immediately abandoned his work and rushed towards the independent control room of the number 1 Land King armored vehicle. Xia Ying was taken aback. "What happened?" Lu Ruobing touched her earpiece, her delicate face displaying a glimmer of excitement. "It seems we've found the commander's father and sister." Saying this, she pulled Xia Ying and hurriedly followed him. Inside the independent control room, Gong Ting addressed the trio. "Commander, the assault on the high-security mining area has just concluded. The fierce battle lasted less than 10 minutes, quite brief. During this time, the number 1 predator conducted a search of the mining area and discovered some information. Preserving a segment of video. Play it. Du Fei commanded. Yes, the control room screen instantly displayed a video. A middle-aged man was seen grasping the hand of a girl of about 15 or 16. Their silhouettes appeared in the frame. Amidst the echoes of gunfire, a beautiful woman politely conversed with the middle-aged man. Shortly after, he and the girl were swiftly escorted into the mine by a group of female prisoners. "It's them." Du Fei nodded. "Wonderful. We've finally found them." Joy illuminated the faces of Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian. "Have they not come out since entering the mine?" Du Fei switched to real-time footage. glancing at the screen displaying the mine, and inquired. Since they entered the mine, the number one predator has been monitoring, and no one has emerged thus far, Gong Ting replied. Commander, I noticed that the female prisoners do not seem overly anxious. Their demeanor appears quite composed, Lu Ruobing remarked, frowning. Xia Ying's eyes brightened as if struck by a thought, and she blurted out, could it be that this mine leads outside, and they intend to escape? There is a possibility, Du Fei, analyzing the footage, had also considered this. Gong Ting, Sun Shaoqian, immediately searched the surrounding areas of the high-security mining zone. Understood. Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian nodded, swiftly operating the number 1 and 2 Predator stealth drones to conduct a thorough search of the high-security mining area. The group fixated their gazes on the control room screen as the 2 drones soared and circled, the landscape of mountains and trees whizzing past in the footage. Commander, a swarm of hummingbird drones is flying southeast from the mining area. Sun Shaoqian reported. Follow them, Du Fei commanded. Yes. Sun Shaoqian immediately adjusted her course to pursue the swarm of hummingbird drones. Soon, they discovered a situation up ahead. Commander, it's your father and sister, Gong Ting, piloting the number 1 Predator, joined in. They saw a cluster of female prisoners gathered at the roadside, assisting Du Lei and Du Xiaoye in removing tracking devices from their ankles. That moment, the hummingbird drones were about to fly directly overhead, their weaponry protruding ominously, poised to enter firing range. The situation for Du Lei, Du Xiaoye, and the female prisoners was dire. Du Fei narrowed his eyes. Bring those drones down. Before he could finish, Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian had yet to fire. Suddenly, an armored vehicle burst onto the scene from the mountain road. It was an oddly modified older armored vehicle, with a large signal dish atop it. In an instant, the signal dish emitted an immense jamming wave. Zzz. Zzz. The control room screen flickered with fuzzy lines, and the signals from the number 1 and 2 Predators abruptly cut out. Beep beep beep. Predators experiencing severe signal interference. Number 1 Predator stealth drone has automatically activated its intelligent program. Entering autonomous mode. Number 2 Predator stealth drone has automatically activated its intelligent program, entering autonomous mode. As the control room issued warnings, Du Fei and the 4 women were simultaneously startled. Fortunately, although the 2 Predators faced intense interference, they had entered autonomous mode. In the next moment, through the flickering images on the screen, they could see the swarm of hummingbird drones plummeting from the sky like kites with severed strings, crashing among the mountains and trees. They then observed Du Lei and Du Xiaoye being assisted by the female prisoners as they boarded the armored vehicle, which sped into a forest. The armored vehicle vanished completely. The screen in Du Fei's control room resumed normalcy, and the signals from the number 1 and 2 Predators were instantly restored. What kind of people possess such formidable jamming vehicles? Du Fei muttered to himself. Unclear. Lu Ruobing shook her head, her brows slightly furrowed. They must have attacked the high-security mining area with the intention of rescuing people. Heavens, such a bold armed organization exists. Indeed, I've never heard of any armed group daring to openly oppose the Federation. Xia Ying, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian exclaimed in astonishment. It is worth noting that the Women's Combat Brigade is classified as an irregular auxiliary force, entirely ignorant of the rebels. Most importantly, the information regarding the rebels has always been tightly controlled by the Time Federation. This has led auxiliary groups like the Women's Combat Brigade, armed organizations, and civilians to believe that no one dares to oppose the Federation. For Lu Ruobing and others, in their understanding, there exists no rebel organization in this world. Even those who might wish to resist would not dare speak out. Thus, witnessing the earlier scene left them utterly shocked. The organization of female prisoners dared to confront the Federation, which they found utterly insane. Commander, do you think they will be all right? Lu Ruobing asked. Xiaoying, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian all turned their anxious gazes towards Du Fei. I believe they should be fine. Du Fei pondered briefly, noting from the footage that those individuals seemed to harbor no malice towards his father and sister. Yet, it remained uncertain what the nature of their organization was. After a moment of contemplation, Du Fei commanded Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian, launch a search in that mountainous area, including the surrounding regions. Avoid the jamming vehicles, and if you discover anything, do not act hastily. Understood. Chapter 83. Silly girl, have you fallen in love? By the way, Commander, Gong Ting opened a message on the black market website, looking at Du Fei. There has been a response regarding the transaction of the Nirvana meteorite. The meeting location is at coordinates 902, 57, scheduled for tomorrow at 11 a.m. What are the trading rules? Du Fei inquired. The other party has replied that due to strict federal regulations on the Nirvana meteorite, private transactions are prohibited and will result in confiscation if discovered. To ensure the safety of both parties' assets and personnel. This transaction will be mediated by the local black market, with specific trading rules arranged by the black market operator. Arranged by the black market operator? Du Fei frowned. If that were the case, the uncertainties would be considerable. How far is the meeting location from our camp? I checked. It's located at the junction of Fuxing City, Beihan City, and Shenzhen City, approximately 500 kilometers from our camp. What is the condition of the roads? There is a main road between Fuxing City and Beihan City, which is quite smooth. If we leave at 7 a.m. tomorrow, we should arrive by 11 a.m. Gonting replied. All right, then we'll set off half an hour early tomorrow morning. After finishing, Du Fei looked at the four women. You four will accompany me tomorrow. Yes, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian all nodded in unison. As the night deepened and silence enveloped the surroundings, after a long day's labor, the miners had succumbed to slumber, leaving only the vigilant female soldiers awake. Inside the wooden cabin, Gonting and Sun Shaoqian had long entered dreamland. Despite sleeping on the floor, their faces beamed with sweet smiles in their sleep. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying shared a bunk, their backs pressed together, both wide awake and unable to fall asleep. Especially Lu Ruobing, who tossed and turned, unable to find rest. What's wrong? Xiaoying turned over and asked, can't sleep. Lu Ruobing stared at the ceiling, shaking her head. I see. Is your heart feeling like it's being scratched by a cat? Xiaoying teased with a mischievous smile. Lu Ruobing frowned. Bao, I realize I'm in trouble. Xiaoying touched Lu Ruobing's heated earlobe, jesting, silly girl, you've fallen in love. Perhaps, Lu Ruobing replied in a voice barely above a whisper. Ruobing, I actually think the commander has feelings for you too. There's just a thin veil separating you. It just needs to be pierced. Though I've never been in love, I know that a man only needs a little seduction to become yours. It is advisable to take the initiative in such matters. I suggest you pursue it directly. Xiaoying said to Lu Ruobing with a teasing tone. Oh please, do you think everyone is like you? Moreover, the team leader is not the kind of frivolous person, Lu Ruobing retorted, unable to suppress a laugh at Xiaoying's antics. She quickly composed herself, shaking her head slightly as she continued. You do realize I am 5 years his senior, right? He is only 18 and still. What of it? What does that imply? What are you contemplating? Xiaoying replied, exasperated, giving Lu Ruobing a playful slap on her backside with a mischievous grin. Don't you feel anything when you sit in his embrace? He is already a remarkable man, you know? That's not what I meant. Can you be a little more serious? Lu Ruobing shot Xiaoying an exasperated glance. The mere mention of recent events made her feel flushed with embarrassment. Her cheeks turned crimson as she added, I meant, he is currently preoccupied with the concerns of our regiment. The planning, construction, and future developments, not to mention his father and sister's uncertain fates. Just think about it. He is merely a young man, and all of this rests upon his shoulders. The pressure must be immense. After a moment of silence, Xiaoying softly replied, I hadn't considered that, but you're right. The team leader is undoubtedly under significant stress. Lu Ruobing sighed softly, exactly. We must not add to his burdens because of romantic entanglements. Indeed, you are quite right in your assessment. It seems we can only proceed gradually. Xiaoying nodded in agreement. She continued, given the team leader's current pressures, we must not rush things. Otherwise, he may become overwhelmed. Yes, we must allow it to unfold naturally. Lu Ruobing gazed up at the ceiling, gently biting her lip. The dawn approaches. We should get some rest. Ding, intimacy value 50. Ding, intimacy value 20. Du Fei had just drifted into slumber when 2 notification sounds echoed in his mind unexpectedly. Startled, he wondered what was happening at such an hour. Chapter 84. The Black Phoenix. At 6:30 in the morning, the Women's Combat Regiment was already bustling with activity. Song Jia, Su Ninger, Zhao Feifeng, and others, along with all the infantry and the second Land King battle vehicle, remained at the camp. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, Gonting, and Sun Shaoqian accompanied Du Fei aboard the first Land King battle vehicle, heading to the black market for a transaction. Let us set off, with Du Fei's command. The first Land King battle vehicle roared out of the camp. Under the protection of 2 stealth drones, It sped towards coordinates 902, 57. The trading location lay to the northwest, at the intersection of Revitalization City, North Cold City, and Holy War City, a veritable no-man's land. Such places are the breeding grounds for black markets, often populated by ragtag armies and mercenaries. The black market also hosts numerous impoverished armed groups, scavengers, and miners from private sites. These groups typically cannot afford the exorbitant supplies found in established outposts, leading them to engage in underground transactions. In summary, aside from legitimate military factions, various forces intermingle, creating a chaotic environment that is truly lawless. As the first Land King battle vehicle sped along, it encountered several Level 1 and Level 2 chrono beasts, all of which were swiftly eliminated by the two drones in advance. The journey proceeded smoothly without any hindrances. By nearly 11 o'clock, Dufay and his companions arrived near coordinates 902, 57, with a camp visible in the distance. The camp resembled an abandoned city, with numerous reconnaissance drones circling overhead. The camp's walls were dilapidated, with armed personnel patrolling the base of the wall. A gap was cluttered with rusted vehicles and discarded items. Soon, the first Land King battle vehicle reached a city gate as directed by the coordinates. Stop! A group of rugged, intimidating armed personnel brandished their weapons to block the path. We are here for a transaction, Dufay announced as he descended from the vehicle alongside Gonting. Where's the order? One burly man scrutinized Dufay and Gonting, casting wary glances at the battle vehicle's machine guns and gunners. The order is here. We agreed upon 11 o'clock, Gonting replied, producing a smart tablet to display the black market order interface. Upon viewing it, the burly man's expression shifted slightly, and he immediately adopted a respectful demeanor, saying, "Please wait a moment." He turned and grabbed a communicator, calling the boss. What is it? A cold, indifferent female voice emanated from the communicator. The buyer for order number 1 has arrived, the burly man responded. Check the wind direction. Yes. The burly man nodded and gestured towards the city wall, buzzing. The reconnaissance drones that had been hovering above swiftly dispersed in all directions. After circling the area, they promptly returned. Boss, it's just an ordinary armored vehicle. No issues, the burly man reported into the communicator. Very well, escort the buyer to the VIP area. Understood. The burly man tucked away the communicator and turned to Dufay, saying, just follow me with your armored vehicle. Without further ado, he mounted a nearby dirt bike and revved the engine. Dufay and Gonting nodded at the burly man before reboarding the battle vehicle. Following the burly figure, the first Land King battle vehicle entered the camp. The interior of this camp was expansive, with streets intersecting and bustling with people. The crowd was a mix of men and women, dressed in various attires, some in tattered clothing while others draped in blankets. It was evident that these individuals represented the lowest strata of society. In addition to the original urban structures, hills, ravines, and forests were visible in the distance, suggesting later renovations. The burly man guided the first Land King battle vehicle through the edge of a street, revealing an expanse of wild grass. Countless dilapidated dirt bikes lined the roadside, with many bargaining in. Once prices were settled, riding off into the wilderness, in the distance, the throng of people and the cacophony of motorcycle engines created a lively atmosphere. Dufay furrowed his brow, observing, is that a racecourse? Yes, Gonting affirmed. Those are daredevils betting their lives against time. Xiang added, there are also bets between different factions. Some armed groups rely on this method to earn a living. Dufay nodded thoughtfully at her words. After about 10 minutes, the burly man led the first Land King battle vehicle through a city gate into the VIP area. This section of the black market was designated for high-profile clients and was considerably more orderly compared to the chaotic surroundings they had just traversed. The streets were wide, and the individuals here wore tidier clothing, with shops offering more upscale merchandise. A single main thoroughfare ran directly to the heart of this area. Before long, the burly man halted before an ancient building, where dozens of armed personnel stood guard at the entrance. Dufay, accompanied by Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying, disembarked from the vehicle. Gonting and Sun Shaoqian remained in the control room, operating the two drones, ready to respond at a moment's notice should any unusual situation arise. Boss, the buyer for order number 1 has arrived, the burly man reported through the communicator. Understood. The voice from the communicator faded. A strikingly beautiful young woman emerged from the building, flanked by 2 armed female bodyguards. She wore a tight black leather miniskirt, her long legs encased in black stockings, and appeared to be of a similar age to Lu Ruobing. Her tall figure, accentuated by the fitted leather and stockings, exuded a sultry allure, though her demeanor seemed somewhat aloof. However, her gaze held a captivating charm that overshadowed Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying. "Are you the buyers for order number 1? She inquired, directing her attention towards Du Fei and his companions. "Yes," Du Fei affirmed with a nod. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the intermediary for this transaction, known as the Black Phoenix." The woman scrutinized Du Fei and the others, a slight smile gracing her lips as she continued, "The terms of this transaction will be set by me. The next chapter will follow shortly, currently being updated. Chapter 85. Underground transactions next. I will arrange for both parties to meet, and regarding the price, you may negotiate among yourselves. Since this is your first time conducting business here, only one of you may meet with the seller." The Black Phoenix stated, glancing at Du Fei and his companions. "Have you brought the funds?" Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying exchanged glances, then surveyed their surroundings, frowning slightly. Noticing the two women's cautious expressions, the Black Phoenix offered a reassuring smile. "Rest assured, our primary focus is conducting business. We hold our reputation in the highest regard. Your property and personal safety will be guaranteed during transactions here, so there is no need for concern. If you do not trust us, I can represent the seller to cancel this transaction." With that, she turned her attention back to Du Fei. "I have brought it," Du Fei replied, raising the storage card in his hand and calmly stating, "I will meet the seller." "Excellent, then let us proceed." The Black Phoenix wasted no time, turning on her heel and leading the way into the building. "Captain, please be cautious," said Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying with a hint of concern. "It's nothing to worry about," Du Fei replied calmly to the two of them. Although he was uncertain of any potential unknown dangers, his physical enhancement far surpassed that of an average person. Even if several burly men stood beside him, he was confident in his ability to easily subdue them. Thus, he felt a measure of assurance regarding his own safety. As Du Fei was about to proceed, one of the female bodyguards blocked his path and said, "Weapons are not allowed." Upon hearing this, Du Fei removed his sidearm and handed it to Lu Ruobing. Another female bodyguard approached, extending her hands to thoroughly search Du Fei's person. After completing the search, she blushed and nodded to the other bodyguard. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying observed this exchange, their lips quivering with indignation. Had it not been for the captain's silence, they would have longed to kick that female bodyguard. "Please," the two bodyguards gestured for Du Fei to proceed. Du Fei nodded and confidently followed them into the building. Upon seeing Du Fei enter, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying immediately rushed to the combat vehicle and entered the independent control room. "Ting Ting, Xiaoqian, monitor the situation inside the building closely to ensure the captain's safety," Lu Ruobing commanded. "Understood." Gong Ting and Sun Xiaoqian swiftly operated Predator 1 and 2 to surveil the premises through the windows. However, the next moment, they saw He Fenghuang and the two female bodyguards leading Du Fei to an elevator-like lift, where they all stepped inside. As the lift's gate closed, the indicator light on the wall began to blink downward incessantly. Gong Ting frowned. "This is bad. The captain has gone to the basement with them. Try to contact the captain and see if we can reach him," Xia Ying urged. "Captain, can you hear me? Captain, please respond." After several attempts, Gong Ting and Sun Xiaoqian shook their heads. It was evident that the signal was being jammed. In an instant, the expressions of the four women tightened, their hearts racing with anxiety. Click, click, click. The lift descended steadily. Soon, Du Fei, He Fenghuang, and the two female bodyguards felt a jolt as they reached the bottom. "Please," He Fenghuang gestured to Du Fei. Du Fei nodded slightly and followed them out of the lift, revealing a modest basement. The space was approximately 100 square meters. In the center stood a round table made of stone, with a ventilation shaft and a large fan installed above it. Surrounding the stone walls were several sconces, and in the shadows behind each lamp, one could faintly discern the ominous outlines of gun barrels. Aside from the stone table, the room was empty, devoid of anything else. Du Fei glanced around, frowning inwardly. Every corner of the basement lay within the coverage of firepower. Should a conflict arise, it would be nearly impossible for anyone to escape. At that moment, the lift's gate on the opposite side opened, and 4 or 5 individuals emerged. They were the sellers involved in this transaction. After He Fenghuang spoke, she led Du Fei toward them. Upon reaching the stone table, Du Fei realized that all the individuals present were women. The leader was a woman in her 20s, tall and clad in camouflage attire, her ample bosom straining against the buttons of her top, revealing an enticing cleavage. Through the partially open collar, one could glimpse a plum blossom-shaped tattoo on her chest. This woman was undeniably beautiful, her face exquisitely cold, exuding an air of wildness. The other female attendants behind her were equally striking, each radiating a fierce energy. Their camouflage outfits varied in condition, some pristine, others tattered, and some stained with blood. At that moment, when the female attendants noticed Du Fei's gaze lingering on the short-attired woman, their expressions soured with displeasure. They cast menacing looks at Du Fei, their eyes glinting with hostility. The short-attired woman also furrowed her brow, her gaze icy as she regarded Du Fei, as if warning him against trespassing on her territory. Feeling the palpable tension, Du Fei found himself at a loss for words. Was it merely curiosity about the tattoo that warranted such scrutiny? Lan, this is the buyer for this transaction, He Fenghuang, sensing the tension, smiled and introduced Du Fei to the short-attired woman. Thank you for your hard work, Sister Feng. The short-attired woman's demeanor softened as she nodded to He Fenghuang, then turned to Du Fei and asked, "Are you purchasing the Nirvana meteorite raw stones for jewelry?" As she spoke, Du Fei noted the familiarity between the black market operator and the sellers. In an instant, his thoughts shifted, and he replied with calm assurance, "Indeed, I hope to find some quality materials to make a profit." Upon hearing this, a slight change flickered across the short-attired woman's expression. After a brief pause, she directly stated, "You may inspect the goods first." With that, she waved her hand behind her. One of the female attendants produced a wooden box, placing it on the stone table and opening it. Inside lay 2 fist-sized stones, glossy and black, reflecting faint glimmers of light in the subdued illumination. These were indeed 2 pieces of Nirvana meteorite raw stone. However, a single disappointment lingered. Both pieces displayed a number of honeycomb-like cavities. With several holes being quite large, Du Fei felt a surge of delight, seemingly understanding why the short-attired woman's expression had shifted earlier. This indicated that the quality of these Nirvana meteorite raw stones was subpar. If used for jewelry, only a limited portion could be utilized. They could only be fashioned into small items, as larger pieces like bracelets would be impossible to create. Nevertheless, everyone present was unaware that Du Fei intended to melt and synthesize them. The quality of the raw stones held no bearing for him. Du Fei picked up the 2 pieces of Nirvana meteorite raw stone, inspecting them with the keen eye of an expert, then pursed his lips and returned them to the wooden box. He then looked up at the short-attired woman, casually inquiring, "What is the price?" The short-attired woman glanced at He Fenghuang beside her, then replied somewhat sheepishly, "The market price is 13,000 hours per gram." The 2 pieces of raw stone weighed over 1,000 grams, so at 1,000 grams, that amounted to a total of 13 million hours. After speaking, the short-attired woman looked at Du Fei, awaiting his response. Chapter 86. The transaction completed. Du Fei chuckled, gazing at the short-attired woman. 13 million hours is rather steep. Could we negotiate a lower price? The short-attired woman shook her head. The public price was agreed upon in the order. It cannot be lowered. After saying this, she shot another glance at He Fenghuang. Is it non-negotiable? It is not. Well then, if that's the case, there's nothing further to discuss, Du Fei replied, shaking his head in disapproval and gesturing dismissively at the short-attired woman. "Oh?" The corners of the short-attired woman's lips curled up slightly as she warned Du Fei. "Let me remind you, this transaction is coordinated by the market operator. If you decide against it, you will be responsible for all coordination fees." Upon hearing this, Du Fei's brow furrowed. Did this imply they intended to force a sale? He rubbed his nose and looked to He Fenghuang. "Is that so?" He Fenghuang smiled politely and replied, "She speaks the truth." As her words fell, the 2 female bodyguards beside He Fenghuang raised their submachine guns. However, before they could aim, Du Fei swiftly grabbed the barrels of both guns, feigning submission as he said, "Let's keep this amicable. Let's keep this amicable. Since I've come here, I shall abide by your rules. Let's discuss the business slowly. I never said I wouldn't proceed." Du Fei maintained a smile, releasing his grip on the gun barrels. He Fenghuang and the short-attired woman exchanged glances, both displaying a hint of satisfaction. As if to say, at least this kid knows his place. Little did they know, the next moment, The 2 female bodyguards gasped in astonishment as they looked down at the bent gun barrels in their hands. He Fenghuang, the short-attired woman, and the other female attendants all turned their attention toward them. Upon seeing the scene, their expressions changed, eyes widening in disbelief. The ends of the two submachine guns were bent like a faucet. Good heavens! What kind of monster is this man? The two female bodyguards and the attendants stared at Du Fei, their faces pale and breaths quickening. He Fenghuang and the short-attired woman snapped back to reality, both shuddering in shock, playing the fool to catch the wise. They exchanged glances, their scalps tingling with disbelief. He had effortlessly bent the high-strength alloy stainless steel barrels. The entire process was so seamless that he hadn't even appeared to exert any effort. Heaven forbid, if he were to grasp any part of our bodies, would we not simply explode? Was he warning us? My apologies for bending your guns. Du Fei addressed the two female bodyguards with genuine sincerity. I'll compensate you later, no need. It's fine. The two female bodyguards quickly shook their heads bobbing like rattling drums. This young man truly conceals his strength. He Fenghuang swallowed hard, forcing a smile. Compensate. There's no need. If these barrels can bend in your hands, they serve their purpose in this lifetime. Then thank you. Du Fei nodded at He Fenghuang, then turned to the short-attired woman. Let us continue our discussion. With that, he pulled a piece of Nirvana meteorite raw stone from the wooden box and remarked, as you know, raw stones filled with honeycomb holes are considered low quality. If I were to purchase it at the price you mentioned, even with 13 million hours, I could merely acquire some trinkets, which would indeed be a significant loss. Just as the esteemed Black Phoenix sister remarked upon my arrival, this trading market has always upheld the principle of trustworthiness. In business, mutual benefit and reciprocity are essential. One cannot simply disregard the art of negotiation, can one? At this juncture, Du Fei turned to the Black Phoenix and inquired, Am I correct? Yes, indeed, young brother, you are right. The Black Phoenix nodded emphatically, then signaled to the short-haired woman, saying, Lon, please show some consideration and lower the price a bit. Initially, she had intended to follow the previous plan of purchasing at a low price and selling high, or perhaps even resorting to underhanded tactics. However, she did not anticipate encountering such tough opposition. Even resorting to the weapons in the basement would only result in a Pyrrhic victory. Furthermore, those weapons might not pose any real threat to this man. The Black Phoenix was unwilling to jeopardize the safety of her longtime sisters over a single transaction. At that moment, the short-haired woman shared similar sentiments. Upon receiving a glance from the Black Phoenix, she understood that compromise was the only option left. She regarded Du Fei and asked, What price do you intend to offer? Du Fei replied nonchalantly, You tell me, how much can you lower it? This? The short-haired woman frowned and said, Please hold on a moment. With that, she turned and conferred with her female companions in a corner. Xiao Tong, please share your thoughts, the short-haired woman prompted her followers. I believe these two pieces of Nirvana ore are indeed of inferior quality. We should sell them at a discount, one of the female companions suggested. Exactly, those federal buyers we previously deceived have become wise to our tricks. And new buyers are hard to come by. Moreover, we urgently need funds, as Mei has returned, and the base will definitely require an expansion of personnel, along with increased weapons, ammunition, and various equipment. Right? I think we should sell these two pieces of ore while we can. We can always sell the higher quality ones at a better price next time, the others chimed in. After a brief discussion, the short-haired woman and her companions approached Du Fei once more. Have you come to an agreement? What price can you offer? Du Fei inquired. What price are you willing to offer? The short-haired woman countered 0.5 million hours, Du Fei tentatively proposed, holding up a hand. Agreed. She nodded without hesitation. Du Fei was momentarily taken aback. His hands suspended in mid-air. He had initially planned to negotiate a higher price if necessary, but he did not expect her to agree so readily. Du Fei suddenly felt he had overcommit, realizing he should have simply stated 3 million hours. The next moment, he considered and turned to the Black Phoenix, asking, I assume I won't need to cover any additional costs. Upon hearing this, the Black Phoenix smiled and replied, No, you won't. Very well, it's a deal. Du Fei nodded. Deal. The short-haired woman echoed. Addressing Du Fei, please transfer the entire 5 million hours to Sister Phoenix. After that, she handed the Black Phoenix a list, as per our usual arrangement, for weapons, equipment, and food. Understood, it will be delivered tomorrow, the Black Phoenix acknowledged. Glancing at the list, Du Fei promptly transferred the 5 million hours to the Black Phoenix's storage card and retrieved the two pieces of Nirvana ore. With the transaction complete, He let out a quiet sigh of relief, feeling a surge of excitement as he glanced at the remaining millions of hours in his storage card. He had not anticipated acquiring a kilogram of nirvana and a piece of vibranium smart armor for just 5 million hours. The short-haired woman and her companions also wore satisfied expressions. Selling the inferior ore for 5 million hours was quite a feat. The Black Phoenix benefited as well, as the entire transaction amount entered her account, allowing her to earn a nice profit. Although she did not manage to deceive Du Fei, it was still a win-win situation. "Young brother, what shall I call you?" the Black Phoenix asked, her luscious lips curling sensually. Her enchanting gaze fixed on Du Fei. "May we be friends?" Upon hearing this, the short-haired woman and her companions were momentarily stunned before turning their attention to Du Fei. "Du Fei," he replied without hesitation. Revealing his name, he understood that the earlier hardball tactics were part of the Black Phoenix's usual strategy and not solely directed at him. Feeling her genuine desire for friendship, Du Fei recognized that her sincerity stemmed from the earlier intimidation they had experienced. Given his need for substantial nirvana in the future and the impending growth of the women's combat team, Du Fei chose not to dwell excessively on the earlier events. Most importantly, the Black Phoenix operated within the black market, possessing connections to various factions, which proved invaluable. Thus, he did not refuse her offer of friendship, not merely because of her beauty, a fine name, the Black Phoenix remarked, her eyes glimmering with intrigue upon his acceptance. She then took a piece of paper and pen from her female bodyguard and wrote a note, handing it to Du Fei. "This is our communication channel. Feel free to reach out if you require anything." Afterward, she cast a meaningful glance at Du Fei's robust physique, adding, "You are always welcome to visit me." "Certainly," Du Fei responded, reciprocating by providing the public channel of the women's combat team to the Black Phoenix. "An auxiliary women's combat team? You are their leader?" the Black Phoenix inquired, examining the note. Du Fei smiled and nodded. That moment, the short-haired woman and her companions exchanged glances, their expressions subtly shifting. "An auxiliary women's combat team?" Du Fei. Although they did not voice their thoughts, each silently committed the name to memory. "Lon. This man is formidable, and he commands an auxiliary regiment. Have you considered?" One of the female companions whispered to the short-haired woman. "Yes, I understand. I'll report back to Mei Yi." The short-haired woman nodded, casting a discreet glance at Du Fei. He could be a valuable asset. Just then, Du Fei happened to look over, and the short-haired woman quickly averted her gaze. Today's transaction was quite pleasant. Should we acquire more nirvana in the future, we will continue to trade and maintain our relationship. Du Fei found the short-haired woman intriguing. It is worth noting that nirvana is not a conventional mineral. Much like meteorites on Earth, its distribution is unpredictable. Most nirvana pits are obscured by vegetation, making them difficult to detect, and once discovered, the information is swiftly claimed by the Federation. Hence, nirvana is indeed rare. Du Fei suspected that the short-haired woman and her associates might have located a nirvana pit. He was curious to inquire about the origins of the two pieces of ore, but he knew that they would be reluctant to divulge such information. "All right, we will have opportunities for further transactions," the short-haired woman nodded. Subsequently, they seemed disinclined to linger, offering a farewell to the Black Phoenix before stepping into the elevator. As the elevator indicator ascended, the short-haired woman and her companions departed. Du Fei turned to the Black Phoenix and asked, "Which organization do they belong to?" The Black Phoenix paused momentarily, shaking her head with a smile. "I'm not entirely sure." Hearing this response, Du Fei merely smiled in return, refraining from further inquiries. It was evident that the Black Phoenix was not being entirely forthright, but this was understandable, given their limited familiarity. Upon returning to the surface, the Black Phoenix elegantly approached a bar in the corner, taking a seat on a half-height red bar stool, facing Du Fei. Under the soft red and green lighting, her alluring legs, clad in black stockings, subtly crossed, extending an invitation to Du Fei. His throat constricted slightly. Had he not been preoccupied with his thoughts, he might have considered staying for a drink, perhaps another time. He replied, not pausing as he made his exit. "This man is quite intriguing." The Black Phoenix mused, gazing at Du Fei's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. "Look, it's the commander. The commander is back. That's wonderful. I was so worried." Upon seeing Du Fei emerge from the building, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian cheered, their hearts finally at ease after what felt like an eternity. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying rushed to open the car door. And as Du Fei climbed in, they each grabbed an arm. "Commander, are you all right?" they asked simultaneously, scrutinizing him from every angle as if checking for any missing parts. "I'm fine. Everything went smoothly. Did you manage to acquire the Nirvana, or?" Lu Ruobing inquired excitedly. "Yes, it has been secured." Du Fei nodded thoughtfully before directing his gaze towards Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian, commanding, "Search this area for a squad comprised of 5 women." "Understood." Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian responded in unison, swiftly making their way towards the independent control room. Boom, boom, boom. As the number 1 Land King battle vehicle departed from the VIP area of the Black Market Camp, Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and Xiaoying arrived at the independent control room. Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian were already maneuvering the number 1 and number 2 predators, conducting a comprehensive search around the house where the transaction had just taken place. The two meticulously scrutinized the streets, buildings, and passing crowds. However, after several minutes, they had yet to locate the 5 women mentioned by the commander. "Expand the search area slightly, beyond the city walls," Du Fei instructed. Fixated on the screen, "Yes," Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian acknowledged, promptly extending their search to the outskirts of the Black Market Camp. 2 minutes later, movement was detected at the forest's edge to the west of the camp, where a trench resembling a tunnel laid. Du Fei's eyes sparked with interest. Figures emerged from the trench in a hurried manner, revealing the short-clad woman accompanied by 4 female attendants. "It's them. Follow them," Du Fei commanded. Gan Ting and Sun Shaoqian nodded and immediately piloted the 2 predators above the trench. Xia Ying, fixated on the screen, suddenly trembled. A flicker of inexplicable excitement crossed her face as she pointed at the short-clad woman on the screen, exclaiming, "Gan Ting, quickly, zoom in." Just then, before Gan Ting could adjust the lens, a signal-jamming vehicle, equipped with a large pod atop its roof, emerged from the forest. Zzz, zzz. Instantly, the control room was filled with the sound of jamming alarms, and the screen was engulfed in static. After a moment, as the image stabilized, the short-clad woman and the jamming vehicle had vanished without a trace. "They are rebels, Commander. The vehicle that rescued the Old Master last night was of this type. They must be members of the organization that attacked the serious crime mining area last night." Lu Ruobing, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian exclaimed. Du Fei furrowed his brow, nodding thoughtfully, while Xia Ying gazed blankly at the desolate trench on the screen. Lost in thought. Thank you for the support and encouragement, dear readers. Seeking a few small gifts for love and motivation. Currently striving to update. Chapter 88. Xiaolan as the No. 1 Land King battle vehicle returned to the camp. Night had fallen. The soldiers and miners, weary from a day's labor, had retired early after dinner. Beneath 2 oddly shaped trees near the wooden cabin of the mine, a red dot flickered in the darkness. Xia Ying sat beneath the tree, smoking. The ground was carpeted with dry leaves, as large as a fan, while Lu Ruobing sat beside her. "Ing Bao, I believe you are simply missing Xiaolan too much." Leading to an illusion. Perhaps. Xia Ying took a deep drag from her cigarette, staring into the distant darkness. "Nevertheless, at that moment, she gave me a sense of familiarity and closeness. Yet, after all these years, there has been no word. No knowledge of her fate. If she is still alive, I wonder what she has become. I might not even recognize her face to face. I can't articulate it. Maybe it's just an illusion." Xia Ying continued speaking, and it was evident she was deeply saddened. "Ing Bao, regardless of the circumstances, I believe Xiaolan is still alive, and you 2 sisters will surely reunite." Lu Ruobing gently patted Xia Ying's shoulder before rising to her feet. "I'll go take a shower. We can talk more later." "Go ahead, Lu Ruobing nodded and turned to leave. In front of the wooden cabin, Du Fei sat in a rattan chair, deep in thought. Upon seeing Lu Ruobing approach, he stood and inquired, "What is wrong with Xiaoying, Sai?" "She misses her sister," Lu Ruobing replied softly. "She has a sister?" Du Fei asked, momentarily taken aback. "Yes, she is quite heartbroken at the moment." Lu Ruobing's expression darkened, worried that Xia Ying might be overwhelmed with sorrow. After a moment's thought, she looked at Du Fei with a hint of pleading in her eyes. "Perhaps you could go comfort her?" "All right, I will check on her," Du Fei replied, then made his way towards the 2 large trees in the distance. Before reaching them, he heard murmurs emanating from beneath the tree. "Lon, do you know? I am living quite happily now, enjoying 3 meals a day of fine rice and flour. Our sisters are all living well, and this is all thanks to our wonderful commander who has joined our legion." He is a super genius. Not only handsome but also kind to us. He even saved my life. Our camp is currently under construction, and the commander has said that we will build a city where all our families can reside. Xia Ying's voice trembled as she continued, Lan, when I heard the commander's words that day, I desperately wanted to know your whereabouts. How I long for you to live with us. I truly miss you. Lost in her sorrowful monologue, Xia Ying remained oblivious to Du Fei's presence. After a while, as the cigarette but nearly burned her fingers, she finally discarded it and pulled out another. The lighter ignited, and she nearly jumped in surprise, exclaiming, You scared me, Commander. Recognizing Du Fei beside her, Xia Ying quickly wiped away her tears, flustered as she stammered, Commander, what brings you here? I heard someone crying, so I came to see. Du Fei replied with a smile. Who? This beauty would never cry, Xia Ying retorted, lifting her sleeve to dry her tears, then retrieving a cigar from her pocket. After lighting it, she offered it to Du Fei. Would you care to join me for a puff? Du Fei, at a loss for words, accepted the cigar and sat beside her. Cough, cough, cough. After taking a puff, he began to cough incessantly, nearly choking. You shouldn't inhale cigars. Xia Ying could not help but chuckle, quickly reaching out to pat Du Fei's back. Forget it. You can just hold on to it. After a while, Du Fei regained his composure and inquired, You have a sister? At his question, Xia Ying's expression darkened again as she nodded. Yes. You don't know her whereabouts? No. Xia Ying inhaled deeply and shook her head. I don't even know if she is still alive. Du Fei furrowed his brow. Tell me more about it. You want to know? Xia Ying was slightly taken aback. Du Fei nodded, gesturing towards her cigar. All right then. Xia Ying took a deep breath, paused for a moment, then looked up at Du Fei. Do you know about test tube babies? I do. Du Fei nodded. In order to increase the population, the Federation has a ratio of over 60 test tube babies in the base city. Aside from normal births, each test tube baby is born just like any other, with a fixed lifespan of 18 years. The only difference is that babies born to families are raised by their biological parents, while test tube babies are either reared by the Federation or adopted by other families. Since the fixed lifespan before 18 cannot be traded or plundered, the Federation stipulates that, except for criminals, everyone can live in the base city and attend various military academies to train their beast hunting abilities until they turn 18. After that, their fixed lifespan will conclude, and in order to survive, they must venture outside the city to hunt time beasts and earn time. From that moment on, for those who leave the base city at 18, it is either the beginning of life or the end. In short, ultimately, they will become tools for the Federation to acquire time. What I want to tell you is that my sister and I are both test tube babies. I am 3 years older than her, and she is not my biological sister. We were adopted by a family when we were young. Xia Ying explained to Du Fei. Du Fei nodded again. In this world, the situation of test tube babies was indeed commonplace. Xia Ying bit her lip and continued. The parents who adopted my sister and me treated us well. Unfortunately, when I was 6, our family was attacked by a beast tide, and my father perished at the jaws of a time beast, leaving only my mother and us sisters. Years later, due to the immense pressure of life, my mother sought a stepfather to support us. Little did we know, this stepfather was volatile, not only a gambling addict but also a pervert. When he won at gambling, he would squander his winnings in social circles, but after losing, he would rob my mother of her time. If she resisted even slightly, she would be met with violent beatings, often left bruised and battered. My sister and I were not spared either. Any minor displeasure would result in a beating, sometimes severe enough to leave us hanging and beaten. Each time I was punished, my sister would always shield me, despite her young age, enduring the blows and comforting me, saying she wasn't hurt at all. As Xia Ying spoke, her voice quivered, tears streaming down her cheeks. Commander, do you think she was foolish? Du Fei felt a surge of emotion, his brow furrowing as he fell into silence. Perhaps we are test tube babies, unworthy of a beautiful childhood. We envied the children from other families in our eyes. Those children lived in a honey pot, while my sister and I existed in a nightmare. Since then, my sister and I have yearned to grow up, longing for the day we turn 18 to leave Revitalization City. However, when my sister turned 13, she was met with a misfortune. Xia Ying's face twisted with rage as she recounted. On that fateful day, our stepfather lost yet another gambling bout. He first unleashed a brutal assault on our mother. Then, in a fit of madness, He seized the meager time she had left. Consequently, our mother perished beneath his cruel gaze, and in a fit of fury, my sister grasped a sharp knife and, taking him by surprise, fatally stabbed him. In that moment, my sister became a murderer. She was branded with charges of crimes against humanity by the Federation and sent to a labor camp. Upon reaching the age of 18, I encountered Ruo Bing's mother and subsequently joined the Women's Combat Brigade. Shortly thereafter, I learned that the labor camp where my sister was imprisoned had been besieged by a horde of beasts. Many lives were lost that day, though some managed to escape amidst the chaos. After finishing her tale, Xia Ying could no longer contain herself and collapsed into Du Fei's embrace, weeping. For all these years, I have been in the dark about whether she is alive or dead. Sob, sob, sob. At that moment, Du Fei's heart was a tumult of emotions as he gently patted Xia Ying's back, offering solace. Believe that good people are rewarded. Your sister is surely still alive. After saying this, he suddenly recalled a moment when she had been fixated on the drone screen and asked, "Why did you react so strongly to the short-haired woman among the five?" "I do not know. The instant I laid eyes on her, I felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity," Xia Ying replied, stifling her tears. "How old is your sister now?" 20. I heard you call her Lan earlier. "What is her full name?" "Xiaolan." Xia Ying wiped her tears and answered. Du Fei's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that the Black Phoenix referred to the short-haired woman as Lan. Moreover, the age of that short-haired woman also seemed to align closely with 20. Is it merely a coincidence? Du Fei began to suspect that the short-haired woman might indeed be Xia Ying's sister. "Come, sit properly." Du Fei gently pulled Xia Ying closer to him, and she, feeling at ease, settled herself on his lap. "Your intuition should be correct. That short-haired woman could very well be your sister." Chapter 89. Who do you wish to inquire about? As Du Fei's words fell, Xia Ying looked up at him, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of hope. "Are you certain?" "I cannot say for certain yet." Du Fei brushed a strand of hair from her face and said, "However, that short-haired woman is also named Lan. I just do not know her full name." "What? She is also named Lan?" Xia Ying's emotions began to stir. "Yes," Du Fei nodded and continued. "I will inquire about her background from the black market's Black Phoenix, and then we will know the truth. Considering that I have yet to establish a rapport with the Black Phoenix, and given that the short-haired woman's associates belong to a rebel organization, after all, the identities of rebels are not easily divulged, and consorting with them equates to opposing the Federation, leading to potential extermination by the authorities. It is unlikely that the Black Phoenix would speak honestly if I were to inquire now." Yet, upon hearing this, Xia Ying became exceedingly agitated and implored, "Commander, could you please inquire right now? Would that be all right?" Ding. Affinity 50. Du Fei swallowed hard and sighed softly. "Alas, compassion is a kind of ailment." "Very well, I shall give it a try. That's wonderful." Xia Ying's eyes sparkled with delight. "Commander, you are truly kind." Ding. Affinity 50. How astonishing. A mere moment and my affinity has increased by 100 points. Du Fei felt a surge of joy within. Soon, he connected to the communication channel of the Black Phoenix. "This is the Black Phoenix. Who is it?" A cold voice resonated from the communicator. "The leader of the Women's Combat Brigade." "Du Fei," he replied into the device. "Du Commander? I never expected it to be you. Is there something you need at this late hour?" The tone of the Black Phoenix softened immediately, becoming alluring. Xia Ying frowned and couldn't help but pout. "I would like to request your assistance with something," Du Fei stated. "Whatever Du Commander needs is my concern. Feel free to command me. I am humbled, yet I wish to inquire about a certain individual." "Who do you wish to inquire about?" the Black Phoenix asked. "The woman named Lan, with whom I conducted a transaction today. Could you tell me her full name and background?" "Du Commander, have you taken a liking to her?" The Black Phoenix teased lightly. "You jest. I merely wish to maintain our business relationship and gain a deeper understanding." Du Fei replied earnestly. "Du Commander, I truly apologize, but as you can imagine, in our line of work, we must adhere to strict confidentiality. Regardless of the client, we maintain absolute discretion." The Black Phoenix's voice was soothing, and after a brief pause, she added, "However, I can make an exception and divulge information about just one individual." Hearing this, Du Fei felt a surge of delight. This woman is rather accommodating. Yet, before he could express his gratitude, the Black Phoenix's voice returned through the communicator, this time imbued with a flirtatious charm. "Giggle. If you wish to know, we must meet privately. I am always waiting for you." With that, the communication was severed. leaving behind a whirlwind of thoughts. Xia Ying was momentarily stunned, and after a while, muttered under her breath, "What a flirt!" Du Fei put away the communicator, frowning and shaking his head. "Indeed, as I had predicted, we are still unfamiliar with each other, and our communication is inadequate. The Black Phoenix would never reveal the truth. Even if I were to meet with her privately, she would only share a diluted version of the facts. Let us wait a while. I will find a way to uncover the truth." Du Fei assured Xia Ying. Xia Ying nodded, resigned to take things slowly. She had just heard with her own ears the exchange between the Black Phoenix and the commander, a woman. She was quite perceptive and could sense that the Black Phoenix was attempting to entice the commander, which only heightened her reluctance to see him take unnecessary risks. At that moment, "Ying Bao, I am finished washing. It is your turn to shower." Lu Ruobing approached, clad in a delicate nightgown. The V-neck, spaghetti strap design, made of soft, silky material, accentuated Lu Ruobing's perfect figure. This nightgown is incredibly comfortable, a gift from Gan Ting through Husan, with a total of 5 or 6 sets purchased, an exclusive perk for the commanders of the Women's Combat Brigade. Lu Ruobing approached, and Xia Ying, still seated in Du Fei's embrace, raised an eyebrow playfully at her. "You little brat, just moments ago you were crying like a river, and now look at how happy you are." Lu Ruobing rolled her eyes at her and added, "I see you are deliberately trying to lure the commander over to pamper you. You chose a rather inconvenient time to arrive. Couldn't you have come a bit later?" Xia Ying reluctantly released Du Fei and stood up, playfully gesturing towards him. "Come, it's your turn now. You little brat, you are becoming increasingly outrageous." Lu Ruobing's cheeks flushed as she playfully swatted at Xia Ying's behind. "Hurry up and take your shower." "Take it easy, ha ha ha." Xia Ying laughed as she made her way to the wooden cabin. As Xia Ying departed, Lu Ruobing moved closer to Du Fei, smoothing her nightgown, and inquired, "Commander, do you think this new outfit I bought today looks good?" The nightgown was adorned with embroidered planes, cannons, handguns, and bullets. These are the only patterns available in this world. Du Fei couldn't help but internally scoff, yet he still stole a glance at her long, fair legs and said, "It looks good." "Really?" Lu Ruobing's face lit up with joy as she lifted the hem of her nightgown and twirled gracefully in front of Du Fei. In that instant, Du Fei found himself entranced. Unable to restrain himself, he pulled her into his embrace. Lu Ruobing let out a surprised cry, and as she regained her composure, she blushed furiously upon realizing she was being held by Du Fei. She attempted to struggle free but felt utterly powerless, unable to escape his grasp. With no choice, she playfully punched Du Fei's chest and feigned annoyance. "Your hands are not allowed to wander." The moment she said this, it inadvertently reminded Du Fei. Ding, Affinity 50. Ding, Affinity 50. Chapter 90. I am no match for the donkeys in the production team. PS. At this juncture, I wish to share some heartfelt thoughts with my readers. Some may be inclined to criticize, questioning if we are fools. We came to read, and you are merely throwing this together to placate us. Rather than wasting time on this, you should be contemplating how to provide more updates. Even the donkeys in the production team are not as lazy as you. The updates are so slow. It's frustrating to see you churn out a few hundred words on this. To clarify, writing this does not require rhetorical finesse, emotional control, or pacing. It can be done freely. Hence, this type of writing is comparatively quicker. Moreover, if I do not express these thoughts, this book may progress even more slowly. Or worse, it may come to a halt entirely. Now, let us discuss the donkeys in the production team. It is often said that I cannot compete with the donkeys in the production team. And I admit this truth. If a donkey were to write, it would undoubtedly do so more swiftly than I. What I wish to convey is that I am not being lazy. I genuinely desire to write more. I would even relish the chance to produce 10 chapters in a day, yet I do not wish to compromise on quality or write hastily, hence my careful and gradual approach. If I were to hastily produce 10 chapters filled with rough drafts and release them, I would likely face criticism, and the complaints would shift from slow updates to a lack of quality. Conversely, no one would praise me, exclaiming, "Wow, that's impressive. The update speed is remarkable." Some readers have stated that they do not care for quality, only quantity. If you have the ability, release 10 chapters in a day. If readers truly demand this, I must concede. It is beyond my capability. Primarily, I compose on my mobile phone. Even with haphazard writing, I cannot manage to produce 10 chapters daily. Moreover, I am unashamed of my background. I did not complete my middle school education, Having only attended up to the second year of junior high, my vocabulary is quite limited, and I often have to look up many words as I write. Additionally, I suffer from obsessive-compulsive tendencies. After completing each sentence, I meticulously ponder whether my word choices are appropriate and if my sentences flow smoothly. If something seems amiss, I delete and rewrite it. I am particularly vigilant about typos and punctuation. Scrutinizing each paragraph thoroughly after writing it is a compulsion indeed. Although I am aware of my limited skills and the subpar nature of my writing, I would rather endure criticism for my slow pace than be chastised for the quality of my work. Regarding gifts, should any kind souls choose to offer them, I would receive a modest sum. I only occasionally request this under dire financial circumstances, never imposing upon others to give. I believe that if my readers are pleased, they may choose to gift me, and if not, they are under no obligation. Some have accused me of shamelessly soliciting gifts, implying that I am disgraceful. Perhaps the comment was made without malice, but it truly stung when I read it. I have never harmed anyone through my writing. I merely seek a few free gifts. Alas, I digressed. I have come to realize that it is the authors who are driven to madness, not the readers. Speaking of which, I genuinely wish I could cast my phone aside and hand it over to you all. In all honesty, even if my readers were to berate me relentlessly, my writing speed would not increase, as I painstakingly spell everything out using pinyin, one character at a time. Henceforth, I shall refrain from posting chapter by chapter. Starting tomorrow, I will compile and publish all my daily writing at once. This way, my readers will clearly see how many chapters one update each day. If it amounts to just one chapter, I shall accept any criticism without complaint. I extend my gratitude to those who have gifted me. I will regularly check the gift leaderboard and express my sincerest thanks at the end of each chapter. Your generosity has invigorated me, and while the monetary rewards may be meager, I am content. Additionally, I am grateful to all the readers who have offered positive reviews. Your unwavering support and encouragement mean the world to me. Lastly, I acknowledge my slow writing pace, but my only desire is to craft a worthy book. I am diligently working on updates. Chapter 91. A heavy burden as the system's notification chimes incessantly. Panic grips Lu Ruobing as she pushes Du Fei away, striking him lightly. "You've ruined everything," she exclaims before hastily standing and fleeing, her face concealed by her hands. Inside the independent control room of the No. 1 Land King battle vehicle, the atmosphere is tense. Is this it? Are we not continuing? Du Fei stammers, eyes wide with disbelief. I saw nothing. Guanting and Sun Shaoqian fix their gaze on the screen, gripping the control sticks tightly. Should we save this video? Sun Shaoqian swallows hard, her voice tinged with reluctance. You might as well go ahead, but if Ruobing finds out we were spying, she won't hesitate to gouge your eyes out, Guanting retorts, rolling her eyes. So, should we delete it then? It feels like a waste. Sun Shaoqian's face reflects her regret, but ultimately, she deletes the 11 minutes and 47 seconds of footage captured by the predator. Just then, Guanting bites her lip and murmurs, "I'm feeling a bit unwell. I think I need to use the restroom." With a blush, she dashes out of the control room. Sun Shaoqian, upon witnessing this, hastily sets the two predators to autonomous guard mode before chasing after her. "I'll go too. Wait for me in the workshop." The lights blaze brightly, akin to daylight. Design blueprints are spread across the workbench. With the Nirvana meteorite now in his possession, Du Fei's thoughts drift towards the intelligent battlesuit. Despite being a mere three-piece set, the complexity of its internal processes has kept him from procrastinating. After descending from the mountain, he resolved to begin crafting it overnight. After a moment of contemplation, Du Fei accessed the system interface to review some essential information. In the next moment, the system interface materialized in his mind. Host, Du Fei. Position, Commander Legion. Auxiliary Women's Field Corps. Reputation, 60180. Intimacy, 1169. Physique, Primary Enhancement 10, Primary Enhancement, Advanced Enhancement, Super Enhancement. Friendly reminder, upon the next expansion of the physique limit, an additional 10 points of enhancement can be gained. Note, the enhancement gained after each expansion at every stage is equivalent to the total of previous enhancement points. Items, Universal Toolbox X1, Rare Material Melting Agent X 500 ml, Element Control X 1 ml, Nirvana Meteorite Raw Stone X 1000 grams. Goodness. Yesterday, my intimacy value was just over 300, and now it has skyrocketed to over 1,000. Du Fei's initial focus was on the intimacy value. And at this moment, he gazed at that section with uncontainable delight. Excellent, the growth rate has surged. It is worth noting that previously, intimacy points started from a mere point. Now, some female soldiers have begun with 5 points, such as Su Ninger, Song Jia, and Zhao Feifeng. Comparatively, Guan Ting and Sun Shaoqian have a higher intimacy value than other female soldiers, beginning at 10 points. However, overall, the highest intimacy values have been drawn from Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying, likely due to their physical contact, with both starting at a minimum of 50 points. The intimacy values are indicative of the female soldier's admiration for Du Fei, leading to varying quantities gained. Du Fei mused that as the team expands in the future, the number of female soldiers will undoubtedly increase. He even contemplated whether to keep a record for those who significantly contribute to intimacy, possibly managing it through a computer. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought, as he is currently overwhelmed with tasks. The increase in intimacy values tonight is particularly substantial. Du Fei felt buoyed, unable to suppress his murmuring. If this trend continues, and he could amass significant intimacy points, he must strategize accordingly. After all, the construction of the camp is a monumental undertaking, and the forthcoming city development will require an unimaginable number of intimacy points. Clenching his fist, he resolved to exert himself for survival and future prosperity. The weight of responsibility settled heavily upon him. Chapter 92. The technology repository refreshes considering that the camp has commenced construction. While the Legion's development is a common phenomenon, the Federation has not imposed restrictions. However, the Women's Field Corps has ambitious plans for a city, with even the inner city serving as a stronghold for the Federation. Du Fei pondered that this would inevitably attract the Federation's attention and possibly incite conflict. Thus, fortification is of utmost priority. After a brief contemplation, Du Fei accessed the technology repository, discovering a plethora of newly refreshed items. The unveiled items left him momentarily astounded. Hawk-eyed unmanned combat drone. Blueprint requires 5,000 reputation points. Dragon Thistle Cruiser. Blueprint requires 100,000 reputation points. Destroyer Tracked Battle Vehicle. Blueprint requires 5,000 reputation points. C-Class Intelligent Guardian. Mechanical Product. Blueprint requires 80,000 reputation points. B-Class Intelligent Guardian. Mechanical Product. Blueprint requires 150,000 reputation points. A-Class Intelligent Guardian. Mechanical Product. Blueprint requires 300,000 reputation points. Real-Life Guardian. Intelligent Mechanism. Female. Product requires 3,000 intimacy points. Climate Modification Device. Product. Blueprint requires 3,000 intimacy points. Aerial Fortress. Core Product requires 200,000 intimacy points. My goodness! After reviewing each item, Du Fei took a deep breath. His emotions turbulent. The technology repository's refreshed offerings had escalated to a new level. Not only were there more powerful drones and tracked battle vehicles, but naval combat vessels had also been introduced. Additionally, there were new intelligent guardians and, surprisingly, a real-life guardian had appeared. Most notably, an exorbitantly priced item, the Aerial Fortress, had emerged. 200,000 intimacy points. What a staggering amount! Du Fei stared at the Aerial Fortress in the technology repository, his lips twitching. However, such a high price must surely indicate its immense value. There is no choice but to strive harder. Setting aside these thoughts for now, he opted to exchange for the Intelligent Laser Defense System first. Ding! Congratulations to the host for using 1,000 intimacy points to exchange for a blueprint of the Intelligent Laser Defense System. In the next instant, the design, manufacturing parameters, and functionalities of the Intelligent Laser Defense System materialized in his mind. Intelligent Laser Defense System deploys defense across designated areas, capable of providing all-around intelligent defense for airspace within the designated zone. Main defense weapon. Intelligent laser cannon, available in exposed and concealed types, with quantities adjustable according to the defense layout requirements. Specific performance. Powered by crystal energy, offering instantaneous, uninterrupted detection and early warning of airspace, capable of precisely intercepting incoming aerial assaults at the earliest opportunity. Click to expand further. Excellent. This is precisely the type of comprehensive defense system I require. Du Fei briefly reviewed the details, feeling quite satisfied. Given the many intricate details involved with this intelligent laser defense system, he planned to take his time researching it over the next few days. Soon, he cast aside all distractions and began preparing to create the intelligent battlesuit. Spreading out the blueprints, he followed the detailed parameters, starting with the creation of 3 molds: shoulder guards, wrist guards, and knee pads. Once the molds were fashioned, he would synthesize the active vibration gold, infuse it into the molds, and install the reaction, traction, and activation devices, among other components. With that said, the intelligent battlesuit trio is nearly complete. All that remains is to install an energy crystal in each of the three components. Theoretically, this seems straightforward, yet the actual fabrication proves to be quite challenging, particularly concerning the various core devices, which play a crucial role. The ability to deftly manipulate active vibranium enables the trio to instantaneously form a comprehensive defensive suit. Consequently, the complexity of crafting these devices should not be underestimated. P.S. Due to the sensitive nature of the intelligent battlesuit's core secrets, I shall refrain from disclosing much about the various devices here. Dufay estimates that merely constructing the various components of the trio will require an entire day's work. Next, he selects several pieces of high-quality steel to begin crafting the molds for the trio. In the workshop, as the machinery in Section 3 commences operation, Dufay immerses himself in the task at hand. 2 hours later, the molds for the trio are completed. Without pausing, Dufay proceeds to select intricate modules, components, and chips. He then dedicates himself fully to the crafting of the suit's intelligent apparatus, continuing until dawn breaks. The response mechanisms for the trio are fundamentally resolved, with only the traction device and activation mechanism remaining. The completion is imminent. Today, he should be able to don the intelligent battlesuit. Dufay exhales, a glint of excitement illuminating his face. In the air raid shelter, within the living quarters, Lu Ruobing is currently soaking in the rehabilitation pool with her eyes closed, gently massaging her fair skin. Due to some marks that appeared on her neck and chest last night, she had a restless night. Fearing that her sisters might notice, she hurried over at daybreak for rehabilitation. Wow, Ruobing, you're here for rehabilitation so early. At that moment, a few female soldiers, having just completed their drills, approach her. Lu Ruobing nods in acknowledgement, checks her body, and upon discovering the marks have vanished, steps out of the rehabilitation pool to get dressed. Oh, what's this? It's a type of plant. I have 2 growing here as well. Look over there. There are so many sprouting from the crevices. Ruobing, come take a look. The group of female soldiers, preparing to disrobe and soak, suddenly discover numerous plant sprouts around the rehabilitation pool. It is worth noting that the air raid shelter is usually barren, and these unexpected green plants intrigue them. As the female soldiers call out, Lu Ruobing, having finished dressing, hurries over. Upon closer inspection, her eyes widen in astonishment. The ground beside the rehabilitation pool, as well as the cracks and uneven corners, are sprouting with vibrant green plant shoots. How strange. I've never seen this type of plant before. Curiosity flickers in Lu Ruobing's eyes. In this radiation-filled environment, the common plant shoots vary widely, some resembling insects, others crystalline, and many fungal, displaying an array of bizarre shapes. Yet, the green shoots before her are entirely novel. Ninger is here. Ninger, you're into biology. Come see what this plant is. 2 female soldiers spot Su Ninger and immediately call out, Ninger, come over and take a look. Lu Ruobing gestures for Su Ninger. Upon noticing, Su Ninger quickly approaches, crouches down for a closer look, and her face instantly reflects surprise. She reaches out to examine the 2 shoots, and after a moment of careful observation, exclaims, Cucumber, thank you for your support and encouragement. Next, I will strive to write 2 more chapters overnight. Updates are in progress. Chapter 93. A sense of urgency and peace. What did you say? Lu Ruobing is taken aback, gazing at Su Ninger. Cucumber? Yes, it's a cucumber, Su Ninger affirms with a nod. Goodness, how could cucumbers grow here? Indeed, it's quite unbelievable. It is said that such vegetables can only thrive in the Federated Pure Lands. I've never seen cucumber shoots in my entire life. The female soldiers express their astonishment, as though they have encountered a rare treasure. I see now. It must be the effect of the rehabilitation pool. Su Ninger observes, scanning the surroundings. 1 female soldier's eyes light up with excitement. Ninger, with so many cucumbers, does that mean we can? No, we cannot. Su Ninger shakes her head, stating, it's impossible to eat them without photosynthesis. It's difficult for cucumbers to grow. Cucumbers are sun-loving plants that require ample sunlight during their growth period. Without sufficient sunlight, it would adversely affect their growth and flowering. I understand now. Disappointment washes over the faces of the female soldiers. If only they could grow cucumbers, it would eliminate the need to purchase them from the outpost, allowing them to enjoy fresh vegetables while saving considerable time. In the workshop, after a night of labor, Du Fei has completed the fabrication of the intelligent suit's traction mechanism, leaving only the activation device to finish. Just as he intends to take a break, Lu Ruobing enters. Upon seeing her, Du Fei instinctively pulls her into an embrace. What is it? Ah, that tickles. It's broad daylight, and the soldiers will be coming in soon. Lu Ruobing's cheeks flush as she pulls Du Fei's hands from beneath her clothing. I need to discuss something with you. Many cucumber sprouts have appeared near the rehabilitation pool. Cucumber sprouts? Du Fei, puzzled, quickly tidies up the items on the workbench and follows Lu Ruobing to the living quarters. Soon, they arrive beside the rehabilitation pool, where several female soldiers are preparing to soak, some already halfway undressed. Upon noticing Du Fei's arrival, they hurriedly cover themselves, concerned about creating an awkward situation for the commander. Indeed, they are green plants. Du Fei observes the cucumber sprouts around him. Feeling somewhat astonished, such normal green flora can only thrive in pure lands. He then glances at the rehabilitation pool, and a spark of realization ignites in his eyes. He understands now. The rehabilitation fluid can eliminate the surrounding soil's radiation and has a beneficial effect on the soil's condition. This discovery stirs excitement within Du Fei. He had originally planned to cultivate land for growing vegetables and grain crops, but was troubled by how to eliminate the soil's radiation. Now, this issue seems to have been resolved. The rehabilitation fluid can nullify soil radiation, while the climate improvement device in the technology repository can purify the air's radiation. Together, the rehabilitation fluid and climate improvement device can work in tandem. In this way, a pure land can be established within the camp, allowing for self-sufficiency in food supply. Of course, this is merely Du Fei's preliminary idea. Whether it can be realized still requires practical verification. A new day dawns, and the female combat team's camp is abuzz with activity. The female soldiers and the group of miners led by Qin Yuanshan are working vigorously, fully engaged in their tasks. In the independent control room, following Du Fei's instructions, Gong Ting operates the #1 predator to continue searching for the whereabouts of the rebel organization. Sun Xiaoqian sets the #2 predator to autonomous guard mode, leading a few capable assistants into the workshop to continue weapon and ammunition production. As Du Fei steps out of the living quarters, he is filled with satisfaction at the scene before him. Silently reflecting, one must remain vigilant even in times of peace. The next step is to expand the team. However, the pressing issue at hand is that the female combat team is still quite impoverished. Recruiting personnel or assimilating other squads necessitates sufficient strength. Most importantly, financial resources are essential to ensure the sustenance and various expenses of the regiment. This is not a matter that can be resolved overnight and requires a steady, gradual approach. Nevertheless, Du Fei is confident in expanding the team. As long as sufficient time is secured, he believes it won't be long before the female combat team truly resembles a regiment. Currently, the technology repository has refreshed with the Eagle Hawk unmanned combat aircraft and the destroyer tracked vehicle. These two new models of drones and armored vehicles should surpass the current Predator and Land King in capability. Du Fei contemplates that although the female combat team is currently small in number, their combat strength must be enhanced. These 108 female soldiers are those he has personally trained. It is not about quantity but quality. Even as the team expands in the future, he intends for these 108 female soldiers to remain the elite of the elite. Du Fei plans to acquire an additional batch of the new drones and tracked vehicles. This way, the female soldiers can avoid being exposed in the wild, engaging entirely from the safety of their vehicles and drones. With each one adorned in the beaded mithril inner garment, their safety would be substantially assured. However, recalling the previous Predators and Land Kings, which were modified versions, presented some complications if he wishes to conserve funds while swiftly producing the new drones and tracked vehicles. He must pursue the modification route. The only problem is that there are merely a few million hours available on the books. Even an old drone or tracked vehicle is quite expensive. Presently, they cannot afford it. The sole solution lies in hunting the time beasts extensively to gather time and accumulate funds. Du Fei resolves that once the intelligent battle suit is completed, he will personally lead a team to harvest a bountiful catch. After a brief contemplation, he dives back into the workshop to continue his labor. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying, filled with curiosity about the intelligent battle suit, accompany Du Fei on either side, silently observing his craftsmanship. 2 hours later, the activation device is finally complete. Du Fei does not pause, immediately beginning to install the various devices into the molds of the trio. The devices are embedded within the trio, necessitating prior installation to ensure they can amalgamate with the injected active vibranium. After approximately 10 minutes, the installation is complete. Next, the synthesis of vibranium is set to commence, following the prescribed ratios: 1 ml control element, 1,000 grams of Nirvana meteorite raw stone, 1,000 milliliters rare substance smelting agent. Can synthesize 2 kilograms of active vibration gold. The ratio may vary slightly. Dufay took a deep breath and first poured 1 milliliter of the control element onto the 2 pieces of Nirvana meteorite raw stone. The next moment, under the influence of the control element, ripples began to form in the air around the container. The 2 raw stones twisted slowly like twisted dough, intertwining and merging into one, transforming into a gleaming piece of black metal that shimmered under the light. Beside them, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying watched in astonishment, their eyes wide with surprise. It really synthesized so quickly? Is this vibration gold? Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying whispered. Chapter 94, Successful Production of Intelligent Combat Suit. Indeed, this is merely conventional vibration gold, Dufay replied, a hint of excitement on his face. Since the 2 raw stones were purchased at 1 kilogram, Dufay weighed the product and found that the actual synthesized conventional vibration gold weighed a full 1,300 grams. After adding 1,000 milliliters of the rare substance smelting agent, it would transform into over 2,000 grams of active vibration gold. According to the material parameters needed for the 3-piece intelligent combat suit, 2 kilograms would suffice, indicating that this amount would be more than enough. Next, while the conventional vibration gold had yet to cool, Dufay swiftly divided off 300 grams. Sun Shaoqian, team leader, Sun Shaoqian, who was busy, immediately ran over upon hearing Dufay's call. This is 300 grams of conventional vibration gold, which has not yet fully cooled. Please fabricate these into injection needles within 2 hours, Dufay commanded. The anesthetic gun for hunting the Beast King level time beast had already been partially constructed, utilizing an ignition tube-style injection bullet. This anesthetic bullet consists of a bullet body, injection needle, injection liquid, rare substance smelting agent, power chamber, and tail, using the gas generated by the ignition tube as propulsion. When it strikes the target, the injection needle penetrates the target's body, igniting the gunpowder within the bullet body, forming a high-pressure chamber at the rear, allowing the rare substance smelting agent to be injected into the target instantaneously. However, considering the hardness of the Beast King level time beast's exterior, Dufay decided to use conventional vibration gold as the material for the injection needle. The vibration gold injection needle will certainly pierce through the Beast King level time beast's exterior with ease. Understood, Sun Shaoqian responded, taking the 300 grams of conventional vibration gold back to her workstation, leading a few capable assistants to begin the fabrication in a race against time. Subsequently, Dufay took out 2 bottles of rare substance smelting agent and poured them over the remaining 1,000 grams of conventional vibration gold. In an instant, the conventional vibration gold began to liquefy, quickly transforming into a container filled with black metallic liquid, gently bubbling. Synthesizing 2 kilograms of active vibration gold is this simple. Without delay, Dufay carefully poured the active vibration gold into the molds for the 3-piece suit. Just right, not a drop more or less. How fortuitous. As the active vibration gold fused with the various devices, it cooled gradually. Dufay kept track of time, and after about 10 minutes, once it had set, he injected a small amount of smelting agent along the edges of the mold and swiftly extracted the 3-piece suit. A pair of knee guards, a pair of wrist guards, and a pair of shoulder pads gleamed brilliantly. Next, Dufay installed the 6 energy crystals he had previously exchanged into the activation devices of the 3-piece suit. The intelligent combat suit was finally completed. Is it really done? Lu Ruobing's beautiful face revealed delight as she inquired. Indeed, Dufay nodded. Team leader, could you please wear it to demonstrate? Xia Ying reached out to touch the 3-piece suit, her eyes filled with anticipation. The active vibration gold and devices need several hours to integrate. I will showcase it to you at that time. Dufay exhaled, feeling a surge of excitement. After lunch, the female combat team's camp was bustling once more. Dufay stepped out of the air raid shelter in the living area, and Su Ninger and Zhao Feifeng rushed over, each holding blueprints to report on their work. Report, team leader, as per your instructions, after repeated experiments, we have confirmed that the recovery solution can indeed eliminate radiation in the soil. However, the purified soil quickly becomes recontaminated by the radiation in the air. If we can solve the radiation in the air, we can proceed with the next phase of our farming plan. Report, team leader, after soil testing, we have currently designated 50 acres of land with lighter radiation to the south of the camp. This land is being cultivated, and we are well prepared to plant various food crops and vegetables in the future. Su Ninger and Zhao Feifeng excitedly reported to Du Fei. Excellent. We will find solutions to these issues shortly. After listening to the reports from the two beautiful women, Du Fei smiled and nodded, affirming and praising their work. Ding Affinity 5. Ding Affinity 5. Ding Affinity 5. After receiving Du Fei's praise, Su Ninger and Zhao Feifeng were overjoyed, contributing dozens of points of affinity each on the spot. Subsequently, Du Fei noticed that the foundation of the camp's walls had been partially laid. Song Jia and a group of female soldiers were leading miners to lay the tracks for the or transport vehicles from the mountains. Thus, Du Fei approached to offer some encouragement and then personally provided on-site guidance. With the system prompts ringing in his mind, he reaped another wave of prestige and affinity points. After inspecting the camp, Du Fei found himself quite rewarded. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, near the mountain hollow outside the camp, cannon fire roared. Considering the physical condition of the female soldiers, Du Fei had requested the replacement of the old shoulder-mounted grenade launchers. Sun Xiaoqian had already manufactured a batch of convenient lightweight grenade launchers based on the blueprints Du Fei provided. At this moment, Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Sun Xiaoqian were leading a group of female soldiers in testing the grenade launchers. Team leader, this grenade launcher is fantastic, indeed. It's lightweight, practical, and incredibly powerful. The voices of Lu Ruobing and Xiaoying came through the communicator. Given the testing of the new weapon, Du Fei naturally had to oversee the process. A few minutes later, he arrived at the testing site. A female soldier was preparing to launch a grenade while shouldering the launcher. Du Fei frowned slightly and approached to provide guidance. This grenade launcher is different from the previous model. The method of use has changed slightly, and it doesn't require excessive force. Your posture is incorrect. It should be like this. As he spoke, he patiently adjusted the female soldier's stance and then supported her arms from behind. Yes, just like that. Whoosh! The grenade shot out from the launcher. Boom! Under Du Fei's hands-on guidance, it hit the target with precision. Yay! The female soldier clenched her fist, nearly fainting from excitement. Oh my, this is so blissful. I'm the first in the entire team to fire with the team leader. Ding Affinity 10. Just then, a report came through the headset from Gonting. Report, team leader. I have received a call from Iron Blood Brigade Commander Chu Zhengxiang. Chapter 95. Stealing Melons and Picking Gourds. Iron Blood Brigade Chu Zhengxiang. Du Fei touched his headset and said, connect to the encrypted channel. Understood, team leader. Gonting responded. Soon, the signal was connected. Commander Chu, this is Du Fei. Brother Du, how have you been these days? Chu Zhengxiang's voice came through the headset. Thanks to Commander Chu. It seems you've finished your military duties? Du Fei inquired politely. Don't mention it. Ever since parting at the Qingchuan ruins, I haven't even returned home. These past few days have been quite hectic, Chu Zhengxiang sighed, adding with a tone of guilt. I originally intended to personally visit Brother Du to express my gratitude, but I've been tied up. The entire Holy War military district has been in chaos these days. I'm at my wit's end. What is going on? Du Fei asked, casually. Brother Du, do you still remember that cloaked winged beast from the Qingchuan ruins? Without waiting for Du Fei to respond, Chu Zhengxiang continued. That winged beast has now appeared within the Holy War City area and has attracted another Thunder Beast King. The two strongholds to the east of Holy War City have already fallen, and the military district has urgently recalled 3 high-ranking regiments from overseas to prepare for a Beast King level hunting ground. You know, my Iron Blood Brigade is an independent brigade, directly under the military district, and I'm included in this Beast King level hunting ground formation. Hearing Chu Zhengxiang's account, Du Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. Good heavens! That cloaked winged beast from the Qingchuan ruins actually made its way to Holy War City and has lured another Beast King? This is excellent news. We were just preparing to hunt the Beast King level time beast, and now the opportunity has arrived. Just think, extracting 1 milliliter of control element from one tail, how much could we obtain from 2 Beast Kings? At least over 100 milliliters. What are Commander Chu's plans? Du Fei inquired knowingly. That's exactly what I wanted to discuss with Brother Du. Why Iron Blood Brigade wishes to invite the female combat team to participate in this mission within the Holy War Military District. After all, we still need your assistance. Additionally, I have a request. Would it be possible for you to sell us a portion of that special ammunition? Or we can trade with our equipment, ensuring that you won't suffer any losses. This is my plan. After the mission is completed, all time and federal subsidies and rewards obtained by the Iron Blood Brigade will be shared equally between us. Chu Zhengxiong continued, reassuring Du Fei. Brother, please rest assured that regarding all confidential matters of the female combat team, my Iron Blood Brigade will not leak a single word. What do you think, brother? After saying this, he awaited Du Fei's response. It is noteworthy that the Iron Blood Brigade, since its last successful completion of the Qingchuan Ruins mission, has achieved remarkable fame. Its ranking surged from 9856 on the Tianyan leaderboard to an impressive 3217. Propelling it into the top 5,000 within mere days of gaining renown, the Iron Blood Brigade expanded to over 10,000 members. Furthermore, the military district rewarded them with numerous high-quality equipment, including more than 10 tracked vehicles. Chu Zhengxiong initially intended to express his gratitude to Du Fei, but then the city of Holy War faced an unexpected assault from the Beast King. Now, the Beast King level hunting grounds in the city of Holy War have been established. And naturally, the Iron Blood Brigade is included in the battle plans. Chu Zhengxiong pondered that if the Iron Blood Brigade were to achieve further success this time, the rewards from the Federation would be even more substantial. Even if the spoils were shared equally with the Women's Field Corps, a slightly reduced share for the Iron Blood Brigade would still amount to a considerable income. Moreover, should their performance improve, the Iron Blood Brigade could potentially expand into an independent division, leading to even greater rewards in the future. Of course, Chu Zhengxiong was acutely aware that none of this would be possible without Du Fei's support. As for the special ammunition of the Women's Field Corps, he had long dreamed of acquiring it and decided to broach the subject tentatively. If Du Fei were willing to sell a portion of the special ammunition to the Iron Blood Brigade, he would agree without hesitation, provided the cost was within the brigade's means. At this moment, Chu Zhengxiong felt a twinge of anxiety, while his adjutant Dong Jia and the commander of the 3rd Regiment, Dong Biao, were also extremely tense. Their hearts were in their throats, each of them anxious about the possibility of being rejected by Du Fei. Unbeknownst to them, Du Fei was secretly overjoyed, as he had been troubled by the lack of vehicles and drones, and this opportunity had presented itself fortuitously. It was akin to renewing a previous collaboration with the Iron Blood Brigade, albeit with a twist this time. If they managed to hunt 2 Beast Kings, not only would they secure a substantial amount of control elements, but they could also share in the Federation's subsidies and rewards through the Iron Blood Brigade. It was indeed a win-win situation. Logically speaking, Du Fei had no intention of selling the secret silver ammunition at the moment. Had it been anyone else, he might have outright declined. However, due to the trust established from their previous collaboration, he found himself relatively confident in the Iron Blood Brigade. Du Fei contemplated allowing the Iron Blood Brigade to possess a portion of the secret silver ammunition, as it could potentially evolve into an affiliated unit in the future. Furthermore, until the Women's Field Corps had grown stronger, the Iron Blood Brigade would still serve as a valuable shield in a mutually beneficial arrangement. If the Iron Blood Brigade could develop into a top-tier legion, it would provide an even greater safeguard. Moreover, Chu Zhengxiong had promised that the time gained from hunting the Time Beast would be shared equally with the Women's Field Corps. This effectively meant an additional independent brigade to assist, which was undeniably advantageous. After contemplating for a few seconds, Du Fei had formulated his thoughts. Commander Chu, regarding what you just mentioned, I have given it some thought. You know this involves the core secrets of our military. Before Du Fei could finish, Chu Zhengxiong's voice came through the earpiece with another assurance. Brother Du, rest assured. I guarantee with my life that there will be no leaks, he added, if any suspicions arise externally. I assure you, the Iron Blood Brigade will shoulder all responsibility. The secrets of the Women's Field Corps are the secrets of the Iron Blood Brigade. Well, since Commander Chu has said so, I naturally believe you. Du Fei relaxed, as this was precisely what he wanted to hear. He continued, let's do this. The Iron Blood Brigade should prepare some ammunition, and I can assist you in modifying a batch. Chapter 96. We are about to strike it rich. With Du Fei's words transmitted through the communicator, joy illuminated the faces of Chu Zhengxiong, Dong Jia, and Dong Biao. As their anxieties dissipated, Chu Zhengxiong, filled with excitement, exclaimed, excellent. I cannot express my gratitude enough, brother. Speaking of which, clear accounts are essential among brothers. Please, Brother Du, state your price. Since Commander Chu has put it that way, I shall not be overly formal. 10 tracked vehicles and 10 drones, Du Fei stated. Great. No problem. Chu Zhengxiong readily agreed, as these items were inconsequential for the Iron Blood Brigade. Moreover, having just emerged from the battle at the Qingchuan Ruins, He had already intended to provide the Women's Field Corps with a portion of tracked vehicles and drones. This arrangement deeply touched Chu Zhengxiang. I knew it. This young Commander Du is a reliable ally. A rare look of pride spread across Chu Zhengxiang's face as he spoke to his two subordinates. Dong Jie and Dong Biao nodded in admiration. Their commander had a keen eye for recognizing true talent. Ding, reputation value 100. Ding, reputation value 100. Ding, reputation value 100. Hearing 3 notification chimes in his mind, Du Fei was slightly taken aback. Without overthinking, he inquired, Commander Chu, when does the hunting task commence? The 3 high-ranking military groups from the outer seas should return to the Holy War Military District tomorrow. And the hunting task is expected to begin in 3 days, Chu Zhengxiang replied. He continued, Brother Du, I will start preparations immediately. 3 days from now, I will be at the 72nd stronghold in the city of Holy War to welcome you. How does that sound? Du Fei considered for a moment and responded, That works. Excellent. It is settled then. I look forward to your arrival, brother. Chu Zhengxiang's voice was tinged with delight. Once the communication ended, Dong Jie excitedly exclaimed, Commander, we are about to strike it rich. Money grubber, please plan the route to the 72nd stronghold in the city of Holy War. Du Fei replied with an amused smile, issuing her a command. Yes, Commander. In the independent control room. Gan Ting stuck out her tongue in reply. Liar Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged glances, their faces alight with excitement. They had been eavesdropping on Du Fei's conversation with Chu Zhengxiang, not to mention the 10 tracked vehicles and 10 drones. The prospect of hunting 2 Beast Kings thrilled them immensely. If they completed the task successfully, not only would they share in the Federation's considerable rewards, but they would also be able to extract control elements. With those, they could purchase some Nirvana meteorite or, allowing them to synthesize even more vibranium. They had long coveted vibranium smart battlesuits, dreaming of owning one. How much secret silver do we currently have? Du Fei asked. Don't worry, we have plenty, Liar Ruobing replied. All 3 storage compartments are full, Xiaoying added with a raised eyebrow and a smile. You 2 managed to extract that much? Du Fei was somewhat surprised, wondering if these 2 beauties had been neglecting their sleep. What he didn't realize was that over the past couple of days, Liar Ruobing and Xiaoying had put in a tremendous amount of effort. Because of his single request, they prioritized the tasks he assigned. Aside from crafting bead-like inner garments, they had hardly paused in their extraction of secret silver. The ore being mined by the workers isn't even enough for us to process, Xiaoying said, leaning closer to Du Fei and whispering, Last night, the vice commander mentioned that her nightgown got torn on a branch, and she couldn't sleep for feeling distressed. She insisted on processing all the freshly mined ore. Though Xiaoying's voice was low, Liar Ruobing heard it clearly and shot her a flushed glare. Ahem. Very good. Du Fei coughed lightly and then instructed, Next, I will assign you another task. Refine all the secret silver into ingots. And bring a portion along. Yes, we will ensure the task is completed, Liar Ruobing and Xiaoying proudly replied, thanks to all the readers for their support and encouragement. Every Monday, I will express special thanks to the top 15 patrons at the end of the chapter. Today's writing is a bit brief. I will add another chapter later, currently in the process of updating, Chapter 97. Silver Serpent Stab. Having just assigned tasks to Liar Ruobing and Xiaoying, Gan Ting's voice came through the earpiece once more. Report. Commander, the route to the 72nd stronghold in the city of Holy War has been planned. How long until we arrive? Du Fei inquired. The 72nd stronghold is located to the south of the city of Holy War, primarily comprising mountain roads and marshlands. If we depart tomorrow, we should arrive by the afternoon of the 3rd day, Gan Ting reported. Understood. Du Fei acknowledged her update before turning to Sun Shaoqian. Prepare and organize the weaponry and equipment. My Women's Field Corps will be heading to the city of Holy War tomorrow. Yes, Commander. Also, based on these parameters, create one of these weapons using secret silver, Du Fei said, handing Sun Shaoqian a blueprint. Sun Shaoqian examined it and was slightly astonished at a cold weapon. Liar Ruobing and Xiaoying looked on with curiosity. The blueprint depicted an unconventional weapon. Although referred to as a military dagger, it possessed additional features. Resembling neither a sword nor a dagger distinctly. It was a long, approximately 3-foot, double-edged military dagger with a serpentine blade design, featuring 4 deep blood grooves along its surface. Sun Shaoqian immediately recognized that this unusual military dagger was extraordinary. It was capable of both stabbing and slashing, and the design of the blood grooves significantly enhanced its lethality. allowing for swift bloodletting regardless of whether it was used for stabbing or slashing. However, on the battlefield, facing time beasts and mutated beasts, conventional firearms were typically employed. Cold weapons were relatively rare, if not altogether impractical, as few would be foolish enough to engage in close combat with beasts unarmed. Liar Ruobing, Xia Ying, and Sun Shaoqian exchanged puzzled looks. While the weapon appeared impressive, they were uncertain of Du Fei's intentions behind its creation. The weapon is named Silver Serpent Stab. Observing their bewildered expressions, Du Fei smiled gently and remarked, at times, cold weapons prove to be more effective than firearms, especially when paired with intelligent battle suits. Upon hearing these words, the three beauties suddenly enlightened, realizing the truth in his statement. Indeed, donning a vibranium smart suit necessitates the inclusion of cold weapons, especially a weapon like the Silver Serpent Stab, designed by the commander, which undoubtedly qualifies as the finest armament. The trio gazed at Du Fei with admiration, their anticipation for the vibranium smart suits growing ever more fervent. Prepare them by tomorrow morning, Du Fei commanded Sun Shaoqian. Yes, Commander. In the command meeting room of the Sacred War Base City's Garrison Military District, a middle-aged man resembling a general occupied the head of a long conference table, flanked by a dozen senior commanders. As the meeting neared its conclusion, he addressed the assembly. Gentlemen, the eastern region of the base city has turned into scorched earth, and the beast tide is advancing towards the number 39 stronghold. With 2 strongholds having fallen within days, if this continues, the Sacred War City is in imminent peril. We are facing 2 beast kings, and the hunting ground has already been established. Let us hear your thoughts on the current situation. The middle-aged man, named Mu Yanting, is the highest commander of the Sacred War City's Garrison Military District. One commander spoke up first. General, I believe we need to enhance our weaponry, particularly by increasing the number of mithril particle weapons, as the level 5 time beast is not to be trifled with. Commander Sun is quite right. However, the primary concern is that we are tasked with confronting 2 beast kings, another commander chimed in. Especially that thunder beast. We should consider augmenting our defenses with additional insulating shields. Merely these measures may not suffice. I recommend inviting more external assistance for this hunting ground operation. Indeed, although the battle axe, steel fong, and sharp arrow legions are the elite of our garrison military district, I believe it would be prudent to invite a top-tier legion as well. How easy it is to say. Currently, the top-tier legions are mostly engaged in the wasteland and other realms, making it difficult to secure their aid. True, the bosses there are abundant. Why would they venture inland for just 2 beast kings? Actually, I believe we can still take a chance. We cannot allow other military districts to mock us, can we? Yes, after all, this is a matter at our doorstep. If we wait for the Grand Military District to intervene, it would be an utter disgrace. The senior commanders expressed their opinions fervently. Enough, enough. What you have mentioned are not issues, Mu Yanting said, rubbing his temples and gesturing for calm among the officers. Regarding the mithril particle weapons and other advanced equipment, I have already submitted a request to the Federation. The battle axe, steel fong, and sharp arrow legions will be our main forces, while your departments will be responsible for the periphery. The specific timing of the mission will be communicated later. Now, everyone return and prepare. This meeting is adjourned. As his words fell, the commanders rose to leave. Chu Zhangxiang, seated at the end, also stood up and was called to a halt by Mu Yanting just outside the conference room. Old Chu, I noticed you didn't speak earlier. It seems you have something on your mind. Old Mu, there are matters not suitable for discussion in the meeting. I wish to consult you privately, Chu Zhangxiang replied. It is worth noting that in the Sacred War Base City's Garrison Military District, Chu Zhangxiang shares a unique bond with his superior. They are not only classmates but also childhood friends. While Chu Zhangxiang hails from an ordinary family, Mu Yanting belongs to one of the foremost noble families in Sacred War City, with several elders holding high positions in the Federation. Although both graduated from the Sacred War City Senior Officer Academy, it is no surprise that Mu Yanting serves as Chu Zhangxiang's superior. Fortunately, their long-standing friendship allows them to maintain a brotherly rapport. Let us discuss it at home. We can enjoy a few drinks as well. Mu Yanting smiled. Very well. I was just thinking about a few sisters-in-law. Chu Zhangxiang chuckled in response. Chapter 98. Trying on the battle suit in a luxurious residence within the Sacred War Base City's Garrison Military District. Chu Zhangxiang and Mu Yanting indulged in drinks and conversation. Old Chu, I can understand your feelings, but I cannot agree to your Iron Blood Brigade participating as the main attacking force, Mu Yanting stated firmly. Although your brigade achieved victory in the Revival Military District last time, that was merely a minor skirmish. You must realize we are now facing 2 Beast Kings, not to mention the level 5-time beast. Just the level 5-time beast alone may be too much for you to handle, Mu Yanting advised, looking at Chu Zhengxiong earnestly. Last time, the Iron Blood Brigade achieved a resounding victory at the Qingchuan ruins, garnering significant acclaim. However, the information released by the Heavenly Eye only indicated the number of level 4 and level 3-time beasts hunted, without any mention of the level 5-time beasts. Hence, the entire Sacred War Military District, including Mu Yanting, remains unaware of the detailed circumstances at the Qingchuan ruins. This has puzzled Chu Zhengxiong and the entire Iron Blood Brigade. Nevertheless, to protect the secret of the Women's Field Combat Brigade, they all kept it to themselves, revealing nothing to the outside world. At this moment, Chu Zhengxiong paid no heed to Mu Yanting's counsel. Taking a sip of wine, he declared, "If I lacked confidence, I would not bring it up with you. I would not risk ruining my plans. Confidence? Nonsense. This matter is non-negotiable. Do not spoil my plans. The reason I am organizing this hunting ground mission is to secure us a larger share of mithril particle weapons. Do you understand the significance of mithril particle weapons? With the battle axe, steel fong, and sharp arrow legions backing us, you 1TB needed. The Iron Blood Brigade should only handle the periphery. You will not lack funding. In due time, I will allocate more mithril particle weapons to you, allowing you to enjoy some glory. Is that not agreeable? For this hunting ground operation, the Iron Blood Brigade should refrain from getting involved. You should understand this is for your own good. That is settled then. Come, let us drink." Mu Yanting delivered a flurry of words before raising his cup. Chu Zhengxiong could only shake his head in silent resignation, waiting for a more opportune moment to speak, and clinked glasses with him, downing the drink. As they continued their revelry, 2 17- or 18-year-old girls entered hand in hand. These young women, strikingly beautiful and tall, presented an elegant stature. One exuded a gentle charm, embodying the grace of a noble lady, named Mu Wanqing, the daughter of Mu Yanting. The other, lively and adorable, radiated a fresh charm, named Chu Kursin, the beloved daughter of Chu Zhengxiong. "Uncle Chu, you're here," Mu Wanqing greeted Chu Zhengxiong with a melodious voice. Chu Zhengxiong smiled and nodded at her, but was momentarily taken aback upon seeing his daughter. "What brings you here?" "Auntie C and Auntie Wu brought me over. I was just about to ask how you came." Chu Kursin joyfully ran over, linking her arm with Chu Zhengxiong's, and pouted, "Dad, you haven't returned home for days. You don't miss me?" "Of course I do. How could I not?" "And what about Auntie C and Auntie Wu?" Chu Zhengxiong inquired. "See, I told you," Chu Kursin retorted with a smirk. "What you truly miss are Auntie C and Auntie Wu. Nobody knows a father better than his daughter." "Kursin truly understands you," Mu Yanting chuckled. "This girl is becoming increasingly difficult to manage," Chu Zhengxiong replied, turning to his daughter. "By the way, Kursin, you will be graduating soon. I plan to send you to a women's legion for some training." He had been contemplating sending his daughter to the Women's Field Combat Brigade, hoping to give her an early heads-up. Now that the 30 years of time she owed him were no longer a concern, he thought it better for her to gain experience outside Sacred War City, especially under the tutelage of the young Commander Du Fei, who surely has a promising future ahead. Little did he know. Chu Kursin pouted, "Dad, you needn't worry about my affairs. Wanqing is currently planning to establish a Sacred War Women's Legion, and she mentioned I would be the vice commander." Mu Wanqing pulled Chu Kursin aside. "Kursin, how could you reveal our plans?" "Oops." Chu Kursin stuck out her tongue as Mu Wanqing dragged her into the room. "Your daughter is becoming increasingly uncontrollable. Let the young ones have their fun." Mu Yanting called to Chu Zhengxiong. "Come, let us drink." As Chu Zhengxiong raised his cup, he silently thought to himself, "While your daughter may frolic freely, mine must be sent to the Women's Field Combat Brigade." As night fell, at the camp of the Women's Field Combat Brigade, in the open space before a wooden cabin, Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian watched intently, their eyes unblinking. Du Fei stood before them. Having donned the 3-piece intelligent battle suit, at this moment, he felt a surge of excitement. Without hesitation, he pressed the activation button on his wrist. Buzz! A faint sound resonated. In the next moment, the 6 energy crystals on the wrist guards, shoulder guards, and knee guards emitted a layer of blue light simultaneously. The active vibranium of the 3-piece suit reacted with one another. Swish! The blue light emanating from the energy crystals intertwined like flowing water. enveloping Du Fei's entire body in an instant in less than a second. He was clad from head to toe in a sleek, gleaming black battle suit. Heavens! This is the Vibranium Smart Suit. Incredible, it's stunning. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian stared at Du Fei, their mouths agape in awe, exclaiming in astonishment. Before him stood Du Fei, adorned with a helmet-like protective gear, his eyes emanating a faint black-blue luminescence. Upon his feet rested a pair of combat boots, and ghostly gloves enveloped his hands. The entirety of his battle attire gleamed vibrantly, its sleek lines accentuating Du Fei's robust and well-proportioned physique. In that fleeting moment, Du Fei sensed a profound transformation within himself. His strength, reflexes, vision, hearing, and perception had all markedly enhanced. Setting aside other considerations, the mere improvement in sight amazed him. The vibranium on his helmet shimmered transparently under the radiant energy of the crystal, flowing along with his line of sight. Though it was nighttime, everything within his gaze was crystal clear. Even the droplets of water nestled within distant crevices were distinctly visible. Filled with astonishment, Du Fei took a few tentative steps. Feeling as if he were clad in nothing at all, he experienced a remarkable sense of freedom. Not only was there no hindrance, but he also felt as light as a feather, unable to restrain himself. He sprinted a few steps forward, and in an instant, he soared into the air, propelling himself several meters forward with an agile grace akin to that of a sleek black panther. Suddenly, Du Fei miscalculated his descent and collided headlong into a rock. "Watch out!" cried Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian in unison. With a resounding crash, the rock shattered into fragments. Du Fei touched his helmet, surprised to find no pain whatsoever, not even the slightest tremor. "Incredible! Are you all right, Commander?" Lu Ruobing rushed over, her gaze fixed on the scattered debris. "Astonished, I'm fine. The all-encompassing protection is flawless," Du Fei replied. "Remarkable." Xia Ying, Gan Ting, and Sun Shaoqian followed closely, their faces alight with disbelief. "Commander, may I touch it?" Xia Ying inquired with curiosity, her eyes fixed on Du Fei's form. "Certainly," he nodded. Upon hearing this, Xia Ying eagerly reached out to feel Du Fei's body. After a few exploratory touches, her eyes widened in astonishment, her expression one of disbelief. "Ying Bao, what does it feel like?" Sun Shaoqian asked. "That's so soft, so gentle," Xia Ying responded. "This is active vibranium, existing in a semi-conscious state. Normally, it feels quite soft, but in combat, it transforms entirely. It becomes stronger when faced with adversity, possessing reflective damage capabilities, particularly in critical moments or when stimulated. It hardens instantaneously." Du Fei meticulously explained the principles of active vibranium and intelligent battle suits to them. Chapter 99. Departure. The following morning, at the camp of the Women's Field Combat Unit, the female soldiers emerged revitalized after a soak in the recovery pool. They stood in a neat formation, fully equipped and ready to embark. Considering the ongoing construction of the camp, coupled with the fact that the soldiers' pearl-like undershirts had yet to be produced, Du Fei decided to lead only Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gan Ting, Sun Shaoqian, and 50 female soldiers to Sacred War City. Among them, 20 female soldiers were each equipped with a tranquilizer gun. This operation did not require an overwhelming number of participants. Its primary goal was to assist the Iron Blood Brigade in modifying ammunition. With the introduction of mithril ammunition, the need for female soldiers to engage in hunting time beasts would be significantly reduced. The true task for these female soldiers was to aid Du Fei in hunting beast kings and extracting control elements. Su Ninger and Zhao Feifeng were tasked with continuing the refinement of mithril and the production of pearl-like undershirts, while Song Jia led the remaining female soldiers in ongoing camp planning and construction. Once all arrangements were in place, the command rang out. "Everyone, board the vehicle. Yes, destination. Sacred War City, Outpost 72, depart." With a commanding shout, the convoy set forth. The rumbling of the Land King armored vehicles, accompanied by the cargo ammunition truck and 2 infantry transport vehicles, swiftly departed the camp. Sacred War City, Revival City, and North Cold City formed a triangular configuration on the map. Sacred War City, known as the Mountain City among the 6 major base cities in Zone 9, is characterized by its many mountains, rivers, and marshes, rendering transportation somewhat isolated. It lies to the west of Revival City, approximately 800 kilometers apart. Following Gan Ting's optimally planned route, the The journey would involve traversing mountains, dense forests, river valleys, and swamps. Although most areas between the base cities had been cleared, encounters with time beasts and mutated creatures were still inevitable. Under the influence of road conditions and various factors, the Women's Field Combat Unit would require at least 3 days to cover the distance of 800 kilometers. As they progressed, they initially encountered several waves of time beasts within the jurisdiction of Revival City, all of which were either annihilated or dispersed. However, upon entering the vicinity of Sacred War City, they encountered not a single time beast, allowing their pace to quicken slightly. By dusk on the 3rd day, the Women's Field Combat Unit finally arrived at Sacred War City, Outpost 72. Looking out, they observed dozens of barracks stationed outside the outpost and within the surrounding forests, with regular military units comprising 1/3 and auxiliary units dominating the majority. Furthermore, several other military units were steadily arriving from afar. Through a conversation with Chu Zhengxiong, Du Fei learned that these were merely a portion of the military units participating in this hunting ground mission. The 3 senior military units were stationed at a different outpost, where numerous additional units were present. However, most of the auxiliary units were merely there for show, as many were not included in the invitation and belonged to volunteer units. Their objective was to leverage the Beast King-level hunting ground mission to enhance their unit's reputation. Even if they did not fire a shot, it would serve as a point of pride in the future. Naturally, the Sacred War Guard Division welcomed such phenomena, as a larger gathering indicated a grander scale of the hunting ground mission, thereby increasing the federal subsidies and rewards to the Sacred War Guard Division. Soon, as the convoy of the Women's Field Combat Unit approached the outpost, Iron Blood Brigade's Deputy Officer Dong Jia, the 3rd Regiment Commander Dong Biao, and various commanding officers arrived in 3 luxurious military vehicles to greet them. Following the lead of the 3 military vehicles, the Women's Field Combat Unit's convoy navigated through the encampments of various military units and headed towards the Iron Blood Brigade's base. Chapter 100. Trust Look, Female Soldiers? Which military unit is this? Such high treatment. The senior officers of the Iron Blood Brigade led the way. How impressive! Throughout the journey, commanders and soldiers from various military units gazed in astonishment at the convoy of the Women's Field Combat Unit. The female soldiers aboard the Land King armored vehicles and infantry transport vehicles appeared striking and spirited, their faces radiating pride and confidence. Before long, the convoy entered the Iron Blood Brigade's camp without pausing. Proceeding directly to the ammunition depot, beside the depot lay a meticulously cleaned expanse, where rows of brand-new tents had been erected, specifically prepared by the Iron Blood Brigade for the Women's Field Combat Unit. Chu Zhengxiong, accompanied by several guards, awaited their arrival. As the convoy came to a halt, Du Fei and Lu Ruobing stepped down from the armored vehicle. Salute! A resounding command echoed. Chu Zhengxiong, Dong Jia, Dong Biao, and the surrounding soldiers all saluted. Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and the female soldiers reciprocated the gesture. Brother Du, thank you for your hard work on the journey. Chu Zhengxiong approached with a smile, extending his hand to grasp Du Fei's. It's my duty. How could I dare to be negligent when invited by Commander Chu? Du Fei replied with a smile. You flatter me, brother. I can hardly bear such praise. After a brief exchange of pleasantries and laughter, the female soldiers of the Women's Field Combat Unit settled into the camp and began their preparations. Du Fei and Lu Ruobing, guided by Chu Zhengxiong and others, toward the Iron Blood Brigade's ammunition depot. In accordance with Du Fei's request, the necessary tools for disassembling and assembling shells had already been provided. After the tour, Du Fei nodded in satisfaction. Subsequently, Sun Xiaoqian and a group of engineering female soldiers were assigned the task of modifying ammunition and began their preparations. As the engineering female soldiers brought in 2 wooden crates, revealing them to be filled with silver ingots, Chu Zhengxiong, Dong Jia, and Dong Biao's eyes widened in astonishment, and they gasped in disbelief. Brother Du. What is this? Chu Zhengxiong turned to Du Fei. If I don't say it, Commander Chu should have already guessed. Mithril, Du Fei disclosed candidly. Given that they were providing mithril ammunition to the Iron Blood Brigade, this information could not be concealed. Indeed, prior to this, Chu Zhengxiong and others had already suspected that the special ammunition of the Women's Field Combat Unit was mithril. However, hearing it confirmed struck them with even greater awe. Mithril bullets, indeed, they were mithril bullets. Yet, what shocked them further was that the silver ingots before them were clearly processed into this shape. The 3 exchanged glances, comprehension dawning upon them. Clearly, the Women's Field Combat Unit had mastered the techniques of refining and smelting mithril. Chu Zhengxiang, Dong Jie, and Dong Biao were overwhelmed with emotion. Du Fei's willingness to share such a monumental secret with them signified an immense trust. Ding, reputation 100. Ding, reputation 100. Ding, reputation 100. They understood that this secret must not be leaked. Even in the slightest, Dong Biao, you need not attend the welcoming banquet for Commander Du tonight. From now on, we must enhance our vigilance and ensure no one approaches the ammunition depot, Chu Zhengxiang instructed Dong Biao solemnly. Although the Iron Blood Brigade stood united, and he trusted his soldiers, the gravity of the situation warranted caution. Understood. I will make arrangements immediately. Dong Biao nodded earnestly and departed. Brother Du, your kindness, I will always remember. Chu Zhengxiang's lips twitched slightly, a phrase caught in his throat, uncertain of what to say next. Ding, reputation 100. Commander Chu, there's no need for further words. It's simply the case of our mutual affinity. Du Fei smiled and said, All right. Chu Zhengxiang nodded repeatedly, then patted Du Fei's shoulder. Tonight, my brother has prepared a modest feast. We shall not return until we are thoroughly merry, he added. Your two sisters-in-law have also arrived. Waiting at the base. They are eager to meet a brother of such remarkable talent. We'll be staying at the bases in tonight. I've already arranged the rooms. Chapter 101. The cunning old man as the words fell. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian all displayed a hint of delight in their beautiful eyes. Having never stayed in an inn before, the prospect of doing so tonight filled them with excitement. However, in a fleeting moment, Gong Ting and Sun Shaoqian's faces revealed a trace of disappointment. One had to modify ammunition, while the other was tasked with operating the Predator drone. They exchanged glances, silently sighing. Observing Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying's joyful expressions, Du Fei chuckled silently and turned to Chu Zhengxiang. Then I shall let Commander Chu bear the expense. What are you talking about? My brother does not appreciate such distant remarks. Very well, I shall not hold back in the future. Exactly. We are not outsiders, ha 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 ha. Stepping out of the munitions depot, night had descended. The camp was tightly secured, brightly lit .3 luxury military vehicles entered the base. With Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and Xia Ying riding in one. Soon, they arrived at a rather pleasant-looking tavern. This establishment was a 3-story building, and due to precautions against the attacks of the stealth-winged beasts, it was the tallest structure within the base. The first floor served as a dining area, while the second and third floors housed guest rooms, combining dining and lodging. At this moment, the tavern was bustling with guests, primarily commanders from various military factions. As Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and Xia Ying disembarked from the military vehicle, 2 elegant women were already waiting at the entrance. Oh, who are these 3? Upon seeing Du Fei and the others, the 2 women immediately approached. 4th and 5th, allow me to introduce. This is Commander Du of the Women's Field Corps, and these 2 are Deputy Commander Lu and Commander Xia. After introducing the 2 women to Du Fei, Chu Zhengxiang added, These are 2 of your sisters Law, so young. Commander Du certainly lives up to his reputation. He's quite handsome, the 2 sisters-in-law exclaimed, and both deputy commanders are so charming and beautiful indeed. They are so well preserved, appearing as if they have never been exposed to radiation. The 4th and 5th sisters-in-law sang praises of Du Fei and the others. Thank you for your compliments, ladies, Du Fei replied with a faint smile. Greetings, ladies. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying felt somewhat bashful from the flattery. Commander, the dishes are ready. A guard rushed over to report. All right, let us go inside and dine while we converse, Chu Zhengxiang said, beckoning the 2 ladies to accompany Du Fei into the tavern. Upon reaching the entrance, the tavern owner personally welcomed them. Commander Chu, ladies, please come in. Then, noticing Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and Xia Ying, he appeared slightly perplexed. Who are these 3? These 3 are esteemed guests, even more distinguished than I. Chu Zhengxiang replied. Upon hearing this, the tavern owner immediately bowed and greeted Du Fei and the others. Oh, esteemed guests, please enter. Du Fei ignored him and walked straight inside. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying blushed and shot a shy glance at the tavern owner. As Du Fei and Chu Zhengxiang led the way, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying followed closely behind, both brimming with excitement. This was their first time entering a tavern, and although they felt somewhat repulsed by the gluttonous crowd within, they still experienced a sense of novelty. Before long, they arrived at a private room where a variety of meat and vegetable dishes were laid out on a table. After a few pleasantries, they began to feast. Du Fei seldom drank, and Chu Zhengxiang did not insist, focusing instead on the food. The two ladies were exceedingly warm, constantly serving dishes to Lu Ruobing and Xiaoring, having never experienced such a grand banquet. And unable to refuse their hospitality, the two quickly indulged without reservation. Fortunately, there were no outsiders at the table. With Chu Zhengxiang, the two ladies, and Dong Jia accompanying them, the meal was quite enjoyable. 2 hours later, feeling satiated as the evening grew late, Dong Jia departed early, and Du Fei, along with Lu Ruobing and Xiaoring, followed Chu Zhengxiang and his wives to the second floor. Brother Du, I sincerely apologize. The inn is fully booked, and we only have 2 guest rooms remaining, Chu Zhengxiang said as he opened one of the rooms. You 3 will stay in this one, while I and your 2 sisters-in-law will occupy the adjacent room. Without waiting for Du Fei to respond, he entered the neighboring room with the 2 ladies. Just this one room? Du Fei frowned as he stepped inside. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoring exchanged glances and followed suit. Expecting a lavish inn, they felt a tinge of disappointment upon seeing the room. It was not particularly spacious, featuring a bathing area with a curtain resembling a door hanging at the entrance. The fabric was adorned with images of airplanes, cannons, tanks, and shells. At the far end, there was a protruding balcony with a rattan chair. The most disappointing aspect was the presence of only a single bed. The comforter on the bed bore the same illustrations of airplanes, cannons, tanks, and shells. Fortunately, the bed itself was quite large. 1 bed. How are we supposed to sleep? Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying's cheeks flushed, stealing a glance at Du Fei. At that moment, voices from the neighboring room drifted in. Du Fei, Lu Ruobing, and Xiaoring all fell silent. Old Chu, do you think Brother Du can manage sleeping with those 2 deputies? The voice seemed to belong to the 4th sister-in-law. What do you mean manage? Have you not seen how strong Brother Du is? Chu Zhengxiang replied. But I haven't heard any noise from them, the 5th sister-in-law teased curiously. Brother Du is someone who can keep his composure. I suppose the time isn't right yet. Lu Ruobing and Xiaoring bit their lips, their faces burning with embarrassment. What a cunning old man! Du Fei feigned nonchalance and stated seriously, it cannot be helped. 1 bed is just 1 bed. We will have to make do for the night. Chapter 102. This young man's commotion grows louder the following morning, within the office of the 9th District Inspection Department. Wang Jianqing had not slept a wink throughout the night. At this moment, he stood by the window, gazing at the faint light before dawn. Minister, shall I assist you to rest? At that moment, his secretary Su Zhong entered with some documents. No need. Wang Jianqing waved him off and turned to ask, have you found out anything? Yes. Su Zhong opened the documents in hand and reported, regarding the Dawn Organization's rebels within the confines of Revival City. The siege was previously the responsibility of the Fortress Military District, but it has suddenly been replaced by the 109th and 121st Divisions. The 109th and 121st Divisions? Wang Jianqing frowned. Correct, the commander of the 109th Division is Yuan Shiji, while the commander of the 121st Division is Duan Qishan. Both are subordinates of Wu Dagui, Su Zhong answered. This scoundrel. Wang Jianqing's face twitched in anger upon hearing this, and after a moment, he helplessly shook his head. Let's think of another way. He then turned to Su Zhong. By the way, you mentioned that young man went a Holy War City? Yes, last night. The Auxiliary Women's Field Corps rendezvoused with the Iron Blood Brigade at Base 72 in Holy War City. Su Zhong nodded at Wang Jianqing, contemplating for a moment before continuing. From their collaborative efforts at the Qingchuan ruins, it is evident that the Auxiliary Women's Field Corps was invited by the Iron Blood Brigade. I suspect they are preparing to participate in the Beast King level hunting ground mission being established within the defensive military district of the Holy War Base City. Wang Jianqing turned to look out the window. Taking a deep breath, this young man's commotion grows louder by the day. Indeed, Minister, what shall we do? Su Zhong hesitated to finish his sentence. Wang Jianqing raised a hand to halt Su Zhong, speaking sternly. As I previously instructed, continue to erase their data. But, if we delete a large volume, the Federation will become suspicious of the blank traces left behind. Su Zhong expressed his concerns. Let us take it one step at a time. Wang Jianqing sighed softly and then instructed Su Zhong, from now on, you and everyone in the confidential office must take a pill number 3 daily. Su Zhong was momentarily taken aback. Pill number 3 is a banned drug used by the inspection department to erase human memories. If taken continuously, it can cause a person's memories to be temporarily or permanently lost for nearly a month. Soon, Su Zhong understood the minister's intentions and frowned. Minister, are you worried about the Federation's truth speaker? Wang Jianqing nodded gravely indeed. No one can escape the truth speaker's scrutiny, minister. For a small regional department like ours, the Federation wouldn't resort to deploying a truth speaker, would they? Su Zhong felt the likelihood of such an occurrence was minimal, given the truth speaker's exalted status within the Federation. Even if the inspection department's misconduct raised suspicions, it was unlikely they would send a truth speaker to investigate. Logically speaking, no, but we must remain vigilant. That young man is not to be underestimated. You must understand that a spark can ignite a prairie fire. If things spiral out of control, the Federation will undoubtedly come after us first. After Wang Jianqing finished speaking, he waved his hand to Su Zhong. Go and make arrangements. Yes, Su Zhong responded immediately, then turned to Wang Jianqing with a worried expression, saying, Minister, what about you? Wang Jianqing forced a bitter smile and replied, Ha, as a man on the brink of death. What is there to fear? Do not concern yourself with me. If the truth seeker wishes to investigate, they will notify me in advance, and I shall be prepared. As he spoke, a subtle sorrow flickered across his face. Although the consumption of the drug Zolpidem number 3 might only result in a temporary loss of nearly a month's memory, he was reluctant to let go. He would rather choose death than part with even a fragment of his memories of his daughter. Chapter 103. Youth is a blessing in the lodging of the base. Within the bathing area, Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying completed a brief cleansing and dressed, supporting each other as they emerged. Utterly abashed, meanwhile, Du Fei was already fully dressed, seated on a rattan chair on the balcony, having opened the system interface to discover several changes. Host, Du Fei position, Commander Legion, Auxiliary Women's Field Corps Reputation Value, 71860 Intimacy Value, 3385 Physical Condition, Primary Enhancement 10, Primary Enhancement, Advanced Enhancement, Super Enhancement, Warm Reminder. Energy consumption has expanded the physical limit. Currently, it can be increased by 10 points. Upon the next expansion of the physical limit, it can be enhanced by 20 points. Note, at each stage, the enhancement points gained after each expansion of the physical limit will equal the total of previous enhancement points. Items: Universal Toolbox 1, Rare Substance Refining Agent 80. Silver Snake Stinger 1. The increase was remarkable. Du Fei's gaze lingered on the intimacy value, feeling both elated and somewhat excited. After exchanging for the Intelligent Laser Defense System, the intimacy value had dwindled to less than 300 points. Yet now it had skyrocketed more than tenfold overnight. This indicated that it wouldn't be long before he could exchange for the Time Collector. In the next moment, the physical condition section caught Du Fei's eye. Energy consumption has expanded the physical limit. Previously, to achieve such an expansion, one had to endure a certain amount of radiation. Now it appeared there was an additional pathway. If energy consumption reached a certain level, the physical limit could expand automatically. This was excellent. However, Du Fei quickly contemplated another issue. If that were the case, his physical strength would certainly soar, but the degree of energy consumption would correspondingly increase. For instance, at present, with only primary enhancement, one could easily suffer radiation or expend some energy to achieve an expansion of the physical limit. But what if his physical condition reached advanced or super enhancement? At that point, merely expending some energy would not suffice for an expansion. It would only become increasingly difficult. Additionally, there was a crucial concern. For now, it was manageable, but as his physical condition improved, a mere 1 or 2 ordinary individuals would undoubtedly struggle to endure. Just as he was lost in thought, a series of knocks sounded from outside. Du brother, are you awake? It was the voice of Chu Zhengxiang. Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying exchanged serious glances and approached the door. Opening it, Chu Zhengxiang stood in the corridor, hands on his hips. Good morning, Commander Chu. Xia Ying greeted him, adding, the regiment commander and deputy commander are currently drafting the operational plan. As soon as she finished speaking, Du Fei stepped out with a smile, saying, Good morning, Commander Chu. Morning, Du brother, I was worried I might disturb you. Upon seeing Du Fei's vibrant demeanor, Chu Zhengxiang couldn't help but express envy. He inwardly mused, youth truly has its advantages. This brother's physique could rival my own in my prime. Du brother, breakfast is ready in the dining hall on the first floor. After you have eaten, I'll take you back to the base. 10 tracked vehicles and 10 drones have already arrived, brand new. Come see if they suit you. At the Iron Blood Brigade's camp, 10 brand new tracked vehicles and 10 drones were lined up in the open area. Accompanied by Chu Zhengxiang and others, Du Fei took a tour. Lu Ruobing, Xia Ying, Gong Ting, and Sun Shaoqian followed behind, their eyes glimmering with excitement. These were third-generation tracked vehicles, each worth over 300,000 hours. While the drones, being of the bombing type, were valued at a minimum of 500,000 hours each. Ganting wore a glint of avarice on her face as she whispered to Lu Ruobing and the others. Lu Ruobing, Xiaoying, and Sun Xiaoqian were equally ecstatic, exchanging glances with Ganting, urging her to maintain composure. At that moment, they all shared a common thought. The commander would undoubtedly modify these vehicles and drones. Thus, the Women's Field Corps would effectively gain 10 Land King tanks and 10 Predator stealth drones, exponentially increasing their combat strength, which was simply exhilarating for them. Du Fei, observing the expressions on the four beauties' faces, understood their thoughts and couldn't help but smile inwardly. They were only aware of the Land King and the Predator. If they were to learn about even more formidable tanks and drones, they would surely be beside themselves with excitement. Du brother, are you satisfied? Chu Zhengxiong inquired, casting a smile at Du Fei. Yes, Du Fei nodded with a smile. To be honest, this batch of vehicles and drones was a reward from the Federation last time. I had originally intended to gift them to my brothers, but the urgency of the situation delayed that. Chu Zhengxiong candidly admitted, Is that so? Then I must have struck a great deal indeed. You should consider adding some funds? Ha ha ha! As the two shared laughter, their adjutant, Dong Jie, approached and whispered, Commander, we have received news from the garrison command. Chu Zhengxiong nodded and turned to Du Fei, saying, Du brother, you should take charge of these vehicles and drones to test their performance. I will be back shortly. All right, you take care. As Chu Zhengxiong departed, Du Fei waved to the infantry commander in the distance. Qin Minghan. Yes. Infantry Commander Qin Minghan quickly approached, standing at attention. These 10 tracked vehicles will be entrusted to you for management. Please distribute them among the infantry so they can familiarize themselves, Du Fei commanded. Qin Minghan was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure, her body trembling slightly. Yes, Commander. At that moment, Qin Minghan felt as if she might faint from excitement. The commander had actually entrusted her with the management of 10 tracked vehicles. Was she dreaming? She felt as though she, as an infantry commander, had finally emerged from obscurity. Ding! Intimacy value 10. Qin Minghan promptly returned to her unit to begin making arrangements. Chapter 104. Tension at the forward position within the Women's Field Corps camp. There was an air of jubilation. Fantastic! Our infantry now has vehicles. Long live the commander. I never expected this. We no longer have to fight on foot. I dream of driving a vehicle. I want to apply to be a gunner. In an instant, the infantry erupted in cheers, their excitement palpable. Ding! Reputation value 20. Ding! Intimacy value 5. Ding! Reputation value 20. Ding! Intimacy value 1. As the system notifications echoed in his mind, Du Fei turned to Ganting and Sun Xiaoqian, instructing, the 10 drones will be entrusted to you. Train some operators as quickly as possible. Understood. Ganting and Sun Xiaoqian replied in unison. Just as they finished their arrangements, Chu Zhengxiong returned, his expression somewhat grave. Commander Chu, what is the matter? Du Fei inquired. We have just received news that the forward position is under strain. The beast tide has advanced 40 kilometers towards Stronghold 39 overnight. The 5 divisions responsible for the forward defense can no longer hold. 2 divisions have been completely annihilated, and the remaining 3 have begun to retreat. This beast tide is massive. Reports from the front indicate that there are no fewer than 100 LV 5-time beasts. With LV3 and LV4 beasts in countless numbers, the advanced legions of Battleaxe, Steelfang, and Arrow have formulated an operational plan, but I am concerned they may not be able to withstand the onslaught. Chu Zhengxiong explained. Du Fei furrowed his brow slightly, realizing why they hadn't encountered any time beasts on the way. It seemed all the time beasts within the vicinity of Holy War City had congregated together. If the beast tide truly was vast, it would necessitate the modification of additional mithril ammunition. Du Fei considered that since they were here, they should maximize their chances of gaining time. However, there was another issue. He only knew that 3 advanced legions were participating in this hunting ground mission, yet he was unaware of the specific deployment of the Holy War Defense Forces. It went without saying that those 3 advanced legions were undoubtedly the main force. The critical concern was that he remained oblivious to the exact strength of these advanced legions. If they were indeed exceptionally powerful, it could complicate matters significantly. Should the 2 Beast Kings be hunted by them, his plans would be in jeopardy. Nevertheless, the concern evident in Chu Zhengxiong's tone regarding the 3 advanced legions provided Du Fei with a modicum of reassurance. Commander Chu, Are those 3 advanced legions the main forces for this hunting ground mission? Du Fei queried. Yes, Chu Zhengxiong nodded, his expression darkening. Observing the expression on Chu Zhengxiong's face, Du Fei felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Could it be that the Iron Blood Brigade would be unable to intervene in this hunting ground mission? If that were the case, he would need to devise an alternative plan. What is the specific strength of those 3 advanced legions? Du Fei continued to probe. The battle axe, steel fang, and arrow are 3 advanced legions within the garrison division, each consisting of 3 divisions, and their weaponry is directly supplied by the Federation. I am only aware that they possess mithril particle shells, and it is rumored that they also have some other advanced equipment that remains undisclosed. After all, they are an elite legion, and certain weaponry is classified, the specifics of which I am not entirely privy to. Chu Zhengxiong shook his head slightly, offering a wry smile. Noticing Du Fei's silence, he continued, the military district's orders have been issued. We must reach the vicinity of outpost number 39 tonight. He then patted Du Fei on the shoulder and added, there is one more matter. Before we depart, I would like to introduce you to someone. Who is it? Du Fei inquired. The highest commander of the Holy War Base City Garrison, Mu Yanting. Du Fei was taken aback. To meet the highest commander of the garrison? He thought to himself that since he was a close friend, it would not hurt to get acquainted. Fearing that Du Fei might decline, Chu Zhengxiong chuckled. We are not strangers. We had lunch at his place just this afternoon. Let us go. Upon hearing this, Du Fei felt somewhat surprised, not expecting Chu Zhengxiong to have such connections. Very well, I will heed Commander Chu's wishes. Du Fei nodded at Chu Zhengxiong, believing that meeting him could yield some valuable information. Chapter 105. Chu Zhengxiong's plan. Seeing Du Fei readily agree, a weight lifted from Chu Zhengxiong's heart. His intention to introduce Du Fei to Mu Yanting was, of course, strategic. Given Mu Yanting's obstinacy in insisting that the Iron Blood Brigade handle the periphery, Chu Zhengxiong felt somewhat helpless. After all, the involvement of the Women's Field Corps was sensitive information, and he could not reveal his cards directly to Mu Yanting. However, a recent message from the front lines sparked an idea in Chu Zhengxiong. The scale of the beast tide was excessively vast, and he feared that the 3 elite legions, Battle Axe, Steel Fang, and Swift Arrow, might not be able to handle it. But of course, this was merely his speculation. Should they fail, Mu Yanting would undoubtedly seek his counsel on strategies, thus placing the initiative in his hands. The Women's Field Corps would become the crux of the matter. It was Du Fei, not the Iron Blood Brigade, who could truly resolve the issue. Hence, Chu Zhengxiong decided it prudent to let Du Fei and Mu Yanting meet beforehand. Ultimately, this was still tied to the confidentiality surrounding the Women's Field Corps. If such a scenario were to arise, it would be Du Fei himself who would negotiate with Mu Yanting. Whether Du Fei would be willing to divulge confidential information to Mu Yanting would be entirely up to him. Most importantly, Chu Zhengxiong believed that the Mu family wielded considerable influence in Holy War City and enjoyed a certain status within the Federation's upper echelons. Should Du Fei establish a consensus with the Mu family, it would benefit not only the Women's Field Corps and the Iron Blood Brigade, but also the Mu family, essentially providing a formidable backing for the Women's Field Corps, even if the secrets of the Women's Field Corps were to be exposed. With the Mu family's support, it was unlikely that anyone would dare to covet them. However, this was merely Chu Zhengxiong's strategy, a precautionary measure. Whether it would bear fruit depended entirely on how events unfolded, ultimately resting on Du Fei's own decision. Subsequently, Du Fei entrusted all matters to Lu Ruobing and Xia Ying. After a moment's thought, he called Gan Ting aside and instructed, utilize the Type 1 Predator to scout the situation of the Beast Tide, and try to ascertain the locations of 2 Beast Kings. Understood, Commander, Gan Ting responded. Having made the arrangements, Du Fei wasted no time and followed Chu Zhengxiong into the vehicle. As noon approached, the military vehicle arrived at the Holy War Base City Garrison and halted before a lavish estate. Chu Zhengxiong and Du Fei stepped out and entered the residence, quickly arriving at a reception room. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sound of conversation. Dad, we have already recruited over 30 sisters. Ku Xin and I calculated that we need over 500,000 hours for the initial phase. Nonsense. Forming a legion is not child's play. It requires practical combat experience. I suggest you both gain some experience in other legions after graduation. But Dad, the sisters we've recruited are all geniuses, and many legions are vying for them. If we wait until we've gained experience, they will all be gone. Besides, we frequently simulate real combat in the academy. Our experience has already been sufficiently accumulated. Haha, what are you laughing at? Never mind. I'll still ask Grandpa for the funds. Just then, Chu Zhengxiong and Du Fei walked in. Old Chu, you arrived just in time. These two girls are driving me to distraction, Mu Yanting said as he stood up from the sofa to greet them. Didn't you say yesterday to let them have their fun? Looks like they've tasted the bitter fruit now, haha, Chu Zhengxiong replied with a laugh. That may be so, but we cannot be too indulgent with them, Mu Yanting remarked, noticing Du Fei and momentarily pausing. And this young man is, Old Mu, allow me to introduce you. This is Du Fei, the commander of the Women's Field Corps affiliated with the Revival Military District, Chu Zhengxiong said, then gestured towards Chu Kersen and Mu Wanqing. These two young ladies are Chu Kersen, my daughter, and Mu Wanqing, General Mu's daughter. Upon completing the introductions, Chu Kersen and Mu Wanqing gazed at Du Fei, their eyes sparkling in unison. They exchanged glances, silently conveying a message. Wow, so handsome. Greetings, General Mu, Du Fei said calmly and composedly. Good, Mu Yanting nodded, shaking Du Fei's hand, and remarked, this young man exudes an extraordinary demeanor. Despite Du Fei's relatively low rank, Mu Yanting, given that he was brought by Chu Zhengxiong, did not take issue with it. You flatter me, General Mu, Du Fei replied with a slight smile, then nodded toward Chu Kersen and Mu Wanqing as a greeting. Chapter 106. A word awakens the dreamer after the mutual introductions. Under Mu Yanting's invitation, Du Fei and Chu Zhengxiong took their seats. Mu Wanqing and Chu Kersen stood behind Mu Yanting, both young beauties clad in identical sheer long dresses. Though they appear to be merely 17 or 18 years old, their privileged backgrounds endowed them with perfect curves and a well-developed figure. Combined with their striking appearances, they were undeniably two enchanting maidens, rivaling even Ganting and Sun Shaoqian in beauty. Particularly, Mu Wanqing, with her gentle demeanor, left a lasting impression, her clear eyes hinting at a touch of youthful allure. Du Fei's gaze merely flickered over them without lingering. Once seated, Mu Yanting cast an unintentional glance at Du Fei. Feeling somewhat puzzled, was this young man truly from the Revival Military District, or merely a commander of an affiliated corps? He appeared to be of similar age to the two young ladies, resembling a recent graduate. However, what perplexed Mu Yanting was that, despite his years of experience in assessing individuals, he could not fathom this young man.